Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Six o'clock in the morning, on top of a haystack in somebody's pasture somewhere in Yolo County, California. It was at 1:45 last night when Jack, Doc, and Reggie crawled wearily, not to say disgustedly, and at the same time gratefully, onto this haystack, burrowed in for warmth and comfort, and went to sleep. The reason they were forced to take to a haystack is typical. Doc was driving the car along the main highway through Yolo County. He suddenly decided that one of the dirt roads to the left was a shortcut. This was at 9 o'clock, and Jack and Reggie were dozing in the back seat. And so they drove for 2 hours in the dark of the moon on dirt roads that were not meant for car travel even in broad daylight, and at night would have been hazardous for Beelzebub himself. Jack woke up and cursed Doc inelegantly, and Reggie hung onto the bucking machine and chuckled. And Doc plowed doggedly ahead until he finally failed to negotiate a sharp turn and ended up in the ditch with a car on its side. Half an hour later, Reggie found the haystack, and now at 6 o'clock, dawn has broken. And Reggie moves in the hay and stretches. Awake, Reggie?
No, I say, Jack. Quite. I thought I was the first to open my eyes.
No, I've been lying here watching the dawn come. Doc?
He must have a clear conscience. Sleeping peacefully.
Trouble with him, he hasn't any conscience at all. Getting us into this kind of a mess.
Oh, well, we weren't going any place in particular.
Oh, you like sleeping in a haystack?
Well, I can't say I've really minded.
It wasn't so bad at that, was it?
Jolly comfortable, on the other hand.
All right, but don't let Doc know you like it.
Quite. He's definitely in the doghouse.
Running the car into a ditch and turning it over, miles from civilization.
You make it sound much worse than it really is, don't you think?
You think so, huh?
Quite, yeah. First place, Doc was traveling slow when we went into the ditch, and we toppled over easy. I mean to say, I don't think anything was broken.
Even so, a car on its side in the ditch is pretty poor transportation.
Oh, but look here, a team of horses from a nearby farm.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
You say horses from a nearby farm?
Yeah.
Have you by any chance cast your eyes over the countryside since you opened them?
No, not exactly. Lying here on my back, it looks to be a beautiful world.
Flat on your back, all you can see is sky.
Beautiful sky. Lovely morning.
Uh-huh. Well, sit up and take a gander at the surrounding environs and say whether it looks so lovely.
Righto. I will. Oh. I say.
Well, is the morning still as lovely?
Oh, but look here. Miles and miles in every direction and not a bally thing in sight.
Yeah. It appears we've got quite a jaunt between us and today's breakfast.
Yes, but I said the road. Someone's bound to come by sooner or later.
That, Reggie, is optimism with very little justification.
Why so?
Well, there's every evidence that our red-headed Texas friend not only got us lost, but ran us 8 or 10 miles up a private road to turn us over.
I say, private road?
Well, it certainly isn't a county road. Matter of fact, if you look close, there's spots that look more like a rabbit's run.
But even so, 8 or 10 miles of private road.
Certainly. Out here, some of these big grain ranches spread for miles and miles without even a fence.
Beautiful, what?
Yeah. Roll that sleeping Texan over here closer so I can kick him.
I say, he's going to suffer enough when he wakes up.
He sure is, if I can contrive it.
No, I mean when he's discovered there's no food in the immediate vicinity.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Wake him up.
Righto. Doc. I say, Doc. Wake up.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Doc. Sun's up.
Son?
That's what I said. Sun's up.
Well, that's his tough luck.
Doc. Doc. Wake up.
Pretty soon.
Not pretty soon. Now.
Okay. Stop shaking, man. I'm awake, ain't I?
I don't know, are you?
Of course I am.
Say something then. Jack, I think this is a task for Hercules.
You're not violent.
I've shaken him until his teeth chatter.
Here, I'll show you how to wake him up. Get hold of his feet.
Righto.
I've got his arms. Now then, we'll swing him 2 or 3 times and let him go high in the air. When he comes down, he should either be awake or have a broken neck.
Oh, but look, aren't we liable to throw him clear off the haystack?
If we're lucky, maybe we will. Come on now. Swing him.
Righto.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let him go.
Hey, look out! Dadgum, you're ornery high. Boy, if you two ain't the top-notch city cats I met yet.
Morning, Doc.
Morning, my grandma. Don't you know you're liable to bust a feller's neck by flinging him around that way?
Yes, we thought of that.
You went and done it anyway?
Apparently.
Well, now I'm a slick-tailed hipponoceros, trying to murder me in my sleep. Nice, cozy couple of partners.
Well, at least we accomplished our
The
purpose.
same being.
Waking you up.
Well, you could have been accomplished just as easy by speaking nice and gentle to me.
Well, Doc, now that you're awake, sit up and look around you.
I ain't going to do it. Going to lay right here and rest.
Oh, I say, listen.
You're going to do nothing of the kind.
Yes, I am. And Reggie, while I'm resting, you run over to the nearest farmhouse and have them start frying ham and eggs and mixing up a batch of about 20 sour milk hotcakes.
Is that all?
Well, it'll do all right for a starter. And when the eggs is turning nice and crisp around the edges, give a yell and I'll come a-running.
You sure you wouldn't like some orange juice and, say, half a cantaloupe?
Yeah, it might be good at that.
How about a side order of crisp fried potatoes?
Yeah, and maybe some hot biscuits. Well, what you standing there chortling about, Reggie? Get a-going.
It's all a big, beautiful dream, Doc.
Huh? What you mean?
Sit up and take a look around you.
Yeah? Well, hey. Well, spank me for a baby.
I'd rather kick you for an idiot. You got us into this.
But looky, Jack, this is serious. We're marooned.
Marooned on a haystack.
And not a sour milk hotcake in sight.
But it must be 8 or 10 miles to the nearest inhabitants.
That's what we figured.
But I can't do that, Jack. I can't go without my food like this. Well, you boys know how my stomach is.
Doesn't he suffer interestingly, Reggie?
Oh, yes, there's a beautiful expression of agony in his eyes.
Well, I ain't fooling, fellers. Honest, I ain't. Well, right this minute, I'm so hungry I got cold chills up and down my spine.
Those aren't cold chills. They're hayseed and stickers down your back.
Well, there's nothing for it, Doc, but to walk to the habitat of the nearest native.
Reggie, did you say walk?
Looks like it.
Unless you can figure some way of making the car carry us while lying prone on its side.
Yeah, that's it, the automobile.
I'm afraid not, Doc.
But looky, we ain't seen her this morning. Maybe if we all get our shoulder under her...
You know better than that, Doc.
But I can't walk 10 miles. On a full stomach, I can't walk 10 miles. On an empty one, I can't even hardly get off my back.
Who was the smart driver who took this shortcut?
Yeah, I know.
Who was the smart driver who turned us over in the ditch?
Okay.
Well, you spilt the milk, so stop crying over it.
Oh, it ain't that I'm exactly crying, Jack.
I say,
just...
Jack. Look yonder.
What's that?
Well, I'll be doggone. Why, Jack, it's little old female girl a-coming up the road.
Look here, where did she come from? She wasn't inside a few minutes ago.
Oh, I see something else that looks fairly interesting.
Why, there ain't nothing more interesting than a pretty little old she-woman. Blamed if I don't think she's come to rescue
Well,
us.
now, what do you expect her to do? Pack you out of here on her back?
Well, I wish you'd hurry up and get close enough so's I can see if she's as pretty as I hope she is.
I'm still more interested in what I see further in the distance.
Distance? Oh, Jack, I say. Dust raising.
And the way it's rising, I'd say there was a car coming this way in a hurry.
Doggone, a pretty girl and a ride to town all in one breath.
Yes, but look here. Shouldn't we get down off this haystack and flag the car?
Decidedly.
Yes, sir. Let's make that our thought for the day. Get down and flag that automobile.
Well, get up, Doc. Get moving.
Wait a minute. I just had a better thought.
Well, hurry up. What is it?
You and Reggie flag the automobile, and I'll flag the girl.
No.
All right. Now, you've had your joke. Here, wait a minute.
Huh? What's the matter?
Get down, Reggie. Out of sight.
I say, Jack.
Keep down. Now, watch. That girl's seen the dust rising back of her.
But what
I say, look at her. She's running for this haystack.
Well, what you know? You suppose she's seen me and recognizes me as her dream man?
Oh, yeah.
And you keep down so she doesn't see you.
Well, I don't get it, Jack.
I don't either. Apparently she's afraid of that approaching car. Or else she just doesn't want to be seen.
Boy, will you look at her run. Why, my cousin Winnie Mae down in Texas couldn't do no better than that.
I say, the car's getting closer rapidly. I just caught a glint of the windshield in the sun.
Poor little fella. She's still got a ways to come.
She'll make it before the car gets close enough to see her. If she can keep it up.
Man, I'd sure hate to have to chase that baby. Come on, Sugar, keep laying them down. You'll make
I
it.
say, just another 100 yards.
Car's still 1.5 miles down the road.
Yeah, but it ain't wasting no time. And that ain't no road to make time on, neither. Hey, looky at her. Why, Jack, that little old female girl's a hunter.
Jove, look at her face. She's frightened.
She'd have to be frightened to run like that. Now, she's going to make it all right.
Jove, there she goes out of sight. What do you suppose she'll do?
Burrow into the hay and lie quiet if she's smart.
Well, Jack, maybe I should ought to slide down off this here haystack and kind of comfort you.
You stay right where you are.
But look here, Jack. The car will be here in another minute. Now, if we don't get down and flag it, it'll be gone and we'll still be without transportation.
Yeah, son, it'll flash right by.
Let it flash by.
Well, hey, and us have to walk 10 miles to breakfast?
Is your breakfast more important than this girl's safety?
Yeah, that is a problem.
I don't see any problem.
Well, I do. Which would you rather do, sacrifice a girl's honor or my stomach?
Well, there she is.
Going right by.
Apparently, they aren't going by after all.
No, they've seen our car in the ditch.
Can you see how many there are, Rodden?
3. 2 men in the front seat and 1 in the back.
Getting out to examine our automobile.
Jove, look at the size of those 2 young chaps getting out of the front seat.
Real honest-to-goodness farmer boys. Reggie, how'd you like to tangle with one of them?
Right. I hope I don't have to.
That man in the back seat, he's much older.
Yeah. He seems doggone curious about our automobile.
Why shouldn't they be? Car in the ditch way out here?
I say, they're looking over here.
Yeah. Well, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. You mean they'll be coming over here?
They're bound to. And if they do, they're almost sure to find the girl.
Well, son, we can't have that.
But is there anything we can do?
Yeah. Let's slide down off the stack and go to meet them.
And if they're still curious about the haystack after that?
We're in good health. What's to keep us from stopping them?
Son, I was hoping you'd say them words. Come on, Reggie. Let's go see if we can't get ourselves a little fist fighting.
The further adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Metro Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Six o'clock in the morning, on top of a haystack in somebody's pasture somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, while Reggie and Jack slept in the rear seat of the car, Doc tried for a shortcut, ran the car onto a private road some 10 miles from civilization, and turned it over in a ditch. The trio, making the best of it, found a haystack and turned in for the night. Shortly after dawn, they awakened and lay discussing means of getting breakfast and help when the girl on foot approached up the road. Suddenly, she saw the dust of an automobile behind her, and in a panic, she ran to the haystack and burrowed in, unaware of the trio up above. The approaching car was on the point of speeding past when the driver saw the boys' car in the ditch and pulled up. After examining it, their attention was turned to the haystack some 100 yards distant. Jack, realizing if the three in the car came to the haystack, they'd find the girl, decided that he and Doc and Reggie should descend from the stack and go to meet the occupants of the car.
All right, Reggie, slide off the haystack.
Well, I say, right out in plain view of those three chappies over yonder?
Well, why not?
Righto.
Take it easy, son. That's 20 feet down to the ground.
Well, the sides aren't too steep. I can slide all the way down.
Yeah, but you're going to slide fast.
Well, here goes.
Never mind that.
Never mind that.
Boy, he shot down that haystack like a toboggan sled.
Doc. Huh? Those men have seen us. Get down, quick.
Yeah, here we go.
You came down fast, all right.
Hey, that's okay. A little pile of hay to land on.
Well, man could use a parachute.
Look out, here comes Jack.
Well, that was quick.
Talk about shooting the chutes. Reminds me of the time me and my female cousin Winnie Mae slid off a roof on the farm.
Mm-hmm.
Only it was splinters that time. Well, what do we do now?
Well, those three men looked to me slightly on the antagonistic side.
Yeah, just standing over yonder staring at us. Do we go over?
That's what we came down for. Come on.
Yeah. Now, those two younger chaps, a bit on the brawny side, wasn't they?
Yeah, built like a couple of bull rhipotamus.
Like what?
Ain't you never heard of a rhipotamus?
I assure you, I never have.
Yeah, kind of a second cousin on his mother's side to a hipponoceros.
I see.
Now, when we get over to him, Doc, don't start getting humorous.
Okay. Only you know how I am when I think of something funny.
Well, try not to think of anything funny.
Them's orders?
Definite orders.
That's all I want to know.
Well, the nearer we approach, the more those two look alike.
Probably Siamese twins or something.
No. I say not Siamese.
No? Well, they do look a little bit more like Scandinavians, don't they?
Well, they're Nordic, all right. Blonde, fair, thick bull necks.
Not too intelligent looking, I'd say.
Yeah, fine a pair of identical morons as I've come across yet.
Old chappie looks like a pretty fair sort of citizen, though, huh?
Well, that's enough comment. They quite definitely don't like our looks.
Well, that goes double.
Doc, behave yourself.
Hey there, you men.
You talking to us?
Who else? How are you? Good thing you came along.
Go say.
Ask him if he's got a fried egg about him.
Doc, I told you to cut the comedy.
Okay.
I suppose you men know you're trespassing.
Unintentionally, I assure you.
So you say.
Well, if you can think of any reason why we'd maroon ourselves out here in this wasteland on purpose, I'll put in with you.
That haystack yonder is private property.
Sleeping in it do any damage?
Tain't allowed.
Now, look. What would you have done if you'd run your car into a ditch at midnight?
I ain't got no car.
Looks to me like you have.
That's the boss's car.
Well, that's beside the point.
Besides, what was you doing out here at midnight anyhow?
We took the wrong road and got lost. And if you want to do us a favor, you can hitch a tow rope onto our car and pull us right side up and out of that ditch.
This ain't much of a place for doing favors.
Well, now, that's an ornery thing to say.
Doc.
Well, if you want to know what I think...
Nobody does. So you won't give us a hand, huh?
I don't know. Ain't made up my mind yet.
Well, when you do, will you let us know?
I might. Might not.
Well, while you're trying to decide, would you mind telling me something about your bodyguard?
Oh, bodyguard?
Yeah, these two hunks of men. Don't they never say nothing?
Oh, them's Big Swede and Little Swede.
Look here. Big Swede and Little Swede, huh? Well, how do you tell which is Little Swede?
The Little Swede can't talk no English. Big Swede talks some English.
And that's the only way you can tell them apart.
That's the only way I can tell them apart.
Well, doggone. You say something to him, and the one what looks intelligent's Big Swede.
Well, I wouldn't say exactly intelligent.
Yeah. Hello, son. Nope. That must be Little Swede. Hello, Big Swede. Glad to meet you. Hey, what's the matter? Nothing happened there either.
All right, that's enough, Doc.
Well, I'm plumb curious.
We'll save it. If you don't mind, I'd like to introduce ourselves.
Go right ahead.
Oh. Well, I'm Jack Packard.
Jack Packard, huh?
Yes, do you mind?
It's a good name as any, I suppose.
Thanks. This is Reggie York.
Now, that's a silly name, ain't it?
I say, old boy.
Never mind, Reggie. And this red-headed Texan is Doc Long.
Is, huh?
Well, ain't you going to say glad to meet us?
Nope.
Why, you lop-eared cow.
Stop it, Doc. Would you mind saying who you are?
I'm Jasper.
Jasper, huh? Is that all?
Ain't it enough?
Why not? Well, have you made up your mind about pulling us out of the ditch?
Don't push me.
Oh,
Hey,
sorry.
Looky here, fella. We ain't had no breakfast yet this morning.
Well, I was reading in a book where people eat too much anyway.
Well, ain't you the sympathetic cuss?
I don't aim to be.
And another thing, tell Big Swede and Little Swede to stop standing there glaring at us.
Ain't doing no hurt.
No, except they give me the willies. Standing there like that, like they was waiting to jump us.
They would, too. A word from me, your names would be mincemeat.
Hey, now, you ain't bragging, are you?
Never mind that, Doc.
Well, are we going to stand here and let him intimate that them two gorillas can...
We're a lot more interested in getting our car out of the ditch.
Just a minute. Is one of your boys aiming to say he can lick one of the Swedes?
No.
I am, too. I'm a-saying me and Reggie here can wipe the ground up with them two boys of yours.
Doc, I told you to...
Well, we can, and I'm here to prove it.
Joe, Doc.
Well, now, that's mighty interesting. I think the boss would like to meet you, boys.
Boss?
Yes, the boss is what you might say, cracked on the subject of prize fighting.
Now, see what you've got yourself in for, Doc?
How you mean, prize fighting?
Well, he just likes it. He likes prize fighting better than most folks like Saturday night bingo.
Well, we haven't got the time.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Let's see what he's got to say.
Naturally, we don't get no professional matches up this way. Living out here on a 40,000-acre ranch, we don't get much of anything.
All very interesting.
Jack, will you hush up? Now, what's that got to do with us going to see your boss, Mr. Jasper?
Well, on account of he likes prize fighting so much, he kind of built his own ring, if you get what I mean.
Yes, I do. And I don't like it.
Well, I do. Keep it talking, fella.
As I was saying, having his own ring, he's always on the lookout for fighting men.
Home talent, huh? And is Big Swede and Little Swede a couple of his fighters?
They're his prime favorites.
Well, what you know?
Doc, I could break your neck with pleasure.
What you talking about? Well, we couldn't any more pass this up than... How about it, Reggie? We ain't scared, are we?
No, of course not, but...
But nothing. Son, you hitch your automobile onto ours and pull us out of the ditch, and we'll go talk to your boss about smacking these two Nordic babies clean back where they come from.
Deal?
It's nothing of the kind.
Well, I say it is, and Reggie says it is. That's two against
But,
one.
Doc, I didn't say
Sure
anything.
you did, fella. You ain't never run out on a good fight. Not never.
But it's insane, Doc. It's one thing to fight for a purpose, but just to get into a ring for the pleasure of a wealthy farmer because he likes
Well,
prize
make
fights.
up your minds, gents. I ain't got all day.
I say no.
I say yes. Well, what do you say, Reggie?
Jove, now,
You don't care one way or the other. Is that it, Reggie?
I say I wouldn't mind a bit of a round with one of those chappies. It might be very interesting. On the other hand, Jack's quite right.
go, Jack. Okay, Jack, we're stymied, so I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll flip you a nickel. Heads we fight, tails we stick our tails between our legs and get for home.
Shouldn't even do that.
Oh, come on. Where's your sporting blood? Heads we fight, tails we don't. Here she goes.
All right. Now, here, let alone. Let me see that.
Heads she is.
Should have known better than to let a crazy idiot like you...
Okay, Jasper, hook on to us and pull us out of the ditch.
That's the way it's going to be, huh?
That's the way it's going to be. And are your two hunks of humanity going to be sorry? Go on. Hook your automobile onto us.
Ain't going to need the car. Big Swede, little Swede will lift you out of the ditch.
I say you mean those two chaps. But...
Sure. Go on, you fellas. Put that machine back on the road.
Well, doggone. They're going on to do it.
I say, Doc, perhaps Jack was right after all.
Now, just a minute, you fellas. There's something else.
I think that's plenty for now.
Well, this is something else. You fellas been over in that haystack since last night?
Yeah, that's right.
See anything of a girl?
A girl? Out in this no man's land?
That's what I'm asking you. Did you see a girl?
Certainly not. Was she in an automobile?
No, she weren't in no automobile.
Horseback, huh?
No, not on horseback.
Well, what sort of looking gal was she?
Oh, kind of yaller-haired, small. Prettiest thing in all the state of California.
Yeah, well, what would any female gal like that be doing traipsing around on foot way out here?
She was running away from home, if it's any of your business.
You don't say. You're home?
No, I ain't married.
Oh, I see. But you want to get married.
No, I don't want to get married, and I'll stomp the man's teeth out who says that I do.
Then would you mind saying who this gal is?
She's the boss's daughter, if it's any of your business.
Which, of course, it ain't.
That's what I was thinking. So you ain't seen her?
No, I'm afraid not. But will you tell me why the daughter of a man who owns 40,000 acres of land is running away from home at 6 o'clock in the morning?
Because she's 18 and got just as much spirit as her old man.
Is that what brought you out here looking for her?
Well, maybe it is, maybe it ain't.
Now, ain't that a pretty business, hunting down gals? It's a wonder to me you ain't got bloodhounds on her trail.
You want a poke in the nose?
Now, looky, you're lots older than me.
Well, keep your comments to yourself about that girl, and that's just what you're going to get.
Well, I still think it's a mighty mangy trick, running around the country trying to catch a gal that don't want to be caught. What kind of an old buzzard is her old man anyway?
Never mind that either. He's my boss.
Yeah, I get it. Well, Jasper, old kid.
Jack, will you look at those two men?
Holy jumping catfish.
Lifting that car back on the road as though it were a sack of flour.
And them's the two guys we're supposed to fight.
Oh, quite.
Yes, sir. A couple of bull elephants.
Well, you asked for it. I hope you're satisfied.
Adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morris, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Forson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Rooten as Jasper.
Well, sir, you want to know what happened next? You want to know what happened when Reggie sinks his fist in Big Sweet's kisser? You like to know what Jack said to the girl with the yeller hair and what she said to him? Well, then you just listen to I Love a Mystery tomorrow night. That's right, tomorrow night, when you're going to meet Miss Jack Dempsey Ross in person. Thank you kindly.
Ted Malley speaking. This is the world's largest network, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
National Broadcasting System presents I Love a Masquerade. Transcribed. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. 7 o'clock in the morning on a private road of a 40,000-acre ranch somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, Doc took a shortcut, got lost, and landed the boys' car in a ditch 10 miles from anywhere. The three spent the rest of the night in a nearby haystack. At 6 the next morning, from the top of the haystack, they watched a girl approach down the abandoned road. Suddenly, the dust cloud of an approaching car sent her running for the haystack. Quickly, she burrowed into the hay and lay still. The car stopped when the occupants saw the boys' machine in the ditch. Jack, Doc, and Reggie slid down the haystack and went to meet them. 2 of the 3 men were young giants, almost identical, known as Big Swede and Little Swede. The only way of telling them apart was that Big Swede spoke a little English. The third and older man was Jasper. Jack asked him to pull them out of the ditch.
Yes, and that was when Jasper made me a counter-proposal. He said he'd get us out if we'd return with him to the ranch house and fight the 2 Swedes. That the big boss was prize-fight crazy and had a private ring. Well, I was against it, but Doc was all for it and won his point. So Jasper sent the 2 Swedes over, and with apparent ease, they lifted the car out of the ditch. Then Jasper asked if we'd seen a girl in the vicinity. Said she was the daughter of the ranch owner and was running away from home.
Reggie, I swear to goodness. Did you see what them 2 Swede boys did, John?
I say, and those are the 2 chappies we've just agreed to fight.
Well, you made a bargain. Can't go back on it now.
You'd hold us to it against our wishes?
You sure would. You agreed to come to the ranch and put on a fight for the boss if we get your car out of the ditch. There's no backing out now.
Well, who the heck said anything about backing out?
I just wanted to warn you. Big and Little Swede can throw that car back in the ditch as easy as they lifted her out.
Now, just a minute, Jasper, whatever your name is.
Well, deal's a deal, I always say.
Oh, you always say that.
Exactly, in so many words.
Well, just get this through your head. Nobody gets very far with us using threats.
A bargain's a bargain, I always say.
There's quite a heap of things you always say, seems to me.
And when I says them, I mean them.
That's all right. We made a bargain, we'll keep it. But don't get it into your head that you're forcing us into anything.
No?
No. We don't force worth a cent. Doc, you and Reggie go over and see if the car's all right.
Sure. Come on, Reggie.
Righto. Shouldn't be too much wrong with it.
And maybe we can get them Swede boys to let us feel their muscles.
Why do you want to do that?
Well, I kind of like to find out if they got fighting muscle or just common, ordinary lifting muscle.
That's right. There is a bit of a difference, all right.
Oh, howdy, boys. Huh. Not a spark out of either of them.
Jasper said you could tell Big Swede because he could talk a little English.
Yeah. Which one of you talks American? Oh, you won't talk, huh?
Well, perhaps you tell us which one of you is Big Swede.
Well, honest to Grandma, Reggie, I ain't never come across anything like it. 2 great big hooks are standing there shoulder to shoulder giving us a deadpan.
Bit rummy, all right.
Now, look, you fellas, are you just playing dead, or don't you, honest to goodness, understand the United States?
Well, it's no use, Doc. Not a flicker from either.
Reminds me of the time my cousin Winnie Mae got her jaws glued together chewing beeswax.
Mm-hmm.
Her papa had to knock out one of her front teeth with the butt of his 6-shooter so they could feed her.
Joe, it's a bit primitive, what?
Oh, Winnie Mae didn't mind. She used that empty tooth to spit through. Blind a squirrel with tobacco juice at 20 pesos.
Oh, how old was Winnie Mae at the time?
Well, let's see. That's the year before she eloped with Ernie Schulter.
Mm-hmm.
Who must have been going on about 10, I reckon.
Oh, kid. Hey, Doc, what's the matter? Won't the car start?
Oh, I ain't tried it yet. I was just telling Reggie about Winnie Mae.
Oh, blast Winnie Mae.
Jack, you oughtn't to talk that way about my blood relations. It ain't chivalry.
Doc.
Okay. Yeah, I reckon we ought to try out the automobile at that.
You want me to get in?
No, I'll do it. Yes. Feels the same to sit in.
Oh, did you think it wouldn't?
Hi, up front there. Hey, you two Swedes, get out of the way. No telling what this thing will do when I start her up. Hey, did you hear what I said? Stand aside. Hey, Reggie, go on up there and push them two big bull elephants over to the side of the road.
Right. Now then, you boys stand aside, eh? I said stand aside.
That's it, Reggie. Push him.
Why, you...
Hey, Reggie, he swung on you.
Swing on me, will you?
Attaboy, Reggie. He's sagging. He's going down. Reggie, son, you knocked him out.
Jove, I badly near broke my fist doing it.
One Swede down and one to go.
Oh, I say we can't hit this other chap. He hasn't even moved. Matter of fact, the expression on his face hasn't changed.
Well, come on, fella. Put up your dukes. What's the matter with you? Ain't you going to fight for your partner?
What's going on? Here, Doc, stop it. What's going on here?
Hey, what's the matter with little Swede?
Well, Reggie just up and knocked him out.
Knocked him out? I don't believe it.
Well, maybe you'd like him to knock out Big Swede, too, just to prove it.
Stop it, Doc. What was the matter, Reggie?
Sorry, I lost my temper for a moment. Doc wanted to start the car, and the two were standing directly in the way. Well, we asked him to move, and then I went over and started to push them to the side of the road, and that chappie swung on me, and I let him have it.
That's a lie. You hit him with something.
Mr. Jasper, did you say I lied?
You hit him with something.
Sure he did, with his fist.
Did you say I lied?
Now, see here, young fella.
Did you say I lied?
No, on second thought, maybe I was a mite hasty. You swear you just up and knocked him out?
Certainly.
Well. You're sure? There was no trick about it.
If you're insinuating,
No,
Mr. Jasper...
no, don't get me wrong. In fact, it's the best thing that's happened. Well, come on, boys. What are we waiting for? Let's get back to home ranch. Big Swede, pick up Little Swede there and toss him in the back of my car.
Just a minute. I don't know whether our machine will go or not.
Well, hurry up and find out. If it won't go, I'll tow you in. Just one thing, though, boys. Can you keep this a secret?
What do you mean?
You mind not saying anything at the home ranch about knocking out Little Swede?
Why should we?
Sure, that's the stuff. Spoil the big fight for the boss if he knew beforehand one of his men been knocked out by one of you.
The big fight?
Sure, in the ring at the ranch. Y'all promise not to say anything.
All right.
That's talking. Now I'll go get my car and bring it up alongside.
Whoa, what's it all about, Jack?
I don't know. He certainly got awful friendly after he saw what Reggie could do.
I say, I'm getting rather keen to see what the home ranch and the boss is like.
Have you both forgotten that girl over in the haystack?
Hey, that's right.
Well, now listen. I want a chance to talk to her. It's apparent that Jasper and the two Swedes were chasing her. What I want to do is get rid of them.
Yeah, so's we can have a nice, cozy chat with the little lady.
Not we.
What you mean, not we?
You and Reggie are going back to the ranch house with Jasper and the two Swedes.
Hey, now, Jack.
Will you listen, Doc? We haven't got much time. If you two are with him, he won't be worried about me not following. That'll give me the chance I want.
Quite. Well, we'll go with him.
Well, yeah, but I'm the ladies' man in this outfit.
Here he comes. Now do as I say. Let me do the talking.
What's the matter? Won't you start?
Self-starter was stuck. I think I got it fixed now. I'll try it. Yeah. Seems to be all right. Hey, how about Reggie and Doc riding back with you?
Sure. It's a good idea. Lots of room.
Righto. Come on, Doc.
Okay, but I ain't happy about it, I can tell you.
If you lose me, take the road to the right about 3 miles down. Take you right up to the ranch house.
Thanks. I may have to take it a little easy. Now we'll see what that girl in the haystack has to say for herself. All right. Safe to come out. Hey, wherever you are, come on out. Apparently, she doesn't believe me. Oh, no use trying to hide anymore. You're not at all well covered up. That's a very pretty silk stocking sticking out of the hay. Well, hello.
You couldn't either see my leg sticking out of the hay.
I know. That was one way to find you.
Well, that's cheating. You should be ashamed.
Oh, I am. You know, sitting up in the hay that way, you look like my picture of Aphrodite emerging from the ocean spray.
A few more clothes on, I hope.
Yes, but she was no better looking.
Say, who are you, anyhow?
I'm Jack Packard. Who are you?
You don't know who I am?
No.
I thought everybody in this part of the country knew me.
I'm not from this part of the country.
I'm Jacqueline Ross.
How do you do, Jack?
How do you do, Mr. Packard?
You know, you're a very nice young person to be running away from home and hiding in a haystack.
I thought you didn't know anything about me.
Well, I was on top of this haystack and saw you run over here and dive in.
But how did you know I was running away from home?
Because the car you were running from stopped over on the road, and a man named Jasper seemed very anxious to find you.
Oh, was it only Jasper? If I'd known that, I wouldn't have run.
Well, there were 2 Scandinavian boys with him.
Oh, they wouldn't have made any difference. They don't ever say anything anyhow.
I see. Well, now that I've found you, what am I going to do with you?
Oh, I like that. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
It looks like I've suddenly become your guardian angel.
Oh, no, you haven't.
Oh, yes, I have.
Are you being funny?
No.
Well, I'm not going back to my father, and that's that.
Why?
Because I'm going to choose the man I marry no matter what anybody says.
Good, good. That'll be our thought for the day. Marry anyone we choose in spite of anybody.
You agree to that?
I do. How old are you?
18?
So your father wants you to marry one man and you want to marry another.
Yes.
Isn't there anything that would make him see it your way?
Yes, but it's silly.
What's silly?
Well, he's crazy about prize fights. He's so crazy about prize fights. You know what he named me? His own daughter?
You said your name was Jacqueline.
Well, that isn't what he named me. He named me Jack Dempsey Ross.
What?
Yes, he did. Because Jack Dempsey is his favorite champion. That's just how crazy he is about prize fighting.
But what's that to do with you marrying whom you want?
Well, the only way I can marry Duke is if Duke can get a fighter that can whip Big Swede and Little Swede.
Would you say that again?
I know it sounds crazy, but that's my father. If Duke can
Duke's
find...
the man you want to marry?
Yes, if Duke can find a fighter who can whip the 2 Swedes, Father will agree to me marrying Duke. He's got a real prize fight ring right on the ranch.
Yes, Jasper told me that.
But it's silly. There's nobody around here who would even dare get in the ring with them. They're too big and strong.
Now, just a minute. Which side of the fence is Jasper on?
He's a love. He's done everything to help me.
Well, I thought he worked for your father.
He does. He's foreman of the ranch. Well, if Father knew he was helping me run away.
Helping you run away? I thought he was chasing you.
No. I'm sure he was hoping to find me and take me out into town.
Is that where you were going, into town?
No. I'm supposed to meet Duke right here.
Well, we'll sit right here and wait for Duke. I'd like to meet that young man.
Hey, you mean you'll help us elope?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh. So you're a traitor.
Here, just a minute.
So that's the kind of a man you are. Ruin a girl's whole life.
But if you just listen...
I don't want to listen. You just wait till Duke gets here. I hope he's got a gun. I hope he's got a great big gun.
A cannon, maybe?
Well, anyway, something to shoot you with.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at the same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Forson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Ruten as Jasper, and Mercedes McCambridge as Miss Jack Dempsey Ross. Whether you're a sporting fan or not, you'll want to hear this week's Sports for All show over most of these stations on Thursday night. For Bill Slater's guests this week are 2 of America's great inspirational sports names. There's prize fighter Barney Ross and ex-New York Giants football star, whom Grantland Rice named for all-time All-American football honors, Ken Strong. So hear them on Sports for All this Thursday night. Frank McCarthy speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed. Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. 7 o'clock in the morning, on the lee side of a big haystack in an isolated section of Jim Ross's 40,000-acre ranch somewhere in Yolo County, California. Last night, Jack, Doc, and Reggie spent the night in this same haystack when Doc got lost and ran their car into a ditch 10 miles from the nearest town. This morning, from the top of the stack, they saw a girl approach on foot and then run and hide in the stack below them on the appearance of a car in the distance. The car drew up abruptly when the driver saw the three comrades' car in the ditch, and the trio slid down from the stack to ask for help. They were met by Jasper and Big and Little Swede.
Yes, that's when we learned that we were on the Jim Ross ranch, of which Jasper was foreman. That the ranch consisted of 40,000 acres, that Jim Ross was a prize fight fan, even to having his own prize ring on the ranch. That the two Scandinavian boys, Big and Little Swede, were the big boss's favorite fighters. And it would be well worth anyone's time if he could whip these two young giants. Against my judgment, Doc accepted the challenge, and Reggie sided in with him.
Yeah, and was Jasper tickled. He insisted we should go back to the ranch house with him after Big and Little Swede had lifted their car back onto the road. Jack took our car and sent me and Reggie on ahead with Jasper and the Swedes.
As soon as they were out of sight, I went back to the haystack and found the hiding girl. She turned out to be Jacqueline, Jack Dempsey, Ross, 20-year-old daughter of the big boss, running away from home to elope with a man she loved. A man named Duke. She said she was to meet Duke here at the haystack and asked me to help them. When I said I thought not, she flew into a rage and dissolved into tears, refusing to listen to anything I tried to say.
Oh, why? Why does a girl ever trust a man?
You're acting like a little fool.
That's it. Call me names. Way out here with nothing for miles but this haystack.
But if you'll just calm down.
I am calm.
All right, all right. If you're calm, then listen to me.
I won't. I tell you all about me. I trust you. And then you turn on me.
I haven't turned on you.
You have too.
Oh. You women make me sick.
There, you see, you hate women. You like seeing me miserable.
What you need is a good spank.
Sir, don't you dare lay hands on me.
I'm not going to lay hands on you, but somebody ought to.
Oh, just you wait till Duke hears about this. Just you wait.
Well, if Duke's a smart man, he'll never show up.
What do you mean?
Well, just that you've got a temper like a catamount and a disc like two cats with their tails tied together.
I have not.
I say you have. If your father's trying to palm you off on some man, I'd say he has an awful grudge against you.
You're absolutely and completely horrid. And you couldn't tell the truth if you wanted to.
Couldn't I?
No, you can't. I'm young and lovely. And every young man in the country's crazy about me.
They're crazy, all right. Hey, there's a car coming up the road.
Oh, you suppose it's father?
Well, suppose he's your father, then what?
But he mustn't find me. I'm eloping. I don't want anybody but Duke to find me.
Well, maybe it's Duke.
But supposing it isn't?
Well, then you better get back under the hay until we find out.
What good will that do? You'll tell on me.
Will I?
Well, you said you wouldn't help me.
No, I won't help you run away, but neither will I give you away.
Do you mean that?
Well, look, if you don't want to be seen, you better dive back into that hay. That car's getting close.
Oh, yeah. I got a nice little nest dug down here.
Well, lie still. I'll finish covering it. Well?
I'm sorry I was so rotten. I didn't mean to think like that.
It's too late. You've already shown what kind of a girl you are.
Oh, I hate you worse than any man I ever knew.
Now, you better keep still. That man's getting out of his car and coming over here.
Is it your father?
How do I know whether it's your father? I never saw him in my life.
Has he got a paunch and red hair?
Shut up. Oh, good morning. Is this your haystack?
No, it isn't my haystack. Hey, what are you doing here?
I slept here last night.
Yeah?
Yeah. My name's Jack Packard. What's your name?
Does it make any difference?
It might.
I asked you what you were doing here.
And I said I slept here last night.
Well, you're not sleeping here now, are you?
No.
Then would you mind moving on?
Well, that's not very friendly.
Well, I don't feel very friendly.
That's too bad. Hangover?
No.
I thought maybe it was, and you'd come out here to this haystack to sleep it off.
Well, I didn't.
Mind telling me why you did come out here?
Yes?
Yes, what?
Yes, I mind telling you.
Oh. Your name wouldn't be Duke, would it?
How did you know that?
And you wouldn't be looking for a girl named Jack Dempsey Ross, would you?
Her name isn't Jack Dempsey. It's Jacqueline.
Well, the way I heard it, her father's a nut about prize fighting and named his only child after his favorite ring champion. And his name certainly wasn't Jacqueline.
Say, who are you anyway?
I told you that once. Jack Packard.
Well, supposing I am Duke Carter, and supposing I am here to meet Jacqueline, what of it?
Going to run away with her, aren't you?
Is that any of your business?
Going to marry the girl?
Say, look here now.
I asked you a simple question, and I repeat it. Are you going to marry her?
Certainly I'm going to marry her today.
I wouldn't if I were you.
What?
I wouldn't even elope with her.
Say, are you crazy?
No.
Then why shouldn't I marry her? If I can get her out from under her old man's thumb.
Because she's got a horrible temper.
She has not.
Oh, yes, she has. She's a wild Indian if I ever saw one.
I don't care if she's a Fiji Islander. If I love her and I want to marry her, I'll do it, and it's none of your business.
You feel that way, do you?
Yes, I feel that way.
She isn't very pretty.
That's a lie.
Her legs are too long.
They are not.
I don't see what you can see in her.
I'll tell you what I see in her. She's the most beautiful, the most charming, the loveliest girl that was ever born. And if you say she's not, take off your coat and see what happens to you.
Well, Duke, I guess you win.
Certainly I... Huh? What do you mean?
Come on out from under the hay, Jack Dempsey.
Jacqueline.
Say, you...
You speaking to me?
Yes. Stop calling me Jack Dempsey.
But you told me
I
yourself.
don't care what I told you. You stop calling me Jack Dempsey. And another thing.
I'm listening.
You're everything I ever said about you for saying all those things to Duke.
What difference did it make? They didn't even faze him. He's in love.
Jacqueline, has this man been annoying you?
He certainly has.
All right, you. Take off your coat.
What for?
I'm going to give you the worst licking you ever had.
Well, listen to the boy.
You heard what I said.
Well, it's pretty hot for a fight, even this early in the morning. Besides, I haven't had breakfast yet.
I said to
I heard what you said. I like a good fight myself at the right time and place, but this isn't it. Let's sit down and talk.
Oh, come on, Duke. Let him alone. We got to get started.
Sit down.
Hey, you pushed that girl.
You sit down, too.
Why, you...
That's better. Now then, listen to me. I like you two.
You like us?
That's what I said.
Well, you sure have a great way of showing it.
Now then, listen to me. You two are making the mistake of your lives running away to get married like this.
Well, that's our business.
Well, I'm making it mine. You run away and Jack Dempsey here will be disinherited by old man Ross.
I told you not to go...
Isn't that the truth?
Yes.
To look at you, Duke, I'd say you weren't any too well off.
Well, I've got a little ranch.
Sure, but it'd be a lot better if you both stood in well with the girl's father, wouldn't it?
But I told you. He wants me to marry another man.
With one exception.
Oh, it's crazy.
Well, nevertheless, he's agreed to let you marry Jacqueline here if you can bring an amateur prize fighter into the ring who can whip Big Swede and Little Swede.
Yes, but where can I find anyone like that? Well, there isn't a fighter in these parts who isn't afraid of them.
You're wrong.
What?
I've got a partner who can knock the stuffings out of either of those Scandinavian boys.
Oh, you're nuts.
Don't tell me I'm nuts, son.
Why not?
Because I don't like it.
All right. If you've got a man who can do what you say, where is he?
He and my other sidekick have already gone back to the ranch house with the foreman of your father's ranch.
Jasper?
Yes.
But if Father gets hold of him first. I mean, before Duke.
I thought you said Jasper was on your side.
He is.
Well, Jasper seemed awfully pleased about something. I don't think he's going to let your father get hold of Reggie before he's had a talk with you and Duke.
Reggie?
That's the boy who can whale the tar out of the Swedes.
How do you know he can do it?
Because he already knocked out one of them this morning.
Are you sure?
Ask Jasper. He saw it done.
Oh, Duke, do you suppose?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Well, look, even if you're doubtful, it's worth taking a chance, isn't it? If by some hook or crook Reggie is defeated, you can still elope sometime in the future.
Well, I guess so.
And this way you're gambling on staying in the old man's goodwill and still getting the girl.
And what do you say, Jack?
Oh, yes. Please, let's try
Well,
it.
I don't know. After all, I'm marrying you and not your father's money.
Oh, don't be silly. I know that.
Well, if you do...
Of course I do. And after all, Father is all alone in the world except for me. I mean, if I can have you both, it'll be so much better.
Good, then that's settled. Now then, let's all get to the ranch house as fast as possible.
Hey, wait a minute. Old man Ross ordered me off his place and threatened to shoot me if I ever came back.
He won't shoot anybody.
Oh, you don't know Father.
Oh, never mind. I'll see he doesn't shoot anybody. That is, until you've had a chance to tell him about your fighter. After that...
if he once knows Duke's got a fighter to put up against his men, he'll forget all about his grudge.
Good. Then let's go tell him.
Well, if I get shot...
If you get shot, I'll personally tie up your wounds. And if you die, I'll chant hymns on your grave every night for a year.
That isn't a bit funny.
You think not? You can hear me chant a hymn once.
Jacqueline, this fellow sounds to me like he's talking through his hat. You think he's really got a fighter?
Oh, I don't know. I've never seen him before.
Now, look, am I going to have to hog-tie you two kids to get you to the ranch house?
Well, you are telling the truth.
Oh, do we have to go over all that again?
I suppose you know I'm trusting the honor of a good woman in your hands.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. You're trusting the honor of a good woman in my hands.
If you're making light of
Oh,
what
come on. Stop acting like the hero and the drunkard, and let's get started. And just so you won't get any ideas about eloping, after all, you ride in my car, Jack Dempsey.
You don't stop calling me Jack Dempsey.
I know. You're going to be mad at me again.
Oh, why wasn't I born a man with lots of muscle? But just you wait. My father'll take care of you.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Mercedes McCambridge as Miss Jack Dempsey Ross. Frank McCarthy speaking. You know, maybe he works at a desk next to yours or on a machine down the line. Now, he makes the same money you do, yet he can afford to send his son through college. How does he do it? Well, it's simple. You see, he played it smart. He started buying United States savings bonds through the payroll savings plan when it first started. And today he's got more than enough to see his boy through college. Now, if he can do it, so can you. Plan to put twice as much in savings bonds as you're doing now, and save that money before you spend it. With the automatic purchase of savings bonds, you'll pile up savings that will buy you a home of your own, or a college education for your children, and old age without financial worries. Join the part payment payroll savings plan where you work, or if you're self-employed, use the bond-a-month plan where you bank. If you can't participate in a regular plan, buy an extra bond now at any bank or post office. Don't delay. Your own future, your country's future can't wait. Buy United States savings bonds. This program came from New York. There are sports thrills for all on Sports for All over most of these stations tonight. Hear Bill Slater with his sport guest, Fightmaster Barney Ross, and the all-time All-American football star Ken Strong on Sports for All tonight. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Looky, Jack, ain't I about the prettiest thing you ever did see? Purple trunks and everything.
Doc, they are positively ghastly.
What you mean, ghastly? They asked me what colored trunks I wanted to fight in, and I said the purplest purple they had. And these is them.
Yes, there's no doubt about them being purple, all right.
Yeah, they kind of match my red hair, don't you think?
No, I don't.
Well, that's because you ain't got no sense about colors, Jack. Well, maybe you're kind of colorblind or something.
I wish I was every time I look at you.
Well, you're simply going to overpower your cowboy opponent by sheer weight of color, Doc.
I'm going to overpower him with more in color. Boy, I'm going to wipe up the floor with that curly hombre.
The old fire eater himself.
You
huh?
dang tootin'. Hey, Jack, you better hurry up and get yourself in your trunks. Fights are starting pretty soon.
I'm not going to put on any trunks.
Well, you ain't?
I am not. I think the whole business is silly. I'm not going to make it any sillier by dolling myself up like a chorus girl.
What you mean, chorus girl? These here are honest-to-goodness fighting trunks.
And I'm still not going to put them on.
Well, you'll have to strip down to the waist. They'll insist on that.
Then I'll strip down to the waist.
Well, anyway, fella, now put on these regulation shoes. Well, you don't want to have your feet go slipping out from under you just when you're ready to give him the coup de grace.
What? Coup de grace.
Well, sure. Fighting in the ring ain't like fighting with your feet on solid ground. Come on here, put on these shoes.
All right, Doc, all right.
Well, come on out there. What are we waiting for?
Well, Doc, I say there's still 20 minutes until we're due at the ring.
What I want to know is, how did we get ourselves into this?
Well, that's simple. That curly cowboy got nasty with me, and I up and socked him to sleep. Now I got to give him a chance to get even. Only he ain't going to get even on account I'm going to send him bye-bye again.
Well, that doesn't answer my question.
Well, you ought to know how you got into this. That there Ole hombre barges around the corner of the barn and smacks into you, and then he ups and takes a swing at you.
Yeah, but why did he take a swing at you?
Because he has that kind of a disposition, I suppose.
Well, I think you're wrong.
Hey, what you talking about?
I think both of these fights are frame-ups.
Oh, look here, Jack.
How can they be frame-ups? Well, Curly picked a fight with me, and Ole picked a fight with you.
Well, that's just it. Two strangers pick quarrels with us out of the empty air. Why? It doesn't make sense.
Well, all I know is when a guy swings on me, he better duck on account of I'm going to swing right back.
Certainly. That's just what Jim Ross
I
anticipated.
say, are you saying Mr. Ross deliberately set those men on you?
Sure he did. It's as plain as the nose on your face.
Well, what did he want to do that for?
For tonight's show.
I say, do you think his love of prize fighting would make him go that far? I mean, say, deliberately start a quarrel so that the men would fight it out in his own private prize ring?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. You heard him say he had 150 men working for him.
That's quite.
And he also said that they put on 2 or 3 grudge fights in the ring every Wednesday night.
Yeah, sure he did.
Well, doesn't it sound a little unreasonable to you that 150 men can't work together without having 2 or 3 bitter quarrels every week?
Joe, that does seem a large percentage.
Unless all his men are as ornery as Ole and Curly.
Well, if they are, they've been made that way by Jim Ross.
What you driving at, son?
I think that man spends all his spare time causing trouble among his men just for the pleasure of seeing them fight.
Why, the old son of a gun.
Yeah, and we've fallen very neatly into his trap.
Well, son, I reckon ain't nothing we can do about it at this stage of the game.
No, but we can see that we don't fall into the trap again.
Well, I don't see how. Every time anybody takes a swat at me around this here ranch, I'm going to bop 'em right back.
Yes, and that's another fight for the ring.
Nothing of the kind. We'll insist on settling the argument right then and there.
Yeah, sure. That's the way to handle it. Hey, where's Duke Carter? I ain't seen him all evening.
Oh, look here. He's about somewhere with Jacqueline Ross. Naturally.
Yeah, I suppose so. Lucky stiff. Only good-looking girl in miles. She's got to be in love with somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Well, your women always seem to be in love with someone else, Doc.
Yeah, I can't figure it out.
No.
Me being as popular as I am with women.
Just the same, Jack. That was a smart understanding you had with Mr. Ross, insisting that his daughter and Duke could see as much of each other as they liked until the fight.
Oh, I didn't do it for them. I just thought it'd make the old man uncomfortable.
You don't like him?
Oh, he's all right, I guess. Only this prize fight mania proves that he's got a cruel streak in him. And I don't like that.
Yeah. I never thought about that.
You know, I say, there's one thing I don't care about.
Well, what's that, Ray?
This business of 2 weeks of training. He's already talking about coming over to here and watching me train. What does he expect me to do? Put on a show for him?
Well, professionals always go through a lot of monkey business. Gym stuff, sparring partners, road work, stuff like that.
But I say I don't need it, and I won't have it.
And you don't have to do it either.
Oh, look here, if Ross expects it of me, well...
Oh, tell him to jump in the lake. Oh, by the way, Doc, I've got an idea. Let's see what you think of it.
Well, shoot, son.
How'd you like to go into the ring double tonight?
Double?
Yeah. We go in together. The old back-to-back stuff.
Hey, I think you got something, fella.
Yeah, it works in the open. I don't see why it wouldn't work in a prize ring.
Oh, boy, could we make Ole and Curly look silly.
It's spectacular and probably give the crowd some excitement.
But look here, do you suppose Ole and Curly would go for it?
Well, they will if Jim Ross tells them to.
Then all we got to do is sell the big boss on the idea.
Yeah, I can do that. He'll go for anything that's new and exciting.
I say, shall I go round up Jasper and have him take care of it?
Yeah, if you will, Reggie.
Hey, you suppose that's our call?
Well, I'll go have a look.
Well, tell him I'm a ripping and a raring to go.
Oh, I say, Mr. Ross. Miss Jacqueline?
Are the boys decent? Can we come in?
Yes, certainly. Come right in. We thought you two would be down at the ring.
No, there's lots of time for that. Hello, Mr. Packard.
Well, what's this?
Oh! Doc, what in the world are you wearing?
Hello, sugar. How you like my purple trunk?
They're terrible.
You must be colorblind, too. Oh, howdy, Mr. Ross.
Well, you boys ready for the fight?
Sure we're ready. And we'll give you some fighting that is fighting.
But we don't like it.
You don't like it?
No, we don't like
And
it.
I don't blame you either. I think my father is a mean, underhanded old man.
Jack Dempsey?
Well, I do. And Duke agrees with me. Framing Mr. Packard and Doc.
Young woman, who's running this shebang?
I don't care who's running it. You got Mr. Packard and Doc into this on purpose, and it's a mean trick. And Duke agrees with me.
Will you stop bringing that young whippersnapper into the conversation?
Duke is not a young whippersnapper.
Well, he is a young whippersnapper. He always was a whippersnapper, and he always will be a
Dad,
whippersnapper.
you're just saying that to infuriate
And
me.
you'll keep bringing his name into the conversation to infuriate
Duke
me.
is the sweetest man in the whole world.
Yes, he's probably the poorest man in the whole world.
He's not. Well, he won't be forever. He's got ambition.
That's right. He's got ambitions to inherit my money.
He has not.
I say he has.
I say he has.
Hey. You two, wait a minute here.
Doggone. Did you ever hear two people go on like that?
Well, what's a man to do with a daughter like Jack Dempsey? I ask you.
Yes, and I ask you, what can a girl do with a father like Jim Ross?
We're not interested in your family quarrel.
Well, you should be.
Honest to goodness, honey, do you and your papa go hammer and tongs like this all the time?
No, Dad can be as sweet as pie when he wants to. Trouble is, he never wants to.
Well, I tell you one thing. If my cousin Winnie Mae ever talked up to her papa like that, well, he'd have busted a rail fence over her and flung her off a cliff long ago.
You never said a truer word. She's spoiled rotten.
I don't care. I don't care about anything except marrying Duke Carter.
Well, you'll never marry him.
I will, too. Just as soon as Reggie wipes up the ground with Big Sweet, I'm going to marry Duke at the biggest wedding this county's ever seen, and you're going to pay for it.
When Reggie wipes up the floor with the big Swede.
Yes, and he can do it, too.
I say he can't do no such thing.
I say he can.
Well, I say he can't.
Hey, will you two wait a minute?
Reggie can lick Big Sweet any day in the week.
Jacqueline, will you shut up?
Oh, I don't care. He can, too.
Well, I agree with you, but I've got something more important to say right now.
What's more important than my marrying Duke?
Listen, Jack Dempsey.
Hey, don't call me Jack Dempsey.
Well, I am calling you Jack Dempsey. And if you don't keep still, I'm going to turn you over my knee and whale the living daylights out of you right here in front of your father.
That's the way to talk to a packet.
That's it. One girl against 4 men.
Honest to goodness, honey, you do talk awful loud and long for such a little piece of girl.
Will you all shut up and listen?
All right.
Now, look here, Ross. The fight starts in about 10 minutes.
That's right. All the boys are gathered down the ring, and Jasper's refereeing.
Well, I don't care about that. I'm interested in what Jacqueline said about you framing us into these fights.
Oh, she don't know what she's talking about.
I do, too.
Be still.
Yes, sir.
I think she does know what she's talking about. I suspected it before she gave it away.
Well, what about it?
Just this. We go through with the fights tonight. But don't try it again.
If one of my men picks a fight, you gotta fight him or show the white feather.
But we don't have to fight him in the ring. And we won't fight him in the ring.
No?
No. We'll knock him out where he stands, and that'll be the end of it. Now then, tonight, do you want a really good show?
What do you mean?
Put Doc and me in together with Curly and Ole.
4 men?
Why not? Then you'll see a really good fight.
You boys want to do it that way?
Certainly.
Then, boys, that's how it'll be.
Whoopee! Jacqueline, tonight you're going to see some fighting that is fighting. Blood, guts, and feathers everywhere.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
You know something, son? The nearer it gets time to go in that ring and mop up, the better I like it.
First thing you know, you'll be enjoying yourself.
I think he's doing that right now.
Of course I am. There's only one thing, though, Jack. Us fighting double this way, it ain't so good.
I thought you wanted to fight double. I asked you.
Oh, yeah, I know. The fighting's all right. It's just that I'm going to have to divide the glory with you afterwards.
Oh, no. Well, that's all right with me. You're welcome to all the glory you can get out of this.
Well, that's pretty darn swell of you. Only you know I won't take more than my share.
Oh, no.
Well, I won't. Well, Dad, blame it, did I ever take more than my share of anything?
Well, how about the girl?
Oh, gals is different.
Oh, yeah?
Well, sure they are. I got first call on all the women. Oh, by the way, where's that little old Jack Dempsey gal and her pappy go?
Down to the ringside. Old man Ross went down to give Jasper instructions for the four-man fight.
Did Ross say Jasper was refereeing?
Well, what we need a referee for? In a four-man fight with bare fists, anything goes.
I doubt that, Doc. They'll probably keep it a stand-up, clean-blow fight.
Well, shucks, I didn't mean to get a man down and gouge him. Well, just the same with four in the ring, Jasper better keep moving or he's liable to get run down.
Yes, quite. I'd certainly hate to referee a four-man fight in that small a space.
Sure be a good chance to get the referee down and kick him around some, though, if he wasn't giving you the breaks.
Oh, but look here, Doc. Remember, Jasper's on our side. He'll want to see you two chappies win.
Yeah, we can't kick Jasper around tonight.
Well, let's make that our thought for the day. We can't kick Jasper around tonight.
Hey, what's holding things up? I'm a raring and stomping to get started.
Ross said they'd send word up here to the training quarters when they're ready for us.
It must be about time, though, don't you think?
Should be.
Speaking of training quarters, these are a bit all right, what?
Yeah, we should ought to have some fun here the next couple of weeks. I ain't never seen a gymnasium like this here. Punching bags, weightlifting machines, bars, trapezes. Say, did I ever tell you about the time Winnie Mae's mama took my cousin Winnie Mae and me to the circus?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, I did? I don't remember telling you.
Oh, go on, Doc. What happened?
Well, Winnie Mae didn't ever see a circus before. She was sitting there eating hunks of Cracker Jack when them acrobat hombres and females in tights begun swinging out on their trapezes. Well, all of a sudden, one of them female acrobats let go way up in top of the tent and started doing flip-flaps.
Flip-flops.
What'd you say?
Flip-flops.
Well, anyway, she started doing didos, and Winnie Mae sucked in her breath and swallowed a hunk of Cracker Jack backwards.
Backwards?
Well, I swear to my grandma, that girl darn near choked to death right there. And then some feller picked her up by her feet, and her mama whanged her on the back for maybe 10 minutes before they jarred it loose.
Well, how old were you and Winnie Mae then?
Oh, 6 or 7, I reckon.
Mm-hmm. Weren't you pretty young to remember all the details?
Well, shucks no, Reggie. I even remember reading soft as silk cake flour across the back of her underwear while this hombre was holding her up by her feet.
Oh, no! I say, there they are.
Come in. Well, if it ain't our little old gal friend. And Duke, come on in, Duke.
You boys ready?
We've been ready for hours. You come to get us, Duke?
Yes. No rush, though. Jasper said to bring you out in 2 or 3 minutes.
Everything set for Doc and me to go into the ring together?
All set.
Jasper says you're crazy to want to do it.
He does, huh? Why?
He says Curly and Ole are old sidekicks, and they know plenty of dirty tricks.
Well, he's not going to let him get away with it, is he?
Well, that's just the trouble. What can he do about it?
Well, he's refereeing, isn't he?
Well, sure, but with 4 men in the ring, he's not going to be able to see everything.
Well, shucks, what do we care, Jack? We can be just as dirty as they can.
In other words, anything goes, huh?
Well, that's what it amounts to. Does the crowd love it?
The crowd's pulling for Curly and Ole, I reckon.
Well, sure, that's natural.
Duke and I'll be sitting in your corner with Reggie.
Now you're talking. With a pretty little old gal like you a pulling first, we can't lose.
Isn't Doc cute, Duke? I'm crazy about him.
You are, sure not?
Bend over here and I'll kiss you for luck.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Now, don't be a darn hog, Duke. Be a good guy and turn your back.
I will not.
Don't pay any attention to Duke. He's just jealous. There. Good?
Good. Lady, I feel like I've been kicked by a mule. Ooh-wee. Am I dizzy? Jack, son, you should ought to get you some of that. It's potent.
Nothing doing. Jacqueline's my girl, and she's not passing out any more kisses.
You're right, son. If I had a girl with that much dynamite in her lips, I'd put up a fight, too.
Gee! Am I really that good?
I ain't kidding, sugar. Your name should be Jack Dempsey, 'cause you sure carry a wallop.
Well, just because she did it once, don't think she's ever going to do it again.
All right, son, all right. Now, don't get all head up. I ain't gonna steal your girl.
I say, shouldn't we be getting out to the ring?
Oh, sure, it's time. Come on.
Okay. Well, Jack fella, here we go, boy.
You're still dizzy from that kiss.
Sure, I'm still dizzy. I'm walking around on air.
Well, that's great.
What you mean that's great?
I want a fighter at my back tonight, not a Romeo full of love and kisses.
Son, it's just like I'm always telling you. There ain't no time I fight better than when some gal's honor's at stake.
All right, all right.
I say, you two coming?
Yeah, go ahead with Duke and the girl. I want to talk to Doc.
Right-o.
Now, look, Doc.
Yeah?
No rough stuff unless they start it first.
Well, sure, but that don't go if they do start something dirty.
No, we'll use whatever tactics they use. We'll work back to back unless they're too cagey for us. If they won't fight that way, then we'll have to split up and go it on our own. But the minute they start pressing us, back to back again.
Sure. Same old tactics as we always use.
That's it.
Hey, looky yonder. Outdoor ring all lighted up. Good-sized bunch of people, too. It's funny how your blood starts singing at a time like this.
Yeah. Oh, just one thing more now. If one of us knocks out his man first, he's to go to a neutral corner and let the other fight it out alone.
Hey, they won't do that. If they get one of us, why, they'll both jump on the other, and you know it.
Well, just the same, we don't fight that way.
Well, okay, fella. But that gives them an advantage.
All right, come on. Hurry it up. They're waiting for you.
All right, we're here, aren't we?
Curly and Ole are already in their corners. Come on. Jasper's waving to you.
All right, boys, come on, climb into the ring.
All right, Doc. Right here through the ropes.
Here I come.
You next, Jack.
Attaboy, Doc! Attaboy, Jack! Show him how to fight!
You boys all ready?
Let her go any time, Jasper.
Well, let me warn you, I'll do the best I can, but I can't watch everything, and Curly and Ole are bound to get in some fouls.
Oh, shucks, don't worry about that. We'll give them as good as they send.
Well, that's fair enough. All right, then, I'm going to introduce you.
Yeah, let her go.
All right. Ladies and gents, tonight we got something new and prize fighting for you. Tonight we're going to give you 4 men in the ring at once. 2 grudges are to be settled in one fight. In this corner we have Curly Wilson and Ole Jenkins. And in this corner we have Jack Packard and Doc Long.
Attaboy, Jack! Attaboy, Doc! I'm with you all the way!
Listen to little old Jacqueline.
Yeah, look at old Jim Ross sitting over there on the edge of his chair.
Yeah, doggone. He sure does love a prize fight, don't he?
Now, before I call the boys out to the center of the ring, I want to make one more announcement. There will be no rounds in this fight. Once they start, they keep fighting until one side is the winner. All right, boys, come out the center of the ring. That's it. Gather around here. Gather around. That's right. Now then, this is going to be a hard fight to referee. I want you all to keep it clean. And that's all. Now go back to your corners. When the bell rings, Come on, fight.
You bet you.
Come on, Doc.
Doggone fella. This is all right.
Look out. Here comes the bell.
Let me at him.
Back to back, Doc. Back to back.
Come on.
Fight him, Doc! Fight him, Jack!
What's that strategy, Doc? What's the key word?
Say, those two are real fighters.
Early and over, you know, slouches.
All right, you zippy.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that?
Come on in. Let's bring him.
Look at that! Look at
Jack, I got Curly's measure.
All right, then. Let him have it the next time he steps in.
You bet
Keep
you.
at him, Doc!
Here he comes. Take that. He's down, Jack. He's down.
Get my neutral corner.
All right, Ole. It's just you and me now.
You mean it's just you, fella?
What are you waiting for? Come and get it.
You swatch!
Look out, Jack! Look out!
Hey, boy, Jack! You got it, woman!
Try to foul me, will you? Try this on your chin.
He's down, Jack. He's down.
Get over in the neutral corner, Jack.
Doggone fella, we did it. We did it.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Come on, let's go in.
Jacqueline, we can't do that. That's their bunk room.
I know it. Come on.
But there's men asleep in there.
Of course there are. That's what I want to find out. How anybody can be asleep at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Everyone isn't up raring around the country at the break of day the way you are.
Well, stay out here if you want to. I'm going in.
But it isn't decent. An 18-year-old girl. And besides, you're engaged to me.
So what?
Well, so you can't go in there.
Oh, I can't I? Well, listen to me, Duke Carter. My father's tried to tell me I couldn't do things all my life, and look what it's got him.
Yeah. Say, maybe your old man's got a lot of sympathy coming to him after all.
When I want to do something, Say, what did you say?
I just said you can't walk into a man's bedroom.
That isn't what it sounded like to me.
No?
No. And I'd like to know why I can't. These training quarters belong to my father, don't they?
Sure, but Jacqueline, a man's bedroom is sacred. How'd you like to have some man walk into your bedroom while you're sleeping?
What I don't know wouldn't hurt me.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
All right, you stand here and argue while I go in alone.
It's unfair, indecent, and nothing a nice girl would do.
Well, you just stand there and feel bad while I'm gone.
No, sir. If you go in, I'll go in.
Suit yourself.
If they wake up, they'll pull us out in our ears and kick us down the steps, and I won't blame
Now,
them.
don't talk so loud and they won't wake up. Oh, look. This must be Mr. Packard. Sleeping with his head under his pillow.
I don't know how you can tell.
But those are his clothes over the foot of the bunk. Hey, do all men sleep with their heads under their pillows?
No. Packard must be part ostrich.
What keeps him from smothering?
Maybe he is smothering for all I know.
You think we should lift up the pillow and see?
No.
All right. I don't think I'd like to marry a man who sleeps with his head under his pillow. You don't sleep with your head under your pillow, do you?
Well, certainly not.
Well, let's see what else we can find. Oh, this is Doc. Goodness, doesn't he have red hair?
If he should open his eyes right now.
Look at the expression on his face. He looks like a satyr.
Probably dreaming about women.
Now, he's sure crazy about girls, all right. You know, he kind of appeals to me.
Oh, he does.
Mm-hmm. You know, it fascinates me.
Well, you keep away from him. He's known women all over the world.
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. When he looks at me, I can see him thinking about every woman he's ever known.
You like that?
Well, I don't know. But I would like to ask him how I stack up alongside all those other girls he's known.
The quicker that guy gets out of here, the better I'm going to like it.
Oh, look. Duke, look at his left eye. It's all black and blue.
What do you expect? He had a fight last night.
Oh, I didn't know he got a black eye. Well, anyhow, I'm glad he and Mr. Packard won.
Oh, so am I. We've got your father worried.
Uh-huh. And is he in a temper this morning? He's crazy to see what Reggie can do now.
Yes, Jasper said he told him if Jack and Doc can fight the way they did last night, and Reggie's even better, well, that Englishman may give Big Sweet trouble.
I'll think he's going to give him trouble. Let's go over and have a look at Reggie. Oh, hello, champion.
Hey, don't talk to him. You might wake him up.
Duke, he looks like a baby.
Pretty good-sized baby.
No. Sleeping on his back with his arms up over his head. His face so relaxed and innocent.
Yeah. He's not much older than we are. 23 or 4, I think Doc said.
Do you really think he's got a chance against Big Sweet?
Well, Jack and Doc think so.
I sure hope they know what they're talking about.
Hey, look out. He's stirring in his sleep.
Wouldn't he be surprised to open his eyes and see us looking down at him?
Come on, let's get out of here. Our luck won't last forever.
Okay. I know. Let's go out and get Belshazzar to wake him up.
What you want to wake them up for?
Because they've slept long enough. Besides, I want to talk to them.
Go on out and I'll close the door.
No. Leave the door open.
What for?
Never mind. Just leave the door open. Hey, Belshazzar!
Yes, Miss Jackie, I'm coming right up.
Look, Jacqueline, why not let them sleep?
No, they've slept long enough.
Morning, Miss Jackie. You want me, lady ma'am?
Look, Belshazzar. Didn't my father send you down here to cook for Mr. Packard, Mr. Long, and Dr. Igor?
Yeah, you sure did, Miss Jackie. You sure done just that.
Well, then why aren't you doing it?
Well, for goodness, Miss Jackie, how I gonna cook for them when they're sleeping the way they is?
Well, you've got a dinner gong, haven't you? Wake 'em up.
Oh, I swear goodness I done rung that gong until my arms wore right down to a nubbin.
And it didn't faze them?
No, ma'am. Didn't even make 'em turn over. They was the sleepiest young gentlemen I ever did come across.
Well, try it again.
Yes, ma'am. Ain't no use, though.
Well, give it to 'em good and loud this time.
I sure will, ma'am. Come and get it!
What's happening inside, Duke?
Nothing.
That didn't wake 'em up?
Not a move out of any of them.
Belshazzar,
Yes, ma'am.
you take that dinner gong into that bunk room and ring it until you get some action.
Huh? Right into the bunk room?
Yes, walk up and down beside their beds and make it loud.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And don't come out till they're awake.
No, ma'am, I won't.
Push the door open wider so we can watch what happens.
Well, I'm not responsible for this, and I'm going to tell them.
Come and get it!
again. Do you have to do that?
Yes, sir. I sure do.
Hey, Reggie, I think we've been invaded.
Yes, quite. Oh, by a big, husky Negro person.
Hey, you.
You talking to me, sir?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Well, what's your name?
Belshazzar, sir.
Oh, no, not Belshazzar.
Yes, sir, sure is.
Oh.
Well, what's the idea of coming in here pounding on that thing?
Your orders, sir.
Orders? Whose orders?
Well, Miss Jackie, sir, she done told me to come in here and ring this here dinner gong until you was all awake.
Oh, dear.
Hey, Jack, did you hear that? Hey, Jack, ain't you awake?
Apparently not.
Hey, Belshazzar.
Yes, sir.
Go on over there by Jack's bed and do that again.
Well, this gentleman?
Yeah, only he ain't no gentleman. Give it to him good.
Come in!
Oh, I say, isn't that awful?
Hey, what happened?
Well, nothing happened, boss. You don't suppose this gentleman's dead, do you?
No, he ain't dead.
Well, he done got a pillow over his head.
Well, take the pillow off and do it again.
Yes, sir.
Come and get
Hey, Reggie, turn off that alarm clock.
Well, this ain't no alarm clock, sir.
Huh? Oh, what is it then?
Well, this here, sir, is a dinner gong.
What?
A dinner gong. It don't even work like no alarm clock.
Oh.
Well, no, sir, it works like this here.
Hey, stop that.
Hey, you awake, sir?
Say, who are you anyway?
I'm Belshazzar, sir.
You sure you're not Beelzebub?
Oh, no, sir, I'm Belshazzar.
Well, what are you doing here? What do you want?
I'm your cook, sir. Hey, how you want your eggs? The sun is side up or with the eyes closed?
Hey, you fellas awake?
He wants to know, are we awake?
Yeah.
Of course we're awake.
Look, Beelzebub.
Yeah, Belshazzar, sir.
No, all right, Belshazzar. You may be our cook, but you keep that infernal machine out of our bedroom after this. Do you understand?
Well, them was orders, sir.
Yeah, that little old she-daughter of old man Ross sent him in here.
What? Jack Dempsey?
You stop calling me Jack Dempsey.
So you're at the bottom of this, huh?
Yes, I am. It's silly for grown men to sleep after 7 o'clock.
Hey, you mean that's all the time it is? 7 o'clock?
Certainly. Now get up and take your showers and then come and have breakfast.
Say, Jack, what we got ourselves into
Hey,
anyway?
what do you think you are out there?
I'm Jacqueline Ross. My father owns this place.
You're everything I ever said you were.
I don't remember what you said.
You're homely, and your legs are too long, and you got a bad temper. And Duke's crazy if he marries you.
Why, you great big... Stand up and...
And what?
Well, Duke Carter is standing right out here beside me. And the minute you get out of that bed, I'm going to have him take you apart.
Hey, Duke, you out there?
Yes, but I didn't have anything to do with this. I was against it all the time.
There you are. That's the kind of a man I'm going to marry.
You mean you stood by and let that girl do this to us?
But what's a fella gonna do? I told her not to, but she went right ahead and did it anyway.
A fine married life you're gonna have.
You stop saying that. First thing he knows, he won't want to marry me.
Well, I wouldn't marry you if you're the only woman in the world.
Neither would I. I swear to my grandma you're worse than Winnie Mae ever was.
I say, Duke, are you sure you don't want me to lose my fight with Big Swede?
I don't care what you guys say. I'm gonna marry Jacqueline no matter what you think.
Boy, now there's a man that's a real hero. I swear to my grandma, somebody ought to pin a medal on him.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love the Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
My father's starting any dirty work around here. I won't wait for the fight. I'll marry Duke Carter right now.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
I will, too.
Quiet.
Don't you tell me to be quiet.
Quiet!
Yes, sir.
If your father starts any underhanded stuff, we can be just as underhanded as he can.
Sure, honey. Don't you worry none. We're used to fighting city cats.
I say, here they come.
Boy, will you look at them.
Jacqueline, do you know these men?
No, where do they come from?
They don't work on the ranch?
No, I've never seen them in my life before.
Uh-huh. And they're a couple of ringers your father's imported.
Well, that shows you. That proves he's not playing fair.
Well, never mind that. Let's see what they have to say. Well, come on over. What are you standing there for?
Oh, so you want us to come over?
That's what I said, wasn't it?
So we come over. What about it?
What's your name?
Benny, take it or leave it. This here's Mud.
Mud what?
Mud Puddle, probably.
Oh, wise guy, huh?
Oh, I've been around some.
Say, you two, where did you come from?
Hey, Mud, a skirt. That's great.
I asked you where you came from. You don't belong on this ranch.
A skirt with venom.
With what?
With venom. You don't know what venom is? Where's your education?
I said you didn't belong on this place.
She says we don't belong on this place, Mud, and after the old man giving us 200 smackers to come all the way from Reno.
Oh, so Ross brought you down from Reno.
You catch on quick, Johnny.
Well, why did he bring you here?
He wired Reno he needed a couple of smart sparring partners for a fighter. So the chief of police said he'd let us two boys out of the can if we'd get out of the state. So we accepted the proposition.
Hey, you fellas just get out of the calaboose?
Yeah, it wasn't much of an assignment, though. We was only in for 3 months.
I say, what were you incarcerated for?
Hey, Mud, did you hear that? Or is my ears deceiving me?
You'll have to talk just plain United States to these mugs, Reggie. He wants to know what you was in for.
For beating up 5 policemen.
Oh, look here. You two men beat up 5 policemen?
That's the plain truth, Percy.
I say, what did you call me?
The Wade was Percy.
It's quiet. I just wanted to be sure.
And a kid, Reggie.
Hey, Mud, you see that? He popped me on the chin.
Well, I say.
Hey, ain't you heard at all?
No. And it is mighty fortunate for him I ain't, 'cause when I am hurt, I am a dangerous brute.
You're a brute, all right.
Joe, did you see that, Jack? And I really hit him, too.
Yes. This looks like something new in fighting, men. Is Mud as good as taking it as you are? How about it, Mud?
Don't ask Mud to talk. It hurts him.
Yeah? Well, what's the matter?
His esophagus laid an egg on.
You mean he can't talk?
Oh, he can whisper. I've been telling him for years, can't he, to get him sooner or later.
Boy, if this ain't a pair I never seen in it.
So you've come down to be Reggie's sparring partners.
Who's this here, Reggie?
I am.
You mean Mud or me come all the way down from Reno on account of that, Percy?
Now, see here, Benny. I'm getting pretty sick of your implications.
You know, boys, he talks like his mouth was full of syrup. Sweet, I call it.
Yes, well, you heard me, and the next time I hit you, it won't be for fun.
The next time you hit me, chum, I'm going to tear a leg off of you and shove it down your throat.
Well, if you're going to be Reggie's sparring partner, go into the other room and get into a pair of trunks.
Yeah, it's a waste of time, but that's what we come for. Come on, Mud, let's go peel.
Mr. Packard, are you going to put Reggie up against that man?
That's the only way we'll find out what he's got.
What do you care what he's got? The only man Reggie's supposed to fight is Big Sweet.
What about it, Reggie?
Well, I say, I'd like to guard him. I've never seen a chappie who could stand up under a punch like that.
Yeah, didn't he make him blink?
Well, better go get into some trunks.
Yes, righto. Only take half a minute.
I think you're crazy. You don't know what that man has up his sleeve. If my father sent all the way to Reno for him, he's got some good reason for it.
Exactly. And I want to know what that reason is.
Well, I think it's dangerous.
Well, why are you so sure about that, Sugar?
Because I know my father.
Honey, you sure enough ain't giving your papa much credit for fair and square shooting.
Square shooting. My father? Oh, how do you suppose he got $1 million in a 40,000-acre ranch? Not by giving his opponents the breaks.
Then you really think that your father would stoop to putting Reggie out of the fight if he had any doubts at all about Big Sweet winning?
I know he would. More important to father to win this fight than you realize.
You mean on account he don't want you to marry Duke Carter so much?
Oh, what does he care about me marrying Duke Carter?
Well, he sure sounds like he cared a heap when you mention Duke's name.
Well, he doesn't. Not really. He's against me about Duke just like he's against me in everything I want to do. Not because he cares, but because he enjoys it when we're yelling at each other.
Well, will you listen at that? Jack, I'm beginning to get the idea that Jackie's pappy is just a plain old he-sippy-cat. Do you like him, huh?
Of course I like him. He's the only father I got. Besides, it's nice having somebody around you can get things out of.
You can get things out of your old man?
Sure, I can yell louder and longer than he can.
Man, oh man, what a life you two must lead up yonder in that big house. It reminds me of the time that my cousin Winnie Mae...
Never mind Winnie Mae just now, Doc.
What you mean, never mind Winnie Mae?
Just never mind Winnie Mae.
But I don't like you saying never mind Winnie Mae. Winnie Mae is my blood cousin on my mama's side, and it ain't chivalrous for anybody to go saying never mind my blood cousin on my mama's side.
Doc.
Well, dadgummit, Jack.
Will you shut up? Your mouth runs like a leaky faucet when you get started.
But, son, when I got something to say...
You haven't. You just forgot to turn off your mouth.
Well, that ain't a pretty thing to say.
We've got way off the subject. Reggie and Benny will be back here in a minute.
And don't forget Mud.
No, I'm not forgetting Mud. Now to get back to what we were talking about. Jacqueline, you said your marriage wasn't the important thing in this fight. Then why does your father want Big Sweet to win so badly?
Because right now he's got the reputation of owning the two best amateur fighters in the country.
Big Sweet and Little Sweet.
And if Reggie whips Big Sweet, his best fighter, then everybody will laugh at him. And my father'd rather sell me across the border than be laughed at.
I think your old man's crazy.
Well, he's certainly crazy on the subject of fighting. And I'm warning you, don't let Reggie go up against this Benny person. There's a trick in it.
Look here now, Miss Ross.
Hey, Reggie, did you hear what Jackie just said?
Yes, quite. I think she's making too badly much of it.
I don't see how he can hurt you much with nothing but his bare hands.
I'm jolly well certain he can't.
Well, what about this Mud person?
Oh, he ain't gonna be doing nothing but standing quiet on the sideline.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. On account of I'm gonna be standing right alongside of him to see he don't.
And I'll be standing by to jump in and stop any dirty work that might be dangerous. Hold it. Here they come.
Go. Will you look at the build on that Benny hombre?
I say.
I've got it. Benny's no fighter. He's a wrestler.
Yeah?
That's it. A dirty wrestler. So that's their game.
Well, what do you mean, Jack?
Catch you off guard, wrench your back, break your arm before you realize what he's up to.
Why, the double-crossing old...
Hold it. You all ready to go, Benny?
I didn't come out here to spar with my shutter.
Well, come here a minute.
Say, you're always telling me to come here. How about you coming to me sometime?
Never mind that. You're a wrestler, aren't you?
A wrestler? Me?
Yes, you.
Now, ain't that a funny thing to say?
Don't try to kid me. You're no more a fighter than Lady Godiva.
Why, you don't see me riding no horse, do you?
Are you going to stand up and fight, or are you going to use a flying tackle and try to butt him to death with your head?
I'll fight my way, and he could fight his way.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's going to be rough and tumble, Reggie. You want it?
I say, I haven't had a good rough and tumble bout since I took on Captain Jenkins aboard the Lady Mary.
Oh, golly, I wish you wouldn't.
You touch...
Hey! You chuck me under the chin, will you?
Oh, bay out of your fight, Jack.
You great big lug!
Yeah, I ain't never seen no skate with such venom. Cute stuff.
I told you to keep your hands off me!
I say, old fellow, don't touch that girl again.
Well, if it ain't Percy himself.
Oh, boy, Reg, what a sock.
But I say, it didn't faze him.
Well, anyway, you made him shake his head.
Look out, Reggie. Get out in the center of the ring.
I said the next time you bopped me, I was gonna tear off your leg.
Well, come and tear it off, then.
Look out, Reggie. He's gonna dive. Right. Oh!
Good work, Reggie. Missed you miles.
Let on his face in the splint.
Come on. Stop squatting there, you. Get up and fight.
Hey, look out! Look out!
Hey, they're down. Get on top, Reggie. Get on top.
Get your finger out of my eye.
Oh, said so.
Now you'll keep it out of my eye.
Roll over, Reggie. Roll over.
Yeah, she says to roll over.
Right.
That's you?
And try this.
He's down! He's down!
He's up again.
You want some more?
Hoodoo, he's down again.
Get up on your feet.
Yes, certainly. You ain't hurting me none.
Oh, is that so?
That's it, Reggie. Keep doing it.
Here. That's enough of this.
Whatever you say, Jack.
Well, Penny, what do you think of Reggie now?
Hey, that kid's all right. Too bad he ain't got no power behind his blows, though.
What you mean he ain't got no power? He sure knocked you for a mess of loops.
Well, me, I ain't got no use for a mug that can't beat my ears off, see?
Benny, you're sure one tough hombre.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
You see, my father did send Benny down here to injure Reggie.
I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah, but he didn't have much luck.
If he'll try something once, he'll try it again, and maybe next time he'll succeed.
Well, as soon as Reggie's had his shower and dressed, we'll go around to this scoundrelly father of yours.
My father's not a scoundrel.
The heck he ain't, Sugar.
He is not. He just wants to win.
Well, anyone who wants to win badly enough to pull dirty work is a scoundrel for my money.
He is not.
All right. And he's not a scoundrel.
Well, he's not.
Well, I said he wasn't, didn't I?
Yeah, but you don't believe it.
Say, what side of the fence are you on, anyway?
Yeah, honey, who you rooting for? Here we come into your camp and we're fighting your battles tooth and toenail against your ornery pappy, and then now you go defending him.
I'm not defending him. I'm just saying he's not a scoundrel.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Jack Dempsey's father is not a scoundrel.
Well.
Well, what?
Well.
That's intelligent.
Jack, what was you saying that we was going to do as soon as Reggie comes out of the showers? When you was so rudely interrupted by Jack Dempsey here.
You don't stop calling me Jack Dempsey?
What's that, honey? Well, what is you going to do if we don't stop calling you Jack Dempsey?
Going to lie right down here on the floor and kick and scream.
No.
Well, I will.
Sugar, that wouldn't be polite for a nice little old girl wearing a dress.
You would say something like that.
Yes, ma'am, I sure would.
And you call yourself a gentleman.
No, you're wrong there. I never did.
Well.
Are we back to that again?
Paying attention to her don't get us nowhere, Jack. Now, what was it you said you was going to do as soon as Reggie gets dressed?
We're going to hunt up Jim Ross and get this thing settled once and for all.
You mean about him trying to sabotage our Reggie boy?
Yeah, and tell him to lay off that rough stuff or take the consequences.
Now you're talking, son.
Well, that's good, and I'm going along.
Oh, no, you're not.
I am, too.
I said you're not.
Hey, whose father is this, anyhow? Guess if I want to give my father a piece of my mind, I can, and who's going to stop me?
Doggone fella, it looks like she's got you there.
Yeah, then I guess we just won't go after all.
Oh, why?
Because you'll be under our feet messing everything up.
No, I won't.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, there's somebody sneaking off the porch. I seen him bust by the window.
Did you see who it was?
No, I didn't make it out.
Well, come on, let's have a look.
Oh, look, it's my father.
Why, the old son of a gun's been a spying on us.
Hey, Ross! Jim Ross!
You yelling at me?
Yes, I'm yelling at you.
Well, say, who do you think you're talking to?
I'm talking to you. What are you doing sneaking around here?
Well, I'll come back there and break every bone in your body if you don't change your tone of voice.
Well, that's a good idea. Come on back.
You bet I'll come back. No two for a penny adventure can talk to me like that.
Doggone, he's a-coming.
You think he'll try to hit you?
With that bay window out in front, he won't hit anybody.
No, what do you mean by talking to me like that?
I talked to you like that because you had it coming.
I'll have you know that...
Yes, I know. You're Jim Ross, and you own 40,000 acres.
And I don't take lip from no man.
And if you're such a big man, why do you go around spying on people?
Spying? Who's spying?
You were.
Oh, that's a lie.
Don't tell me I lied.
And don't tell me I've been spying.
Well, you were, weren't you? Sure you were. You sicked that bone-busting Benny on Reggie, and then you came down to watch him put our boy out of commission.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about those two mugs, Benny and Mud.
Well, what about them? Your Englishman's got to have sparring partners, ain't it?
Look, Jim Ross, I'm your daughter, and I'm ashamed of
You keep out of these
I
jackass...
will not keep out of this. You're scared to death that Reggie's going to whip Big Sweet.
I'm nothing to the kind.
You are, too.
You're crazy. Big Sweet will knock that kid silly and too rough.
He will not, and you know it. You're so scared you're trying every foul play you know to keep Reggie out of the ring next Friday.
What do you mean talking to your father like
Because
that?
that's the kind of man my father is. Just a great big double-crossing, two-timing scoundrel who doesn't know what it means to play fair.
What did you call me?
I called you a scoundrel, and
Why,
you are, too.
You baggage...
I am not.
You are, you're a...
Hey, cut it out. This has gone far enough.
Call me a baggage, will he?
Jacqueline.
Great big so-and-so. If you weren't my father,
Hey, for crying out loud, honey, let up, will you?
Oh, who does he think he is, anyhow?
I'm your father by thunder. Though I don't know why.
Will you two lovebirds shut up and let somebody else talk?
We? Boy, you'd sure know that them two was cut out of the same hunk of wood, wouldn't you?
You think that's a decent way for a father and daughter to be acting? Screaming at each other?
Well, that's the only way you can make my father understand. You yell at him.
I told you to keep still.
Oh, when a girl's all by herself.
Quiet!
She... yes, sir.
Yeah. Apparently, a person's got to yell at you to make you understand.
Well, living around
Keep
him...
still!
All right.
Now, don't anybody make a sound for 5 seconds. Now then, I'll do the talking. The first thing I want to know, Ross, is why you sent a wrestler down to spar with Reggie if you're not up to something.
Who said he was a wrestler?
I say so. You know he is, even if you didn't know it before. Because you were watching in the window and saw him fight Reggie.
Well, what about it?
This about it. He tried every way he knew to injure Reggie. He even tried to gouge his eyes. Luckily, Reggie's just as good at rough and tumble as he is at stand up and knock down. There was all the proof that anybody needs that you paid Benny to come down here and put that boy out of commission.
That's a lot of balderdash.
Well, there's no use trying to talk yourself out of it. It's the truth, and you know it. Now then, what I want to know is, now that Benny's failed, are you going to try some more underhanded tactics?
I deny the whole thing.
Well, that isn't answering my question.
You're casting reflections on my good name, and by thunder, I have a half a notion to kick the whole caboodle of you off my place.
Oh, so that's your game now.
What do you mean?
You're afraid to have Reggie fight Big Sweet, so now you're going to chase us away so there won't be any fight.
Dad, I think that's dirty, rotten.
You keep still, young woman.
I won't keep still.
Jacqueline Ross, if you don't keep out of this, I'm going to have Doc gagged.
And, baby, I'm sure the hombre that can do it, too.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Is that your idea, Ross?
Certainly not. Keep a civil tongue in your head and the fight will go on as scheduled.
But how are we going to keep a civil tongue when you're going around making trouble for us?
Forget it. You're making a mountain out of a molehill.
You see, Ross, we can't get a straight answer out of you. It's as plain as the nose on your face that you've got some more dirty work cooking.
You can't talk to me like that. I'll have you know I'm a respectable member of this community.
I think we can take care of that, too.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Jacqueline, what's the nearest town around here that has a newspaper?
Knight's Landing.
Knight's Landing, huh? You suppose the editor of the Knight's Landing paper would be interested in what's going on out here?
If that editor prints one word about me, I'll sue him right down into the ground.
Well, I don't think that'll worry him much. If he's printing the truth.
Truth? How's he going to know what's the truth and what's lies?
We'll only tell him what we can prove.
You can't prove a thing.
I think so. How do you think you'd stand in the community if I were to take Jacqueline and Duke Carter into this Knight's Landing editor and have them tell him how you're jeopardizing their future happiness on the outcome of a prize fight?
Yes, and we will, too. if Mr. Packard wants us to.
You'll do nothing of the kind.
We will, unless you give us some assurance that you'll go through with the fight without any dirty work.
Get off my place. Clear out of here, all of you.
All right. All right, that suits us. Doc, go hunt up Duke Carter and then start packing up our things. Get out the car.
But you can't do that.
We can do it, and we're going to. Now get yourself ready to go into Knight's Landing.
Knight's Landing? What does she want to go to Knight's Landing for?
Yeah, what do I want to go to Knight's Landing for?
So you and Duke can tell your story to the editor, of course.
They'll do nothing of the kind.
Oh, yes, they will. And the story they tell will have the whole state of California in arms against you. The righteous indignation against you in Yolo County will be so thick you can cut it with a knife. What are you standing there for, Doc? Go find Duke.
You bet you, fella.
Yeah, no, wait a minute. No.
Wait, nothing. You've ordered us off your ranch.
I didn't do nothing of the kind. And you're not going to move 1 foot off this place.
Well, will you make up your mind?
You heard me. None of you step a foot off this ranch until after the fight next Friday night. Those are orders.
Well, ain't he the one? First he kicks us out, and now he just the same as makes us prisoners.
You aren't about the doggonedest father a girl ever had.
And as for you, young woman, the minute Big Sweet has punched that English boy silly, I'm sending you to an institution for girls.
I'd like to see you.
You think I won't, and I know just the place, too. Under the eyes of strict, sour-faced old women all day and locked up at night.
Oh, they won't keep me very long.
Oh, no?
No, I'll sink my teeth into the first old woman who opens her mouth to me. I'll show you. I'll break up their silly old school inside of a week.
Not this school, you won't.
Besides, I'm going to marry Duke Carter.
You're not going to do anything of the kind.
I am too.
You're not.
Hold your hats. Here we go again.
Well, tell me what I'm going to do.
Yes, and I'm telling you what to do. I'm your father.
Worse luck. All right, Ross. Are you finished?
No, I'm not finished.
Neither am I.
Well, save it. I just want to give you one final word of warning. The next underhanded move you make, we turn loose on you with everything we've got. Doc.
Yeah?
Go and see if Reggie isn't almost ready.
You bet you.
Have you got that straight, Ross?
I'd just like to see any of you get to that editor at Knight's Landing. It's 30 miles and no transportation.
What do you mean, no transportation?
Just what I said. No transportation for any of you.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah?
Jack, something's the matter. Reggie's gone.
Gone?
I swear to goodness he is. Ain't hiding her hair up.
Ross, what do you know about this?
Looks like your English boys run out on you.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Jasper, what have you got to report?
Not a blame thing. I'll be hung for a horse thief if I can figure out how that English fella could so completely disappear without leaving a trace.
Well, I'll tell you how he disappeared. He is kidnapped, and Dad bust Jim Ross for a yellow coyote anyhow.
Yeah, but how could they get him off the ranch or hid away without somebody seeing something is beyond me, and who done it?
We'll get to that in a minute. What do you got, Duke?
No news. That is, except that Jacqueline's hanging on to her father's coattail every place he goes.
Well, what good's that going to do?
Well, she figures either he'll drop something that'll be useful to us, or he'll talk to somebody that'll give us a clue.
Not a bad idea.
But Jim Ross has got more sense than to say anything with her around.
Yeah, unless he thinks he can put something over right under her nose without her getting wise.
Well, anyway, it'll keep her busy and out of our way. Now then, Jasper, you asked who did it. I think that's obvious. Benny and Mud did it, with perhaps the help of one or two of the men here on the ranch that Ross can trust.
Benny and Mud, who in thunder are they?
Hey, you don't mean that those two sippy cats come on the ranch without you knowing about it?
Sure, no one's on me.
They came here to the training quarters this morning and said they'd been sent over by Ross to act as Reggie's sparring partners.
Well, you should have known right then there was something wrong.
We did. Benny turned out to be a wrestler. And when Reggie went up against him, he tried every trick he knew to injure him. Flying tackles, butting, gouging.
Say, if I'd been around, I'd have kicked him off this ranch quicker than take a tell it.
I wish you had been around. But we felt pretty safe for the moment after Reggie succeeded in handling him so well.
Reggie took everything he had and licked him, huh?
Reggie couldn't knock him out, but it got to the point where Reggie was knocking him down as fast as he got to his feet.
Boy, howdy, and every one of them knockdowns was like a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, Jim Ross see it?
Yes, we caught him sneaking away from the gymnasium. He'd been outside watching through the window.
You mean he didn't have the nerve to come in and face you guys?
Apparently not. We had a row and threatened to go into Knight's Landing and expose him to the newspaper there. That's when he issued orders that none of us was to be allowed off the place until after the fight next Friday.
Yeah, he means it, too. He's let all the air out of your tires, and he's got all the other cars locked up.
Well, shucks, there's plenty of horses around if we want to make a break.
It'd be as much as your life's worth to get one.
How's that?
Got a bunch of the toughest boys on the ranch guarding them with 6-shooters.
Well, what you know? Gun stuff, huh?
Well, we don't want to make a break. We're staying right here and fighting Jim Ross on his own grounds until Reggie's back safe.
You bet you. Hey, Jack, how about us starting a war that is a war?
Now, we'll discuss that later. First, I want to ask Jasper a couple of questions. Is there any place Reggie could be held prisoner on the ranch that hasn't been investigated?
I can't think where, except in the big ranch house. Nobody's been in there that I know of.
Oh, sure they have. Jacqueline's been through that house from top to bottom.
You sure she did a good job?
You bet she did a good job. After she'd been through once, I sent her back and made her do it all over again. If Reggie's in that big house, they've flattened him out and shoved him under the carpet.
You think Ross had him sent off the ranch?
No, I don't. I don't think he'd chance it. Boy's right here on the place somewhere.
Yeah, but 40,000 acres is a lot of acres when you start looking for somebody.
That's true. There's gulches and ditches and underbrush, high grass. I don't know what all it'll take us a month of Sundays to comb through.
Well, if we're sure he's not any of the buildings, that's our next bet. Now then, my next question. I don't think Benny and Mud could have handled that kidnapping alone. Which of the men would Ross be most apt to trust to help them?
Curly Stewart, Ole Jenkins.
Hey, you don't say. Them two hombres that me and you put to sleep the other night, Jack.
Yes. Have you seen them around since Reggie disappeared?
Sure, just usual.
Noticed them acting any different?
No, can't say I did.
Where do you imagine they'd be about now?
Oh, down around the bunkhouse. Boys always gathered down in front of the bunkhouse for horseplay and talk until time to turn in.
All right, let's go down there.
Here now, what you got in mind?
I'll tell you as we go down.
Well, it ain't far.
All right, let's go.
Hey, wait a minute. What about Jacqueline?
Well, what about her?
Well, she said if she got anything, she'd come here.
All right, you wait. We won't be gone long.
But what's the idea? What'll I tell her if she comes?
Just say we've gone down to the bunkhouse to pick up Ole and Curly.
Oh, you mean you're going to bring them back here?
That's right.
Here now, you ain't going to get those boys to come up here without a fight.
I don't think there's going to be any fight. Come along and I'll tell you about it.
Well, what the heck if there is a fight? I got do with another sock at them two.
There's not going to be any fight, I tell you. There's a group of oak trees 100 feet or so from the bunkhouse, isn't there, Jasper?
That's right, on this side.
Okay. When we get down there, Doc and I'll wait in the shadow of them while you go on down.
Yeah, and then what?
Well, your job will be to hunt up Curly and Ole and tell them you want to talk to them. Bring them over under the trees. Doc and I'll do the rest.
Now you're a-talking. One sock each and they go bye-bye.
Forget your fists for a minute, Doc. We want those boys in a condition to talk.
Oh, I get it. Just tie 'em up and gag 'em. I wondered what you brought along that bandana for.
Oh, getting in the trees now.
Think you can get them over to us without stirring up the rest of the hands?
Sure, I'm still foreman of this here ranch.
Good.
Now, you boys better not come any further.
All right, we'll wait here.
Hurry it up, though, Jasper, old kid.
Yeah.
Listen to them there old katydids.
Uh-huh.
Takes me back to the time when me and Winnie Mae used to sneak out and steal watermelons. The most fun I ever had, except the time old Granddad Fiedlebaum caught me in the seat of pants with a load of rock salt. The meanest man in Texas, I swear to goodness he was.
Was, huh?
Yes, sir. Rock salt hurts. Winnie Mae was on the top of the fence when he let go, and she turned a complete flip-flap before she hit the ground.
Flip-flop.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I never run so fast in my life. I thought sure the seat of my britches was on fire.
Hold it. I think they're coming.
Hey, how are we going to work it?
Wait a minute. Yeah, I can see him. He's only bringing one.
Yeah?
But when they get in here, put your hand over his mouth and I'll upset him.
That's the ticket.
Go down on top of him and be sure to keep his mouth covered.
Bet your boots.
All right, now. Quiet. Now then.
Got him. All right, he can't get up. Slip the gag in, Jack.
Here it comes.
Uh-huh. There she is. Now, take his belt here and tie up his hands.
Come on now. Put your hands behind you. There. That's it. There. All right. Let him up, Doc.
Yeah, that's one of them. Where's the other one, Jasper?
I couldn't locate Curly. None of the boys seem to know where he is.
That's not so good.
No, it ain't.
Well, what the heck? One's almost as good as two. Why don't we take Sweet up and work on him for a while?
Might as well, I guess.
Well, you go ahead. I'm going to have a look around for Curly.
All right, you do that. We'll hold Sweet until you get back.
All right. Careful you don't run into anybody on your way back.
We'll watch out for that.
I'll see you later then.
All right, sweet old kid. Step along.
Keep hold of him, Doc, so he can't break away.
You better not try to break away. You hear what I say, fella?
Better keep to the left. There's more shadow.
Yeah, over this way. Shucks, Jack. This is easier than shooting fish.
Well, I hope it'll be as easy getting information out of him.
Oh, sure it will. Why, Swede here will open up like the Grand Canyon when we start working on it. Won't you, Swede? He shook his head, but he's just fooling.
All right. Between here and the door, it's moonlight. You'll just have to chance it. Keep on walking. Fast.
Yeah. Step on it, son. There. We made it.
Hey, you back already?
Yes, sir, and look at the prize we got.
Shut the door, Doc. Duke, help me pull down the blinds.
Yeah, sure. But where's Curly?
Well, he wasn't around. Jasper's still out looking for him.
Maybe he's up with Jim Ross.
Yeah, maybe. All right, sit down, Sweet.
Jack said, sit. Yeah, that's better. Shall I take off the gag, Jack?
Yes. But don't yell, Sweet, or you get a fist right in the teeth. Now take it off.
Uh-huh. There you are.
What's the meaning of this? Shanghaiing a fella right out of his own chicken roost?
Son, I sure do like to hear you talk.
Hey, Curly, and I get turned loose, I'm going to raise more trouble with you fellers than you can take care of from now on.
Well, it's fair, isn't it? You kidnap Reggie, so we kidnap you.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about very well. Now, where have you taken Reggie?
I ain't took him nowhere. You fellers must be loony in the head.
Yeah, there's no use trying to give us that stuff. We've caught Benny and Mud, and they've confessed the whole thing. They said you and Curly helped them abduct Reggie.
Who?
Benny and Mud.
Well, for goodness sake, who's them guys?
Jack, it ain't no use. Sweet ain't gonna talk until we work on him a little.
What you mean, work on me?
You see, Jack, he's too innocent to know what it's all about.
I'm just a good-natured Swedish boy with a wife and 6 children.
Now, ain't that sweet?
Duke, is Sweet married?
Not that I ever heard of.
But they're all back in the old country.
Come on, Sweet. Shall I turn Doc loose on you?
Hey, tell him to put that knife away. I bleed easy.
Jack, you remember the time I skinned that pirate alive down off the Strait Settlements? It wouldn't tell us what we wanted to know.
My goodness gracious. Skinned him alive?
Sure did, son. Right before his very eyes. Now then, how about it, Sweet? Where's Reggie?
Fellers, look at me, sweat standing out all over me. You boys is making a big mistake, picking on a nice, sweet, good-natured Swedish boy like me.
We're giving you one more chance, Sweet. Where's Reggie?
Well, I guess there ain't nothing to do but shut my eyes and grit my teeth.
Will you look at him, Jack? Ain't that the awfulest expression you ever did?
Go ahead, fellers, but remember I bleed easy.
All right, Doc, that's enough. You can open your eyes now, Sweet.
Is it over already?
We're not going to use a knife on you.
You ain't?
No.
By golly, I feel better already.
But, Durney, Jack, we didn't get a thing out of him.
I know, but I just got a better idea. Turn him loose.
Turn him loose?
That's what I said.
All right, but it don't make sense. There you are, Sweet. Now, get to going now.
Thank you, boys. It's been mighty pleasant knowing you.
Doggone, Sweet, you can't help laughing at
But
him.
what's your idea, Jack?
Jim Ross has kidnapped Reggie, so he can't appear in the ring next Friday. So how about us kidnapping Big Sweet so he can't show up either?
Say, now you've got something.
Say, that's all right. Hey, Jack, how come I never thought of that?
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery, transcribed. 'A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century. Nine o'clock at night in the training quarters on the Jim Ross Ranch somewhere in Yolo County. When Jack, Doc, and Reggie first came to the Jim Ross Ranch, they found that Ross liked a prize fight better than anything else in the world. He liked fighting so well, he named his only daughter, Jack Dempsey Ross, since changed to Jacqueline. He has his own training quarters on the ranch and his own prize ring, where he puts on grudge fights between his 150 workmen every Wednesday night. And he has his own favorite fighters, Big Swede and Little Swede, two mammoth Scandinavian boys. He liked fighting so well that he even offered to let his daughter marry the man she loved if Duke Carter could bring forth an amateur fighter who could defeat the Swedes.
But when Reggie stepped out and accepted the challenge and showed signs that he might win the fight, it suddenly became apparent that there was something Jim Ross liked even better than prize fighting, and that was victory. It is now evident that he'll do almost anything to prevent Reggie from whipping Big Swede in the ring this coming Friday night. He imported Benny, a vicious wrestler, as Reggie's sparring partner, with orders to incapacitate the young Englishman. When this failed, Reggie mysteriously vanished, quite evidently kidnapped by Jim Ross's henchmen to prevent his appearance against the Big Swede. Well, that was this morning. Now, at 9 o'clock tonight, Doc, Jasper, the foreman of the ranch, and I are holding a council of war in the training quarters.
Where you been, Jasper? We've been waiting for you.
I've been hunting high and low for Curly Stewart. I can't find hide nor hair of him.
Well, never mind Curly. Jack's got better ideas.
Get any information out of Ole?
Not a word. But it was while we were holding him that I got this new idea. I wish Duke Carter'd come back.
Where'd he go?
Well, I sent him out to look for you.
Oh, then he'll be along pretty soon, I reckon. Anyway, what's this bright idea you got now?
Well, Jim Ross has kidnapped Reggie to keep him from appearing in the ring Friday.
Yeah?
How about us abducting Big Swede for the same purpose?
Say, now, I think you got something there, Packard.
You bet your sweet life we got something.
Of course, that don't give you back your fighting Englishman.
No, it doesn't. Once we get Big Swede under cover, we'll be in a position to dicker with Ross.
I guess you're right.
Well, that's what I wanted to ask you. Do you think Ross will dicker?
Well, you'll sure enough be in a panic. Sets a heap of store by Big Sweet, and he's going to do some sweat in his boots if the boy's missing.
Good.
Yeah, now we're getting somewhere. Now, where does Big Sweet keep himself nights? Down in the bunkhouse with the rest of the cow's chambermaids?
Not in your life he don't. Big Sweet's much too precious to sleep in no ordinary bunkhouse.
Well, where does he hang out?
One of them guest cottages the boss has got behind the big house.
Yeah, he sleep there by himself?
No, him and Little Sweet sleep there together.
Well, now, that shouldn't be such an awful tough job. We just bop Big Sweet over the head in his sleep, carry his unconscious carcass out, tie him up, and lug him to where we're going to hide him, and there you are.
And suppose Little Sweet wakes up in the process.
Well, bop him on the head, too.
No, it ain't going to be as easy as all that.
Well, how come it ain't?
Because Ross is too smart. Now, he's kidnapped Reggie. You don't think he ain't anticipated us retaliating, do you?
You mean he's probably got guards outside the guest cabin tonight?
Tonight and every night from now until Friday, or my name ain't Jasper Fuller.
Well, shucks, what's a couple of guards? We'll bop them, too.
They'll be armed with orders to shoot.
Well, yeah, I know, but most folks is so unhandy at pistols. Why, there ain't one man in 100 that can really protect himself with a gun. We'll just up and take their shooting irons away from them, and then we'll bop them.
I wouldn't advise you to be too optimistic.
Well, that's what we're going to do, ain't it, Jack? So why don't we get started at it? What are we sitting around here talking for?
Well, that's what we're going to do, all right, but we certainly want to know what we can expect to run into and what to do under various circumstances.
Doggone, Jack, you're getting to be a regular old grandma.
What do you mean by that?
Well, fella, I can remember the times when we used to bust into trouble and figure out what to do right while we was a-doing it.
Well, we can still do that when we have to. Now then, Jasper, where are we going to hide Big Sweet once we get him?
You want a place close by or far away?
As close by as we can get him and still safe from Jim Ross and his men.
All right, how about up in the top of one of them silos?
Silo? But won't that be one of the first places they'll look?
Sure, only it's going to be easy to keep them from looking.
I don't see what you're getting at.
Well, look here. Them silos are clean full of silage, clean up for 50 feet in the air. The only way to get up there is a little ladder on the outside of the silo, just wide enough for one man. Now, if a feller was to stay up there with Big Sweet, he could guard the steps against all comers till kingdom come.
Doggone it, we'd be holding Big Sweet prisoner right under old man Ross's nose.
You like it?
Couldn't ask for anything more. But how do we get Big Sweet up there if he's unconscious?
There's a block and tackle down in the machine shop that I could rig up quicker than a cat can jump sideways.
That's all we need to know. If you rig up the tackle, Doc and I'll deliver Big Sweet down at the foot of the silo.
Hey, wait a minute. Which silo? There's 5 of them.
I'll make it the one at the back of the barn. Less chance anybody's seen us at work.
All right, is that everything then?
No, it ain't, but I'll take care of them things.
Well, what you mean?
Well, if somebody's going to be up there guarding Big Sweet, there's got to be food and water enough up there for 2 people for the next 5 days.
Good head, Jasper. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, and who's going to do the garden?
We'll put Duke Carter up there. After all, he's got the most at stake.
Yeah, if this thing don't pan out, he's going to lose that little old Jack Dempsey gal.
Oh, see if you can locate Duke while you're doing your other jobs, Jasper.
I'll keep an eye open. How long you figure it'll take you to get Big Sweet down there?
5 minutes, if we have any luck. 10 minutes at the longest.
Better step on it.
You betcha. There you go, and here we go. Come on, Jack.
Watch out for armed guards.
What's he worrying about armed guards for? They're all in a day's work.
Let's hike off across the field here. That'll bring us up back to the big house where the guest cabins are.
Yeah. Say, talking about that little old Jacqueline baby, I wonder where she's at.
Duke said she was tagging her father around, trying to get a clue as to what he did with Reggie.
Yeah, you suppose she's still at it?
I wouldn't be surprised. Quite a little bulldog in that girl's character.
Sure enough is. Nice moonlight night.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't mind having a cute little old female gal out here alongside me instead of you on a night like this.
Now keep your mind on the business at hand.
Yes, sir. When I think of the bunch of pretty nights that I've wasted, and all the girls in the world that ain't had me to make love at.
They don't know how lucky they are.
Now, what you mean by that? Winnie Mae once said to me, if and I weren't her blood cousin on my mama's side, she'd hound me to death till I wedded her.
Well, it takes all kinds of tastes to make up the world.
It sure does. Hey, wait a minute. Was that supposed to be a dirty crack?
Keep your voice down now, Doc. You can see the outlines of the guest houses against the skyline.
Yeah. You know, I just thought of something. That there Big Sweet weighs 1 ounce less than a horse. It's going to be a job of toting his carcass clear down to the silo.
Well, it's too late to think about that now.
Unless we could catch her unconscious and make him walk.
No, he'll be too much to handle. If he once starts a fight, he'll make so much noise we'll have the whole place on us.
Okay, fella. But I sure ain't got no stomach for toting bull elephants.
Now then, keep it quiet. We're up to the hedge.
Yeah. Now we gonna get through it. It's 6 foot high. It's an inch.
There must be some way.
And remember, we got to get the bull Swede through there coming back.
Wait a minute. What's that gleam in the moonlight?
I don't see nothing.
Well, I do. Come on. Good. Just what I was hoping.
What you mean?
Here, feel it. An iron gate.
Well, doggone, son. Just as neat as you please. Can you get it open?
Yeah, just latched. Careful now. Come on through.
Yeah.
Leave it open in case we have to get out fast.
Picture of us getting out fast, carrying 2 tons of limp hipponocerous meat.
All right, follow close.
Yeah. There, the cottage just ahead.
I don't know. We'll have to investigate.
Hold her, son.
What's the matter?
Look here at that shadow just alongside that window. Ain't that a man?
Yeah, I think you're right.
You're darn tootin' I'm right.
Must have guards at each door and window. Now then, the old teamwork. I'll slip up behind him and tell him not to move. Then you step up and clip him on the chin.
When do we go?
Now. Wait till you hear me speak to him.
Okay.
Here I go.
Don't make a move. I got him, Jack.
Good work. Now around the back of the house.
Yeah. If there's a back door, there's bound to be a guard there.
Uh-huh. Nope. No back door.
Well, that's one hombre we don't have to send bye-bye. Keep on going around?
Yeah, there'll be a window on the other side. Take it easy around the corner.
Yep. And there's our customer.
All right, same tactics. Here I go.
Don't make a move. Hey, you didn't catch him like you did the other hombre.
I didn't have time. He went down too fast.
Yeah, I reckon it's all right. He didn't make much noise. Now in front?
Yeah, this is liable to be the hardest job, especially if the guard's up on the porch.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to rush him.
I hope not. If he's fast on the draw, we may be out of luck.
Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to go and see.
Just a few steps now, so don't make a sound.
Hey, Jack, looky at that. 2 of them.
Oh, that's bad. One of them's bound to make some noise before we can stop him.
Hey, looky. They're standing there whispering with their heads together.
So what?
Well, I bet you if I was to sneak up on them and wham their heads together hard enough...
You think you could do it?
Well, son, I can sure try.
All right, I'll be right behind you. If it doesn't work, we'll each jump a man and finish it off fast.
Here goes everything. I got him, Jack.
You certainly did. I hope you didn't fracture any skull.
Shucks, who ever heard of fracturing a cowhand's skull? So, we just let him lay?
Yeah, let's get into the cabin. And be quiet on the porch in case there's anyone prowling inside.
Yeah.
The door's locked.
Well, son, I'll take care of that before you can say sick.
Gonna give you any trouble?
Nope. When you make it open this with a hairpin. There she is.
Fast work. Now don't stumble on anything.
Boy, it sure is black in here.
Now we've done it.
What's the matter, son?
How are we going to tell Big Swede and Little Swede apart?
Hey.
They're both here, and they look exactly alike.
Yeah, only Big Swede can talk a little United States.
Well, it doesn't do us any good with them asleep.
Well, then, will Dad bust it? We're going to have to take them both along.
You were groaning about carrying one of them between us. We can't possibly carry both of them.
Hey, wait a minute, fella. I got an idea.
Well, talk fast.
Yeah, I darn near stumbled over a wheelbarrow around the corner of the house.
Yeah, that's right.
Sure, we'll dump them both in the wheelbarrow and let Jasper tell us which is which.
All right, let's go. This must be the bedroom in here.
Will you listen at that?
Quiet. We'll each get beside a man and let them both have it at the same time.
Okay. I'll get over here.
You ready?
Yeah. Now.
All right, quick. Drag them off the beds and out on the porch.
Yeah. Right out on the porch?
Yes.
There they are, son.
Quick, get the wheelbarrow.
You bet.
Oh, boy. What a job.
Okay, son.
Give me a hand with this one first.
Yeah.
Now the other one, right on top of it. Up we go.
Well, so far it's all hunky-dory.
I'll take the wheelbarrow first. You keep them from sliding up.
Let's go, fella.
Well, what's so funny?
I just thinking. I'll bet this is the first time anybody has ever taken for a ride in a wheelbarrow.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
In retaliation, Doc and I kidnapped Big and Little Sweet, Ross's team of fighters, and stowed them away up on top of one of the big 50-foot silos on the place with Duke Carter to guard them. The only means of reaching the top was a small iron ladder attached to the outside of the silo, which allowed only one man to climb up at a time. Besides guarding the two Swedes, Duke's job was to prevent any of Ross's men from climbing up and releasing the two fighters. And now here I am with Doc, Jacqueline, and Jim Ross himself at the foot of the silo, while peering out 50 feet above is Duke Carter.
How you doing up there, Duke, old kid? Doing fine. And I'm a long ways up in the air. Hello, Jacqueline.
Hi, Duke. You really and truly got Big and Little Sweet up there?
No kidding. Tied up tighter than a sack of potatoes.
Ha-ha.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Ross.
Don't you good morning me, you no-account chicken thief.
Hey, that's no way to talk to a man who's going to marry your daughter.
When you marry my daughter, there'll be 2 moons in the sky.
Is that true, Jacqueline? Do I have to wait that long?
You wait that long to marry me, Duke Carter, I'll run away with Doc Long.
Now you're talking sense, baby. Hey, you keep away from that Doc Long.
Well, you heard what I said. I want to get married, and I don't want to wait forever.
Well, Ross, what do you think of the setup?
I'll send men up that ladder and get my Swedes out of there in no time.
I don't think so. Any man climbing that ladder is going to have to use his hands for hanging on. All Duke's got to do is tap him on the head.
And boy, would he come down fast.
And it's a long way down.
That'd be murder.
Sure would. You know any of you boys that wants to be murdered this early in the morning?
I think Duke Carter come down out of there fast enough. He was ordered to by the sheriff.
Oh, so you're going to bring the sheriff into this.
And I might add that the sheriff's a very good friend of mine.
Yes, but would he be such a good friend if we got out a warrant charging you with kidnapping?
Try and do it.
You don't think we can?
I know blame well you can't. You can't prove a thing on me.
How about that wire you sent to Reno asking for 2 tough characters? How about Benny the wrestler and Mud, his sidekick, showing up yesterday and then disappearing along with Reggie? I think we've got all the case we need.
Sure, hombre. Run and get the sheriff. We really got a story to tell him.
Couple of smart operators, ain't you?
Now look, Ross. An hour ago you drew a gun on us and threatened to shoot both of us. We had every legitimate right to treat you pretty tough when we took that gun away from you. But we didn't.
And I can't figure out why yet.
Well, I can. You behaved like gentlemen because Jim Ross is my father.
Yeah, that's it. I keep forgetting a nice girl like you can have such an ornery, low-down cuss for a papa.
Now then, you looky here, you long-legged excuse for a Texas steer.
Hey, don't you call me no excuse for a Texas steer, you small-time, four-flushing chiseler that hides behind women's skirts.
What do you mean, hiding behind a women's skirt?
Just what I'm a-saying. Well, if it hadn't been for your little old daughter here, we'd have mussed you up long before this.
Yes, and that's the truth.
You keep out of this, Jack Dempsey.
Don't you tell me to keep out of this, you poor excuse for a father. Why don't you get next to yourself? Everybody in the whole country knows you cheat the eye teeth out of your grandmother.
I've never laid a hand on you, Jack Dempsey.
Yes, and you'd better not begin now.
Well, by thunder, I will if you give me any more of your lip.
Go ahead. Go on. Lay a hand on me. Jack and Doc are just aching for an excuse to give you the works. What's so funny, you big lug?
Give me the works, eh? Well, I don't think they will do that now or any other time. Look what's coming around the barn.
What?
Hey, Jack, looky what's a-coming.
Just a few of my men.
Well, doggone, there's our old friends, Curly and Ole. 2, 4, 6, 7.
You mean you got an army of 7 men just to take care of Jack and Doc?
And they're coming to do it right away.
What's the idea of this, Ross?
Well, you got 2 of my men prisoners up there in that silo, haven't you? Just thought I'd take me a couple of prisoners, too.
Oh, so you just thought you'd take Jack and me prisoner.
That's right.
But you've already got Reggie.
Well, that'll make me one up on you, won't it?
Well, of all the mean, low-principled fathers a girl ever had.
Never mind that, Jacqueline. They're getting close. We haven't got time for that.
Yeah, what have we got time for, Jack?
To get ready to fight.
Son, them is just the words I was hoping you'd say.
You mean you two are going to fight all 7 of them?
Why, Jacqueline, honey, I remember the time in the Philippines when me and Jack was up against 21 ripped...
Doc, will you shut up and get ready?
But, son, I am ready.
I want my back against something so one of them can't hit me over the head from behind.
Well, what's the matter with this here silo?
All right. This amuses you, Ross?
You haven't got a chance, boys. You might as well give up and come quietly.
What you talking about? We ain't got a chance. Why, you're just plumb sending your hombres to quick and sudden death.
Duke Carter, can you hear me up there?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on down there?
My father's got 7 men coming to take Jack and Doc prisoners.
Hey, that's dirty. I don't see how you can stand being around that old man of yours.
Well, I can't much longer.
Say, ask Jack if he wants me to come down and give them a hand.
Jack, Duke wants to know...
I heard what Duke said. You tell him to stay up there and guard our prisoners.
But if there were 3 of
You
them...
tell Duke what I said and stop trying to run things.
Hey, Duke!
Yeah?
Jack wants you to stay up there. Hold the fort.
You better get ready, Jack. They're getting pretty close.
All right. Listen, you Jim Ross.
Have you decided to surrender?
No, we haven't decided to surrender. But understand this. I've stood all I'm going to from you. And the minute we've cleaned up this mess of men you've got coming, we're going to turn you across a barrel and use a 1x4 on you until you won't be able to sit down for a week.
Doggone fella. Let's make that our thought for the day. Spank Jim Ross with a board until he can't sit down for a week.
Hi, Ole!
Sure, boss. You ready for
You
us?
bring the boys and get them.
You betcha my life. Come on, fellers.
All right, Doc. Fight with our backs against the silo as long as we can. If they get us away from the wall, then back to back.
Feller, I don't know when I've been so happy. Doggone, I hope there's at least a couple of good fighters in that mix.
All right, boys, spread out. Ere I say the word, pitch in and finish 'em off quick.
Hi, Ole.
Sorry, boys, but you're all washed up this time.
You don't say.
You better come quietly and save yourself getting hurt.
Oh, feeling sorry for us already, huh?
That's right. I got a mighty soft heart.
Yeah, and do you still bleed easy?
Sure, you're going to make us come and get you, huh?
That's just what we're going to do, son. And, Ole, you're just a-fixing yourself to go bye-bye again.
All right, boys, you ready?
All ready.
All right, you're getting them.
Here they come, Jim. What's up, Doc?
Come on, Jack. That boy, Doc. Get a boy, Doc. Hit him again. Oh, that's it. Go ahead and laugh.
Oh, why didn't I think of this before? This is the best fight I ever had.
Oh, you make me so mad. Hey, look, 2 men are down. 2 men are down. Fight him, Jack. Fight him, Doc. Fight him. Fight him. Fight him.
How we doing, Jack?
Save your breath for fighting.
Shoot. Honest, Grandma. Don't know when. I had so much fun. Come on.
Oh, this is lovely. It's lovely. 4 of them down. 4 of them down. Only 3 to go.
Call out the reserves. I want those men captured.
Ha-ha. How do you like it now, my double-crossing father? Oh, boy, wait till this gets around the country. Jack and Doc alone beat up 7 of your best
They
men.
can't do this to me.
Oh, yes, they can, and they're doing it beautifully. Hey, there he goes. There he goes. That's 5 men down. Only 2 men left on their feet. Wow.
Looky, Jack, only 2 of them left.
Yeah, which do you want, Curly or Ole?
Let me have Ole. You care?
All right, let's go after him.
Hello, Ole, you old city cat.
So we meet again,
You sure enough do, and I'm gonna knock your block clean off your shoulders.
Can you imagine that?
Shucks, you don't call that no blow.
Hurry up, Doc. Finish him off.
Hey, you finish off, Curly?
Yes, Curly's washed up.
That's all I wanted to know. Look out, Ole. And here comes one I've been waiting for.
Yeah, boy, Doc. Get away, Doc. He's down. He's down.
Hey, down there, you fellas. That was a grand fight. Congratulations.
Thanks, Duke. Just part of the day's work.
Ha-ha.
Boy, what a mess of humanity.
Hey, Ross, do you always have your ranch messed up with unconscious hombres?
This is an outrage.
Outrage nothing. This is the most wonderful thing that's ever happened on this ranch.
An outrage, I tell you two men should be locked up. You're too dangerous to be left running around loose.
What you mean, dangerous? We're just as gentle as lamb stew.
Ross, you remember what I told you?
What do you mean?
I said the minute we cleaned up this mess of men, we were going to turn you over a barrel.
No rough stuff.
He says no rough stuff. Hey, Jack, how about that barrel over yonder?
That's the very one I had in mind.
No, you're not being serious.
You don't think so? Come along.
No, let loose my arm.
Come along.
No.
Doc, get some boards.
Hey, you really mean you're going to whale him with a board?
You're going to see your father spanked until the sparks fly.
No, I won't have it. It's preposterous.
Here you are, Jack. Here, how are these?
Well, they look pretty light.
This here one looks like a Jim Dandy.
All right, Ross, lay over this barrel.
No, you let me alone.
Get over that barrel.
Help!
Who gets the first wallop?
You wham him till you get tired, and then I'll take her out.
Move me!
Pull up his coattail. I'll hold him.
Hold everything!
Here, hold still.
I can't kill me. I can't stand it.
Listen to him suffer.
Stop! Jack will make him stop.
Father, did you call me Jacqueline?
Oh, yes, Jack will darling. Help me, dear, help me.
Well, it's the first time in your life you ever called me Jacqueline.
Oh, Jacqueline, my daughter. Ouch!
If I make them stop, will you never call me Jack Dempsey again?
I promise you. Save me.
And will you let me marry Duke Carter?
Yes.
Oh,
I'm being killed.
All right, Father. Now, where's Reggie York?
I'll tell you.
Well, go on and tell
him. He's tied up in the pump house by the reservoir.
Pump house by the reservoir? Is that the truth?
Yes.
All right, Doc. I guess that's enough.
Just one more for good luck.
Oh, that did it. I'm a ruined man.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
Reggie, old son, I don't know when I've been so glad to see your homely face.
I say it's jolly well mutual.
You know, Jack, I think this here occasion calls for a doggone celebration. Wine, women, and song.
Look here, now, that would be a bit of a...
Yes, sir. Today's one of them days. Why, we had ourselves a swell fight this morning with 7 medium good fighters.
I say, Duke Carter says the bunkhouse looks like a full-fledged hospital.
And he ain't kidding either. And as I was saying, we had ourselves a fight, which always makes me feel good. We turned Jim Ross across the barrel and whammed him with a board till he yelled uncle. And on top of that, we got old Reggie back again. Yes, sir. Wine, women, and song. Nothing less.
Nothing less, he says.
Only thing, wine gives me a headache big enough for a hipponoceros, and I can't sing worth shooting.
Which leaves women.
Yeah, and the only woman in miles is that little old she-daughter of Jim Ross.
Well, Jacqueline's a lot of woman.
I say she's a lot of woman. Boy, there's enough get up and get in that gal for a dozen females. What Duke Carter wants to tie himself up to a she-whirlwind like her for... I just can't plain figure out.
I say, he's in love with her.
Well, he sure gotta be to take what she hands out.
Reggie.
We.
Reggie, you sure you feel all right after having been tied up all that time?
Oh, yes, quite. Bit of a bruise on the back of my head where they slugged me before they carted me off.
The two-timing yellow dogs. Why, that Benny and Mud just slipped up behind you in the dressing room and whammed you behind the ear? What was that it?
Yeah, that's about the way it happened. When I woke up, I was tied hand and foot and gagged in the pump house up by the reservoir.
You sure you wouldn't like to get to bed?
Oh, no, not at all. I've been sleeping all the time I was up there. Nothing else to do.
Not very good training for a hombre that's got an A1 fight on his hands like you got tomorrow night.
I don't think Reggie's got any fight on tomorrow.
Huh? What you mean he ain't got no fight on? Or didn't Jim Ross say he'd let Jacqueline marry Duke Carter if Reggie licked Big Swede tomorrow night?
Yes, that's what he said originally.
Well, sure he did. And didn't we turn Big Swede loose out of the silo as soon as we got Reggie back?
Yes, Doc, that's
well,
right.
Then how come no fight? Both the fighters are back on the job.
Well, if you'll keep still for a minute, I'll tell you.
Well, go on and tell us then. Don't just keep saying that there ain't gonna be no fight.
Doc, will you stop talking?
I ain't a-talking.
Well, you're certainly wagging that jaw a lot about something.
Well, Jack, what is the setup now?
Well, all I know is that while we had Jim Ross across the barrel, Jacqueline made him agree to let her marry Duke any time she wanted to.
I say, fight or no fight?
That's right. Nothing was mentioned about the fight. Ross simply said that the girl could marry Carter.
Yeah, that's right. I plumb forgot about him saying that.
Oh, Jove, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, you are?
Yes, quite. Now, I was looking forward with real pleasure to meeting Big Swede.
Well, of course, if you insist.
Oh, no, but look here. It takes all the meaning out of it to fight without a reason.
Well, that's silly, Reggie. What's anybody want a reason for fighting for?
I say.
Well, shucks, fighting's enough reason itself. Me, I just like to wham somebody just to be whamming him.
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Doc likes to wham somebody just to be whamming him.
Say, by the way, Jack, I haven't seen Jim Ross since you let me loose. Where is the old codger?
Well, Jim Ross is indisposed.
Indisposed my grandma. He's just plain sick in bed.
I say, really?
He sure is. And I bet you can't guess where he's ailing.
No, I don't think I can.
He's ailing in the spot where I busted him with a board while he was laying across that there barrel.
And all accounts from the sickbed report that he's lying on his face, suffering nobly.
Oh, Jove, I would have given a lot to have seen that.
Boy, did he holler. Every time I come down with a board, you could have heard him plumb down to Turtle Creek, Texas.
Oh, I say, company.
Yeah, must be Jasper. Come on in.
Hi, boys.
Well, if it ain't our little old Jack Dempsey. Come on in, honey.
Doc, won't you stop calling me Jack Dempsey?
Well, sure, sugar. Anything your little heart desires.
I'm through with the name Jack Dempsey forever and ever.
You are sure enough?
Yes, I am. You heard me make my father promise never to use that name again.
We heard you, but how are you going to hold him to it?
Well, I'll hold him to it, all right. I made a bargain with him.
But, honey, you know your old man don't keep his promise worth a plug nickel.
Well, he'll keep this one, all right. I promised I'd never tell anybody about you boys turning him across that barrel as long as he calls me Jacqueline.
He's not very proud of that barrel episode, evidently.
Why, he hates it. If that got around in the community, people would never stop laughing at him.
So you don't mention the barrel, and he doesn't mention Jack Dempsey.
That's it. But I didn't come down here to talk about that.
Well, what did you come down here for, baby?
To find out if Reggie's all right?
Oh, quite, yes, thank you. Never felt fitter.
That's good because I want you all to come to my wedding tomorrow.
Your wedding?
Tomorrow?
Sure. You heard Father say yourselves that he gave permission for me and Duke to get married.
But tomorrow, ain't that kind of rushing things a little?
No, it's not. I got my chance to marry Duke, and by gee, I'm going to do it. Before my father feels good enough to think of new reasons why I shouldn't.
And before Duke changes his mind.
Yeah, before Duke... Hey, what did you say?
Oh, I said Duke's a great find.
You did not. I heard what you said, and you're no better than you should be.
Well, let's make that our beautiful No. We can't do that. We've already got one beautiful thought for the day.
Intimating maybe that Duke doesn't want to marry me.
You're plumb sure he does?
Of course I'm sure. I don't know any man in the country who wouldn't be crazy to marry me.
Well, that's right. Any man would be crazy to marry you.
Jack Packard, you stop saying that. I'll be the best wife any man ever had, and you know it.
Well, not for my money.
And you can count me out, too, lady.
Well, what's two men's opinions? You'd marry me in a minute if I asked you. Wouldn't you, Reggie?
Well, look here, I mean, say...
Speak right up, Reggie.
Reggie!
You don't mean you don't like me either.
Oh, but I say, I like you immensely. But...
There, what did I tell you?
Yeah, but he ain't said he'd marry you.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Oh, please, Job, I couldn't, you know. An old sick mother and all that sort of thing.
Oh, poor Reggie. You're positively precious.
No, not a bit of it. No, I won't have that. No. Boy, there's a way out of a proposal I ain't never heard of. Old sick mother and all that sort of thing.
Reggie, you'd let an old sick mother interfere with your love life?
Quite, yes. Bit of a sentimentalist, you know.
Oh, look, you've all got to come to the wedding tomorrow.
Yes, but Jacqueline, you can't marry in the state of California on such short notice. You've got to wait 3 days after you've announced your intention to marry.
Oh, that's all taken care of. Duke and I took out an intention to wed certificate 2 weeks ago when we were planning to elope.
Oh, thought of everything, looks like.
Of course we did. Oh, and it's going to be a big outdoor wedding. Out on the lawn, and everybody in the country's coming. It'll be the biggest wedding this county's ever seen.
Society even, huh?
You bet it'll be a society event. When Jim Ross's daughter gets married, that's news.
Well, and I guess you'll have to count us out.
I won't either count you out. What do you mean by saying a thing like that?
I wouldn't slick down my hair and raise my little finger for the King of England.
But you gotta be there. Jasper's going to be my best man, and I want you boys to put on tails and be ushers.
You want us to what?
Put on tails.
That's what I thought you said. Jack, you can put on a tail and wear it clean up over your shoulder if you want to. But me, I was born a human being, and I'll be darned if I don't stay one.
Not a tail, Doc. Tails. Full dress clothes. You just got to. All of you.
Well, personally, I'd prefer one of Doc's tails to full dress. I won't come near the place.
Oh, but that's hateful.
Besides, it's time we were pulling out of this part of the country.
Pulling out? What do you mean? You're not going to leave.
You bet we're going to leave.
You honest to goodness mean that, Jack?
Yes, it's the longest we've stayed in one place in years. I'm getting fed up.
Righto, I'd say. Where are we going?
Oh, does that matter?
Look, you big lugs. You don't step a foot off this place until you see me safely married.
Listen at her. If that don't sound just like Jim Ross, I'll swallow it whole.
Well, you heard me. You can't stick by a girl through a lot of trouble and then run out on her at the most important moment of her life.
I said no. We're leaving, so don't try to browbeat us.
Oh, you great big lug.
Now, you said that before.
Well, I don't care. I set my heart on having you see me get married. And now look at you.
Oh, looky, honey. It ain't nothing to cry about.
So I hate you. I hate all of you.
Well, of course now, Jack. We didn't know little old Jack Dempsey
I'm not Jack Dempsey. I'm Jacqueline Ross.
Well, now, looky, honey. If you're going to yell at me, I won't finish what I was going to say.
I'm sorry, but I'm so miserable.
Well, like I was saying, we didn't know that she really wanted us this much. Of course, that makes difference, don't it, Jack?
No. I won't put on a monkey suit for Jacqueline or anybody else.
Well, of course, I ain't never seen one of them. Is it as bad as all that?
No, they aren't. Men look beautiful in full dress.
Well, then, honey, I reckon that lets me out, too. On account of that's one thing I ain't got no hankering to be. Beautiful.
Well, I'd just like to see you get off this ranch until I'm married.
Hey, are you telling us we can't go?
Yes, I am. When were you planning to go?
First thing tomorrow morning, right after breakfast.
Well, you can't. I'm giving orders to Jasper right now to put guards on your car tomorrow morning.
No.
I am, too. You just watch and see if I don't. And another thing.
And another thing.
Yes, and another thing. I'm sending Belshazzar down here with 3 of my father's suits of dress clothes. And you put 'em on.
Doggone. What a little old she-girl.
Jack, why did you tell her the time we're going to leave?
Yeah, you played right into her hands.
Oh, I don't think so.
Well, what you mean?
Because we're pulling out of this ranch at midnight. And when Jacqueline Jack Dempsey Ross wakes up in the morning...
Son, when Jacqueline wakes up in the morning, she's going to be so mad she ain't even going to enjoy her own wedding.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. A new Carlton Morse adventure thriller, The Battle of the Century.
All right, Reggie. Is all our dunnage packed?
Well, I think that's everything, Jack.
Where'd that fool Texan go?
Doc, I think he's in the bedroom.
What's he doing? What's in there?
Well, Doc's simply fascinated by those full-dress clothes Jackton had sent down.
That crazy idiot. I suppose he's got the light on.
I'd rather imagine so, yeah.
I told him to keep all the lights out except in here where the shades are down. Does he want the whole place down on our ears?
Well, you know Doc.
Besides, we've got to get a move on. Go get him, Reggie.
Righto, I'll bring him right along.
Hi, Reggie, kid.
Oh, I say, Doc.
How am I doing?
What's the matter, Reggie?
I say, Jack, come here.
Ain't I about the prettiest human critter you about ever did see? Man.
Oh, no. What's going on here?
Hey, what's so funny? This here monkey suit fits me like the skin on a heifer's flank.
You look like the first cousin to an undertaker.
Hey, you crazy lunatic. What do you think you're doing?
Well, what's the hurt? I just trying it on. I ain't never been in a dress suit with all the trimmings before.
You're not in one now.
What you mean I ain't?
Reggie, when you look at that shirt...
Yeah, well, this here shirt ain't all the shirt ought to be. What you suppose is the matter with it?
Well, in the first place, you've got it on backwards.
I ain't no such thing. Looky, here's a button.
Yes, but, Doc, all old-fashioned dress shirts button in the back.
This here is an old-fashioned dress shirt?
Quite, and it buttons in the back.
Hey, what you giving me?
No, it's the truth, Doc.
But it ain't reasonable. Who ever heard of a shirt a buttoning up the back?
All right. You've had your fun. Now get out of those things and hurry up about it.
Jack, you sure we hadn't ought to stay?
Yes, I'm sure.
But looky, fella, it might be kind of fun to dress all up.
No.
What you mean, no?
Just no. What does it sound like? Are you going to get out of that junk?
Well, I am, ain't I? Doggone it, though. Poor little old Jacqueline's going to be mighty disappointed.
All right, if you want to stay, stay. But Reggie and I are getting out of here.
No, if you fellas are going, naturally I'm a-going, too. Only it does seem a shame.
Well, you go ahead and feel bad. I've got other things to think about.
You know how that girl is. She might just sit right down and bawl if we ain't there.
Yeah, pitiful.
And well, we couldn't have nothing like that happen.
Will you hurry up?
Well, look at me. I'm right down to my underdrawers, ain't I?
Well, let's make that our beautiful thought for the day. Doc's right down to his underdrawers.
Now I'm skinning into my pants. Boy, that sure is nice material they use in them dress breeches.
Forget it. Tuck your shirt into your pants and come on.
Hey, looky, Jack, are you pushing me around?
Well, if we're going to get out of here, we've got to go.
Such a blamed hurry. Where are we going to go when we do get out of here?
I'll tell you about that when we get started.
Oh, I say, Jack, you mean you've got something in mind?
Certainly. Are you finally ready, Doc?
I reckon. Say, it wouldn't exactly be stealing if we took one of these here dress suits along with us, would it?
Oh, look here, Doc.
You can think of more nonsense.
Well, we might even leave a $20 bill pinned to the bed to pay for it.
$20, Doc. Each of these suits cost $200 if they cost a cent.
200, Barry?
Yes, quite.
Well, stuff me for a hootie owl.
All right. Reggie, Doc, you each take one of those duffel bags. I'll bring these 2 suitcases.
Righto.
Might as well, I guess. Kind of got so I like this place.
Open the door, Reggie.
Belshazzar's going to be plumb put out at us, sneaking out this way without saying so long.
Go ahead, Doc. Keep in the shadows as much as possible on the way down to the garage.
Yeah. This way's best, I reckon.
And keep your voices down.
Oh, shucks. Everybody's asleep anyhow.
You don't know whether they are or not.
Sure one pretty night. Looky up there at that moon. Winnie Mae always said a moon like that was made for sparking. Winnie Mae always was my favorite cousin. Been a great lady if she'd ever learned to wear shoes.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Your mind's wandering.
It ain't neither. Can't a hombre think about his own blood kin if he's a mind to?
It seems to me you think about Winnie Mae an awful lot.
Of course I do. Didn't I just say she was my favorite cousin?
You better watch now. We're coming to the garage.
Oh, all right, huh?
Yeah. Keep quiet now.
Hey, looky. The garage door's open.
Someone must have forgot to close them last night.
Well, take it easy. I don't see any guards, but that doesn't mean they're not around. Slip inside. Our car's right in the middle.
Yeah. Here goes.
I say. Bit black in here.
You ain't kidding there.
Hey, who turned on those lights?
Aha! I caught you, didn't I?
Well, son of a gun if it ain't little old Jacqueline herself.
Look at 'em, Jasper. Bag and baggage. Try to run out on me, will they?
Looks like you boys is caught red-handed, all right.
Nevertheless, we're leaving.
Oh, no, you're not.
Don't tell me what we're going to do and what we're not.
Jack Packard, don't you dare yell at me like that.
I am yelling at you like
All
that.
right, then yell. Yell all you want to, but you're not leaving this ranch until you see me married.
I don't care if you never get married.
You do, too.
I don't either.
You do.
Hey, for the love of Pete, Jack. You sound just like Jackie and her papa.
Ooh, that girl does something to me. She'd make a saint scream. Jasper, will you pull this female catamount off and let us get out of here?
I'm afraid I can't do that, Package.
Why can't you?
Because if Jacqueline here wants you to stay, those are orders as far as I'm concerned.
Now, don't tell me she's got you wrapped around her little finger, too.
I say she's had me hog-tied ever she was all legs and pigtails.
Huh? Well, then I guess we'll just have to plow through you, too.
More than me, you got to plow through. Take a look in the driver's seat of your car.
Hey, who's that?
I say, it's Big Sweet.
That's right, Big Sweet. And he's got orders not to let you boys take that car out of this garage.
Well, now, what you know about that? Jacqueline, you mean you gone and sick Big Sweet on us? After all we done for you.
Yes, I have. I don't care what you say.
Tell him to get out of that car.
No, sir. He stays right where he is.
Well, how's he going to fight Reggie under the wheel of a car?
Yeah, and that's the object of the meeting, ain't it?
No, it is not. The object is to keep you boys here. And I'd just like to see you get him out of that car.
Jack, she's a honing to see us get Big Sweet out of her car.
Well, it's just what she's going to see. Reggie, get in the back seat. Doc, you get in front alongside of him.
You betcha.
I wouldn't try that if I were you.
Well, why the heck not?
I'll tell you why not. Because I ordered them to tear the gear shift out by the roots if you start pushing them around.
Oh, I say, pull the gear shift out by the roof.
And he can do it, too.
Well, what do you say to that, Jack?
Just that we're going to keep him so busy he won't have time to think about gear shifts. Back seat, Reggie. Front seat, Doc. I'll take him from this side.
Whoopee, let's go.
There goes the windshield. Never mind that. Keep his hands off the gear shift.
I say it's like fighting an elephant. There goes the side with dog.
Give it to him, Big Sweet. Give it to him. Go on. Tear up their old automobile. Smash it to pieces. I'm glad. Smash everything. Smash them. Hold cockeyed car. Break it up. I don't care.
We're getting him. Come out here. Help me pull him out, Reggie.
Right on. Look out. I got him.
Give up.
Now together, Jack.
Yeah, let's go.
He's out.
Yes, but he pulled
out.
the front door off of our car.
Here, you. Get up on your feet.
Look out, Reggie.
Oh, take that.
He's sagging. Hit him again.
Right on.
Yeah. That's the boy, Reggie.
He's out. You knocked him out, Reggie boy.
You great big heroes, you. 3 of you picking on 1 man.
Quiet.
I won't keep quiet.
Here, Doc, take this handkerchief and gag her.
Come on,
You
honey.
let me alone. I won't keep quiet.
Just listen to her. Go on, will you?
Well, Jasper, we got by Big Sweet. Any more objections to our leaving?
I reckon not. We done the best we could to keep you.
Thanks. All right, Reggie, get in and start the car.
Righto. Oh, Joe, what a mess. Front door gone, windshield gone, side windows gone.
Well, goodbye, Jasper.
Bye, boys. Glad to meet you.
All right, Doc, let Jacqueline loose and jump in.
Okay, only first I'm going to take this gag off so I can kiss her right square on the mouth. Here we go, honey.
Double-crossing quitters I ever
Now
met.
quit talking, because I'm going to kiss
You
you.
run out on me
Boy, you're the kissingest girl I ever did meet.
I hate you. I hate all of you.
Come on, Doc.
Here I come. Let her go.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Poor little old baby. She sure enough went for us big.
Yeah, didn't she? Practically tore our car to pieces.
It's going to be very uncomfortable driving without a windshield.
Oh, go on. Say what you want to. There's a girl that is a gal for my money.
Well, Jack, we're on our way out of the Jim Ross ranch. Now what?
Yeah, fella. Where do we go from here?
We're going to Santa Margarita in the state of San Marino.
State of San Marino.
Well, for goodness sake, where is Santa Margarita, San Marino?
East Coast, just south of the equator.
South of the equator.
That's right. You remember Charles H. Fortune, the wealthy rubber tycoon we met last time we were in San Francisco?
I say, will we ever forget him?
Well, he's fitting up a South American scientific expedition for rubber exploration in San Marino. And he wants us to go along as guides and scouts.
Oh, I say, bit of all right.
But looky, Jack, there ain't no fighting in the equator jungles, is there?
Oh, no?
Well, is there?
I think before this expedition is over, you'll have more excitement than you know what to do with.
No kidding.
You bet I'm not kidding.
Well, son, lead me to it. I ain't never had all the excitement I wanted. Fist fighting and gun shooting. Boy, howdy.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York, with Louis Van Ruten as Jasper. Frank McCarthy speaking. This program came from New York. Meet FBI man Fred Wilk, who recently won the Wanamaker Mile, and meet Ruby Goldstein, winner of Sport Magazine's award as Referee of the Year on Bill Slater's Sports for All, over most of these stations tonight. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my books for you. A story I've called Belladonna Was Poison. You could also call it Tempest in television, only I wouldn't like to think this sort of thing normally happened in TV. As for my hero, well, I'm not going to tell you anything about him, except his name, Rock Stone. You can find out everything else from him.
In the glare of the bright lights, the woman backed away from me, her beautiful features contorted in fear and dismay. One elegant hand crept up to her mouth, and the tense posture of her body indicated the tumult of her racing thoughts. I stared at her, impassive, implacable, with just the faintest trace of a smile on my lips. Her voice, when it came, was husky and low.
You know.
I know, Mrs. West. I knew from the time you failed to identify your husband's body as your husband. I knew you were not Mrs. Adele West at all, but her twin sister, Adeline. You impersonated your sister in the hope of stealing the West diamonds.
You devil.
You murdered your sister so that you could take her place. What you didn't know, Adeline, was that only 3 hours before she had murdered her husband to prevent him discovering that she had pawned the West diamonds to pay her gambling debts.
I guess it's hopeless trying to fool you, Inspector Stone.
You can't fool the homicide squad. And don't bother to open your purse and grab for that gun inside. I took the precaution of emptying it 10 minutes ago.
You...
Okay, Sergeant. Take her away. It's like I always say, folks. There's no future in murder. The clue to next week's show will be seen in the windows of our sponsor, Lacey's Departmental Store, on Thursday morning. Make sure you take a good look, friends. A clue in itself can be a small thing, but it can lead to the electric chair. So, till next week, this is Inspector Rockstone bidding you good night.
Tune in next week, same time, same channel, for another story starring Rock Stone as the inspector, who proves that there's no future in murder.
Well, wraps it up for tonight. All right, Fred, you can strike now.
That last scene played beautifully, I thought, Rock.
Say, thanks, honey.
It was fun being in the show with you. Do you think our producer was happy about it?
Our producer, Miss Arlene Molden, is a woman, but definitely. And who can tell what a woman thinks, huh?
Only another woman. So long, Rock.
So long, honey.
Well, that's another one over. It was a good show, Rock.
Arlene, coming from you, that's really something.
Why? Am I such a tyrant?
No. But there are enough distractions for an actor working in TV without a producer who puts so much vitality into her vital statistics.
You ought to pass snappy cracks like that on to Sam Long. You might be able to use them in next week's script.
And speaking of which, what's the gimmick for Lacey's window display the next show?
It's a Lulu. Let's walk over to your dressing room and I'll tell you all about it.
Fine. This noise isn't doing my ulcer any good.
You read Sam's script for the next show? Belladonna was poisoned, he's called it.
I had a quick look at it.
Well, we've had 2 dummies made. One of you and one of the girl who's murdered. The window dressers will set them up in the window, and on Thursday morning, when the blinds are lifted, the public will see you just entering the room with the girl's body slumped in a chair and an upturned glass on the table beside her.
Yeah, what's the vital clue?
The upturned glass, stupid. Don't you remember in the script the girl is poisoned with belladonna? In her last moment, she turns the glass upside down.
What for?
It gives a clue to the poisoner. The butler did it. And the butler always keeps the glasses upside down in the liquor cabinet.
Holy cow. Did Sam Long dream that up all by himself?
You worry about your acting. I'll worry about the script.
Well, there's something else I'm worried about.
What?
These stunts you pull every week to tie in with the show, like this gimmick in Lacey's window. You know, I think we should drop them.
Not on your life. They're worth thousands of dollars in publicity.
Look, I had a nasty phone call from a real inspector of homicide last week about that stunt of yours with a girl in her underwear being chased by a gunman down 5th Street. Well, Inspector Jakes was very annoyed about the whole thing.
Forget it, Rock. We'll make a sizable contribution to the police pension fund or something the next couple of weeks. That'll keep them quiet. Anyway, this scene in Lacey's window shouldn't upset them.
I hope you're right, but I doubt it. Inspector Jakes made a lot of rude remarks to me.
Maybe he doesn't like your acting. Well, you better go and get your makeup off and have a good rest. I'll pick you up at 7 on Thursday morning.
7? Hey, that's in the middle of the night. Why should I be there? You usually handle these things yourself.
You're featured in this display. You're a dummy, remember?
Yeah, you flatter me. Oh, what a way to make a living.
Honey, I'd feel sorry for you if it wasn't for all that money you're making.
Mr. Stone, thank goodness you've come.
Yeah?
I've been waiting for you to come home. Oh, Mr. Stone, I have to talk to
Now,
you.
look, baby, I'm awfully tired. I'm about to open this door and hit the hay. You know, can't it wait?
It's urgent, Mr. Stone.
Oh, okay, you better come in. Yeah. Now then, what's all this about?
My name is Hannah Vogue, Mr. Stone. I'm an actress.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm playing on one of your shows next week.
Well, that's fine.
I'm frightened, Mr. Stone. There's something wrong, terribly wrong.
If it's as bad as that, I can probably get them to rewrite your part for you.
I don't mean with my part or the show. I'm talking about real life. It affects you as well as me. It affects the whole show. I only found out by accident, and I'm scared, Mr. Stone. I don't know what to do. I'm afraid to go to the police because they won't believe me. And then he'll know, and I'll be...
Hey, is this some elaborate kind of a gag?
I knew it. You won't believe me either. You think I'm crazy before I've even told you what it's all about.
Honey, can you blame me? But go on, I'll listen.
No, what's the use? It's no good. You won't believe me. No one will believe me.
I must be dreaming. And I'm not even in bed. It was Thursday morning, just before Lacey's departmental store was due to open for business. Outside, there was already a crowd spilling over the sidewalk. Inside, there was a character with rimless glasses and a fixed smile. Arlene Malden introduced us.
Rock, this is Lacey's manager, Mr. Sebastian Sheep.
An honor to meet you, Mr. Stone. Oh, or should I say, Inspector?
With a name like that and a line of dialogue like that, is he real?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, Mr. Stone likes his little joke. Remember Lacey's sponsor the show?
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at the display before we lift the blinds. I think you'll be very pleased with it.
We'd love to take a look, Mr. Sheep.
Splendid. There we are. You can step right into the window. Just take care not to disturb anything. The dummies are remarkable, I think. Just look at your likeness, Mr. Stone. How do you like meeting your double? And the girl.
Hey, isn't that Hannah Vogue?
It's a dummy of her. I didn't know you knew her.
Oh, we met.
It's amazingly lifelike, isn't it?
Amazing. Say, the gleam in that red hair. And how do you like that skin texture? Man, it looks like the real thing. Say, I wonder if it feels the same.
Ah! Don't do that. I must say, for a man who plays the part of a homicide cop, you're unduly sensitive to atmosphere.
You don't understand.
It's a compliment to our window dressers. Is that what you mean, Mr. Stone?
I tell you, give me your hand, Arlene.
Oh, darling, how touching. But this isn't the place to hold hands.
I don't want to hold it. I want to guide it. And you feel...
Oh, well, of all that...
Yeah, you see what I mean? She's real. She's been murdered.
Murdered?
We'll have to get the police.
Yes, but we'll have to get the newspapers first.
What?
Do you realize this is the greatest publicity gimmick of all time? A real murder. A real corpse taking the place of a dummy in a window display.
I am thinking of it. And it's making my insides churn.
I'll call the papers first. I want them to get pictures of the police coming in the window. Then I'll call homicide.
Homicide. That means Inspector Jakes.
I suppose so. Why?
Goodbye.
Where are you going?
South America.
Don't be stupid, Rock.
Stupid? That Inspector Jakes was rude to me about a traffic block. What's he going to be about a murder?
Well, the great Inspector Stone, the wonder boy of Copland. There's no future in murder, he says, and he says it every week.
Hello, Inspector.
And now you've turned up a real-life corpse. It just so happens that the corpse is part of one of your corny publicity stunts. Did she volunteer to die for you?
I don't know a thing about it, Inspector Jakes, honest.
By a remarkable coincidence, every newspaper in town gets to hear about the murder before homicide does. You wouldn't have anything to do with that, would you, Inspector?
Oh, no.
Well, I'm going to do the right thing by you, Inspector. I wouldn't spoil your show for anything. Never let it be said that the homicide squad doesn't appreciate a fellow fighter against crime. Let the press boys in, Sergeant. Okay, quiet. That's better. Now I'm giving you boys a break. You can quote me on all of this.
Hey, you feeling all right, Inspector?
Yeah, I'm feeling fine. I'm never better. You boys know what's happened? The window was set for a publicity stunt for the TV show. There's no future in murder. Someone substituted a real corpse for the dummy.
That's not telling us a thing worth quoting.
I haven't finished. This is the bit that will interest you. I've just been talking to Inspector Rockstone here, and he wants to go on record as saying that no one is going to get away with murder on his show.
Oh, now, look,
He says he personally pledges himself to bring the murderer to justice, to solve his crime.
I didn't...
And what's more, he doesn't wish for the cooperation of the homicide squad. He intends to handle it alone.
Hey, is that right?
That's a story for you. A real-life murderer turns Stone into a real-life cop. Who knows? Maybe he'll get himself murdered in the process.
Boy, what a story.
Okay, now you can blow. You get the story, and I hope you play it up big. I go on record as saying that the police department has the greatest respect for Inspector Stone's deductive powers, and they also know he has a hot lead which may well take him straight to the murderer.
Inspector Jakes, what's the idea?
I've given you a break. That's what. Every Tuesday night, you're so smart with a script somebody's written for you. Let's see how smart you are without a script.
But that crack about my having a hot lead. Supposing the murderer reads that. He might believe it.
He probably will.
He might kill me.
You never know. We might be lucky at that.
Yeah, but I don't want to...
I've given it to you on a plate. The camera's focused right on you. Go to it, Inspector.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
You get all the excitement of a dramatic situation with none of the worry, because it's all been worked out for you beforehand by a writer. But the fun fizzles out when a real-life dramatic situation ups and smacks you in the face, and there's no script to rely on. Now, just because my name was Rockstone, and they tacked the word inspector in front of it for my TV show, There's No Future in Murder, I was given star billing by Homicide Inspector Jakes when the actress Hannah Vogue was killed. Now, the inspector didn't like me, and this was his way of showing it.
Rock, darling, this is the most wonderful publicity the show could ever have had.
We look at things from different angles. You're the producer, Arlene. That's fine for you. I'm just an actor, and right now I wish I'd never gone to drama school.
What a story. Front page in every paper. Inspector Rockstone, TV's tech hunts for killer. There's no future in murder, says Stone, with a hot lead to prove it. Oh, this is terrific.
This is terrible.
Inspector Jakes may have shoved this onto you, Rock, but you'll have to go through with it. You'll have to find the murderer. This will catch the public's imagination. They'll expect it.
You're crazy. How will I find who killed her?
Deduction. You've been playing this show for over a year. Sam Long does a lot of research to make the scripts look authentic. You're a cop, Rock. Just play it the way you would in the show.
But this is for real. Supposing I did find the murderer.
That would be wonderful.
Except that the murderer mightn't have the same script as I have. He might rewrite it with me as the corpse.
Let's worry about that when you found him. Come on, Rock, give. Start deducting.
Well, okay, I guess I can try. Now, Hannah Vogue was to be on next week's show. You auditioned her for it, right?
Correct, Inspector Stone.
Well, how did you find her? Did she come from a casting agency?
No, as a matter of fact, Sam introduced her to me. He said she'd had some theater experience and needed a break. It was only a small part, and she had the looks for it, so I gave it to her.
Sam Long. Hey, maybe we're starting to get someplace.
There you are. You see how easy this deduction is once you get going?
Yeah. Where would I find Sam at this time of the day?
Oh, that's easy. Harry's bar. Let's go.
Hi there, Sam. Hey, we've been looking for you.
Ah, the great Inspector Stone. Following your hot lead, Inspector?
That was Jake's idea, and I'm stuck with it. Hey, listen, Sam. Arlene tells me you introduced Hannah Vogue to her.
That's right. So what?
Say, what do you know about her?
Sorry, Inspector. That's confidential.
Oh, come on, Sam. Somehow Rock has to solve this thing, or there'll be no show anymore, and we'll all be out of a job.
Yeah, that's a point. Okay, but don't quote me. Someone whispered gently in my ear that Hannah Vogue was a brilliant young actress,
who should get a break on the show.
Well, who said that?
I told you, don't quote me. Our revered sponsor himself.
You mean Aldous Lacey?
Of Lacey's departmental store, the very same. I was told not to mention his name, but all the same, he wanted to see her appear on the show or else.
You'll have to talk to him, Rock.
To the sponsor? Are you nuts?
Well, it has to be done. And you'll have to do it alone.
Well, if that isn't typical. The producer gives the orders, the poor dumb act has to do the work.
Come in, Stone, come in. Glad you called. I was just going to leave a message at the studio that I wanted to see you.
Oh? What about, Mr. Lacey?
I've read the story in the papers, and of course my manager, she told me what had happened. Your statement about intending to solve the murder yourself is a magnificent gesture, Stone. I congratulate you on it.
Thanks.
It'll be a wonderful thing for the show, and for me as the sponsor, of course. You'll need all the help you can get. That's why I was going to send for you.
Oh?
You're a man of the world, Stone. You'll understand when I say I knew Hannah Vogue rather well.
Oh, sure, Mr. Lacey.
And I wanted to help her. She aspired to be an actress. I told Long to see she got a part in the show. I'm being quite frank about this, Stone. I trust you realize the necessity for discretion on your part.
I'm a clam, Mr. Lacey.
If anyone else got to know this, anyone like the police, it could be most embarrassing for a man in my position.
Oh, naturally. I understand.
Good, then that's that.
Not quite, Mr. Lacey.
No? What else is there?
A couple of questions I'd like to ask.
Oh?
Have you any idea why she was murdered?
None at all.
When did you last see her?
Well, it must have been Tuesday night. Yes, we watched the show at her apartment. I left about 9.
Did she seem worried about anything?
Not at all. She was her usual vivacious self.
Oh, well, thanks, Mr. Lacey. Oh, just one other thing. Would you give me the address of her apartment?
Yes, of course. I'll write it down for you. Here you are.
Thank you.
You're planning to call them?
Uh-huh.
Well, in that case, perhaps I'd better give you the key, too.
On my way to Hannah Vogue's apartment, I wondered about the strange contrast in the dead girl's behavior. According to Aldous Lacey, when he saw her on Tuesday night, she was her usual vivacious self. When I saw her, later that same Tuesday night, she was scared, almost incoherent. I stood inside her apartment and looked around. It was really quite a layout. Obviously, any girl under Aldous Lacey's protection had nothing but the best. I stepped over to the door of the bedroom.
Oh!
Well. An inhabitant. And what an interesting inhabitant.
Who are you? How did you get in here?
With this key. Hey, how did you? This is Hannah Vogue's apartment.
I'm a friend of Hannah's. She invited me to stay here. I only arrived yesterday.
Did you know she'd been murdered?
Yes, the police were here today asking questions. I answered them all. And now here I am answering more from someone I don't even know.
Well, we can remedy that. My name's Stone. Rock Stone.
The television star? The man who's made all the headlines and who's going to track down Hannah's murderer?
That's right.
Mr. Stone, I think you're wonderful.
You do?
I certainly do. And I'd like to help you find the killer.
Well, that's very kind of you, Mr.
I'm Lois Shaw.
Oh, nice to know you, Lois.
It'll be even nicer once we're working closer together.
Huh?
Well, you're going to let me help you in your search for the murder, aren't you?
If you get as close as that, you won't be helping. You'll be hindering.
But it'd be fun, wouldn't it?
I'm not interested in fun right now. I got too much else on my mind. Anyway, how can you help me?
I could give you a tip.
Such as?
Ask your producer, Arlene Malden, about her sister, Kathy.
I never knew she had a sister, Kathy.
Kathy died. Ask Miss Malden how.
I left the luscious Lois puzzling over her cryptic reference to Kathy Malden's death and headed for Harry's bar, where I expected to find Arlene and Sam still waiting for me. But there was a message that they'd gone to the studio. When I arrived there, I found I'd forgotten about the conference for the next program of There's No Future in Murder.
We've got the scripts. All we've got to do is check through them in case anyone has any bright ideas. Then I can go ahead with the casting. I have to get someone else to play the murdered girl, of course.
Hey, hold it a minute, Arlene.
What is it, Rock?
We can't do this show next week.
Why not?
Well, maybe you've forgotten, Sam, that Inspector Jakes told the press that Inspector Rockstone was going to solve Hannah Vogue's murder.
Well, no, but I don't see...
If we're going to keep any viewers at all for the program, next week's show's got to be devoted to the case of Hannah Vogue. In the next show, Inspector Rockstone has to reveal the murderer's identity.
Hey, that's a colossal idea. Here, give me the details and I'll start work on the script right away.
I haven't any details.
Then what are you talking about?
The show will have to be played without a script. It'll have to be an impromptu job. We'll have to play it by ear.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
Aren't you overlooking one minor point? You have no more idea right now who killed her than I have, or Inspector Jakes has.
Well, that doesn't matter. We do the show just as it happened. We can get photographs to use from the newspaper boys. We'll make sure everyone concerned appears in front of the cameras. Even if we don't find who the murderer is, then we've still got a so-called finish. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen the actual events which took place. You have seen and heard everyone connected with the girl, Hannah Vogue, who was poisoned. One of them may be her murderer. Who is your choice?
Hey!
Can you imagine what that will get us?
Yes, about $3 million worth of libel suits.
My bet is it'll get us the murderer. Hey, imagine the strain of appearing in front of the cameras knowing 1 million people are watching you. How easy it would be to make one small slip of the tongue, one small fatal slip, that reveals you as the murderer.
People will just refuse to appear on the show, that's all, including the murderer.
No, they wouldn't dare. Look, imagine the question mark in people's minds if someone refuses to cooperate. It'd practically brand them as the murderer right away.
Yeah, he's right, Arlene. He's really got an idea there.
Well, I suppose it could be possible. And if by any chance we unmasked the murderer, it'd lift the show's rating like nothing else could.
Well, it looks like you two don't need me anymore. Since I haven't any script to write, I might as well gravitate back to Harry's. You can catch me there if you want me.
So long, Sam.
Listen, Rock, do you know any more than you're telling? I mean, this idea of an off-the-cuff show, you must have something to go on.
Not really, Arlene. I've only been around asking questions. Oh, and there's one that was suggested I ask you.
Oh?
About your sister.
Kathy.
Yeah, in particular, about how she died.
Who suggested you ask me?
Well, the girl I found in Hannah Vogue's apartment. A girl called Lois Shore.
Never heard of her. How on earth does she know anything about it?
I don't know, but apparently she does. Oh, look, if you don't want to talk about it, Arlene.
No, I guess you might as well know. Kathy was found in a swimsuit on the beach at San Antonio, drowned. Coroner's court brought in a verdict of accidental death.
Say, that's tough.
It's even tougher than you know, Rock. Kathy was 5 years younger than me. She was always a wild kid. She was working as a model in L.A., and then I found she'd given that up. Was living in San Antonio in a house that a man was renting. I wrote to her warning her. I said the man would get tired of her and throw her out. She wrote back and told me that would never happen because she knew too much about him. I didn't pay any attention to that at the time.
Go on, Arlene.
Then, some months later, I got another letter. What I'd prophesied had happened.
Yeah, the guy had thrown her over.
Yes, but she wasn't standing for it. She'd told him she wanted $100,000 compensation, or she'd give him $100,000 worth of publicity that would ruin him. I didn't get any letters after that because she died.
Gee whiz. Well, is that all?
Not quite, Rock, but I'm afraid I've overdone the build-up. The punchline will probably be a letdown. You see, the man was Aldous Lacey.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
It was a great idea of mine to do an impromptu show devoted to the death of Hannah Vogue for the next TV presentation of There's No Future in Murder. But there'd be no future in TV for me if I didn't reveal the murderer on that show. Because to a million viewers, I wasn't Rockstone the actor. I was Inspector Rockstone, the infallible cop, who'd been put on the spot by a real-life cop, Inspector Jakes of Homicide.
What are you doing here, Stone? I'm a busy man.
Oh, I know that, Inspector. But I thought since you gave that tale to the papers about me solving the murder, you might tell me how things were going.
Yeah, I see nobody could have taken that bit seriously about you having a hot lead.
Why not?
You're still alive.
So's the murderer, unless you've arrested him.
That's only a matter of time.
Did you find out how the corpse got into Lacey's window?
Window was set up the night before. The window dressers left at 9 p.m., so whoever substituted the corpse for the dummy must have done it after that. 2 night watchmen claim they heard nothing. But one of the metal blinds closing off the loading dock at the back of the building shows signs of having been forced.
I see. What did you find out about Hannah Vogue?
She was an actress, and she'd been in this town about 6 months. She hadn't had any work since she got here. I don't know how she kept that apartment.
No hot lead, huh?
No. Why, do you know something?
Me, Inspector? I'm just a TV cop. How could I know anything? Hey, and speaking of TV, how about being in the studio for our next show?
Me? Why?
Well, we're doing the murder on the next program, and we'd like you to be there.
Hey, what's behind this? What are you up to, Stone?
Oh, nothing, Inspector. Just trying to carry out the promise you made to the newspapers in my name.
Stone, if you know anything, it's your duty to inform the police.
Oh, I shall, Inspector. But I don't want to make you look a liar to the general public.
What?
Well, you told the press boys that I would solve the murder, and that's what I'm trying to do. So long, Inspector. See you in the studio.
I think it's the most ridiculous idea I ever heard. I wouldn't allow it for one moment. To commercialize murder. It's unethical.
But, Mr. Lacey...
It's a crazy, preposterous idea. I won't hear another word about it, Stone.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Mr. Lacey. That means I'll have to scrap the idea of you introducing the show.
What? Well, me? Introduce it?
Well, that's what I had in mind. I naturally figured that you as our sponsor would open the program.
You wanted me to appear on the show?
Sure. With a statement to our audience about how you stood foursquare for justice and how this program would bring a murderer to justice.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. I hadn't thought of it quite like that before. That puts a different complexion on the matter.
Oh, does it, Mr. Lacey?
Of course. Now, this whole thing will have to be properly organized. We can't afford any slip-ups.
That's right, sir.
All right, get on to it, Stone.
Of course, Mr. Lacey. Just one other thing.
Yeah?
We'd like your manager, Mr. Sheep, to come along, too.
All right, I'll send him a memo about it.
Why, thank you. You know, there's one thing that's had me wondering about Mr. Sheep.
What's that?
If he can't sleep at night, what does he count? People? When I left Lacey's department store, I thought I ought to have a few words with Sam Long about the form the presentation ought to take. He wasn't to be seen at Harry's bar, so I headed for his apartment. I'd never been there before. Man, it was a shabby-looking building. I was surprised. Sam was making money. He could afford something better than that. There was no answer when I pressed the buzzer, but a door opposite opened, and a woman stuck her head out.
You looking for Mr. Long?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, he isn't in.
Yeah, that probably explains why he doesn't open the door.
Say, aren't you Inspector Rockstone?
That's right.
Gee, I always watch your program. That is, when my old man isn't working early shift. He gets home around 4 in the afternoon then, and we watch another channel.
Why?
He can't stand the sight of you. He says if you're a cop, he's a ballet dancer.
And he's not, I take it.
He works on the garbage collection.
Have you any idea where Mr. Long would be?
Try Harry's bar.
I have.
He's there most times. Drinks too much. He's changed since he first come here. He was different then.
Younger, perhaps.
Happier, too. They both were happy.
Did you say they?
Sure. Him and his wife.
Wife? Yeah, I never knew he was married.
Oh, lovely little thing she was. An actress. But then they started in quarreling. Quarreled something terrible before she left him. Guess that's why he drinks so much.
You say she was an actress?
Uh-huh. Used to go mad at him, yelling it was his fault she couldn't get a job because he wouldn't help her.
You don't know the name that she used professionally?
No, never heard of it. But pretty as a picture she was, with her red hair and everything.
Red hair?
Flaming red. Lovely hair. The way mine used to be before it started falling out.
I can imagine.
Every time I saw her, I used to say to myself, Holy Hannah, if only my hair... Hey, that was her name, Hannah.
I left the talkative dame with my head reeling. Not only from her gabbling, but from the unexpected, astonishing information I'd stumbled on. Sam Long, married, and to a beautiful redhead actress named Hannah. And it was a beautiful redhead actress named Hannah who'd been found dead in Lacey's window. It looked as though Sam and I should have a long, confidential chat. But I ran into a complication with curves. A special set of curves called Lower Shore.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Stone.
Where else should I be, Miss Shore? This is the door to my apartment. I was about to open it and walk in.
Not yet. We've got to go somewhere else first.
The implication is that we can come back here afterwards?
Why, Mr. Stone, we hardly know each other.
A couple of hours of some low lights and lingering music could fix that.
I'll think about it. But now we'd better be on our way.
Well, where are we going?
You'll see when we get there.
Hey, why all the mystery?
Because it's important to me that whoever murdered Hannah Vogue is found. And it's important to you, too, isn't it?
Well, sure. But the trouble is that all I've got so far is a lot of questions with no answers.
Come with me and I guarantee you one of the answers. Maybe the most significant one.
Lois had a car and slid in behind the wheel. After a half-hour drive, we stopped outside a sprawling two-story house with grounds big enough to build an aircraft plant in.
You know who lives here?
Nobody in my income bracket.
The name is Tony Seguera.
Should I know him?
Tony Seguera is one of the 3 top syndicate men in the city.
Then I shouldn't know him.
I think you should. Let's go meet him.
She led the way up to the front door, where a butler carefully patted me in case I was carrying a gun, then led us into a large, luxuriously furnished room, and then discreetly retired. From a spidery-looking and expensive chair rose a spidery-looking, expensive character.
This is Rock Stone, Mr. Seguera.
Glad to know you, Stone. Pick up your show regular.
I'm pleased to hear it, Mr. Seguera. Say, do you like it?
Sure. I'm glad the regular cops aren't as smart as you. I'd be out of business.
But you are, aren't you, Tony?
Oh, sure. Legitimate business I'm in now. Trucking.
Tony's a sort of elder statesman for the syndicate in this area.
Yeah, you could call me that.
He's got some interesting information for you.
Glad to hear anything that might help me.
Now, this will, but you got to understand a few things first.
Huh?
Now, this dame getting herself knocked off in a store window, that's bad for the syndicate. Gets too much publicity. People start talking, say what it's doing in their city. Next thing you know, there's a reform party starts up, and we got to buy to keep things as they are. It costs too much dough.
Yeah, I can see that.
So we got no interest in this thing. It don't concern us until it gets publicity, and then it does.
I see.
Now, you're going to do a real-life show next Tuesday.
That's right.
You find the guy who did it on your show, and everybody gets happy, says, what a fine city we got, huh? Makes sense?
From your side of the fence, yeah.
So we're in your corner on this one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, here's the facts. This Vogue dame is Aldous Lacey's dame, right?
Right.
She gets herself murdered. Why? Maybe because she found out something that Lacey don't want anybody else to know.
Could be.
Something like he's been spending more dough than he should have over the last couple of years, maybe. And he wants a quick investment with a large profit to get it back. So he puts $100,000 into the rackets when the syndicate can use the dough, and he collects 20% over 12 months.
With due respect to Tony, you could say this was right from the horse's mouth.
Now, the syndicate did the right thing by Lacey. We paid him his 20% a month ago and gave him back his $100,000. We're clean. But we don't want to get mixed up in this thing. The way we see it, the dame found out about it some way. Maybe she blackmailed Lacey, or maybe she threatened to talk to the cops. But that's why she was killed. We're sure of that.
Thanks, Mr. Seguera. Thanks a lot.
Oh, any time. Now, I just done you a favor. How about you do me one?
Well, what is it?
Well, you mentioned this in your show. That's okay with us. But just change it around a little. Not very much. Don't say he invested the dough in the rackets. Just say he invested in the syndicate through me. I'm okay. I'm clean. I've paid taxes on the dough I made on his dough. And make the point that Lacey got his dough back. We don't want people we do business with to doubt our honesty.
Sure, Mr. Seguera. I'll do that.
Fine. I look forward to seeing your show. I'm a real fan for your show. It's my second favorite TV show.
Which is first?
Hop Along Cassidy. He's a real nice guy. And so's his horse.
And he keeps the kids on the straight and narrow. Lets them know that crime don't pay. You approve of that? Sure. You think we want the rackets to get overcrowded? I just don't get it. How come you found all this out, Lois? And you know about Kathy Molden. Hey, where do you belong in this setup?
I'm just a girl who knows a guy. The guy being Tony Sequeira. But right now I'm with another guy. And the lights are low. The music's lingering. I'm feeling languid. Didn't you say something about getting to know me better?
Oh, sorry, honey. This isn't my night for concentrating on anything except murder, that is.
You've just got a one-track mind.
You know, I thought it was a pretty brilliant idea. This live TV show to unmask a killer. With me on the spot the whole time.
Well?
Well, it just occurred to me. If anything goes wrong, and I'm in front of the cameras every minute...
Yes?
I'll make an awfully easy target. Won't I?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Any actor worth his salt is generally nervous before a performance is due to begin. But this performance was something extra special, and so were the butterflies in my stomach. Because this program of There's No Future in Murder, which starred me, Rockstone, as television's Inspector Rockstone, was going to be devoted to disclosing the murder of Hannah Vogue, I hoped. That was why only part of the show had been planned, the early part. The rest of it had to be an impromptu affair with me in charge and with music improvised from the orchestra whenever I gave the signal. The signal was to be each time I scratched my ear. I only hoped the viewers wouldn't think their favorite cop had suddenly gone deaf.
15 seconds. Everybody quiet.
I watched our sponsor, Aldous Lacey, bracing himself as he faced number one camera. The orchestra leader stood with his baton raised as the seconds ticked away. And then, the show was underway. As the music hit its familiar theme, I knew the title cards would be flashing onto the screens of a million TV sets, and I mentally crossed my fingers.
My name is Aldous Lacey. I have the privilege tonight of introducing a special program of There's No Future in Murder. As sponsor of this series, Lacey's departmental store is proud to align itself with justice-loving people everywhere in an effort to solve a terrible crime, the murder of Hannah Vogue, whose body was found in our special display window last Thursday morning.
From then on, things went smoothly. This was the part that had been planned, rehearsed. Photographs flashed onto the screen of the window with the body in it. I did my commentary, then hurried over to set one to reenact the finding of the body with Arlene Molden and Sheep, the store manager. Then I scratched my ear for the orchestra leader. While the orchestra added some grim, ominous music, I raced over to camera outside set 2, Inspector Rockstone's office, and faced it ready for the red light. Ladies and gentlemen, you have seen the discovery of the body of Hannah Vogue. In my office, which I shall enter in a moment, a group of people have been gathered. I shall interview them. You have seen me do this many times, but I ask you to remember that tonight I am not an actor playing a role. I am a man, a citizen, trying to solve the murder of a beautiful girl. I am really you, a part of you. I am a conscience, yours and mine. The conscience of a city raising its voice to demand that justice should be done and the evildoer brought to a reckoning. All right, ladies and gentlemen. You all know what has happened. I am going to question you about the murder of Hannah Vogue. I know I have already asked you many questions in the last few days, but this time I shall be asking them in an effort to build up a pattern, a picture of Hannah Vogue's life, and perhaps, because of that, A picture of her death, of why she had to die. Firstly, Mr. Lacey.
Me?
You are Aldous Lacey, managing director of Lacey's departmental store.
Why, of course I am.
You knew the deceased, Hannah Vogue?
Yes, I knew her.
How much were you paying a month for the rental of her apartment? There is no point in hiding this, Mr. Lacey. You freely admitted to me in your office that you had been interested in the girl. How much?
$200 a month.
You knew she was an unsuccessful actress?
Yes.
Did you order Sam Long, the writer of the series, to see she was engaged for one of the shows?
Now, look, I don't see that...
Please answer the question, Mr. Lacey.
Well, I suppose if a man sponsors a show, what's wrong with seeing that someone he's interested in gets a chance?
Nothing, Mr. Lacey. Did you think there was?
Why,
The night before her body was found in the window, Wednesday night. Did you see her that night?
Oh, we had dinner, and then she had to leave.
You didn't go with her?
No.
Thank you. Miss Shaw, please.
Yes, Inspector Stone.
Your name is Lois Shaw, and you were a friend of Hannah Vogue.
That's correct.
You were staying at her apartment the night before the murder.
Yes, I was.
When did you last see her alive?
That evening. She left about 6:30. She said she was going to dinner. She never came back.
Thank you, Miss Shaw. Mr. Lacey, this girl was living in an apartment rented by you. She knew you very well. Well enough to realize you had a secret. She found out that secret. When you discovered she'd found out...
It's a lie. I had no secret. I had nothing to be ashamed of, to be kept hidden.
Didn't you, Lacey? Suppose I were to remind you of an investment you made a year ago.
Investment?
A short-term investment with high return. An investment placed in the hands of Tony Seguera, advisor to a group of men commonly known as the Syndicate. An investment with no papers signed and paid back to you, capital and interest, only last month. Wasn't that what you wanted kept quiet? That a supposedly respectable businessman like you had invested money in the Syndicate?
Well, why should I want to keep it quiet?
Oh, come, Mr. Lacey. Even a child has some idea of what the name Syndicate means today. That was your secret, wasn't it? The secret Hannah Vogue discovered. The secret which cost her life.
I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her.
Now, a few questions for Mr. Long.
Okay.
You are Sam Long, the writer of There's No Future in Murder.
That's right.
Wasn't Hannah Vogue the name your wife used as an actress?
Yeah.
But you and your wife quarreled, and she left you some time ago. Why?
Because I wouldn't chisel her apart on this program, that's why.
And then, some months later, Lacey ordered you to find her a part in the show.
Yeah. Me, the guy she was married to who lost her because he wouldn't do just that.
Did you ever see your wife again?
Once. Last Tuesday night after last week's show. She came to see me. Told me she'd found out something about Lacey. But she was afraid he knew she'd found out. She asked me for advice, said she was scared, and what should she do?
And what did you tell her to do?
She was still my wife. She'd run out on me. She was living in an apartment paid for by another man. She'd got him to get her into the program, and then she came running back to me and asked me what she should do. I told her to get out of my apartment and never come back. That's what I told her to do. That was the last time I saw her alive.
I see. Thank you. Now, Mr. Sheep.
Yes, Inspector.
You are the manager of Lacey's departmental store.
Yes, that's right, Inspector.
Mr. Sheep, when you helped Mr. Lacey carry the corpse into the store window, did you take the head or the feet? Well, Mr. Sheep?
Oh, the shame of it. I've worked for the Lacys for 30 years. I've never had anything but respect and admiration and loyalty for them. He swore to me he hadn't killed her. But if the body were found in his apartment or his car, it would mean ruin for him, for the store, all the employees. I had to help him for their sake.
So you broke open the steel shutter on one of the loading docks to get in?
No, that was only to fool the police. We used my keys. I knew where the watchmen would be. It wasn't hard to avoid them. Oh, the shame of it.
Yes, Mr. Sheep, the shame of it when honest citizens turn to crime. But I notice the shame is only felt when you're caught.
I'd like to make a statement, if I may.
Yes, Miss Shaw, go ahead.
You must be wondering, Inspector Stone, just where I fit into all this.
I have been puzzled by it, Miss Shaw.
My real name is Lois Birkinshaw. And for the last 3 years, I've been employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
You're an FBI agent?
Yes. The Bureau has long suspected that prominent businessmen all over the country were investing money in the local organizations of the syndicate. This practice was not only immoral, but near criminal, and was also defrauding the inland revenue of taxation on the profits. I'm one of the agents whose task it was to obtain evidence of this in the hope of stamping out the practice.
So that's how you knew about Kathy?
Yes, Miss Malden. That's how I was able to furnish Inspector Stone with the details of Mr. Lacey's dealings with the syndicate through Mr. Seguera.
It was part of your job to get close to the syndicate?
Yes. And I also became friendly with Hannah Vogue in an attempt to pin the charge on Aldous Lacey.
Thank you, Miss Birkinshaw. Now we'd better clear up something with Miss Malden.
Yes, Inspector.
You are Arlene Malden, the producer of the show.
Yes.
The name you mentioned a moment ago, Kathy, was the name of your sister who was recently found drowned in San Antonio?
That's right.
Isn't it a fact that your sister had been living under the protection of Aldous Lacey?
Yes.
That he'd thrown her over and she wrote you a letter saying she knew something about him and intended to make him pay for it?
Yes.
You destroyed that letter and said nothing about it in the coroner's court for lack of proof and to avoid scandal.
That's correct.
No, it's a lie. You witch, you lying devil.
Take it easy, Lacey. You're going to need all your strength for the trial.
All right. It's true, part of it. Kathy did find out about the money I'd put into the syndicate. I killed her. I was desperate. We went swimming, and I held her head under the water. But when I got back here, I had a visit from her sister, from Arlene Malden, with the copy of a letter from Kathy giving her the story.
What? You didn't destroy the letters? And you didn't tell me about the most important one?
No, because she wanted to use it for blackmail. I've been paying her $1,000 a month to keep her from showing that letter to the San Antonio police.
It's a lie. It's a fantasy. I never took a cent from him in my life.
The account is in the Carley branch of the Devonport Bank in the name of Arlene Strand.
What about Hannah Vogue?
Well, she found out, too. I nearly went out of my mind. I couldn't kill again, but I couldn't afford to pay 2 lots of blackmail. I told Arlene Malden. She laughed at me. Called me a spineless weakling.
He's making it up. He killed Hannah Vogue and he's trying to fix it on me.
You won't get out of it like that. You told me to bring her over to your apartment that Wednesday night. You made me make an excuse to leave her for half an hour. And when I came back, Hannah was dead. You'd poisoned her.
And that's when you got sheep to help you put the body in the window before thinking of a better way of disposing of it?
Yes, I wish I were dead.
Mr. Lacey, I prophesy you'll get your wish. And Miss Malden will be right alongside you.
That's ridiculous. You've got no proof. Lacey's lying his head off.
I don't think so. And that letter he spoke of, the copy which you showed him, must still exist in the original, and the police will find it. That, I think, ladies and gentlemen of our audience, is the finish of this program. There's no future in murder. I've only one announcement to make. I said before that I was an actor, a man whose conscience was part of your conscience, those of you who are watching me now. This program was brought to you tonight by your own faith and honesty, sponsored by your pride in your city and its people. When something like this program tonight can happen, and does, our city is a good place to live in. Good night. I nodded to the orchestra leader for the closing theme music of the show. Then suddenly the police appeared with Inspector Jakes in charge, and Arlene, Lacey, and Sheep were taken off. And Sam was at my elbow.
Nice work, Rock. You wrote a good script, and off the cuff. Better than I could have done. Oh, it was a colossal show.
Yeah? Hey, don't you realize what I've done? I've just sent my sponsor to the electric chair.
I wouldn't worry too much about that. If those phones aren't running hot with prospective new sponsors, I'll go back to writing copy for commercials.
Hey, I never thought of that. Well, what do you know? Arlene always wanted this show to get top rating, and it took a murder she committed herself to do it.
This is Carter Brown. Well, I guess after that story, nobody's going to want me to write for TV. But you know, I agree with my hero. There's no future in murder, except in writing about it. And it's fun, too. I'll be back again with another story for you, called Hazard in Hong Kong. And the hero's name is Tony Masters. Or at least, that's the name he finds himself saddled with. If you're listening, you'll find out why. Meanwhile, this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Belladonna Was Poison, you heard our star Frank Waters as Rock Stone. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown to bring you another of my books. A story called Crime for a King, in which a private detective, Roger King, is embroiled in a batch of bewildering events. Normally a private eye knows all about his assignment, but in this case our hero's in the dark, which naturally enough makes it hard for him to see where he's going. But he can tell it better than I can, so I'll hand over to Roger King.
There was an east wind driving past the car. Behind the wheel of the Dodge, I had to pull up my coat collar. I lit another cigarette and kept my eyes on the road and the car in front of me. A car which contained Miss Elise St. Chris, whom it was my job to follow. About 3/4 of an hour out of town, the road swung round in a bend. When I came round it, I saw the Packard had pulled into the side of the concrete, and a hefty character in chauffeur's uniform waved me to a stop. I wound the window down as he approached.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Miss St. Chris would like to speak to you.
And who is Miss St. Chris?
My dear sir, if you have not been following us for the last 25 miles, it must be my mistake. Just drive on and forget it. But if I am right, then you know who she is, and we can forget the pretenses.
Okay, fair enough. I'll have a word with the lady. Good evening.
Hello. You are the private detective, I presume.
A snooper is probably the word you're looking for.
Who do you snoop for?
Around this time of the year, Santa Claus. Now, what are you expecting in your stocking, apart from a luscious limb?
Is wit a necessary accompaniment of your profession?
Oh, not really. We throw it in as an extra.
You have not answered my question.
I have a client who pays good dough for me to trail you. Why should I tell you his name?
Because I am curious. Because I don't like being followed around.
That's too bad.
I don't think I like your attitude. You look like becoming a nuisance.
Oh, you'll get used to me after a while. Hey, let's ride in your car and save the juice in mine, huh? What do you say?
I say that you begin to bore me. Johnny?
Of course.
Hey, what?
Too late, my friend.
Something belonging to the chauffeur, probably his fist, came across my head, and I lost interest in the proceedings. When I came round, I was sitting behind the wheel of my car with a headache and without the ignition key. The hulking chauffeur must have tossed it in the bushes. But I'd been caught that way before, and I kept a spare in the glove box. As I drove back in the direction of the city, which contained my apartment, which contained my bed, which would contain me as soon as I could get to it, the only thought in my mind was that my client wouldn't be happy about this. It was about 3 in the morning when I was climbing gratefully into the sheets, when suddenly... Roger King.
So glad you got home safely. Did you walk?
No, I cut a hole in the floorboards of the car and pedaled it home.
It's nice to know that you have not lost that quaint sense of humor.
That smack on the cranium has improved it. Tell that chauffeur of yours that next time we meet, I'll try and do the same thing for him.
Would that be wise? After all, he is so much bigger than you.
How did you get my name and phone number?
I would have thought that you could have deduced that. You were unconscious, weren't you? And in your pocket was your wallet, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Tell me, is there any point to this conversation, or you just like talking to me?
I don't like talking to you at all, Mr. King, but this once it is necessary. You received very mild treatment tonight. Next time it could be much, much nastier.
Are you threatening me, my elegant Elise? I can hardly hold the receiver. I'm trembling so badly.
Very funny. This is my last warning, King. Find something else to do. And tell whoever has employed you why. Otherwise, you might wake up one morning and find yourself dead.
Well, well. Now, just what the devil can all that mean? I arose refreshed but resentful, and I had an idea that my client, Mr. Polvey, was going to be resentful, too. It was about 10 o'clock when I presented myself at the offices of Overseas Enterprises Incorporated and asked the pulsating platinum blonde secretary to announce me.
Come in, King. Well, have you anything to report this morning?
In a short word, no.
What do you mean by that?
I followed her car, then I was hailed by a chauffeur. She made it clear she didn't like being followed. The chauffeur made it even clearer by slugging me over the skull. When I came to, they and their car had gone.
So you don't know where she went?
You're right on the ball this morning.
See here, King, I'm not paying you for rudeness. I'm paying you for results, of which I appear to receive none.
Just remember that it's one thing to trail someone who's using the subway, but quite another thing to trail someone who travels in a chauffeur-driven Packard.
That was your problem, and you don't seem to have tackled it very competently. I shall have to find someone who can carry out an assignment without falling down on it.
Does that mean I'm fired?
In a short word, yes.
Well, it doesn't exactly come as a surprise. How about my dough?
I shall have my secretary draw you a check. $150 covers it, I think. A lot of money to pay for nothing.
But you're not paying me for nothing, Polby. You're paying for the privilege of discharging me. There was a restaurant on the ground floor of the building, and so I decided to step in for a cup of coffee. I'd hardly taken my first sip when a familiar, creamy voice fell on my ears.
Do you mind if I share your table?
Well, well, Miss St. Creets herself. And what are you doing here?
Asking if I can share your table.
Well, it's a free country, or so the rumor goes.
How was Mr. Polvey this morning?
Not very happy. He fired me. He thought private eyes should all have steel skulls, and because I hadn't got one, I must be masquerading under false pretenses.
That's too bad, Mr. King.
Oh, stop it. Your sympathy unmans me. In a minute, I'll be weeping salt tears into my good cup of coffee.
I'm glad you didn't have to walk home.
Ah, that's past history. Now, if I was still working for Polvey, I should be worried about letting you trail me to his office. But as I am now unemployed, I couldn't care less.
I wonder why Polvey had me followed.
Does that wad of dough you've just dropped casually on the table wonder, too?
Yes, you could say it does.
Much as I hate to pass up the chance of some folding money, I don't know. All I know is that Polvey hired me to follow you. He didn't tell me who you were or why he wanted tabs kept on you. All he told me was that you were going to that party last night and I was to take it from there. As you know, I didn't take it very far. In fact, my work for Polvey might be summed up in 3 words. Hired, tired, fired.
Well, thank you for being honest anyway. You're not leaving the money lying there, are you?
Honesty is so rare that it's for free.
You misunderstand me. That money is a retainer.
Retainer? For what?
For watching Mr. Polvey. I am hiring you to find out as much as you can about him.
Where do I report back to?
I shall call at your office every morning at 10. Any other questions, Mr. King?
Only one. Am I crazy or is everybody else?
That is not what I am paying you to find out. You will start on your assignment immediately, of course.
Well, not till around 5 this afternoon.
Why not at once?
Because the quickest, easiest, and best way to find out about Polvey is to trail his platinum blonde secretary.
Oh,
not to mention the fact that following her will give me something interesting to look at on the way.
Yes. Oh, it's Mr. King.
Hi, beautiful.
What do you want?
Well, since you ask, what are you doing for dinner tonight?
I'm flattered, Mr. King. Don't tell me you came all the way out here just to ask me to dinner.
That's a fact.
And how did you know where I lived?
Simple. I followed you.
Well, in the face of that, what can I say? I have an engagement for dinner tonight, but come in and have a drink anyway, Mr. King.
Just call me Roger, huh? Miss,
Oliver. Marcia Oliver. This way, Roger.
Hey, quite a place you have here, Marcia.
I like it. This is the living room. Will you have a martini?
You don't have to ask me twice.
Try the lounge. I find it very comfortable.
Thanks. Hey, you're right. It is, and big enough for 2.
You're getting a little ahead of yourself, aren't you, Roger? We're only at the drinking stage. Here you are.
Thanks. I drink to a very beautiful girl.
Who am I to call you a liar? Good luck.
You mix a masterly martini.
Oh, thank you. And how's the private detecting business?
Booming. In spite of the brush-up I had from your boss this morning.
Oh, that was too bad. You seem to be in a very bad temper all day.
Tell me, what do Overseas Enterprises Incorporated do for a living?
Import, export. Fine stuff mostly. Jewelry, antiques and so on, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you ready for another martini?
Thanks. Your version really has a kick in it. I've never had one martini hit me that hard before.
Maybe you've just got a weak head.
Not normally, but right now, I feel something like the morning after 2 nights before.
Maybe you'd better not have any more.
Maybe I'd better not. That one seems... Can't understand. A Mickey Finn. You gave me a Mickey martini.
I think it's kind of appropriate. Dope for a dope?
You...
Morning, Mr. King. How you feeling?
Awful. Take those panel beaters out of my head. Hey, in this bed, it's moving.
It's not a bed, Mr. King. It's a bunk.
What?
And the reason it's moving is because we're at sea.
At sea?
That's right, Mr. King.
Hey, who are you?
My name's Harris. I'm the skipper of this yacht.
Shanghai. I'm being...
Taken for a little cruise to the Caribbean.
Hey, now wait a minute,
I'm
Harris.
afraid we can't, Mr. King. We've been underway now for some hours.
Well, what's the idea?
Simply that the owner of this yacht feels that 10 days in the Caribbean would do you a lot of good.
Well, who's the owner?
I'm not at liberty to tell you that, I'm afraid.
Hey, but I don't want to spend 10 days in the Caribbean.
I'm sorry about that. But you don't seem to have any choice, do you?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The yacht moved through a heavy swell at a fast clip. My thoughts moved through a heavy head at a feeble crawl. I looked around me. The cabin was fit for a king. But this king's name was Roger, and why Roger King had been drugged and then dragged on board, I hadn't the faintest idea. All I knew was that first I was working for Polvey, trailing Elise and CRIES. Then I was working for Elise, trailing Polvey. And in the course of that, Polvey's secretary, Marcia Oliver, fed me a dope martini, and here I was, all set for a cruise to the Caribbean.
Decided to come up for a breath of fresh air, Mr. King.
That's right, Captain Harris, and it feels very fresh.
Yeah, the swell's getting heavier. We look like having some fog. Do you have breakfast?
Yes, thanks. You run a first-rate service for Shanghai passengers.
We do our best.
You don't feel like doing better still and telling me why I'm here and who owns this boat?
I'm sorry, I can't oblige you.
Well, no harm in trying.
Now, Mr. King, I think you'd better go below.
I've had my quota of fresh air, huh?
I'd prefer you in your cabin. I'll have one of the crew conduct you.
Well, if I'm going to be incarcerated for any long periods, do you mind if I borrow one of your bottles to keep me company?
Not at all. There's a good supply in the saloon. You can stop off and pick up some on your way down.
I didn't notice the rest of the day pass, due largely to the bottle, whose contents transferred from it to me made things seem less bewildering. And then it happened. I was flung from the bunk to the floor, the empty bottle still in my hand. I picked myself up and tried the door. It was locked. The engines had stopped. Up above, I heard footsteps running along the deck. And after a while, there was silence, except for a single sinister sound, the plash of running water. The cabin tilted to a crazy angle, and I could see the water creeping in under the door. And I was forced to the comfortless conclusion that I'd been left to my fate. And then I was proved wrong. Well, hi there, sailor. How's the hornpipe?
You're drunk.
That's right, Captain.
Perhaps it's just as well. We hit a reef, Mr. King.
got too close inshore in this fog.
Well, never mind. There are plenty of yachts.
It's bad luck for you, though. If this hadn't happened, you could have enjoyed a 10 days cruise. And then we'd have dumped you someplace. And that would have been it. But as things are now, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you.
Why, you bold, bad boy.
You see, we can't take any risk of you being around on the 18th. That was the whole reason for getting you aboard, to keep you out of the way till after the 18th. Now, well, I'm sorry, King. I'll have to give it to you.
What, another bottle?
No, a bullet.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, I'm not. There's already about a foot of water in here. I'm going to shoot you, and you'll go down with the yacht.
Hey, I think you're really serious.
Perfectly serious. Goodbye, King.
Oh, no. I'll bet you never figured I was such a good shot on an empty bottle.
The bottle I had thrown in desperation had struck Harris just above the temple. If I'd been stone cold sober, I don't think I'd ever have done it. I left him lying there in the water, which was rapidly rising in the cabin, and made my way to the deck. I looked at the reef on which the yacht had struck, then at the waves now pounding hungrily against the sides of the vessel. Suddenly it lurched onto my feet. That told me as plainly as words that it was my time to get off. The reef below didn't look inviting, but it looked safer than the yacht. I swung out over the guardrail and let myself drop. I landed on the rock on all fours, and as I picked myself up and stumbled away from the yacht, there was a harsh, rending sound. I turned to see the yacht slowly turn sideways and disappear. Then I headed towards the end of the reef. I remember staggering across the slippery rock surface, and then the sudden shock of the ice-cold water, and nothing more.
Take it easy now. Come on, drink some more. Not so fast now. Gently, Dusty.
Yeah, what's this? A bed? Blankets? Where am I?
In bed in my cottage, Mr. King. Come on, have a little more of this brandy.
Hey, how'd I get here?
I found you on the beach. You must have made it to the end of the reef and swum the rest of the way.
Don't remember. Only remember the water.
I saw the yacht strike. Then I came down to the beach later. I saw an upturned dinghy out at sea. And then I found you. What about the others?
Don't know.
Well, perhaps you'd better not talk anymore, Mr. King.
Hey, you know my name.
Well, when I stripped off your clothes, I took out your wallet. Naturally, I looked through it, but car's all safe, your license, your money, everything. My name was Wallace, by the way. Hugh Wallace.
Well, Mr. Wallace, I guess I owe my life to you. And that seems to entitle you to the whole story. And that's it, Mr. Wallace, right up to the time I saw the yacht go under. The rest of it, well, you know.
It's an incredible story. Now, what are you going to do now?
Going back to where I came from. I'm annoyed enough now to want a piece of revenge. And another thing, too. I'm curious about that date Harris mentioned, the 18th. I'd like to find out why I had to be kept away until after that. And what exactly is going to happen on the 18th?
What about the wreck?
I've been thinking about that. You saw an upturned dinghy. Looks as if the rest of the crew must have drowned. I know Harris is dead, and that leaves me the only survivor. I'd like to keep quiet about the wreck for two reasons. One, because to explain Harris's death would be awkward. And two, because with Polvey and his secretary thinking I'm dead, gives me an advantage. But of course, your conscience may insist on reporting the thing, Mr. Wallace. Well, it's up to you. You saved my life, and I won't argue with you on your decision, whatever it may be.
I believe your story, Roger. It's too fantastic to be anything but the truth. And I'm only too happy to keep quiet about the wreck. You see, I'm wanted in 4 states for forgery.
It was good to get home. It was good to roll into my own bed and sleep 18 hours straight. It was close to lunchtime of the next day when I got to my office and found an irate note from my employer, Miss St. Chris. I flicked the telephone dial to the number in her note.
Hello?
Good morning, Elise. Roger King speaking.
Oh,
I got your note. The tone of it seemed rather angry.
With good reason. Where have you been the last 3 days?
Around.
A round is expensive at $200. That is the amount I paid you, remember? I want more than that.
You'll get it. I've been busy. I couldn't wait around my office for you to call.
This had better be good. Otherwise, I shall ask Johnny to call on you and convince you that it is better to produce results.
Johnny?
He was driving my car the other night, remember? Johnny bends iron bars before breakfast, simply because he has to work off his surplus energy.
That ape. If he gets near me, I'm liable to forget I'm trying to be a gentleman and break a chair over his head.
Oh, I'll tell him that. It will worry him for weeks.
Now, look, leaving your playmate Johnny out of the picture for a while, I'm onto something really good.
What is it?
I can't tell you yet, not until I'm really sure.
Mr. King, this begins to sound like stalling to me.
Now, just give me 2 more days. After all, as long as you know before the 18th, it's all right, isn't it?
Very well. I'm prepared to give you 2 more days. But if I don't hear from you by then, you will really be in trouble. That I can guarantee, Mr. King.
So, the 18th means something to you too, baby. The question is, what? And I figure there's only one person who can tell me that. You learn all kinds of handy hints in the private eye profession. One of them is how to use a knife blade to open a window. I thought I had a good half hour before Marcia Oliver got home. More than enough time for a quick look around. And the Platinum Blonde's wardrobe was full of clothes. And if those clothes had been bought out of her salary as a stenographer, then, brother, I was going to take up shorthand and typing. I looked around for a hiding place. The full-length drapes over the living room window seemed to be as good a place as any. I arranged the drapes carefully, leaving myself a crack to see through, took a deep breath, and settled down to wait.
Here we are, honey. I'll get us a drink.
Baby. There's something I need more than liquor. Come here.
Rodney, take it easy.
You're gonna tell me you don't like it?
No, honey, but there's no time. You can't stay here more than a minute. Paulvy's coming.
Paulvy? Well, one of these days I'm gonna wring his neck.
After the 18th, you can do it with pleasure, baby. But not before. He's too valuable.
Yeah. It makes me sick when I think of that slug and you.
Then don't think of it. It won't be for long now. Come on. Let me give you a drink and get going.
Skip the drink. I'll just have the same again.
Now, you must get out of here, Rodney.
Okay. But I won't be happy till the whole thing's over.
That's the day I'm living for, too, lover.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye.
You could pour one for me too, Marcia. Only this time you can skip the Mickey Finn.
You're dead.
You mean I should be dead, but I'm not.
How did you get in here?
Through the window. I've been behind the curtains for quite a while.
Oh. Well, I don't know what you want here, but Mr. Paulvy will be calling very soon.
For his regular visit, huh? Which explains all that expensive clothing you own.
If he finds you here, he'll turn you over to the police.
I don't think so, baby. Not after that little sea trip you arranged for me, you and Polvy, I presume. I think you'd better give me a little information. If you don't, I'll tell Polvy of the pretty little scene I just witnessed between you and dear Rodney. I'm sure he'd love to hear all about it.
What do you want?
For a start, the 18th. That's a date everyone seems to be interested in. What happens then?
I don't know.
Now, baby, don't start with the fairy stories.
Polvy says he's pulling off a big deal then. There'll be a stack of money in it, and I'll get some. That's all I know.
Well, that could be true, I guess. Then why did you slip me that dope martini?
I was scared when you said you followed me home. I thought Polvy's wife might have put you onto me. I wanted to keep you here till I could get in touch with Polvy and ask him what to do.
And he suggested the sea trip?
Yes.
I don't think I believe you, but I can wait. When Polvy comes tonight, find out something definite about the 18th. I'll call back around midnight. You'd better know then, or I'll blow the whole works to Pal Polvy. So it's up to you, baby.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
deeper I delved into the setup, the more it made mystery. It was turning out a king-size problem for a private eye called King. My big bewilderment was concerned with the date, the 18th, on which something was supposed to happen, which everyone was worried about, in one way or another. But I figured I stood a fair chance of finding out what the 18th meant after the ultimatum I had delivered to Marcia Oliver. I was due to call on her at midnight, when I hoped all would be explained. Meantime, I headed for the precinct to pick up my car, which had been impounded from in front of Paulvy's office. After a long explanation to the police about sick relatives and a $20 fine, I got the Dodge back, and then it was close enough to midnight and Marcia.
Oh, it's you.
It's not my twin brother.
You couldn't have a twin brother. There couldn't be two mistakes like you.
You know, Marcia, you're sweet, like cyanide candy.
Cut the compliments and come in.
You phrased the invitation so tenderly, I can't resist.
I'm glad, pal. Just stand nice and still. This is a hair trigger and my finger's twitching. Shut the door, Marcia.
Sure.
We've been waiting for you, pal.
Well, that's nice of you, Rodney.
It's gonna be even nicer. I'm gonna relieve you of your gun. Then your coat will fit better.
That's not my gun. It's my tailor.
I'll have it anyway. I'd hate to put temptation in your path. That's better.
You know, Roger, I'm surprised you forgot about Rodney so quickly.
Honey, I'm even more surprised. I must be slipping.
That can happen when a guy gets close to his end.
I've still got a way to go.
Have you?
Well, I thought I had, but I guess I could be wrong.
You certainly could, pal. You know, you're a guy who keeps looking for trouble.
It keeps looking for me.
You should have kept moving south when you got off that yacht. A guy can't be that lucky twice.
I suppose not.
Yeah, you're a problem, pal. But not too big a one for a guy with brains.
Where is he? I don't see him.
Don't get smart, King.
Sorry.
You see, our problem with you is this. While you're still around, you're liable to tell Paulvy things we don't want him to know. He's got a nasty, suspicious mind. So, what are we going to do?
Let's think it over for the next fortnight.
Murder isn't a rap I'd care to risk.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
I'll bet you are.
You haven't heard it all, pal.
I'm listening.
Tell me this. Where does Paulvy think you are now?
Well, I guess he...
That's right, pal. He thinks you're under the water with the rest of the boys who were on his yacht. So maybe you can figure the answer to our problem now, huh?
If it's what I think it is.
You get the prize, pal. All I have to do is put you back where you belong, under the water, and nobody's going to miss you. And if anyone does, that's Paulvy's worry, not mine.
You're forgetting one thing, Rodney. When I took that sea voyage, it was planned very suddenly. So suddenly that I didn't have a chance to shift my car from outside Paulvy's office.
So what?
So the police impounded it after it had been there a couple of days.
I don't get it.
Guess when I paid $20 to get it back?
When?
Exactly 45 minutes ago. So if you knock me off, it's not going to be Paulvy's worry. It's going to be yours. The police know I was alive an hour ago.
You're lying.
Wait a minute, Rodney. He's not. I remember seeing a car driven away from out front of the office. What model is it, Roger?
Blue Dodge, 49 sedan.
Well, that's it. I saw it.
Of all the rotten...
No language in front of the lady.
Rodney, this changes the whole thing. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Well, I think I do.
Huh?
Let's have another look at this thing. Now that I've proved I'd be a nuisance if you killed me, what about a deal?
Such as?
You tell me what happens on the 18th, and I'll tell you what I know. How about that?
What's your angle, King?
I'm not working for anyone. I decided tonight to resign from my latest employer, so I've just got a large slice of curiosity after Paulvy tried to get rid of me. Whatever's behind it, there must be dough in it. And I'm not the sort of guy to look sideways at a buck. I'm not even ready to quarrel whether it's an honest buck or not.
Oh. Marcia, what do you think?
That might be a proposition, Rodney. That's one sure way of keeping his mouth shut between now and the 18th. And we could use someone else that might make the job easier.
Yeah, you could be right at that. Okay, King, I'm putting the gun away. It's a deal.
Fine. How about a drink to clinch it? I've got a kind of dry feeling.
I'll bet with my gun staring you in the face. Yeah, fix the drinks, baby.
Sure.
Now, it's pretty lucky for you, King. That business about the cops in your car.
Yeah, I guess so.
You'd have been laying around the bottom of the sea without it.
Forget that, Rodney. Here are the drinks.
Thanks. You'll forgive me if I don't wait. Hey, I needed that. Okay, Rodney, suppose you give with the story now.
Sure. Well, first of all, Palvy. Overseas Enterprises Incorporated, his import-export business, is just a sideline. His real work is jewelry. Palvy's one of the finest craftsmen in the world. Now, when anybody's got something really valuable they want altered or fixed, they take it along to Palvy. He's kept his name pretty quiet for obvious reasons.
Of course. He wouldn't want the boys who collect that kind of stuff illegally to get to hear about him.
Next, we come to a dame, the Baroness von Oltz. You ever heard of her, King?
No.
Well, you should have. She owns the Carmel Royne diamond pendant.
I've heard of that.
She bought it for $500,000. They say it's worth more now.
Must be nice to have money.
The Baroness arrived here a couple of days ago. It was in the papers.
I never read the social columns.
You should. Then you might have figured what that date means, the 18th. You see, on the 18th, there's a ball being held in honor of the Baroness von Oltz. Everybody who's anybody in town will be there. And the Baroness will be wearing her pendant.
Daylight breaks through. Correct me if I'm wrong. On the 18th, you aim to snatch the Baroness's pendant.
I'm correcting you. Palvy aims to have it snatched.
What? I may not be the brightest private eye in the business, but that doesn't sound smart to me.
You haven't heard the half of it.
I hope not. To snatch a pendant like that, you have to love it for its own sake. Nobody'd touch it. It'll be too hot.
Sure, you're 100% right.
Well?
Well, it so happens that when the Baroness arrived here, she found the clip on the pendant needed some attention. So who does she send it to?
I'll guess. Palvy?
Palvy, the expert who, luckily enough, lives right here. And Palvy has the pendant for 3 days, with cops and guards sitting all over the joint.
So what? You're getting hard to follow, Rodney.
It'll clear up. Now get this. When Palvy knows he's getting the pendant to work on, he makes an imitation pendant, a pretty good one. Not so good that it'll fool the experts, but good enough to fool the Baroness. When the time comes for him to return the pendant, he's going to return the imitation and hang on to the original.
How does he figure he's going to get away with that? How long does he think it'll take before the Baroness finds out she's got a phony?
That's right. So Palvy is arranging to have the fake pendant snatched at the ball on the 18th.
Oh.
You get it now? He has the fake snatched. Then he waits for the insurance company to offer a reward. It's insured for $300,000. And the insurance company won't think there's anything unusual about the pendant being offered to them through a jeweler. I tell you, this Palvy character has some ideas.
Very neat. So he collects the insurance on the diamond without having to worry about disposing of it, which he couldn't do anyway, seeing it's so well known.
It's really one for the books, isn't it?
You said it, Marcia. But where do you and Rodney come into it?
That's simple. I'm the guy Palvy's paying to do the snatch.
Yeah? Well, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
But not as interesting as the setup between you and Marcia. From what I overheard earlier tonight, neither of you exactly care for Palvy.
You're going to say that again.
So my brilliant mind leaps to the conclusion that maybe you two are planning a little piece of double-cross?
Right on the button, pal. We got it planned rather cutely, even though I say it myself. You see, I'll be at the ball, and so will Palvy. But while we're busy there, Marcia will be paying Palvy's office a visit and collecting the real pendant.
And then?
Then we fade quietly into the wide blue yonder until we can collect from the insurance company.
So that's it, Roger. How do you like it?
It doesn't sound a bad proposition. There's only one thing I don't understand, and that's Elise St. Chris and her boyfriend, Johnny.
Who?
Elise St. what? Who's she?
Marcia, you better pour another drink while I tell you. While they sipped their drinks, I went through the story from the beginning. How Palvy hired me to follow Elise, and how she hired me to follow him, with all the details, right up to where we are now. When I finished, Rodney looked at Marcia, and they both looked at me.
I don't like the sound of that. This St. Chris dame and her sidekick must be after the pendant, too.
You'll have to watch out for them, Rodney.
Don't worry, I'm going to.
We're all going to. What's the situation right now?
Well, today's the 16th. Palvy's due to give the fake pendant to the Baroness tomorrow, the day before the ball.
Uh-huh. So now we just wait till the day after tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that this Elise St. Chris around, it might be a good idea if I went with Marcia when she collects the real pendant from Palvy's office.
Yeah, it might be at that. I'll think about it and let you know.
Fine. Now, if it's okay with you, I think I need some sleep.
Sure.
Oh, just one thing.
Yeah?
I sleep better with a gun under my pillow. Can I have mine back?
Sure. I'll even hand it to you, but first. After all, we're partners now, aren't we?
The social columns of the papers next morning were full of nothing but the Baroness von Oltz and the coming ball. There was no photograph, but they gave the name of the hotel she was staying at. After coffee, I took a ride over to it. I wanted an interview with the Baroness, but when I climbed out of the elevator, 4 quiet-looking characters moved up to me, and one of them did the talking.
Yes?
I want to speak to the Baroness von Oltz.
What's your business?
I'm Roger King, a private detective. My business is private and urgent.
Sorry, Mr. King, the Baroness is seeing nobody.
I tell you it's important.
We've got our orders. You heard what they are.
But I tell you...
Please, Mr. King, don't make a scene. There's only one of you, and there are 4 of us.
So I see, but... Say, who's that? That woman who just walked out of that door and crossed the hall.
That is the Baroness herself.
It is? Well, in that case, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go.
Something amusing you?
Uh-huh. And it's no good explaining why, except to say that she may be the Baroness von Oltz to you, but to me, she's Elise St. Chris.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The more I thought about it, the funnier it became. And the laugh was on me, because there was I, Roger King, the smart private eye, itching to tell the Baroness von Oltz that there was a plot to plant her with a fake diamond pendant. And the Baroness was fake herself, or was pretending to be. I couldn't decide which. All I knew was that the Baroness and Elise St. Chris were the same dame. I kicked that intriguing fact around in my head for the rest of that day, and came evening, I was outside Marcia's apartment door again.
Hi.
Hi yourself. Or are you?
Not yet, but I've got the wherewithal waiting. Come on in. I kind of thought you'd be calling tonight.
Well, that's nice. And so is this room. Cozy lights, warm fire.
I pulled the lounge up in front of it.
For you and Rodney?
Rodney won't be over tonight.
Oh.
I'll pour us a drink. Why don't you relax?
Hey, that's a great idea. I never felt more like relaxing.
Me neither. Here we are.
Thanks.
You don't have to sit as far away as that, do you? Move closer.
Here's to crime.
Here's to our partnership.
What's the setup for tomorrow night?
It's all fixed. The ball starts at 9. You pick me up here about 10. We'll go over to Palby's office and pick up the pendant. Then we head south and meet Rodney.
Sounds simple enough.
Uh-huh. So we don't have to think about it anymore.
Suits me.
Roger, you're smart. From right outside the whole thing, you picked up even more than Rodney knew. About the St. Chris woman and everything.
Just luck. Private eye has to have some luck sometimes, otherwise he goes broke.
Now you're being modest. You know, it's not fair. You being handsome as well as clever.
Lady, with a line like that, you leave me breathless.
Girl has to watch points. You can't be too careful about choosing a man. I'm ditching Palvy only just in time. And there are moments when I find myself wondering whether Rodney's really smart enough to get by.
Roundabout now, I think I could move even closer.
I think you could, too.
I picked up Marcia promptly at 10 the next night, the 18th. She had 2 of her suitcases packed, and I put them in the boot of the Dodge, and we drove round to the offices of Overseas Enterprises. Marcia had all the right keys, and as the elevator wasn't working, we used the stairs.
Hold the flashlight up while I find the key.
Sure. It's nice that Polvy trusts you so much.
Yeah, isn't it? Ah, this is it. Well, come on. Let's not waste any time. It's in his office. You can turn on the light now, I think.
Okay. Where does he keep it?
In the safe.
I don't see any safe.
It's a wall model. Behind that picture.
Have you got the key to that?
It's a combination lock. But don't worry. The picture slides up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 6, 0, 6, 2, 7. That's it. And there it is. Oh, look, Roger.
The Carmel Royal pendant. Hey, it's really something, isn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
But not real.
Polly!
That's right, Mr. King. Just keep your hands by your sides. This gun and I aren't joking.
What? Why aren't you at the ball?
Because that pendant's a fake. As big a fake as you, my dear Marcia. It's very funny, isn't it? I hope you both appreciate it. The real pendant turns out to be a fake.
It can't be.
But it is. All the planning, all the double-crossing, for nothing. I took it out tonight for another look at it. And then I noticed something. Something only very few people would have the knowledge or experience to see. It's very pretty, very well made, and worth about $1,500. An expensive phony, but a phony.
Who pulled the switch? The beautiful Elise St. Crete?
I suppose so, though I don't know how she could have done it.
Where does she fit into this picture anyway?
I met her in Europe about 6 months ago. She talked to me in vague terms about the possibility of doing a deal. She didn't mention the name of the Baroness, but the plot was outlined to me. I told her I'd think it over. I did. And when I got back here, I decided there was no good reason for cutting her into the deal. I could handle the whole thing myself.
Sure, why split profits if you don't have to?
Exactly. When the Baroness arrived and I got the job of fixing the clip on the pendant, I realized the Baroness was who Elise St. Crete had been talking about. She called me a day or so later and told me she was over here and what about her deal. I said I wasn't interested. Then she threatened me. That was when I hired you to keep an eye on her.
Uh-huh. The pieces fall into place.
But I didn't think Marcia was planning to double-cross me.
Well, you know how it is, Polvy. One good cross deserves another.
She won't get the chance to try it again. I'm going to kill you, Marcia. And your private eye friend will join you next.
Take it easy, Polvy. That won't get you anywhere. If you cool down, we can still make some dough out of this deal.
What are you talking about?
Did you ever see the Baroness von Oltz?
No.
I'll bet you didn't. She'd take care of that. You see, the Baroness and Elise St. Crete are one and the same.
What?
That's right.
But why would she want to rob herself?
I think I've figured that. Was a cunning caper. Even baronesses can be broke, and I think at one stage she must have been so broke that she sold the pendant. Not in its original form, of course.
It must have been split up. It's too well known to sell any other way.
Yeah, and at the same time I think she had a fake made. The one in your safe right now.
Go on, King.
Then dough gets short again, and she gets another idea. If her pendant should be stolen, she could claim the insurance money. But if it is stolen, she has to make sure it doesn't turn up again, because it's a fake.
Yes, I'm beginning to see it.
Sure. She puts up the scheme to you that she should be robbed of a fake pendant at the ball, the one you would supply while you kept the one you thought was real. She knows the fake one stolen from her will be destroyed, and the original will be returned by you to the insurance company. But here's where you get the big laugh. When you return what you think is the original, Elise or the Baroness, whichever you prefer, has a look at it and yells fake. The insurance people check up. They find it is a fake. And that means the Baroness collects the insurance dough and you're left without even a fake pendant.
I don't believe it.
Can you make the facts fit any other way?
Of course not. You're right, Roger.
That was why the Baroness couldn't be known as the Baroness to you. That's why she took the name of Elise St. Crete.
Well, all that dirty double-crossing...
Polvy, that doesn't really come well from you. She was just too smart for you.
And how do you think we can make money out of it now?
We should like to know that, too.
What?
Watch him, Johnny.
I am. You fooled me. I'll...
I am afraid poor Mr. Polvy will do nothing anymore.
Very stupid of any man to try shooting at a man who is behind him.
Marcia, I'd better introduce you. This is the lady we were talking about, Elise St. Crete, alias the Baroness. And the gentleman is named Johnny, alias, I presume, the Baron.
So, you worked that out too, Mr. King.
It just came to me like a flash.
Oh, you have more brains than we credited you with.
Like the late Mr. Polvy, he did too. We picked him as a so-called expert who wouldn't notice the fake. But he was a better craftsman than we thought.
How did you get here?
We noticed Mr. Polvey had left the ball. We thought it might be wise to follow his example.
Johnny, you're wasting time.
Yes, of course, my dear. We're going for a ride, Mr. King. And I'm going to enjoy our farewell. Though I'm afraid I can't say the same for you.
Drop that gun.
What in
Drop
the...
it, pal. That's better. I always feel safer when I'm the only guy with a gun.
Well, well, well. Just like a daisy chain, isn't it? Polvey holds us up, then the Baron holds Polvey up. And now little Rodney holds the Baron up.
Oh, Rodney, I'm so glad you came.
Are you? I wonder. I just got an idea in my head that maybe you and King were trying a little funny stuff. Stay where you are, King.
It's okay, Rodney. I just want to grab this gun.
Get him, Johnny!
Oh, no, don't try it, Baron. Freeze. I'm just aching for an excuse to let you both have it. Marcia,
Yes, Roger.
go downstairs and call the cops. Wait till they arrive and then bring them up. Tell them I'm here with the Baron and his wife, and we've discovered they stole the pendant. Tell them you're Polvey's secretary and that I was working for Polvey, and he's been murdered. Got it?
Yes, Roger. I've got it. I'll be as quick as I can.
Well, this is nice and cozy now, isn't it? You know, Johnny, I never liked you from the off. From that time you hit me over the head when I wasn't looking.
I assure you the feeling is mutual.
But I don't think you've got any nerve at all. Behind that tough front, I think there's only a watermelon.
Big talk when you have two guns. Mine and your own.
We'll see. Elise, come here.
Yes?
Here's your husband's gun. Take it by the barrel and walk backwards toward him. If you try to turn, I'll shoot.
Very well.
Now, we'll see who's the better man, Johnny. When she gives you the gun, Elise can count to 3, and then we'll fire.
You are going to fight a duel with me?
Unless you're too scared.
That I have never been accused of.
Okay. Hand him the gun. Now start counting, honey.
1,
Make your last wish, King, quickly.
2, 3. You hit him, Johnny! You hit him!
But not so badly as he hit me.
Don't go for his gun, Elise. It's only my shoulder that's got a slug in it. I can still pull a trigger. You've been a sucker, Baron.
How?
There was only one thing wrong with the setup. When the cops turn up, I could explain Rodney's death. He could be one of Polvey's assistants who turned up because he wanted to rescue us from you. But the trouble was that though he was shot with your gun, Johnny, it had my fingerprints on it. Now it has yours.
Why, you...
We shall tell the police the truth.
And who do you think they'll believe? They're coming now. Smile, suckers.
This is Carter Brown. You've got to hand it to Roger King, haven't you? He may have been befogged in the beginning, but he came in fine at the finish. I couldn't let him do anything else, could I? He's a hero. My next book's got a different kind of leading character, Richard Van Bryden III. I've called his saga Malice for a Multimillionaire because that's what he is. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In Crime for a King, you heard our star Terry McDermott as Roger King. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Carter Brown Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my stories for you. There's drama and suspense in the scream of a jet plane through the blue. There's more drama and suspense when the plane crashes and no one knows why. That's the basis for my book, High Sky Hoodoo, the story of Whitney Kent, jet pilot and war hero whom everyone calls a jinx. And here he is to tell you about it.
It was great to be back, to be standing in the sunlight with the sight and sound and smell of aircraft all around. Ahead of me, I could see the lean, lethal lines of the F-92K, Kent Aircraft's jet fighter. Beside me, I could see the lean, lovely lines of Sue Pearson, Kent Aircraft's secretary. That is, my old man's secretary, and he is Kent Aircraft. As the pilot, Hank Jordan, lit the torch and the twin jets built up, Sue Pearson turned to me.
What are you going to do now you're back, Whitney?
I've made a resolution to get to know some of the people who work here better. You know, see as much of them as possible.
Lose that look in your eyes when you say that, Whitney. You make me feel like a bargain in the slave market.
What's going on here this morning? This is a test flight?
In a way. He's moving. It's off the ground. There he goes.
You sound awfully tense, Sue, for a routine test flight.
It's not a routine job. Where have you been the last 6 months, Whitney? Haven't you been reading the papers?
I've been too busy selling that fighter, remember? I come home with orders for the factory's entire output for the next 2 years. Not a bad effort, huh?
Not bad. Just wasted.
What?
Didn't you know that all F-92Ks have been grounded for the last 6 months?
Grounded?
Oh, didn't your father tell you?
I saw the great Chuck Kent for exactly 5 minutes yesterday. He said hello, and he was busy, and he'd talk to me today. You know how well we get on.
Whose fault is that?
Skip that. I want to know about this grounding. Why? What happened?
The Air Force took delivery of a dozen. 5 crashed in 1 week. 5 men killed.
What went wrong with them?
No one knows. They think it's got a jinx.
And what's that one doing up in the air now?
Gene Latimer and his boys went over with a fine micrometer or something. They worked on it for 6 weeks. They say it's perfect. We're finding out now if they're right.
That explains the little huddle over there. The old man, Latimer, Jim Berg.
Jim's been guarding the hangar as if it were made of rubies, using every trick he ever learned in the FBI.
And the fourth guy'd be the Air Force observer, right?
Yes, Colonel Creston.
Well, let's go over and join them.
I don't think that'd be a good idea, Whitney.
Why not?
Well, I told you they think it's got a jinx, and...
And they figure the jinx is me?
You crashed the very first F-92K, didn't you? And you were lucky. You walked away from it.
I didn't walk away. I was ejected away.
But you're around now. 5 other pilots aren't.
Of all the... I'm not the first guy to bend a plane on a test flight.
Since when was it a test flight? You were higher than a kite, Whitney, and you know it.
So I'd been drinking. I'd like to know just how many guys in Korea flew down Mig Alley without ever having an alcoholic blood count.
So that's the way heroes are made. Is that how you collected your 10 MiGs? Stewed to the gills?
Sure. I was always plastered. That's how I got 10. It was really only 5, but I was seeing double.
Witty Whitney.
Jordan! Jordan, answer me! Is anything wrong?
Something's happened. That's Gene Latimer on the VHF.
Jordan, answer me! What's happened?
It's nothing, Sue. Jordan's radio's packed up. That can happen any time and often does. Latimer's feeling the strain, that's all. He's all tensed up, I guess, and...
There's the boom.
Yeah. Jordan's gone through the sound barrier. He must be diving to do that. The F-92K's not fast enough to crack the barrier at level flight.
Can you see him?
No, I can hear him, though.
There he is!
Latimer's seen him.
I have too, and he's... Get on. Get on, everybody! He's going to crash!
The wings! They're coming off!
He'll hit any second!
Come in, Whitney. We've been waiting for you.
Case of let's all gather around the conference table, huh?
That's right. You know Gene Latimer, of course. So these 2 gentlemen be new to you, Milton Moore...
How do you do?
...and Owen Hallmeyer.
Hello.
They've recently joined me, Whitney, as fellow directors of the company. Now, what we're here for is to find out what's wrong with the F-92K. The Air Force recognize it as a good fighter. They'll buy it, but without any bugs in it. I've talked to Colonel Creston, and his suggestion affects you, Gene. He admits you're a brilliant designer, but he thinks maybe the fault is some little thing that you may have been too close to pick up.
In other words, an engineering mistake. Hasn't the good colonel thought of sabotage?
Sabotage with the other 5, too? In places that range from Las Alamos to Detroit?
Why not? I checked that plane nut by boat. There was nothing wrong with it. What else can it be but sabotage? And I'm looking right at the man I think's responsible for it.
Meaning me, Gene?
Meaning you, Whitney. You crashed the first one, set us back months. What did you do to it this time?
Now, hold on there, Gene. I questioned Jim Berg, our plant security man, about that. He put seals on the hangar and had guards watching it all night.
Hey, Chuck, if I can interrupt right here.
Sure, Milton, go ahead.
Accusations and suppositions will get us nowhere.
Then I say let's call in the police.
No, Mr. Latimer. In my opinion, that would be fatal. It would completely destroy confidence in Kent Aircraft. Now, Mr. Hallmeyer and I, as co-directors with Mr. Kent, are concerned with facts.
Sure are. And with profits. We're not in this for sentimental reasons.
And facts are just what we haven't got at the moment. Now, immediately I heard of the 5 crashes out of the dozen planes the Air Force took, I embarked on a certain course of action. I called in the Blue Circle Detective Agency from Los Angeles. They have a fine reputation, and I asked them to conduct an investigation.
Without discussing it with Owen or myself?
Yes. I thought I was justified. And in view of this morning's tragedy, I think I was right. But, of course, I'll abide by my co-director's decision before going any further.
Well, I guess it sounds all right to me. I say go ahead. What do you think, Owen?
It's a bad business altogether. Sooner we find out, the better, and there's not much use having the police snooping round if there isn't any sabotage. Be the very worst kind of publicity.
I'm glad you agree with me. Meanwhile, Mr. Latimer, you will, of course, devote your attention to checking on Colonel Creston's idea.
Yes, I'll go over the next one personally, even though I think it's a waste of time. The boys around the factory say there's a jinx on the F-92K, and for my money, that jinx is our war hero here.
I've had about enough, Latimer. You're accusing me of murder.
Murder?
Sure. If that plane was sabotaged, then whoever did it killed the pilot, Hank Jordan, as surely as if they put a knife in his heart.
I didn't...
No, you didn't think of that. Maybe next time you use your brains before your mouth. I think I'll be moving along, gentlemen. Nobody needs a salesman right now, I take it?
No, you can go, Whitney.
I thought I'd move out of the hotel into the old beach house if you're not using it, Chuck.
Yeah, sure. Come up to the house for dinner tonight.
Well,
you'll be welcome.
Okay, I'll see you then. So long, everybody. I headed for my hotel to pack my stuff and to move it out to the beach house. On the way over, I wondered about the 2 new directors, Moore and Hallmeyer. What were they doing in the setup? Chuck hadn't said anything to me about them before. But then the old man and I hadn't been all that close. When I opened my hotel room door, I got a surprise. It had an occupant who was busily going through my suitcases. What's this? Government census? How many pairs of socks does the man back from Europe carry?
You're Whitney Kent?
Check. Who might you be?
My name's Slade. I'm with the Blue Circle Detective Agency.
And what are you doing here?
Checking.
Oh? On whose orders?
My boss, Mr. Van Eyck.
And who gave Mr. Van Eyck his orders? That I was to be included in the investigation of Kent Aircraft. The new director, Mr. Milton Moore?
Look, I'm just doing a job.
The wrong job, Mr. Slade. Out.
Now, wait a minute.
I said out, and I read it. We're a hard-headed clan, the Kents, and we use our heads right in the other guy's solar plexus. That's the Kent guided missile known in barroom fights from Tokyo to Busan, Mr. Slade.
You...
Don't move. Get your breath back. And I'll get my cases and go. I was leaving anyway.
I'm glad you came, Whitney.
So am I, since you asked Sue as well. I didn't realize your confidential secretary was that confidential.
Whitney Kent, of all...
Don't take any notice of him, Sue.
I'll do better. I'll take an axe to him.
Hey, how was Europe, Whitney?
Fine. In Paris, there was Fifi, chic and shapely and using such an expensive perfume. In Belgium, there was Fifi, still using that perfume. In London, there was Margaret.
What happened to Fifi in London?
Can't you guess? She ran out of perfume.
You've always got the smart answers, haven't you? I wonder why.
Defense mechanism, Chuck.
It's a long time since I had to talk to you, son. I tried to, anyway. Grew up too quick for me, I guess. I never had time to get away from the plant, and then, when I did, you were in Korea.
It doesn't matter. It was tough enough being Chuck Kent's son while you weren't around. If you'd been around, it only made it tougher.
I never knew it was as bad as that.
Well, we both had it tough, I guess. You lost a wife, the mother I never had. It's old history, Chuck. Let's skip it. How long have you had these guys Moore and Holmeyer in with you?
I had to bring them in, Whitney. Expansion was too rapid. I needed capital, and they had it.
That Moore seems like a smart guy.
He is. He was with Ace Aero Corporation before he came in with me. Built them up out of almost nothing. Holmeyer's a Texan, oil money, likes to speculate. This experience might change his mind.
And how about me?
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm back, having sold a lot of planes we can't deliver right now. So what next?
You mean, what are you going to do?
Just that.
Well, you've been working hard over there. Take a rest, Whitney. 3 weeks vacation at least. We'll talk about it after that.
Thanks, Chuck. That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I couldn't help wondering if you've subscribed to Gene Latimer's theory that I'm responsible for sabotaging the F-92K.
Now, wait a minute.
Obviously you do, otherwise you wouldn't have suggested that vacation for me.
Whitney, you're wrong.
I don't think so, Sue. You don't mind if I don't stay for dinner, Chuck? It'd choke me. I leave you with one statement. I'm going to find out what's wrong with the F-92K if it's the last thing I do.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
The morning dawned bright with determination for me. The old man and Sue Pearson may have taken what I said for bravado, but I was determined to prove that the jinx tag they'd fixed on Whitney Kent was a lie. I decided to say nothing about the visit of Slade, the Blue Circle Detective Agency man. That was something I'd take up later with Milton Moore. First, I wanted words with Jim Berg, our security man.
Well, morning, Whitney. The super salesman with a no-good product. Well, you got my sympathy, pal.
Thanks for nothing. And what gives, Jim? Anything new?
Yeah, not a thing. The top brass are in conference this morning. They're going to use Hangar C to start on the next F-92K. I gotta have 4 guards around that building night and day from here on.
Who gets in?
Only the staff connected with the work.
And the executives?
Oh, I'm sorry, Whit. You're not included. It was your father's instructions.
Oh, that's okay, Jim. He told me to take 3 weeks vacation. Looks like he means it. You have any leads?
No. I figured Gene Latimer made a mistake somewhere, like the Air Force character says, but heck, I'm no engineer, just an ex-FBI man trying to make a living. So I have to presume the plane was sabotaged. Right now, I'm starting a double check on all the employees who could have got near that plane.
How many of them are there?
Oh, over 100. Looks like quite a job, doesn't it?
Mr. Berg, I wish you luck. You will need every ounce of it.
Well, you're around bright and early, Whitney.
Just paying my round of calls. Chuck in?
He's got Mr. Moore with him.
Then maybe I won't bother.
I've got something to say to you.
Anything from those luscious lips I will listen to with pleasure.
Not this you won't. It's about last night. The way you talked to your father. Why can't you even try to appreciate his point of view?
His point of view goes no further than Kent Aircraft. Everything else runs a bad second.
You're a fool, Whitney.
And you're a beautiful girl. But if you don't stop worrying about your boss and start enjoying life, you'll look in your mirror one fine morning and realize it's too late. You'll finish up senior stenographer till they pension you off. Oh, Sue! Mr. Kent free at the moment?
I'm sorry, Mr. Latimer. He's in conference.
Well, see him later. Just a minute, Gene. I'm busy, Whitney. Not too busy for what I've got to say. I've thought of a perfect solution to your problem. Oh? Yeah. When you've got this next F-92K ready to test, let me fly it.
That's what you've been after all the time.
Let's not argue about that. Look at it another way. If the plane's okay, everything's fine. The Air Force resumes their deliveries, the orders I've taken can be filled. On the other hand, if the plane doesn't work, if it goes in the same way that one did yesterday morning, who gets crisped up?
You do.
Right. So if it does burrow its way into the dirt and takes Whitney Kent with it, at least you know that one line of investigation is closed. Well, what about it?
It's worth thinking about. I'll devote quite a lot of thought to your proposition. Good morning.
Why do you have this hero complex? Why don't you let the experts work it out? People like Latimer and Jim Berg and the others. It's their job.
Except for one thing. They can't fly. They can never appreciate how Hank Jordan felt when the plane got away from him. It's beyond their experience.
But not beyond yours. Because you're not only a flyer, but a hero as well.
Yeah, if you want it that way, that's just how I do feel. You've spent your life shining the seat of your skirt on a stenographer's chair. You don't know any more about it than the rest of them. Who the heck are you to sneer at the guys who fly the planes?
I wasn't sneering at the real heroes, Whitney. Only the phony ones.
Thanks for those kind words. One of these days you'll eat them. And they'll give you indigestion. I swept out of her office and headed down the corridor to the office of Milton Moore. I figured he'd be finished with his conference with Chuck pretty soon, and I wanted to talk with the new director. It was easy to ignore Moore's red-headed secretary's protests, though not her profile, and I settled down in his private office to wait.
Is this the customary procedure around here, Mr. Kent? Bursting into people's offices without permission?
Oh, I'll give you permission, Mr. Moore. You can come right in.
Your kind of behavior is something I am not accustomed to.
There's something I'm not accustomed to either. That's having a private detective go through my bags in my hotel room.
Oh?
A Blue Circle agent, name of Slade. That's the outfit you engaged, isn't it? What's the idea having them investigate me?
Even a young pup like you ought to have sense enough to see that Latimer's accusations against you, wild as they may have been, should be checked. Now, will you get out of my office?
In a minute. How are things with the Ace Aero Corporation these days?
I wouldn't know.
How were they when you left?
All right.
What were they building?
Jets, naturally.
Bombers or fighters?
Fighters.
As good as the F-92K?
No. Just what is it you're trying to insinuate, young man?
I was just wondering. You pulled Ace Aero out of trouble. You put them back on their feet, then left them. I wondered why. I wondered if you still had any association with Ace Aero. Financial association, I mean. It just occurred to me that if you had, you were backing a losing proposition when Kent Aircraft produced the F-92K.
Is that all?
No. It also occurred to me that, on the other hand, if Kent Aircraft had a lot of trouble with their planes, then maybe Ace Aero could buy them out cheaply when the psychological moment came. And if Ace Aero could then build the F-92K without bugs, they could sell them, couldn't they?
Are you seriously suggesting that I would descend to murder just to protect my capital?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only thinking out loud.
I must say you go in for original thinking, Kent. I'd better tell you some of the facts of an executive's life. I didn't have any capital interest in Ace Aero for one simple reason. I didn't have any capital. The 25% holding I have in your father's organization was bought with money loaned to me by Owen Holmeyer. He wanted to invest some money in this firm. He knew what I'd done for Ace Aero, so he was prepared to lend me capital to invest. He thought of it as a safeguard for his own investment.
Oh.
So you see, Kent, that if anyone has good reason for wanting Kent Aircraft to sell their F-92Ks again, it's me.
I guess so.
Now, do you mind leaving my office? I have work to do.
Of all the crazy fool things to do.
Not to me, Chuck. Mr. Moore was having me investigated, so I thought I might give him a little of the same treatment.
I'm not talking about that. Moore had it coming, you gave it to him. Made me feel sort of proud of you.
For the first time.
No, Whitney. There were many times when you were in Korea when I was proud of you. When I was proud of you in Europe, too. Proving that you could sell aircraft with the best of them.
What is this, Old Home Week?
But I'm mad at you. How in the name of creation could you do a stupid thing like that?
I thought you said Moore had it coming.
I'm not talking about Moore. I'm talking about that crazy fool offer you made to Gene Latimer.
Oh, that?
Yeah, that. Latimer wants to take you up on the offer. Holmeyer and Moore think it's a great idea. What the heck could I say?
That you figure it's a great idea, too.
That's what I did say. So you're all set to fly the next F-92K.
When?
Saturday. They're working 24 hours a day on it.
Oh, that's fine.
Sue says you've got a hero complex. I think it's a plain darn fool complex.
Maybe. But Gene Latimer was right about one thing. I threw the first one away by flying it when I wasn't exactly sober. That gives me a sort of responsibility, Chuck.
Boy Scout stuff.
It's more than that. That first plane had bugs. If I'd been sober, I could have told you what particular bug it was, but I can't remember anything.
Well,
I've got a feeling. If that plane still has bugs and I fly it, I think the memory might come back and I might be able to do something about it before it's too late.
Maybe you aren't such a darn fool after all. You really want to fly the F-92K?
Of course.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. That it wasn't just bravado. What you say makes sort of sense, I think.
Thanks.
You, comfortable at the beach house?
Sure.
Anytime you feel like eating real food, come up to the house for dinner.
Thanks.
Now get out of here, I'm busy.
Okay. I'll leave you to it, Chuck.
Well, congratulations, Whitney.
On what?
That interview with your father.
Oh. The perfect secretary. Keeps the intercom open so she can hear everything that goes on, huh?
Well, I don't make a habit of it, but I did that time. Come here, Whitney.
What for?
I'd like to kiss you.
Well, to what do I owe that tremendous experience?
You could call it an apology. I was quite wrong about you, Whitney Kent. I'm sort of glad I was wrong, too.
I'd spent a lot of my time waiting, especially in Korea. But no waiting time was as bad as the days while the F-92K was got ready. Came Friday and I went down to the plant. The old man was with me.
We're fixing the takeoff at 7 a.m. tomorrow, Whit. I've got it cleared with the Air Force, okay, 30 minutes. They've defined the area and so forth, so you can collect all the dope this afternoon, met reports, etc.
Sure. I thought I'd collect some flying gear today.
I've had it taken into the hangar here. Berg's doubling the guard tonight and is watching things himself as well.
Good. Oh, there's Latimer, stroking the fuselage like it was a tame cat. Hello there, Gene.
Hi, Whitney. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I've checked every inch of it.
Then I shouldn't have any trouble tomorrow.
Whitney, it occurs to me that I said a lot of stupid things a while back. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Gene. I can appreciate how you felt. And that's my gear there, huh?
Yeah.
I think I'd like to take the parachute out and have a look at it.
But it's all packed.
Then I'd like it unpacked. After all, I'm flying this butterbox tomorrow.
Okay, Whitney, whatever you say.
I had a queer crawling feeling along my spine. And when the chute was unfolded and billowed out in the hangar's expanse, I realized why. There was a 6-foot slit across the center. That chute wouldn't have brought a mouse down safely, let alone a guy of my weight.
Latimer, what's the meaning of this?
Don't ask me, Mr. Kent. As far as I knew, that chute was checked and packed properly.
Lucky for me, I took a look. I think I'll borrow one from the Air Force and bring it along in the morning and put it in myself.
Wait. If they could do that to the chute.
Yes, Chuck. What could they do to the plane?
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Fine and clear. Swathed inside the anti-G suit, sitting in the cockpit of the F-92K, I had only one idea in mind. To call a halt to the Hoodoo on Whitney Kent and the plane at one and the same time. I waved a hand to the anxious group at the rail. Chuck, Hullmeyer, Moore, Jim Berg, and Sue. Then Gene Latimer's voice crackled over the radio in my eardrums.
Whitney, can you hear me? Are you getting me okay?
Sure, Gene. Loud and clear.
Okay. Take her up to 40,000 feet, then 20-degree turns. After that, you can go into the other tests.
Okay, Gene. Here we go. The takeoff was routine. I was used to the sloppy, clumsy feel of a jet at slow speeds. You have to throw the stick around like a barge pole before you get any results. Once you get them into their own element, into the stratosphere, then, brother, just breathe on that stick and you get a response.
How you doing, Whitney? Everything okay?
Smooth as silk, Gene. She lifted nice and cleanly. Altimeter's building up to 5,000.
No sign of trouble?
Not a speck. She's climbing like a bird. I leveled off at 30,000 with a match meter showing a steady 0.8. Nothing to get excited about. Somewhere around 370 to 380 miles per hour. I did the glides. Down to 5,000 feet, then back up to 30. After a routine of these, I did the turns. The F-92K turned nice and tightly with the aid of her flying tail. Power controls have kept the jet flyer's hair from turning pure white. All the while, I kept reporting back regularly to Gene, feeding him the information he wanted.
Okay, Whitney. I think you can take her back up to 40,000 and give her the gun.
We had permission to break the sound barrier at 40,000. Then the radio cut out. I wasn't worrying. Radios had cut out before. Everything else was still okay. The match meter registered 1. The speed of sound. It wasn't the first time I'd crashed the barrier, but it felt like the first time. It always did. But everything apart from that was fine. Then I looked up and saw that the nose of the plane was under the horizon. I eased back on the stick. The horizon stayed where it was. The plane's nose didn't lift. I fed in nose trim. But it didn't make an atom of difference. The nose stayed down. And then I remembered. The memory that had been drowned in an alcoholic haze came back, sharp and clear. The trouble was the flying tail. A jam-up locking the mechanism in the full nose-down position. But this time I was sober and I knew the answer. There's a manual control so you can cut the hydraulic pressure on the stabilizer in an emergency. I flicked the switch which cut the hydraulic pressure, and then I grabbed for the manual control. And nothing happened. I tried it again and again. And still nothing happened. It looked like I'd be going through that ejection routine again. I pulled the blind down sharply over my face. There was the momentary blackout as the seat with me in it jerked free of the plane. Then I found myself in that exciting experience called free fall, because you can't get anybody to pay for it. Below me, I knew the F-92K would be spinning down, a silver streak to its doom. And in my heart was the grateful thought that this time I could be sure of my chute.
All right, gentlemen, let's take it quietly now. Whitney's back, all in one piece, for which we're all thankful. Now, maybe we can find out what the trouble was.
Sure we can. Because I know exactly.
You do? Well, what is it?
The flying tail got jammed in the nose-down position. Reasonable, Gene?
Sure. A slow leak in one of the valves would do it. But what about the manual control? What about the overriding switch to cut the hydraulics? Don't tell me you didn't think of those, Whitney.
I thought of them okay, Gene. There was only one thing wrong with them. They didn't work.
But I tested them last night around 10. They worked okay then. They must have worked today.
If you wanted to sabotage a plane, Gene, a leaking valve wouldn't be hard, would it?
No, it'd be darn easy.
How about the manual controls? Could you cut through something to make them ineffective? If you were going to sabotage it, Gene, do you think that would be a good system?
A very good and very easy system.
But what about the other pilots, Whitney? Why didn't they get out like you?
Because they left it a fraction too late. I was the lucky guy. I quit early.
Well, I guess that gives us the answer. And I'm sure the Air Force will accept it. There's nothing wrong with the F-92K except sabotage.
And sabotage in this case includes murder. 5 Air Force pilots and Hank Jordan.
That means the FBI and the police will have to be brought in on it. Well, I won't be sorry. They're the experts. We can leave it to them.
But I wasn't satisfied to leave it to them. I had a couple of ideas of my own. The first meant getting hold of a gun. The other meant a trip to Los Angeles to the office of the Blue Circle Detective Agency. I borrowed the old man's Cadillac, and the afternoon was almost dead by the time I pulled up in L.A. outside the building. I was afraid in case I was too late, but I wasn't. The door of the outer office was open. The office itself was empty, but behind the frosted glass of the inner office door I could see a figure. I moved in.
What?
Mr. Van Eyck, I presume?
Yeah. Who are you?
Kent's the name. Whitney Kent of Kent Aircraft.
Oh.
What's all this, Mr. Van Eyck? Suitcases?
Yeah, I'm packing.
Going far?
Well, I really haven't made up my mind. There are so many places.
And so many airfields, too. Los Alamos, Detroit, Barksdale.
You!
Naughty. Don't grab for your gun. Drop it like a good guy. Now.
Don't. Please don't hit me.
I won't. I'll just see which is softer. Your head or this wall. And again.
Don't. I can't stand it.
How many of you were there? How many did it take to sabotage those Air Force planes?
Please, I don't...
How many?
2.
You and who else? That guy Slade?
Yeah, only the 2 of us. Please don't hit me anymore. It makes me feel so ashamed.
Of what?
Myself.
Who gave the orders? Come on. Would you like me to do some more head bouncing?
No, please.
Okay. Who gave the orders?
It was...
Put him down, Buster.
Huh?
Fight somebody your own size.
Slade.
That's right. And this time, don't try those bullet head tactics. I can pull this trigger before you're off the floor.
He jumped me, Slade. I never had a chance.
Shut up, punk, and dry your eyes. You're grown up now. What are you, Kent? The scout? Waiting for the reserves to come up?
What are you talking about?
I told Stupid here we should have got going yesterday. But he figures there's plenty of time. He don't believe what he reads about the cops and the FBI sometimes being smart. So where are they?
There's no one around but me and your pal, Van Eyck. Have him! My turn, Slade. I'd thrown the little guy at Slade. 2 bullets hit Van Eyck on the chest, but it gave me just enough time to pull my gun and send 2 slugs for Slade. I took a last look at the 2 bodies and left. When I got back to the beach house, I found I had a visitor. The old man.
Where the heck have you been, Whitney? I've been waiting here for a half hour.
Didn't you help yourself to a drink?
No. I've been sitting here trying to figure out who was behind the sabotage.
You, come up with any bright ideas?
No. All I ended up with was a feeling that a nervous breakdown is creeping up on me fast.
Well, I can stave it off. I found out who crocked up Air Force planes.
You did? Who?
The Blue Circle Detective Agency. Mrs. Van Eyck and Slade.
Son, that's great. I'll get the police on it right away.
That won't do any good. They're both dead.
What?
Which leaves me with my suspicions about who was giving them orders, but no proof.
Well, come on, who?
Who hired the Blue Circle in the first place?
Moore. Milton Moore.
Only we'd have trouble pinning it onto your new co-director, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
And it also leaves us without an explanation of the 2 crashes here. See if we can figure an answer to that while I'm gone.
Where are you going?
Just to put a little emotion of mine into operation.
Now, look here, Whitney, if you've got some crazy idea in your head of playing hero...
I'm no hero, Chuck. Just a jet man with all tubes blazing. My idea was great, I thought. I drove Chuck's Cadillac down to the plant. The guard on the gate recognized the car and waved me in. There was a light on in Jim Berg's office, and I parked outside. The security man would make a good partner in this operation, but in case he didn't approve of it entirely, I decided to twist the story a little.
Well, Whitney, kind of late for you to be around, isn't it?
Oh, I've been nosing around. Thought I'd have a chat with you.
Oh, any time. You're #1 boy in my books. You proved the F-92 cage was sabotaged, giving us the first lead we've had.
We've done better than that.
Yeah? Well, tell me more. Our security chief's the last guy to hear anything that goes on.
I spent some time in L.A. The police were with me. They were playing along with an idea of mine.
Oh, what was that?
That Van Eyck and Slade of the Blue Circle Agency were behind the sabotaging of the 5 Air Force planes.
What? Well, what happened?
Everything we wanted. The cops have got both of them in custody right now. Van Eyck cracked wide open, spilled the whole story, how they did it, who was paying them, everything.
Well, how do you like that? Hey, Whit, have you got a gun?
Yeah.
So have I. This one.
And that's my boy, Jim. Let's go get the top guy.
I've got a better idea.
What?
That you sit down in that chair and put both hands flat on the table. Otherwise, Whitney, I'll blow you to kingdom come.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
I just sat there in Jim Berg's office and stared from his face to the gun held steadily as a rock in his hand. Somehow it took a long time to sink in. The thought that I'd messed it up, that Whitney Kent, jet pilot and so-called Jinx, had also been a jerk. Burke moved round behind my chair, felt my pockets and took out my gun. Then he stepped back to the table and picked up the phone.
Don't try anything, Whit. I can talk into this and watch you with no trouble. Berg, I got company. Whitney Kent. He brought me some news from L.A. Van Eyck squealed. Yeah, that's right, they didn't pull out fast enough. No, he's on his own, I think. Probably had a fancy idea of taking both of us in or something. You'll be right over? Fine. Yeah, we might need a hostage. Okay.
Well, I'm finally getting hip.
Took you a while, didn't it?
The perfect setup. The chief of plant security. Who the heck would question where he went inside the plant?
Nobody ever did.
You could get right next to an engineer and he wouldn't even notice you. You could sabotage the planes. You could split my parachute.
Of course. You see, being an ex-FBI man is the best thing a guy can be. Nobody doubts that he's honest. Nobody wonders if somebody comes along and offers him 50 grand whether he'll stay honest. They don't even imagine anybody offering him the dough. And that's where the boss was smart, picking me for the job.
He must have picked you long before he joined the firm as a director. From the time when I ditched the first F-92K.
That's right, he did. He's been planning this a long time. That sounds like him now. But keep nice and still, Whitney.
Oh, Jim, Kent.
Don't tell me you're surprised to see me, Mr. Moore.
What's going on? What's the gun for, Berg?
This! Don't move, Whitney.
What's the idea of knocking your boss cold?
Him? My boss? You got it cockeyed, Whitney. This is my boss coming now.
Well, Jim, everything under control?
Homer!
What's that fool Moore doing in here?
I didn't wait to ask. He just came in at the wrong time.
So, you were going to take us in, Whitney, all on your own.
I thought it was Moore. I never dreamed it was you.
I'd have been very surprised if you had. Jim, I presume the police are watching the plan.
I guess so. They've been around all afternoon.
Pity we don't have an F-92K. We could have had our young hero fly us out.
Berg, you hit me.
And I'll do it again if you step out of line.
Has everyone gone raving mad round here?
No, Mr. Moore. Let me introduce you to our sabotage chiefs.
Owen and Berg.
That's right.
I think you'd better keep quiet now, both of you. It's a good thing you called me right away, Jim. Gives us plenty of time.
For what?
For getting out of here.
They'll be watching the plant. They'll have roadblocks, probably. We don't have a hope of getting out of here unless we make ourselves invisible.
That may not be impossible.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
It's a one-word question. Why?
I guess you're entitled to the answer. Do you know who owns the Ace Aero Corporation, Whitney?
The stockholders, I guess.
You know who the stockholders are?
No idea.
Me.
You?
Through certain dummies, of course. But I made an error of judgment. I thought Ace Aero was the firm to buy. It had a brilliant top executive, Milton Moore.
Thank you.
But it lacked a designer like Gene Latimer. I had everything but the right plane to build. Kent Aircraft had the right plane, but I knew your father needed capital to expand his production to meet his demand. So, I figured the whole thing out very carefully.
If you bought into the company, nobody could possibly expect you to sabotage it.
Exactly. And by persuading Moore, my own chief executive, to leave Ace Aero and come here too, and by arranging to lend him the money, it meant I had a 50% interest in Kent Aircraft. So nobody could think for a minute I was anything but genuine.
Oh, Whitney, I assure you I had not the faintest idea of all this. I believe you. But of course, Hallmeyer, long before you bought in on us, you took the precaution of buying Jim Berg for yourself.
Of course. I was determined that the F-92K wasn't going to make good.
That meant sending Kent Aircraft bankrupt, so you could buy out at a nominal figure.
Naturally. And then I'd have produced the F-92K without bugs.
A neat little scheme. But it didn't work out, Hallmeyer.
No. The trouble with being clever is that you have to employ others, some of whom are not at all clever. I got a good man in Berg here, but Berg got a moron in Van Eck.
Well, Slade said he was okay, and I figured his word was good enough. Anyway, aren't we wasting too much time talking? We ought to figure how we're going to get out of here.
I've already done that, Jim.
You have? Well, how?
If we can make Los Angeles, we'll be all right.
Maybe, but first we have to get out of here, and how are we going to do that?
I'll show you. Whitney, you brought your father's car down here?
Yeah?
Does that make it sound easier, Jim? Whitney drove his father's car down to the plant tonight. He'll drive it back again.
Well, I don't get it.
I'd have thought a child could understand it. He'll drive it out with the three of us on the floor. They know Chuck Kent's Cadillac, and with Whitney driving it, they let him through. I don't see why that setup shouldn't take us through the roadblocks as well.
You're taking Moore along?
We can't leave him here to raise the alarm, can we?
Okay, then what are we waiting for?
Is that the only gun you have, Jim?
Well, there's one on the table that Whitney was carrying.
What's yours?
The Luger 32.
And that's a silencer on it, eh?
Sure. Doesn't make any more noise than a cork out of a bottle.
Let me see.
Here you are.
Thanks. I'd like to know if the silencer actually works.
What? You shot him carelessly, in cold blood.
I don't need him anymore. And you and young Whitney can call it an object lesson. If Berg had been more careful in choosing the people we needed, Kent Aircraft would have been mine now.
I think you're crazy, stark crazy.
Am I? We'll go out to the car now. You will drive it, Whitney. I shall be on the floor in the back, and so will Moore. I'll give you a practical exercise in ethics, Whitney. If the car gets held up for any reason and looks like being searched, I shall shoot Moore first. His life is your direct responsibility.
A couple of minutes later, we were in the car. We rolled through the gates. The guard on the gate gave me a smart salute, and then we were out on the highway heading towards San Bernardino with Los Angeles beyond.
Demonstrates the power of advertising, doesn't it? They say, there goes Chuck Kent's car, and never even think that somebody other than Chuck or his son might be in it.
I guess not.
You can pick it up a bit, Whitney. I needn't remind you that I'm in a hurry to get to Los Angeles.
I boosted the speedometer up to 70. I wondered where the police who were supposed to be watching the plant could be. There was no sign of them, or of any roadblocks.
Can't you go faster?
You want to get to L.A. in one piece, don't you? What are you going to do when you get there?
I have good contacts. I'll just disappear.
I meant with the car and us.
I'll probably have that figured out by the time we get there. You just concentrate on the road.
But I was also concentrating on the rear vision mirror. It was obvious that Hallmeyer was going to get rid of me and Milton Moore, unless something happened to stop him. Then a pair of headlights gleamed in the mirror. I thought maybe they were the something. I moved my right hand forward till my fingers closed round the switch that operated the head and tail lights. I started flicking the SOS signal with the lights. If the car behind was a police car, maybe they'd get it. Then I heard something which made me sure they had.
What's that?
Sounds like a siren to me.
Police. Just remember, Moore gets it first and then you. I have nothing to lose.
I realized that. The police car was practically abreast by now, the driver signaling me to pull over. There was a white fence running parallel to the highway on my right. It wasn't a hard decision to make. If I stopped, the cops would look in the car, Hallmeyer would certainly shoot Moore and almost certainly still have time to shoot me. The alternative at least offered a sporting chance. I swung the wheel over hard. When I came to, I felt peculiar. When I looked up, I realized why. One leg was hanging up high, straight and stiff. And everything around was white except a face which peered down at me. That was red, with anger.
I thought you weren't going to play heroes. Now look where you wound up. In hospital with a broken leg.
Take it easy, will you, Pop? I had no choice. What happened to Moore and Hallmeyer?
Moore's in the next bed. He's got a broken leg, too. Hallmeyer was the only one who got out without a scratch.
What?
Only thing is, he started firing at the cops. They got sore and fired back. Exit Hallmeyer.
Now that's enough, boss. I won some time with that son of yours, too.
Okay.
Well, Miss Pearson in person. Come to congratulate me?
What for?
Well, for my quick thinking, my cleverness, my ingenuity.
Huh?
Well, if I hadn't given that SOS signal to the cops behind me...
They didn't know anything about an SOS signal. They were pulling you over to tell you that your tail lights were on the blink.
Oh, no. What's the use of being a quick-witted hero when the cops are so dumb?
Darling, you're a dope. But I'll kiss you just the same.
You know, when you did that, I distinctly felt my broken leg twitch and start to mend.
Not for at least 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
And a good thing, too. At least I won't have to worry about what you're doing. I'll know. You'll just be lying here.
They have nurses here.
But you'll never catch them, darling. Not with one leg swung over your head. On the other hand, I'll have you where I want you. When I bring the preacher along.
Preacher? I don't want any preacher.
But I do, sweetheart. Then I can fix it so you'll always be where I want you. Permanently.
This is Carter Brown. You know, when I finished writing that story, I was surprised at myself. I'd actually left Whitney with some of his bones still unbroken. But I guess you've got to be kind to your heroes sometimes. Well, I'll be back with another of my books for you. The next one's called Crime for a King, and the king in this case is named Roger, a private detective who discovers that diamonds really are some girl's best friends. So this is Carter Brown saying so long for now. Be seeing you.
In High Sky Hoodoo, you heard Pamela Page as Sue Pearson, while as Whitney Kent, you heard our star, Keith Buckley. The Carter Brown Mystery Theater, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Morris Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Tonight, in one of her rare radio appearances, we bring you a star who has occupied a unique place in the affections of moviegoers ever since the screen first became of age, Miss Lillian Gish. Appearing with Miss Gish are two distinguished players, Mr. Ray Collins of the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer fold, whose current release is Thousands Cheer, and Mr. Bramwell Fletcher, who has ornamented many a stage and film success. There are only 3 players in Marry for Murder, which is tonight's tale of suspense. Only 3 characters in this story, whose beginning and end are shrouded in a dense down-east fog. A story of slow terror and swift death, planned by a brilliant murderer. And so with the performances of Lillian Gish as Letty Hawthorne, a frightened, neurotic creature who seemed destined to be a perfect victim, of Bramwell Fletcher as Mark Taylor, so handsome and attentive, and of Ray Collins as the lawyer, Philip Alden, who relates these events to us, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
I used to love the sound of foghorns on the bay, especially at night when I sat before the fire. Let their lonely wail weave a contrast between my snug comfort and the gray immensity outside. But I've lost my taste for them now. Lost it on the night I heard them moan a dirge of death. It's hard enough to lose a friend. But to lose one as I lost Letty Hawthorne is the kind of blow you never quite forget. I remember the first time I met her. It had fogged up all of a sudden, as it does here on the Cape. But Ann Wentworth held her Sunday night supper as usual. Letty was the only stranger there, a newcomer to the Cape. I looked at her and thought she'd be an attractive woman if she only didn't flutter so much. She was a trim, pretty woman of about my own age, which is 40.
You're Philip Alden, the lawyer, aren't you? Oh, what a pleasure to meet so many nice people. There go those foghorns again.
Yes,
Does one really get used to them in time?
Well, I
love the Cape, but I can hardly bear that sound. So depressing, isn't it? So morbid.
Well, to your first question, yes, I'm Alden, an attorney. As for the foghorns, well, if you stay with us for a few years, you won't be able to live without them, Mrs. Hawthorne. It is Mrs. Hawthorne, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Anne never gets around to introducing people. It's her only fault.
Oh, I never stand on ceremony. That's my fault if you consider it one. Besides, I knew you at once, you see, and you knew me. Don't you think that's a promising beginning?
I never thought of it that way.
Oh, dearie me. There it goes again. It makes me think of ghosts walking over my grave. How can you bear it?
They do serve a very important purpose, you know.
Oh, I suppose they do, but they give me the shudders.
As a matter of fact, I find them comforting.
I made Jane Hart promise to stay with me tonight if the fog doesn't lift. I daren't be alone. You see, I'm still a bit nervous.
Oh?
I've been ill, you know, and the doctor prescribed complete rest and quiet.
I see.
That's why I came up here.
Well, you'll find what you're looking for here, I'm sure.
Oh, do you think so? I do hope I will. My nerves are simply shattered. Mr. Hawthorne's dead, you see. Such a tragedy.
I'm terribly sorry.
You see, it happened so suddenly. I can't quite believe
Can
that.
I get you some of Anne's cider cup? That's one of our Sunday night features.
Oh, thank you. That would be so nice. It's such a comfort to have a man take care of one again. You make me feel so protected. I know we're going to be great friends, aren't we?
I can tell you I worried a bit for a while after that first party. Letty Hawthorne was a charming woman, a bit fluttery, as I said, but still attractive and rather pathetic. I was afraid she was setting her cap for me. You see, I'm a crusty old bachelor, but even my friends were beginning to wonder. So it was with mingled relief and regret that I learned one day that Letty Hawthorne had transferred her attentions to another newcomer to the Cape, Mark Taylor. He was 8 or 10 years younger than she, a handsome fellow, but somewhat dissolute looking. I didn't like him. I may as well admit that from the start. But short of marrying her myself, there wasn't much I could do. Anyway, they seemed happy enough at first. One day after the wedding, Letty called me on a matter of business. I went down there after sundown. The 3 of us sat out on the beach in front of her cottage.
glad you were able to come, Philip. You see, Mark and I were counting on you.
Always glad to oblige you, Letty.
As a matter of fact, Alden, we want you to attend to a legal matter for us.
Yes?
Yes, Philip. Mark wants to make a will. I told him I don't like wills. There's something so unhealthy about them. But Mark simply insists upon it.
Very sensible, I'm sure.
Oh, you men. You're all alike.
It needn't be a very elaborate affair, Alden. Just a simple document stating that I leave all my property to Letty.
Well, if he does that, Philip, I want you to make out a will for me, too. Leaving everything I have to Mark.
But, Letty, there's
no
need...
I insist.
Oh, well, Alden here is going to think I married you for your money.
Money? Oh, why, I really don't know anything at all about my affairs. Really, I don't. Frank, Mr. Hawthorne always used to say, Letty, I really think you know less about business than a child. I left the management of his estate entirely to his secretary, you know.
Well, just some simple document that makes my intention clear. You know the form, Alden. And, of course, if Letty insists...
But I do. We'll have twin wills. It doesn't sound so frightening that way.
The way Letty talks about wills, you can tell she has a secret vice, can't you?
A secret vice?
My wife's a murder mystery fan, Alden. I didn't find out until it was too late.
Oh, Mark, you silly...
When you say that, Taylor, smile. I'm a detective fan myself. It's a busman's holiday, of course, but I always read the latest whodunits. If my father hadn't insisted that I follow in his footsteps, I'd have been a detective instead of a lawyer.
Really? How interesting. Tell us, Philip, do you ever get any cases like the ones we read about?
Well, if you want my opinion, the chief difference between fact and fiction is that the author of a novel wants you to see the pattern and the author of a murder tries to hide it.
Oh.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, take your case, for example. You and Letty are making out your wills. I heard her say that she wanted to leave her money to you. But how do I know the idea just sprang into her head of its own accord? How do I know that you didn't plant it there?
Plant it? What do you mean? Why, what possible reason could I have?
Well, as things stand now, there's no reason for me to ask if you planted the idea in her head. But if Letty were found dead...
Dead? Oh, Philip, how dreadful. How can you even think such thoughts? Mark, darling, how terrible for you. Philip, you're to apologize this minute.
No, Letty. Philip was just trying to explain.
Well, I won't have him talking about such horrible things.
Of course, I didn't mean you to. I was just using you as an example.
Well, I didn't mean to be rude, Philip, but, well, you know my nerves, and it's getting dark. And... Oh, the bay is beautiful at night, of course, but I've always been afraid of the water.
That's why I've had such a time persuading her to come out for a sail. The Artemis has been tied up all summer, waiting.
It's just silly, I know. And I will go with you, Mark. But let's do wait for a calm day.
You know, Letty's idea of a sail is to sit becalmed half a mile offshore. My wife has perfect confidence in me, you see.
Oh, Mark, it isn't that. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Of course, I trust you completely, but... well, I'm not very athletic.
You're missing one of the treats of the Cape if you don't sail.
But I shall. Of course I shall, and soon. And what's more, I'm going to get Mark to teach me to handle the Artemis.
Well, I'll be looking forward to seeing your sails on the bay then.
Oh, Mark, a storm.
I better be getting home before it breaks.
Are you sure you'll be all right? Oh, I'm simply terrified of thunder. Wouldn't you rather stop with us?
Oh, I can make it to town.
Stop by tomorrow, won't you, Alden? Or as soon as you have those papers.
Right.
Now, you won't be nervous after our talk of wills and murders. But of course you won't. I'm such a coward myself that I can never understand how other people can be so brave.
You know, Philip, Letty's helplessness is one of her chief charms. Sometimes I suspect she exaggerates it just to make me feel important.
Oh, Mark, you mustn't. Giving all my secrets away.
Well, don't worry about me or the wills, Letty. Someday you will frighten yourself to death. There was little enough for me to go by. But gradually I found myself worrying about Letty and Mark. They didn't seem to be hitting it off. Oh, on the surface everything was smooth. But I was haunted by a premonition of what I didn't know. It was only a nameless dread of something, some undercurrent of feeling. Letty's nerves were getting no better. In fact, she seemed more tense, more frightened than ever. Yet she was making an effort to meet Mark halfway. Many times I saw them out sailing.
Only when Letty returned after a day on the water, she seemed pinched and white. While Mark appeared to be glowing with vitality, Letty grew paler and more distracted. I realized suddenly that she was a middle-aged woman. One day in town, I met them in the general store. They'd been quarreling.
But I tell you, Mark, you're just imagining it. I hate to have that stuff around, as you very well know. You read all kinds of stories about the way it gets mixed up in food.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, I'm sure there aren't any rats around the boathouse. I'd know if there were. I'm simply terrified of them. But I can't bear thinking of having poison around. Why, I'd be worried all the time.
Oh, Letty, for heaven's sake, stop being childish. I didn't put traps around because you didn't want them. Now that I'm trying to get rid of them in another way, you make a scene. I don't see why we have to go into a 3-act tragedy just because I want to buy some rat poison.
Hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Alden.
Why, Philip, how nice to see you. Mark and I were just doing a little shopping.
Philip, will you do me a favor? Will you please reason with Letty and try to get some sense into her head?
Say, wait a minute. This sounds serious.
Well, it isn't really. But, Philip, you know my nerves and the way things upset me, and Mark just doesn't understand. Oh, I know I'm just a silly woman, but the doctor says I have to be humored. And now Mark is so unreasonable, and it's such a little thing.
Of course it's a little thing, and that's why I can't understand your attitude. Now, look here, Philip. The boathouse is infested with rats. Wouldn't you say the obvious course of action would be to get rid of them?
Why, of course.
But poison, rat poison. Oh, Philip, don't you see how horrible it is? I mean, accidents do happen. I've always hated to have anything like that around just in case.
I've heard of children eating this stuff by accident. But you two people can take care of yourselves. Frankly, Letty, I think you're making a fuss over nothing.
Yes, that's right, Philip. That's just what I told her.
Well, very well then. But if I'm found dead, I hope you realize you'll both be under suspicion.
Seemed a foolish quarrel at the time. Yet when I left them, I kept hearing Letty's voice.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead. Very well, then. But if I'm found dead. Very well, then. But if I'm found dead.
Suddenly, a monstrous idea occurred to me. I wondered if Letty had been trying to warn me. And then the horrible suspicion broke. All the trifling things began to add up. Letty's nervousness, her fear of sailing with Mark, her terror of having the poison in the house. But why? Why should she be afraid of Mark? What motive had he? And then I knew. I had helped to give him the motive when I drew up Letty's will. Yet my whole case was founded on thin air. Figment of a nervous imagination. I had to be sure. I had to keep an eye on them. I found myself making excuses. Excuses to drop by at their cottage.
Who is it, Letty? Who's there?
It's Philip.
Oh, Philip. Well.
Hello.
You're almost getting to be a member of the family.
Well, I just thought I'd ask you to help me eat the first bluefish of the season. There's too much here for an old bachelor like me.
Why, Philip Alden, if you aren't the most thoughtful person, how perfectly sweet of you. Of course you'll stay to dinner. We'll have a real feast.
Yes. You might as well stay as long as you're here.
Oh, thank you. If you're sure I won't be intruding.
Intruding? Why, of course not. And you can help me get the dinner ready.
Well, I'd be glad to, but won't I be in Anna's way?
Anna's gone.
Gone? Why, I thought you were well satisfied with her.
And so we were, Philip. But Anna didn't seem to be satisfied with us. In fact, they've all gone.
All?
Yes. Anna and Elsie and Otto, the handyman. They just walked out and left us.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Since the ship and engine place opened on the Heights, nobody can keep a servant. Can't blame 'em myself.
I wonder. I don't believe Anna'd take a job at the ship and engine. Anyhow, it does seem strange they all went at once, doesn't it?
Letty, I do wish you'd stop dramatizing everything. Ship and engine just opened. The call went out for help. I don't see any mystery in the servants answering. In fact, it's their patriotic duty. And it's our patriotic duty to get along without them.
But it's so lonely here, especially at night.
Now, Letty, you're not living here by yourself, you know.
No, of course not. But all the same, we are isolated. Just the two of us. And you know how tricky my nerves are. I always feel so much better if the servants are around. After all, if anything were to happen, and anything might happen...
Letty, this isn't getting us any closer to our dinner.
Oh, of course. Now, you boys wear these aprons.
Oh.
Philip, since it's your fish, you may have the honor of cooking it.
All right, you asked for it. It'll be your funeral.
Now, Philip, Mark, you hold the berries for the dessert. I'll do the vegetables and set the table.
Well, for a seasoned bachelor, this dinner's a rare treat, Letty.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Philip. Though I don't deserve the credit. That bluefish was simply delicious. How did you manage to catch it all by yourself? I always think men are so wonderful.
Well, I'd be glad to take you both the next time I go fishing. It's good fun. Fresh air would be good for you, Letty.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Well, I'm still just a wee bit nervous about the water. Though I tried terribly hard, haven't I, Mark?
Yes.
I've been good about the sailing. But you know, I'm learning to manage the Artemis all by myself, aren't I, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
I don't write my name in the wake anymore, do I?
Yes, Letty's a real hand at the tiller. She'll be a better sailor than I am soon, you see. You'd have seen her take the Artemis into harbor the other day.
You did, all right?
Yes, she came through that channel with a breeze against her. I wanted to take it over, afraid she'd run into the mud flats. But no, she coaxed it all the way, and we came in under sail.
Yes, and I wanted to do it all by myself, even though I was terrified.
Well, good for you. Why, that's really a splendid accomplishment. I've been negotiating the harbor for years, but I confess that I have trouble every now and then.
Well, since nobody wants any more berries, I guess it's time to do the dishes. Now, I'll show you what a good hand I am as a dishwasher.
Wait a minute. That's my job. Here.
No,
Here.
I'll clean and wash. You two can dry, and you can dry.
Letty, what is it?
Well, you shouldn't have tried to carry that tray.
No, it's not that.
Why, Letty, what's happened to you? You look ghastly.
I'm afraid something I ate.
Here, you better lie down.
Oh, I'll carry her upstairs. Get a doctor, will you?
I'm afraid, Mark. I'm afraid I've been poisoned.
But great heavens, Philip, I just can't believe it. Arsenic poisoning? Do you think Dr. Potter knows what he's talking about?
I'm sure he does.
Of course, we can't be sure till the tests are made, but I don't see. I don't understand.
It's not very hard to understand. Letty ate arsenic. How or where she got it, we don't know, but it's not difficult to guess.
But we all ate the same meal, you and I and she. Why, good Lord, Philip. Do you think we're poisoned, too?
I feel perfectly all right. You appear to be comfortable. I think we'd feel it by now.
But then how on earth...
Let's be perfectly logical about it. We all ate the bluefish.
Yes.
I prepared it. We all had potatoes and string beans. Letty cooked those.
Yes.
Then we all ate strawberries. You prepared them.
Why...
Now, the fish and the vegetables were all served in large platters, and each one of us helped ourselves. Therefore, if any poison were in the food, we'd all be sick. But the strawberries, Mark...
See here, Alden, are you suggesting...
Wait a minute. We're just following this through logically. The strawberries were put on the table in separate dishes. The poison could have been slipped into Letty's plate in the kitchen.
Alden, you have no right to accuse me of this. Why, you're fixing up a case against me.
I'm doing nothing of the sort. In any event, I think you might worry less about your own skin and more about Letty.
Thanks. I think I can take care of my own wife.
Nevertheless, I suggest you get someone to help you.
I'm perfectly well able to nurse her myself.
If I were you, I'd have someone else as well. I'll send Mrs. Halstead over from town. She's an experienced practical nurse.
What I've always appreciated about you, Philip, is the way you mind your own business.
I'll be going now. Mrs. Halstead will be along as soon as I can get her. When the doctor's analysis came, it was arsenic poisoning, all right. There were traces of arsenic in the sugar on Letty's dish. Letty was recovering. The dose wasn't large enough to kill her. Mrs. Halstead was installed as nurse and housekeeper. Just then business called me to New York, where I found myself worrying about Letty. I couldn't get her out of my mind.
Very well, then. But if I'm found dead...
I was bothered by a few loose ends in Letty's problem. The sort of questions that would occur to a legal mind. So I decided to spend an evening in the reference room of the law library among the files, where I found out enough about Mark and Letty Taylor to send me racing back to the Cape. And I knew I had to hurry if I was to prevent a devilish murder. It was one of those dull gray afternoons when I arrived at the station. Fog was so thick over the bay that it seemed to cloud the whole town. Cold fear gripped me. Letty and Mark, I learned, had left at dawn for a weekend sail. I could picture them. Murderer and victim. Shrouded in the gray veils of the fog. Drifting, waiting, while the foghorns cawed a hoarse warning of murder. So, I was too late. The trap was sprung. With my newly gained insight into the affairs of Letty and Mark, I could have averted the tragedy, but I was too late. Or was I? If only they hadn't really left for that sail. I took the chance. Feeling my way along the Cape Road, I reached the Taylor cottage. Nobody was there. Then I heard noises in the boathouse. I crept down the slope and listened.
Oh, Mark, you fool. Philip Alden will be sure you planned to murder me for my money. I saw the suspicion dawn in his mind that day we made out our twin wills. I saw it grow when our scene in the general store and you brought the rat poison. And that night when I was taken ill, he was sure. Do you hear me? Sure! You wanted to teach me to sail the Artemis. Thought I was afraid of the water. Well, Mark Taylor, when your body drifts to shore, Philip Alden will swear that only an accident prevented you from murdering me. What fools you men are. Aren't you? Aren't you? Why wouldn't you like to answer me, Mark? Don't you wish you could talk to me again? To your helpless little Letty. But you can't, can you? Dead men can't talk, can they? But they say that in the instant of dying, a man can understand many things. Did you understand, Mark? But how could you? You are really a stupid man, Mark. Didn't you ever wonder about my former husband and his tragic death? Didn't you ever want to know about Frank Hawthorne? He did. At the very end, he wondered about his predecessor, George Martin. Strange how both died in a yachting accident, isn't it? Frank died off the coast of California, and George was drowned in the Gulf of Mexico. And now you, Mark, your body will be found someplace along the Cape here, I suppose. Oh, what bad luck I've had with my husbands. But how thoughtful all of you were to leave me your property. Too bad I'm such an extravagant widow, isn't it? For I do run through money. I wasn't lying about that. Oh, dear, I wish I could wish you could help me get your body to the Artemis. If only you hadn't insisted on turning back when the fog rose. I could have killed you so much more neatly. A sudden gust of wind while I was at the wheel, and the Artemis jibes, and the boom catches you, and off you go to the bottom of the sea. But now, I've got to lug you back on board and pitch you overboard somewhere. It was really inconsiderate, Mark, to make me kill you in the boathouse here.
You won't have to drag the body aboard, Letty.
Oh, Philip, I'm so glad you've come.
Are you, Letty?
Something dreadful's happened to Mark. I'm so upset I hardly know how to tell you. Oh, Philip, I think I've...
You needn't pull a phony feint this time, Letty. I fell for it before when you made me think that Mark had poisoned you. That is, almost.
What do you mean, Philip?
That was a little too smart, Letty, that poison scene. Because when I left you, I wondered about two things. Why anyone should be foolish enough to attempt that type of murder before an audience, and why, having attempted it, he should fail to make the dose large enough.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. You see, while I was in New York, I took the trouble to look up a few matters that were bothering me. And I found the newspaper clippings of your two previous, shall we say, accidents.
Oh, Philip, isn't it dreadful?
Still pretending. You're a clever woman, Letty, but I overheard you just now.
You'll never prove anything.
I think I will. You see, I found the motive, too. It was marry for money, marry for murder, wasn't it? I wouldn't try to run away, Letty. I brought a gun. You're coming with me to the police station. Don't wonder that you hate the sound of foghorns, Letty Taylor. You've spoiled them for me, too.
And so closes Marry for Murder, starring Lillian Gish with Ray Collins and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when Virginia Bruce and John Loder will star in the Dorothy B. Hughes suspense thriller, The Cross-Eyed Bear. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucien Marowik, conductor and composer, and Walker T. Field, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Murder Wears a Mask.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Mr. Poirot.
Won't you come in? Your name, please?
Richard Fields.
Mr. Perot's busy at the moment. Please sit down. I'll tell him you're here.
Thank you.
There's some magazines on the table at your left. Mr. Perot, it's a Mr. Fields.
Eh? Well, he can wait. He's a very patient man. He only rang the bell once. Here, Abigail, I want you to taste this sauce now.
It's good.
Good? Oh, ma foi, Abigail, it is superb. There are only 3 people in the world who know how to prepare this sauce. And you are about to become the 4th. Now, you take 2 tablespoons...
Chief, there's someone waiting.
Oui, this Monsieur Fields, eh? Eh bien, I suppose we must see him. Come.
Mr. Fields, this is Mr. Perot.
Oh, how do you do?
Bonjour, monsieur. Well, it must be an important matter which calls you away from your business at the moment when it is most active.
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't recall mentioning my business.
But it was not necessary, monsieur. The Journal of Wall Street in your pocket tells me you are a stockbroker. Since it is only now 3 o'clock, it is obvious you left your office shortly before the closing of the exchange.
Oh.
Now, you would not do this for a minor matter.
Oh, you're right. I've come to you on a matter that affects me very deeply. It concerns my daughter's welfare.
Uh-huh.
You see, Mr. Perot, she's quite young, not quite 18. And at that, she's rather immature for her age.
Yes, monsieur, but let us come to the point, please. I have a sauce cooking, important business waiting for me.
Well...
Now, what is the young lady's difficulty?
She met this ham actor when he went up to her school to address the Dramatic Society. He's still quite distinguished-looking in a dissolute sort of way, and she promptly became infatuated with him. It's partly his reputation, I guess. He's been a matinee idol for 20 years.
Well, that seems very normal behavior for a young girl of her age.
Yes, but the horrible part of it is that he became equally interested in her. Why, the man's old enough to be her father. Oh, you must have heard of him. His name...
Wait, monsieur, please. I should prefer to hear all the facts before you mention any names. I never like to engage in idle gossip.
This is no gossip, I assure you. I was up at this man's apartment only an hour ago. He was showing my daughter a necklace he had bought her as a wedding present.
Alors, monsieur, he woos her with diamonds. It is not illegal.
In this case, Mr. Poirot, it's immoral. She's too young to see through him.
Uh-huh. But why do you come to me?
I want you to help me break up this affair.
Oh, monsieur,
the man has led a sordid life. You're an investigator. If you dug around, you could produce proof of some of the things he's done. Proof that even Laura would have to believe.
I'm sorry, monsieur. You've come to the wrong person. My talents, such as they are not available for such enterprises. Good day, sir.
I can afford to pay you well.
Monsieur, no one in the world is rich enough to buy Hercule Poirot. Now, you will excuse me, please. I have important work in the kitchen.
All right. I can't force you to do it. But I want you to know that you're leaving me no alternative.
Eh? What do you intend to do?
Something very simple, Mr. Poirot. And at the same time, very conclusive. Good day.
Come in. Oh, Hackett. You got here fast.
I was worried, Mr. Tremaine. This is the first time you've ever called me back on my day off.
I suppose that's a pretty reckless thing to do to a valet these days.
No, sir, just startling. Is anything wrong?
I'm afraid so. You ever seen this before?
Why, yes, sir. It's the jewel case you had out this morning. I gathered it contained a pearl necklace which you bought for Miss Fields.
Yes. $10,000 necklace. A wedding present.
Yes, sir.
Open the box, Hackett.
They're very lovely, sir.
Are they?
Oh, yes, sir. Very lovely.
Hackett, you're a liar.
I beg your pardon?
You're a liar. You know perfectly well these are not real pearls.
Mr. Tremaine, surely you're jesting.
You've made a mistake, Hackett. You thought I was a complete fool, didn't you? You waited till Laura and I left for the theater at 2 o'clock and then substituted these cheap, cultivated pearls for the real ones, hoping I'd never find out until it was too late.
I couldn't do that, sir. The pair of pearls were in the safe, and I don't know the combination.
Who put them in the safe?
I did. You asked me to.
But I didn't ask you to leave the safe open, did I? I remember now that I didn't hear you twirl the knob. What did you do with those pearls?
I never touched them.
Very well. Give you your chance. I'm turning you over to the police.
Don't touch that phone, Tremaine.
Oh, you cheap, bungling thief posing as a valet. I should have realized what a bad performance it was. Well, I'm sure your experience will come in handy in prison.
Drop that phone, Tremaine.
Get your hands off me.
All right, Tremaine, you asked for it.
What are you? Put down that knife. Put down that... No!
Exit. Mr. Tremaine. Hello, Mr. Fields.
Yes.
This is Archie Tremaine.
Tremaine. Where's Laura?
Right here at my place.
You filthy swine. I told you this afternoon I wouldn't have her seeing you.
Well, I don't see how you can stop her. We're getting married tonight.
Married?
Yes. We'd like to have your blessing. Why don't you come down?
I wouldn't come down. Yes. Yes, maybe I will. Sure. I'll give you my blessing, Tremaine. Wait for me. I'll be down in 20 minutes.
Don't worry. I'll be here. And so will the police.
Inspector Stevens, I tell you, the next time we have dinner together, it will be in a place without a telephone. Then I will be certain at least we can finish our dessert without interruption.
All right, here we are. This is the place. You could have stayed and finished your dessert, Poirot. I didn't take you by force.
It is the same thing. Why, you very slyly tell me you have received an anonymous call reporting a murder. Alors, you know I cannot resist such a situation. He has excellent taste, this Monsieur Archie Tremaine. Me, I like very much these brownstone houses.
Nobody home. Place is dark. We're probably on a wild goose chase.
But the door, it is open.
Oh.
And the light switch, I presume, is here. So, and now?
Oh, we better start looking around just to make sure. Now, let's try the library first. It should be...
There's no doubt down this hall here. All these brownstones, you know, they are very much the same. There. Inspector, flash your light around, please, eh?
All right.
Here's the switch.
Tremaine. Yeah, he's dead, all right. Stabbed through the heart.
Stabbed once, Inspector, with that letter opener.
They must have dropped on the spot. There's no other blood around, just that one big pool he's lying in.
And these bloody footprints all over the floor.
They must be the murderers, Poirot. He stood over the body to make sure Tremaine was dead and didn't notice that the blood was oozing around his shoes. Then he went over to the desk here, maybe to make a call, then into the bathroom to wash his hands. He came out, headed for the door,
And, what, Inspector?
Well, footprints stopped suddenly. I don't get this.
Inspector, have you observed this newspaper? Half the front page is torn off.
You think the murderer dried his shoes with it?
No, Inspector. I believe this is what happened. He did all the things you have described. Then, when he reached this point where the footsteps stopped, he realized that his shoes were bloody. Well, he could not go out wearing such shoes, and he could not carry them in his hands. Now, he looked down, and voila, he sees another pair of shoes. Fine, clean shoes, free of any blood.
Where?
On the feet of the dead man.
You mean these shoes belong to the murderer?
But obviously. They are covered with blood, and the laces are open because the shoes are a trifle too small.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the murderer put on the dead man's shoes. He finds they are too large. So, he tears up part of the newspaper and stuffs it into the shoes in order that he may walk with more comfort.
By Jove, Poirot, I believe you're right.
Now, all you have to do is to find the owner of these shoes.
We'll try it through checking the manufacturer's code number.
Wait, perhaps I can make the task easier, Inspector. I think you will find that the owner of these shoes is a stockbroker named George Fields.
Now, look, Poirot, this is too much. You've been working your little gray cells overtime. How can you...
No. I will explain, mon ami. I will explain. You will notice that the heel of the right shoe is worn down considerably more than the left. Earlier today, this Monsieur Fields, who limps rather badly, came to see me. He uttered dire threats against someone who fitted the description of poor Monsieur Tremaine here. So you see, Inspector, I employ the sharp eyes and the ears rather than the little gray cells. And they tell me that you had better question this Monsieur Fields at once.
Well, Poirot, you were right. We've got Fields here at headquarters under lock and key. He's our man, all right. He was trying to burn Tremaine's shoes when we called on him.
You are sure he is the guilty man, eh?
Of course. He tried to tell us some cock and bull story about getting a call from Tremaine and finding him dead when he got there. Says he got his shoes all bloody before he saw the body, and then he became panicky and changed them. Just as I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the killer, all right. You said yourself he threatened Tremaine. It's an open and shut case.
Myself, I always mistrust the open and shut cases. Tell me, what of the anonymous telephone call you received?
Well, the way I figure it, Poirot, Fields called us himself, and then he thought maybe he could beat the rap, so he wiped off all his fingerprints, changed shoes with the dead man, and ducked.
Oh, a very intelligent reconstruction, Inspector. Very intelligent. Alors, I must return to my office now. If anything new develops...
I'll let you know.
Good, good. Bonjour, Inspector.
Mr. Poirot.
No. Oh, Mademoiselle Fields.
Mr. Poirot, may I please talk to you for just a moment?
Oh, but of course. I know how distressed you must be. Well, here is a bench in the corridor. I don't think we will be disturbed here.
Thank you.
Mademoiselle, let me assure you of my great sympathy if there is anything I can do.
There is, Mr. Poirot. You can prove my father is innocent.
Oh, that would be extremely difficult, Mademoiselle. All the evidence seems to point to his guilt.
Well, I don't care about the evidence. He didn't do it. He couldn't.
He was in my office, Miss Fields, and he threatened to take desperate measures.
He lost his head, but he didn't mean what he said.
And he was there in Monsieur Tremaine's apartment about the time of the murder. He admits this.
Well, of course he admits it. He has nothing to hide.
But at first, Mademoiselle, he did deny it. And the exchange of shoes, the removal of the fingerprints. Oh, no, these do not seem to be the acts of an innocent man.
Mr. Poirot, he was trapped. Someone lured him down there and planted the evidence to convict him.
That is what he tells us, and I will not say it is impossible, you know, but there must be proof.
Don't worry, I'll find it somehow. George will help me.
George? Oh, that is Monsieur Hackett, eh?
Yes, Archie's valet. He knew a lot about Archie. He's downstairs now talking to the detectives. I'll go and get... Oh, here he comes. George! George!
I beg you... Oh, Miss Fields. How are you?
George, this is Mr. Poirot, the great detective.
Well, how do you do, sir? I've heard of you, of course.
Enchanté, monsieur. I have heard fine things about you, too.
Oh, thank you.
George, you've got to help me find the murderer.
Well, Miss Fields...
Go on, say it. You think my father's guilty?
No, I won't say that, but I don't see how I can help you.
Well, did Mr. Tremaine have any enemies? Anyone who hated him?
Enemies? I don't think so. Of course, there were many people who disliked him.
Why, monsieur?
Well, frankly, sir, he was rather an egomaniac. He couldn't stand being in the background for a minute. It was always top billing for Archie Tremaine. But as I told the police, I can't think of anyone who'd want to kill him.
Well, maybe some woman who was jealous about the necklace.
The necklace?
Yes, the pearl necklace he was going to give me. You were there, George, when he showed it to me that afternoon.
Oh, yes, miss. I heard some conversation about it. Of course, I didn't see it.
Mr. Poirot, the police found the necklace, didn't they? Matched pearls with a small diamond clasp.
No, mademoiselle, I do not believe so. I myself saw everything that was found in the house, but this is the first I have heard of a necklace.
Oh.
Monsieur, I hope you will not be offended if I ask about your movements on the day of the murder.
That was the first thing the police asked me, Mr. Poirot. It was my day off. I left Mr. Tremaine's apartment shortly after he did and spent the rest of the day and the whole evening with my parents.
Oh?
I do that every week on my day off.
I see. Your parents, they live here in this city, huh?
Yes, of course. They share a flat with me.
Eh bien, I was merely curious, you know. Mademoiselle, I do not know where this matter of the necklace may lead us, but it gives one furiously to think. What say you, Monsieur Hackett?
I think Miss Fields has brought up something important. Something very, very important. Now listen, you two. You live with me, do you understand? The date was April 5th, Thursday, and I was here all evening.
Were you, George? That's interesting.
I don't like your tone, Daisy.
And I don't like getting the short end of the deal all the time.
What? What is this, Peter? Hold up?
No, Hackett, I wouldn't say that, but we do all the dirty work as a rule, and you get most of the dough.
Well, this time I've done all the dirty work. And you just have to be smart. That little chubby Frenchman or Belgian or whatever he is doesn't look like much, but don't let his accent and that phony-looking mustache fool you. It's going to take great acting to make him believe that you are my parents.
And it's going to take a great deal more money to make us try it. We don't want to
All right. I'll double your share on this job, but watch yourself. That may be him now. I'll wait in the next room. Just in case.
No rough stuff, Hackett. Now, we'll handle it with kid gloves.
Yes?
Bonjour, madame. My name is Poirot, Hercule Poirot. May I have a few words with you?
Well, yes, come in.
What is it, Mama?
A gentleman, Pa. Man named Peril.
Yes, and my secretary, Miss Thatcher.
How do you do?
Howdy. Excuse my shoes being off. We wasn't expecting any callers.
Oh,
no. Do not be deranged, monsieur. We will be here only a few moments.
Will you have some cherry cordial, sir? I made it myself.
Madame, you are too kind. No. I wish only to ask a few questions about your son. George, what about him? Well, I presume that his late employer was found murdered.
Oh, yes, poor Mr. Tremaine. A kinder man there never was. Every Thursday, George would come around and talk about nothing but his wonderful Mr. Tremaine.
Every Thursday, madame? Yes, sir. His day off. Tell me, on April 5th, the day of the murder, he was here that day too, huh?
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Perot? Of course he was here.
All day?
Oh, from, about 2:30 on. He was teaching us to play gin rummy. Do you play gin rummy, miss?
No, I'm not very good at cards, and I don't drink.
Tell me, madame, where is your son now?
I believe he's over at Mr. Tremaine's place, straightening things up, you know.
I see. Eh bien, you've both been very kind. Oh, must you go so soon? Well, I said it would only be a moment. Come, Abigail.
Well, I'm sorry George wasn't home. We'll tell him you were here.
Merci bien, madame.
Lovely old couple, aren't they? I don't see how their son could do anything wrong.
I do not see how he can be their son.
What?
Did you not observe, Abby, that the kindly old gentleman and his wife, they both have fair hair and blue eyes?
Yes.
But Monsieur Hackett, his eyes are dark brown. It is impossible, Abigail, for two blonde, blue-eyed parents to have anything but blue-eyed children. May I help you, sir? Oh, yes, if you don't mind. I am interested in a necklace which you recently sold to a Mr. Archie Tremaine.
Really? May I ask what your interest is?
Oh, my name is Hercule Poirot. I would like
Hercule Poirot, the brilliant Belgian detective.
Oh, monsieur, I am flattered. Most people take me for French.
We've heard of you, the diamond people in Antwerp. They speak your name with reverence.
Well, thank you. Now, about this necklace.
Oh, yes.
You did sell a necklace to Monsieur Tremaine, eh?
Yes, a very fine pearl necklace. See, it was delivered to him on April 3rd.
April 3rd. 2 days before he was murdered. Yeah, this puts a new light on everything.
How so, Chief?
Well, the motive, Abby. If the motive was robbery, Monsieur Fields is clear. He himself is very wealthy. He would not kill for jewels.
But it's gone, Chief. Who took it?
I do not know, Abby. But when we find the person who has the necklace, we will have the murderer.
Why, in that case, Mr. Poirot, you'll have to arrest me.
Eh?
You?
I have the necklace right here. Mr. Tremaine returned it on, let me see, on April 5th, last Thursday.
Monsieur Tremaine himself returned it?
Yes, Mr. Poirot. He bought it on the understanding that he could return it within 10 days. He walked in here last Thursday, said he'd changed his mind about the lady and the necklace.
And you refunded his money?
Yes. As a matter of fact, we gave him the cash. It was just after 3, and the banks were closed. He said he was leaving town that night.
Well, there you are, Chief. That brings Mr. Fields right back into the picture.
Monsieur, You are quite certain that it was Archie Tremaine who was here?
Positive. Well, his picture was in the papers every other week. I imagine everybody knew what Archie Tremaine looked like. The silver hair, the monocle.
No, then it must be so. Come, Abigail. There is still one small matter about which I must satisfy myself.
Where are we going, Chief?
To the library, Abby, to do some research.
The library? What do you expect to find there?
The biography of a murderer.
Why, Miss Fields, this is a surprise.
Hackett, I had to come here to Mr. Tremaine's house. I had to come and see for myself. Is there anything...
I'm terribly sorry, miss. I've gone through all of Mr. Tremaine's belongings, and there's not the slightest clue, not the slightest suggestion that anyone else could have killed him.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible. They've indicted him, Hackett. They're going to try my father for murder.
Yes, I know.
They were about to let him go because of that missing necklace.
And then they found out that it had been returned.
I can't understand it. I can't believe that Archie returned it. We were going to be married. It was all agreed.
Well, miss, your father was so set against it that perhaps...
Oh, no, that would have made Archie more stubborn. If I could... Wait. I've just thought of something. What time was that necklace returned?
A little after 3, according to the jeweler. At least that's what the papers say.
A little after 3?
Yes, miss.
But that's impossible. Oh, why didn't I think of it sooner? It's impossible, Hackett, because Archie was with me at the theater from 2:30 until 5. He couldn't have been at the jeweler's.
You must be mistaken, miss.
Oh, no, I'm not.
The necklace was returned.
Well, then someone else returned it. Someone else returned it and got the money for it.
But no one had access to it except Mr. Tremaine.
Oh, no one but Mr. Tremaine. And you.
Me?
You, Hackett. You had access to the necklace, and you knew my father had threatened Archie. You're the murderer.
Sit very quietly, Miss Fields. I don't want to shoot you unless I have to.
You killed him. You stole the pearls, and you framed my father. I'm going to call the police.
No, you don't. Tremaine tried that. Now he's dead. No, that won't do either. The door is locked. I locked it as you came in.
Get away from me. Get away!
I'm sorry, my dear. Now I'll just gag you so that you're not tempted to scream again. There we are. Now... Hello, Daisy. I have a little job for you. No, it's not as hard as the other one. Doesn't require as much talent. Is that laundry wagon still available? It is. I have Pete drive it down here to Tremaine's place. I'll have a bundle ready for him.
Pete.
Oh.
Bonjour, Monsieur Hackett. May we come in?
Why, the place is topsy-turvy, Mr. Poirot. I'm in the middle of packing.
Good. I may be of some help to you. You know, I have a very orderly mind. Come, Abigail. Hey. Oh, but, monsieur, this is not the middle of the packing. It is barely the beginning.
Yes, the other rooms are all done. I've left this one for the last.
And after this room is packed away...
The curtain will ring down on Archie Tremaine.
Oui. You phrase it so well. Of course, there is still the small matter of punishing the murderer.
Yes, I know. You know, I feel sorry for him.
For whom?
For Mr. Fields. He's not really a murderer. I mean, say he's not the criminal type. He was driven to do what he did.
Oh? You know, that is very interesting, Monsieur Hackett. Very interesting. I see that you are quite a student of criminology.
Well...
Oh, come, my friend. Do not be so modest. You have many accomplishments.
Have I?
But of course. For example, I would suggest that you have at one time been an actor.
What?
Oh, do not leap so, monsieur. Look, you frightened my secretary. She has dropped her glove.
Oh, yes, my glove.
Well, you startled me, Mr. Poirot. I didn't think that anybody would remember me. I gave up the theater some years ago.
Au contraire, monsieur. I do not remember you. I never saw you. But you still use the expressions of the theater. Did you not say, Monsieur Tremaine always wants top billing? You see? Tell me, what was your thought on the stage? Impersonations, n'est-ce pas?
I did some impersonations. Why?
No, I was merely wondering if your experience as an actor could have something to do with this case.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, by a strange coincidence, monsieur, this case involves a very clever impersonation.
Really? Oh, that's the back door.
You're expecting a delivery, eh?
No, it must be the laundry wagon. I'm sending out all the soiled stuff.
Wait, Monsieur Hackett. I will go with you.
You will... What?
I will go with you. I have a tremendous interest in this laundry.
Why, there's no need for you to go. The bundle is already at the back door.
Nevertheless, I should like to see it. You know, I have developed an overwhelming curiosity about the laundry ever since I picked up this glove from the floor.
Glove?
Oui. One solitary, unaccounted-for lady's glove. It was careless of you, Monsieur Hackett, to leave it lying about. You were much more methodical when you did away with Archie Tremaine.
What? You don't know what you're talking about.
I assure you, my friend, I know precisely what I'm talking about. You are a thief, Monsieur Hackett. You have been one since you gave up the acting 5 years ago. Ah, yes, monsieur, I looked it up. You have plied your trade by posing as a valet or butler and stealing from your employer when the opportunity presented itself. In this case, the opportunity came on the day you saw the necklace Monsieur Tremaine had bought for Miss Fields. You stole the necklace and went to the jeweler's impersonating Tremaine and received the cash for it.
Why, you're mad.
Unfortunately, Monsieur Tremaine found you out the very same day. He threatened to call the police. So you killed him. And then a delicious thought occurred to you, monsieur. The thought of implicating an innocent man. So you called the police to tell them of a murder. That was a mistake, monsieur. That was when I started to believe...
All right, Poirot. You're clever, but you talk too much. I guess Pete will have 2 more bundles to take with him. Okay, Pete.
Pick him up, Hackett.
But I thought... Where's Pete?
Don't worry. We've got him nice and safe in a patrol wagon. Right where you'll be in just a minute.
You see, monsieur? Your goose is boiled.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in the case of Death Points a Finger. Agatha Christie's Poirot is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time radio. And I'm your host, Jerry Hendigas.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
bunch of doggone heroes, every doggone one of us.
Oh, look here, Doc.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Reggie. I wouldn't believe it myself. Only here it is, spread over the front pages of every newspaper in the country.
You believe everything you read?
Well, of course I do. A newspaper wouldn't dare print anything that wasn't true.
Doc, you haven't done a thing but read those papers since they were taken on at San Francisco.
Darn interesting reading, too. Looky at this picture of me. Doc Long, the modern Tarzan, who slew a mountain lion with his bare hands.
All right, Tarzan, fold up the newspapers.
What you mean, fold up the newspapers?
Stop reading that stuff before you begin to believe it. Remember, Reggie and I have got to go on living with you.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
You keep patting yourself on the back, and you're going to break your arm, and we're going to have to feed you again.
Hey, you know something that makes me kind of mad?
I thought you weren't mad at anybody.
Well, looky. We took on a new stewardess at San Francisco, and she ain't even give us a tumble.
Why should she?
Why, a pretty girl like her should ought to be interested in a bunch of he-fighters like us.
Now, look, Doc, you bored the other stewardess from Seattle to San Francisco with your story. Will you let this girl alone?
Oh, all right. Of course, if she asks me, I'm going to have to tell her.
Well, she won't ask you if she knows what's good for her.
Doggone, I can't get over it. The insurance company are giving us 25,000 potatoes just for bringing Alexander Archer back alive. 25,000 good round simoleons.
It was little enough. If Richard Cooper had killed Archer, the insurance company would have been out $1 million.
Yeah. And now here we are on our way to Hollywood to live like three doggone kings.
I still don't know why you wanted to come to Hollywood.
Well, Hollywood is good as any place else to spend 25,000 smackers, ain't it?
Yes, I suppose so. But, Doc, we really don't have to spend it, do we?
Of course we do. What good's 25,000 if we don't spend it?
You agree with him, Jack? Well, it's certainly true that he won't be good for anything else until the money's gone. Quite. And it is a bother.
Oh, it ain't gonna be no bother to me. Not for long, it ain't. What's the best hotel in Los Angeles?
Oh, there's several.
Yeah, but the most expensive.
I don't know.
Well, anyway, that's where we're going.
Yes, but, Doc, we're not dressed for that sort of thing.
Then we'll get dressed for it. And we'll get the most expensive automobile we can find and eat in the most expensive eating places and go to the most expensive shows.
And the 25,000 will last us just about 1 month.
Well, that's just about right. I don't think I could stand being so darn expensive much longer than that. Do you like it, Reggie?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't.
Now, there's gratitude for you. I'll work out a swell way to spend our 25,000. Well, just think, Reggie. Folks are waiting on us. Breakfast in bed. Waiting around in pretty women up to our armpits.
I was wondering when that was coming out.
Pretty women?
Yes.
But, Jack, that's the best part of the whole idea. Why, there ain't nothing I like...
We know there isn't anything you like as much as a pretty woman.
Well, they ain't. There's one thing, though. I'm just wondering with so much whoopee if I'm going to be able to get home every morning in time to have breakfast in bed. Looky, you fellas, promise me something?
Well, let's hear it first.
I want you two to promise me, no matter what happens, no matter what, you get me? That we ain't going to take no adventure nor solving a mystery nor nothing like that. Until every last penny of the $25,000 is gone.
I see. You don't want business to interfere with pleasure.
You bet I don't. You promise?
Well, now, that's a funny thing to ask, Doc. Adventure just doesn't come up and smack you in the face. You've got to go out looking for it.
Yeah, but I know Jack. He smelled something and away we go.
But if we do run into something...
No, sir. If we run right smack into something, we're going to turn our backs and start walking the other way.
Well, what do you say to that, Jack? I say the worst is about to happen.
Huh? Well, what you mean?
That stewardess has spotted us. She's coming this way with a newspaper in her hand.
Hey, that's all right.
Well, get ready, Reggie, to hear the story of our great adventure all over again.
Quite. Hello, honey.
Are you Mr. Long?
Oh, that's all right. Just call me Doc.
Oh, I say.
Then this is your picture in the paper.
Yep, that's right.
And, these other two men?
Yep, Jack Packard and Reggie York.
Oh, but it's wonderful. You're the three who were almost murdered and fought those mountain lions.
Yeah, would you like to hear about it?
Doc.
Oh, please. And that poor girl, Linda Joyce. You were wonderful to save her from the mountain lion the way you did.
Oh, shucks, it wasn't nothing. Sit down a minute, and I'll tell you all about it.
Oh, will you please do?
It's his pleasure.
Now, what's that?
I say you don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Hey, Jack, she asked me, not you.
That dreadful Richard Cooper and Dr. Thorne. Thank goodness they're safely in jail.
Yeah, they're locked up so tight they ain't never going to get out.
But there were so many of them. I mean, besides the two leaders. How did you ever get off the island?
Well, while me and Linda was out fighting the lion, Jack and Reggie here captured Cooper and Thorne and locked the rest of the gang up in one of the rooms down in the cellar.
Oh, you two should be so proud of yourselves.
Hey, what about me out there fighting the lion?
Yeah. But after all, you did have a knife.
It wasn't a very big knife.
And anyway, I've heard that mountain lions are cowardly.
Hey, when I got through with that cougar, I was in the hospital for 2 weeks.
You don't look like you'd ever been sick a day in your life.
Oh, wonderful.
Well, I swear to Grandma, I ain't never seen a girl like you before. Ain't you impressed at all?
Of course I am. The way Mr. York and Mr. Packard locked up 13 men single-handed, I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, but maybe you don't understand about mountain lions.
Mr. Packard, what happened after you locked those men up?
Well, we found Alexander Archer and loaded him into the launch with Cooper and Thorne and brought them into Fort Forest and turned them over to the authorities.
Well, but what about all the men that were locked down in that underground room?
Oh, the police went out the island and got them.
Well, I suppose you know you're famous.
Newspapers have to print something, I suppose.
But I still don't see why they made so much of Mr. Long and the mountain lion.
Hey, looky, are you just plain trying to make me mad?
Why, no. Of course not.
Well, whether you believe it or not, fighting mountain lions ain't no child's play.
Oh, Pooh. My folks live on a mountain ranch up in Washington. My mother scares mountain lions out of her chicken yard by shushing her apron at them.
Hey, that ain't so.
I beg your pardon.
Well, hey, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I shouldn't have come back here.
Yeah.
But my mother did too scare mountain lions with her chicken apron. So there.
Well, what are you two sitting there grinning about?
Too bad Cooper didn't arm you with a kitchen apron instead of a knife, Doc.
All right. So it's funny.
Now I come to think of it, Reggie, I wonder if maybe Linda didn't scare that lion to death by shaking her skirts at him.
Yes, quite. But in that case, how did Doc get those scratches and bruises?
He might have fallen down a ravine.
Yes, that would account for it, all right.
Well, you two guys shut up.
Well, naturally, he couldn't say that Linda killed the cougar.
Naturally not.
Looky, you two smart guys.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah?
I'm a passenger on the plane.
Well, so what?
You look like the fella whose picture I got here in my paper. See?
Oh, okay, so I'm the fella. What about it?
Is it true you killed the mountain lion with your bare hands?
No.
It ain't? But it's right here in the paper.
I can't help that.
Then that mountain cougar still alive?
No, he ain't. He died of being scared to death.
My goodness, you don't tell me.
Sure, I'm telling you. My mama come along and waved her kitchen apron at him, and he laid right down and kicked the bucket.
Young man, you're a liar.
Oh, you don't believe me?
That's a fine way to talk to a gentleman.
Well, if you don't believe me, just go back and ask the stewardess. She knows all the answers.
Are you, gentleman, this feller's companion?
Yes.
What's the matter with him?
Well, he hasn't been quite right ever since we left the island.
Ah, so that's it. Too bad.
Why, dadgum, you jack. Fine a pair of sippy cats as I ever tied up with.
Don't worry, Doc. There'll be a new batch of newspapers with stories in them when we reach Hollywood.
Well, don't you say newspapers to me.
Oh, look here now, Doc.
I'm warning you. The first newsboy that sticks a newspaper under my nose is going to get smacked right back 3 generations.
Oh, I say, look down. Lights. We must be getting in.
Fasten your safety belts, please. No smoking while we're landing. Fasten your safety belts, please.
So your mama shushed a cougar with her apron.
Yes, she did. Fasten your safety belts, please.
First thing she knows, she's going to have herself believing that.
Oh, Doc.
Yeah, we're heading into the field.
Well, there we are. Back on solid ground again. Well, there she is, folks. Burbank, California. Come on, let's get out of here and start spending some of that money.
What'll we do? Take a taxi?
Well, you're doggone right. To the most expensive hotel in Los Angeles. Some place that's close to Hollywood, though.
Watch your step, please. Watch your step, please.
Your mama sure enough scared a cougar with her apron.
You're holding up the passengers. Please move along.
Oh, so you're backing down now.
I am not.
Well, Doc, come on.
Well, all I gotta say is that your mama's one tough hombre.
Oh, you're impossible.
Take his arm, Reggie.
I'm a-coming.
Watch your step, please.
A cute kid. Just as soon lie as look at you, though.
Quite a crowd outside the gate.
Transcontinental plane getting ready to go out.
I beg your pardon. Are you Mr. Jack Packard and party?
Yes, that's right.
This way, if you please.
Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm the chauffeur. If you'll just get in that big black car over there, I'll pick up your baggage.
Man, oh, man, looky at it. A block long.
What's it all about? We didn't order anyone to meet us. You must be mistaken.
You said your name was Mr. Packard?
That's right.
Well, then, if you'll please get in the car, I'll be right back with the luggage.
Jack, I don't get it.
Well, neither do I.
Well, what do we care? Looky, it's what's in that big old automobile.
What's that?
I ask you, did you ever see a prettier armful of girl than that?
No.
Let's climb in. What are we waiting for?
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Don't we get ourselves in the most expensive places? Looky, Jack. Looky, Reggie. Silk sheets, even.
All right, silk sheets. So what?
So I'm a-going to sleep between silk sheets for the first time in my life. Honest to my grandma, fellers, if my cousin Winnie Mae could see me now.
What makes you think we're going to be here long enough to sleep between any kind of sheets?
What you mean? We've been brought here, ain't we?
I still think there's been some mistake.
I say, Jack, what's that?
Oh, where have you been?
Oh, prowling a bit. Did you two know there's a suite of 3 bedrooms with separate baths?
Well, didn't I tell you this was expensive stuff we got ourselves into?
A bedroom for each of us.
Sure, so what you mean, Jack, by saying it's a mistake?
Well, there's no sense to anything that's happened so far. We get on a plane to come to Hollywood for the express purpose of spending $25,000.
Well, we can spend it from here just as good as any place else.
Well, that's not the point.
Ain't, huh?
No, it isn't. The point is, when we get off the plane, we're met by a liveried chauffeur in a fancy car, just as though we were expected and being met by appointment. No explanation, nothing. We're just invited to get in the car.
That's right, and so we get in the car.
And why? Well, because there's a good-looking girl waiting inside for us.
Well, that's as good a reason as any for getting into a strange auto. Are you sorry you did it? Well, look what it's got us in so far.
But that isn't the idea, Doc. We've been driven out to this beautiful old Hollywood mansion, and we don't know why. All we know is that this is the home of Randolph Martin.
Yeah, whoever he is.
And that these are to be our quarters, and the dinner will be served at 7.
Hey, well, we know the name of the little old honeypot who met us at the airport.
Faye Martin. Does that mean anything to you?
No, of course not. Except I like knowing it.
Why?
Because I think I'm going to like Faye when we get to know each other better.
You're out of your class, Doc.
What you mean, out of my class?
If this house is any indication, the Martins are not only wallowing in money, but they're overflowing with the refinements and niceties of an old family.
Aristocrats?
If you look about, you see signs of the family tree almost everywhere.
You mean we're going to be high-hatted?
What happened in the car on the way out here?
Huh? Well, what you mean, what happened?
Why, the minute we began asking Miss Faye Martin questions, she froze solid.
Yeah, only I just thought she was kind of nervous on account of us being strangers. Besides, you don't think I ain't man enough to unfreeze her.
You still don't get it, Doc. She was the little princess keeping the village yokels in their place.
Well, then what'd we come for?
Oh, see here now.
No,
Doc.
sir. I'll be doggone if I'll stay around folks who don't think I'm as good as they are.
All right, Doc, relax, will you? The whole point is that we allowed that girl to bring us from the airport to this house without getting one bit of information out of her. We allowed ourselves to be turned over to the butler in the downstairs hall and conducted to these rooms, still not knowing what it's all about. And now we've been here for an hour, and what do we know?
Well, I'll tell you what we know.
What?
We know that we're being neglected. That's what we know.
Yes, and that's about all.
Well, why don't we do something about it? We don't have to stand around with our teeth in our mouth. We ain't locked in. Let's bust out and find this here Randolph Martin.
No, that's not the answer.
Well, why the heck ain't it? Don't you agree with me, Reggie? Get aggressive and show them that we ain't folks to be pushed around.
No, I
don't think so.
Hey, what's the matter with you two anyway?
Oh, look here, Doc. Gentlefolk might not understand our strong-arm methods.
Gentlefolk?
People of breeding. Refinement.
Hey, look, you think I'm purty enough to sit down at the table with these folks tonight?
Oh, look here.
After all, we didn't come here of our own accord. They brung us.
Now, just the same, Doc, I think we can wait until dinner.
Oh, sure, we can wait until next week. But that ain't spending none of that $25,000 reward money we come to Hollywood to spend.
But we're bound to meet the whole family at dinner, and then the reason for our being here, if there is a reason, will come out.
I say, who is this Randolph Martin, anyway?
I never heard of him. You, Jack?
No, he can't be anyone.
Oh, someone showing some signs of interest.
Well, how doggone gracious of him not to forget us completely.
I get it.
Hello.
Oh, good evening. I'm Jack Packard.
Look. Somebody slashed me.
Slashed you?
Yes. Here, on my arm.
Here, let me see that. Now, maybe you better come in here.
Yes, I guess maybe I'd better.
You're bleeding all over the carpet. Come into the bathroom and hold your arm over the basin.
All right.
Reggie, close the door.
Quiet. I say, Doc, did you see that?
Yeah, what's going on here? What she mean somebody slashed her?
Well, she was very well bleeding.
Well, who do you heck suppose she is?
Oh, Doc.
Yeah?
Bring me some iodine and cotton and some adhesive tape out of my bag.
Okay, coming right up.
It isn't really very much of a cut. About an inch long, not too deep. Now, how'd that happen?
They did it.
They?
Yes. I was walking down the hall. I felt a kind of sharp sting on my arm. I looked at it quick, and it was all bloody.
This happened just now out in the hall?
Yes.
Who was out there with you?
I turned around real quick, but there wasn't anybody.
Here's the stuff you wanted.
No, thanks.
It don't amount to much with blood washed off. How'd it happen?
They did it.
Well, you keep saying they. Who are they?
I don't know. They just won't let me alone, is all I know.
Yeah? Well, what they bothering you for?
I don't know. I think they're trying to kill me.
Kill you? Hey, wait a minute. What did anybody want to kill a nice girl like you for?
I don't know.
Now, then, this might sting a little. I'm pouring iodine in the cut.
I don't mind pain.
Good girl. There it is. Now, a little cotton and some adhesive tape, and you're all well again.
Look here, Jack. Didn't you hear her say someone's trying to kill her?
Yes, I heard her. Do you mind telling us your name?
I'm Cherry Martin.
Cherry, huh?
It's really Charity. But nobody calls me that.
Then you must be the sister of Fay Martin who met us at the airport.
Yes. She likes Fay best, but her name's really Faith.
There you are. Now come out in the other room. You're still pretty much upset.
No. I'm not upset.
Well, then why that fearful whisper?
I'm afraid they'll hear me.
Please sit down.
No. No, I mustn't. I must go now.
But see here, I think you should sit down and tell us about this if you're in danger. That must be the reason why we're here.
Yes, that's part of the reason. But I must go now.
But ain't you scared to go out in that hall? If somebody got to just slashing your arm, ain't he liable to do it again?
Yes.
Then why not stay here where we can look out for him?
No, I mustn't stay.
Well, why?
I just mustn't. That's all.
Would you like someone to walk to your room with you?
No, I'm all right. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Hope is my other sister.
I say. Faith, Hope, and Charity.
Yes. She's the one who's in the worst danger. Hope and my brother Job.
Your sister Hope and your brother Job are in the worst danger.
Yes.
From what? From whom?
I don't know. But they do. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, smack me for a baby. What goes on?
Well, now things are beginning to make sense. The reason for our being here begins to emerge.
Danger, murder, fear. In this house?
There's your blue-blooded aristocracy you fellas was holding your breath over.
Oh, it's more apparent than ever, don't you think, Jack? I mean, to say the exquisite refinement of that girl's face. The roots of her old family tree are firmly entrenched in this house.
Yes, Reggie, but it's also apparent that the family tree is beginning to show signs of decay.
Signs of decay? Looks to me like it was rotten clean down to the roots.
Something's ballet wrong, all right.
Screwy family in the beginning. Who ever heard of naming girls Faith, Hope, and Charity? Sounds like a Texas camp meeting.
Well, at least we know this much now. There are 3 sisters who've gone to the names of Fay, Hope, and Cherry. And there's a brother Job.
Yeah, there's another name out of this world.
And it appears, according to Cherry's story, that someone is molesting her with the intent eventually to kill her.
Yeah, and right in this house, too. Funny kind of a cut she had on her arm. What kind of a knife would make a thin, long cut like that?
Oh, doctor's scalpel, safety razor blade.
I say, that's exactly what it looked like, a safety razor blade cut.
Yeah, but who's going around murdering folks with an old safety razor blade?
What do you do with your old safety razor blades?
But this must be pretty doggone serious, Jack. Jerry thinks they're out to kill her, yet she says her sister Hope and her brother are in even worse danger.
I'd like to get hold of that Randolph Martin and give him peace of my mind. His children are in danger, and he keeps us up here waiting. He doesn't tell us what it's all about, and why doesn't he let us get onto it?
Did you ever stop to think... Listen.
Say, a blooming infant in the house.
Yeah, then one of the girls must be married.
Open the door, Doc.
Well, what for? Ain't you never heard a baby holler before?
Never mind, open the door.
Okay. All I hope is it don't yell at night.
He has a fine pair of lungs.
Stuffed a nipple in its mouth or something. Jack, I say.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Here's the stairs.
And there she is lying down at the foot. Come on.
Oh, doggone.
Here, wait a minute. Straighten her out.
Well, hey, it's Jerry.
Is she dead?
No, she's not dead.
No, I'm not dead.
Well, hey, she's conscious. And after a tumble down all them stairs.
All right, what is it this time?
Oh, hey.
Well, why are you all standing there gaping? What is it?
Your daughter just fell downstairs.
My granddaughter, you mean. Is she hurt?
No, I'm not hurt.
Oh, falling downstairs.
I didn't fall. Somebody pushed me.
Hey, they did?
What's that bandage on your arm?
Somebody slashed me.
Can you stand?
Yes, I think so.
Then get to your feet.
Here, let me help you. There you are.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should explain how we happen to be here.
I know more about that than you do, young man.
You do?
I should. I brought you.
Then you're...
Randolph Martin. And I need help. I'm having granddaughter trouble.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Then, Mr. Packard, we'll go into the library.
Mrs. Martin, will you tell me why you sent Doc and Reggie back up to our quarters?
I'm taking you into the library to meet my granddaughters.
What's that got to do with Doc and Reggie?
My dear man, you don't know my granddaughters.
What's that?
No. When there are too many eligible men about, it's difficult to get them to concentrate on anything else.
Man crazy, huh?
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
You suggested it.
I can say what I please about my granddaughters. You can't.
I see.
Be sure you do. The Martin girls can do no wrong.
But you were telling me a few moments ago you were having granddaughter trouble.
I am.
Well, isn't it going to be a little difficult for us to discuss the trouble if I've got to assume the attitude they're above reproach?
I'll do the criticizing. Your job is to correct the trouble in this house without comment.
Aren't you being a little high-handed, Mrs. Martin?
You're questioning me?
I certainly am. First, you practically kidnapped me and my two partners.
You didn't have to come if you didn't choose.
How did you know we were arriving by plane at Burbank this evening?
Read it in the paper.
But did you stop to consider that we might have had plans of our own?
They weren't important.
You mean they weren't important to you? I'm afraid you're a woman who's used to having her own way.
I'm afraid I am.
Well, you go right ahead and have it. Well, I think Doc and Reggie and I'll be on our way.
Fiddlesticks.
What's that?
You're staying right here.
Against our will?
Nonsense. You're staying here because you're needed.
You're asking us to stay?
I'm ordering you to stay.
Now, then I'll say goodbye.
Don't be a fool, Jack Packard.
We don't take orders.
You walk out of the house because I order you to stay instead of ask you to stay.
That's right.
You'll be well paid for obeying my orders.
Keep your money. As a matter of fact, our one purpose in coming to Hollywood was to spend our reward money from the last job. It would melt faster down here than any place we could think of.
You don't recognize authority, and you have no use for money.
That's right.
You're difficult young men to handle.
Not at all. We enjoy doing favors.
The House of Martin does not accept favors.
Well, that's up to you.
For generations, we've been able to pay for anything we want.
In my opinion, then, the Martins have wanted few of the good things in this world. Well, here we are. We can't agree, so we'll go.
No.
Yes.
No, wait a minute.
Well?
I don't like it. I'm not used to asking people to do things. But I will. I'm asking you to stay and help me, Mr. Packard.
Please?
What's that?
You didn't say please.
How dare you?
Don't if you don't want to.
Young whippersnapper. Mr. Packard, will you please stay and help me?
Gladly. In fact, we'd already made up our minds to stay. I think you've got an interesting problem here.
What do you know about the problem here?
Nothing. But it's apparent there's something. It's in the atmosphere. Something, might I say, something creeping through this house.
Creeping? Creeping?
A creeping, unhealthy menace.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. You don't suppose it would be the stench of a decaying family tree that's permeating the environment, do you?
Oh, such utter nonsense. We spent enough time. Come along in the library and meet my granddaughters.
Very well.
Decayed family tree, indeed.
Only a suggestion.
Uncalled for. Come on in.
Yes?
Now then, Fay, where is Hope?
Oh, Grandmother, whoever keeps track of our beautiful Hope?
Well, someone should.
I hate to be the one assigned to the job.
I told her to be in the library at 8.
Grandma, I know where she is.
Cherry, shut up.
Fay, please, you're a Martin, and that Martin women are always ladies.
Oh, horse feathers.
The Martin women are always ladies. Now then, Cherry, where is Hope?
She sneaked out with the chauffeur again.
You little rat.
Hey. Well, she is.
I am not. Hope should leave the chauffeur alone, and you know it.
Well, that man will get his walking papers tonight.
Let's see. That'll make the 4th chauffeur to get his bounce in 3 months.
We'll not discuss the subject any further. Mr. Packard.
Yes?
This is my oldest granddaughter, Faith Martin.
Sure. We met before.
Yes, I think I've had the pleasure.
What's that?
Miss Martin was in the car that met us at the airport tonight.
You were? Why?
I just wanted to get first look at your private detective.
I don't particularly like that term, private detectives.
Well, isn't that what you are? 3 flatties in plain clothes to keep an eye on the Martin girl.
That will be enough of that, Faith Martin.
And, look, Packard, Grandma's the only one who can get away with Faith. Make it Fay or don't talk to me.
I remember.
All right, you've had the center of the floor long enough. You know Charity Martin already.
Not Charity, Grandma, please. Cherry.
Miss Cherry Martin. Any bad results from your fall downstairs?
Don't tell me Cherry fell downstairs again.
I didn't fall. I didn't. I was pushed from behind.
And when you looked around, there wasn't anyone there.
How can you look around when you're falling?
Hey, let your sister alone.
If she keeps falling down the stairs much more, we can make a tumbler out of her and put her in the circus.
Hey.
Okay, why not?
Miss Martin.
You better call me Fay. There are too many Miss Martins around this joint.
Very well, Fay, then. You don't seem to take your sister's convictions that someone is trying to kill her very seriously.
Oh, Cherry's just got a persecution complex.
I have not.
Sure you have. You're always talking about them being after you. They want to kill you. They. What's that but a persecution setup?
Perhaps. But how do you account for the marks of physical violence? That's not in the mind.
You've got me, pal, but if there's anybody in this house chasing Cherry with malice aforethought, then I'm a flagpole sitter.
Fay, I find the vulgarity of your language exceedingly distasteful.
Poor Grandma. She's tried so hard to make ladies of us all. And what did she get?
Oh, what did she get?
You really like to know?
Say, watch your tongue.
I assure you I would. I'd like to know very much.
Well, I'll start with me. I'm the oldest.
Yeah?
I'm the vulgarian of the family.
Faith Martin, you mind what you say?
Oh, go lay down, Grandma.
I begin to understand, Mr. Packard. You see why I need help so badly?
Go on, Fay. You're the Bulgarian.
Correct. Hope is the family wench. Witness her evening escapade with the chauffeur.
Fay, the family name.
What family name? And Cherry, the little whispering mouse here, she's just a plain dope, afraid of her own shadow.
I see. That's the way you analyze the situation.
That's us. Here we are. Look us over.
What about Brother Job?
We'll not discuss Job. He's a fine young man. The only one in the family who appreciates the name of Martin.
That's Grandma's version. Want to hear mine?
Please.
Brother Job is a good-natured drunk.
Hey.
Who's been taken by every gyp game Hollywood can think up and is slowly breaking his grandmother's heart.
If I may offer an opinion, I don't think you girls are doing your grandmother's heart any good either.
Oh, well, she doesn't love us. As long as we don't get the name of Martin in the headlines, she doesn't mind us, but she loves Job something awful.
We all do. We all love Job. And he's in such danger. He and Hope are in terrible danger.
Yes, you said that before tonight when I was bandaging up your arm.
Bandaging her arm? Hello. You have got a bandage on, haven't you? What happened?
Somebody slashed me as I was walking down the hall.
What?
It's true, it's true.
You mean somebody slashed you with a knife right here in this house?
Honest, Faye. Honest, they did.
Hey, Mr. Packard, do you suppose there really is somebody after her?
There's evidence to indicate it.
Look, Mouse, maybe I've been doing you an injustice.
It's true enough.
Now, wait a minute. Let's take that up later. We've got away from our subject.
Oh, yes, which was Job, the family drunk.
You say he's in danger, Cherry. What sort of danger?
I don't believe there's any truth in it. Who'd want to harm Job? Besides, the child's been forewarning doom for members of the family for years.
But he is in danger. He and Hope.
What sort of danger?
Danger out there. Outside the house. But it's getting closer. It's getting closer all the time. Creeping. Creeping.
Cherry, stop saying that.
I think that's the expression I used before we came in here, wasn't it, Mrs. Martin?
Yes, and I forbid its use again.
Well, at least Cherry and I seem to have the same intuitive sense of impending danger.
How nice for Cherry.
What do you mean?
That you and she have something in common. I wonder if you couldn't find something in common with me, too.
Such as?
Well, I like my initials embroidered on my pajamas.
I don't wear pajamas.
Oh, how exciting. Then you'd have to have your initials tattooed on your chest, wouldn't you?
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
I forbid you to indulge in conversation of this nature with my granddaughters.
Seems to be the only language Fay understands.
I forbid it.
You know, Mrs. Martin, you seem to dominate everyone and everything except your grandchildren. Why is that?
I can tell you why. She did dominate us when we were little and couldn't help ourselves. She made such hateful little prigs out of us, it was shameful.
You were nice children.
You bet. Nasty nice. And then one day, Job found out about firewater, and now he's devoting his life to it. And one day I found out that there are some wonderfully disgusting words in the English language for self-expression. I'm devoting my life to them. And Hope discovered chauffeurs, and she's devoting her life in that direction.
And what about Cherry here?
Oh, poor little mouse. She hasn't discovered much of anything yet, so she's devoting her life to being afraid.
I'm not afraid. If they weren't always after me, I wouldn't ever be afraid.
They have been after her for a long time. But now if they've come to life and are starting to cut her up, it may be getting serious.
Yes, I'm beginning to wonder. By the way, are any of you girls married?
Married, I should say not.
Is Job?
Certainly, Job's not married.
Then who's the parents of the baby we heard crying earlier?
Baby crying? You heard a baby crying?
Certainly. Just before Cherry here fell downstairs.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
There's not a baby in the house. There hasn't been for years.
But I've heard it. I've heard it.
So she says.
Yes. And every time it cries, something horrible happens.
transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Telling you, the more I see of this setup, the more I wish we'd gone on about our own business.
Doc, that isn't like you.
What ain't like me?
Why, here we are guests in a millionaire's home with 3 beautiful girls and only their grandmother to watch over them.
And what a grandma. Boy, I don't like her.
Doc sat it in for Grandma Martin since she sent us back up here to our quarters right after dinner.
Yeah, what'd she do that for? She think you're the only one in our outfit good enough to associate with the Martin family?
I can tell you why.
Well, I wish you would.
She said she wanted me to have a serious discussion with her granddaughters, and if there were too many eligible young men in the room, the girls wouldn't think of anything else.
Did she really say that, Jack?
She did. And when I said man crazy, she jumped all over me.
Well, these just plain ain't the kind of girls that I want to associate with. Not from what I've seen of them. She ain't got nothing to worry from me.
Well, they have money.
Well, so have we. $25,000 reward money. And what I want to know is why we don't ditch this joint and get to spending it.
That'll have to wait.
Yeah, on what?
On the solution of the trouble that's breaking about this old grandmother's head.
Well, that ain't our hard luck.
I'm afraid it is. Now.
Why?
Because Mrs. Martin's begged us to stay and help her out.
I say, that haughty, stiff-necked female aristocrat begged you to stay here?
That's right. So you can see how desperate she must be.
But what's the matter? What we supposed to do?
None of it makes much sense yet, but I've got some tangled information. You want to hear it?
Naturally.
Throw me that other pillow, Reggie.
Righto.
Thanks.
Well, come on, settle down and let's have it.
All right. Let me give you a picture of the people in this house.
Oh, you've seen them all now?
No, I've only seen Grandmother Martin and 2 of the girls, Fay and Cherry. Fay described the others. First, Fay, or Faith, is the eldest. She describes herself as the vulgarian of the family.
Oh, I say.
The what?
Vulgarian. She shocks her Puritan grandmother every time she opens her lips. On the other hand, I have a good idea that she has more gray matter than all the rest of the family put together.
Good looking?
Yes, apparently all the Martin girls are extraordinarily beautiful. Well, that's Fay, the vulgarian. The next girl is Hope. Hope wasn't in on the conference tonight, although she'd been told to be there by her grandmother.
Yeah, where was she?
Sneaked out with the chauffeur.
Hey.
I say, one of the Martin girls?
Yes, according to Fay, this will be the 4th chauffeur to lose his job in 3 months on account of Hope. Fay's name for Hope is the family wench.
Well, no wonder Grandmother Martin is upset.
Fay, the vulgarian, Hope, the family wench. And now we come to Cherry.
Quite. And, what is Cherry?
Well, Fay calls her Cherry, the terrified mouse.
Hey, that ain't so bad. She ain't spoke above a whisper since we come into the house. Are they still after her?
Well, there's no doubt that she has an obsession that someone's after her. But it looks like with good reason.
But you mean you think somebody in this house really is trying to kill her?
Well, I don't know whether they're trying to kill her, but they certainly are keeping her in a continual sweat of terror.
In what way, Jack?
First, slashing her arm. Second, pushing her down that flight of stairs.
Well, Grandma didn't take that very serious.
Neither did Fay at first. When she heard it, she said, "Oh, so the terrified mouse fell downstairs again."
Again?
Yes, looks like it was a common occurrence. But then I put in my 2 cents worth and scared the living daylights out of both Fay and Grandma.
Well, what'd you want to scare them for?
I didn't mean to. It wasn't until after I'd said it and saw their reaction that I knew it meant anything.
Well, come on. What did you say?
I said I heard a baby crying just before Cherry fell downstairs. Who does it belong to?
Well, what's so terrifying about that? Whose infant is it, Jack, and where's the nursery?
There isn't any nursery. and there isn't any baby.
What, Dad busted, Jack, there is too. We heard it.
There isn't any baby in this house.
You're being serious? I mean to say, we did hear it.
Terry's been hearing it for some time now. She says every time the baby cries, something terrifying happens.
You mean a baby's haunting this house?
I don't mean anything of the kind.
Then what do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just stating what I've heard. Cherry's been complaining of hearing a baby crying in the house, and that every time she hears it, something vicious happens. The rest of the family have laid it to delusion.
Oh, but see here, Jack, what we heard was no delusion.
That's just the point. That's what frightened Fay and Grandma. The fact that we heard the baby proves that Cherry hasn't been talking through her head.
Doggone. Who ever heard of a house being haunted by a baby?
Rubbish.
Well, there it is, ain't it? A baby's voice and no baby.
It's a plot.
A plot, huh? Well, didn't Jack just get through saying that the kid cried just before something bad happened?
That's what that girl Cherry says.
And what she says is true on account, looky, we heard the baby cry, and then right after that she was pushed downstairs.
Quite, I grant you that.
Well, okay. You mean to tell me whoever's doing all this is running around this house with a baby in his arms, pinching it to make it cry just before he gets ready to do some of his dirty work?
Well, that's pretty silly, Doc.
Well, of course it's silly. That's just what I'm saying. Besides, there ain't no baby in the house.
So what?
So it's got to be a baby ghost.
Oh, for the love of Pete, Doc.
Well, it has, Dad, blast it. A baby ghost in this house on account of there's so much trouble and so many things is wrong. And every time that something else starts to go wrong, it tries to warn folks by crying just before it happens.
Beautiful theory.
What do you think of a better one?
Why?
Okay. The trouble with you and Reggie is that you wouldn't know a ghost if he come up and
laid an egg in my hat.
That's just plain vulgar.
Why?
Because ghosts don't lay eggs.
Oh.
Well, they don't.
All right. Now, do you want to hear the rest of my story?
Well, what about this baby cry?
That's all there is. You know as much about it as I do. And that also brings us up to date on Cherry.
Oh, Cherry, the terrified mouse. Hope, the family wench. And Fay, the Bulgarian.
And the last on our list is Job.
Oh, that's brother, huh?
Yes, in age he comes between Fay and Hope. According to Fay, he's the one who's breaking Grandmother Martin's heart.
And has Fay a name for him, too?
Yes, Job the good-natured drunk.
Drunk, huh?
What does Grandmother Martin say about that?
She tried to keep his name out of the conversation. Said he was the only one worthy of the family name. Fay, on the other hand, says he's never sober and has been taken by every crook and confidence man in Hollywood.
Just a never-ending easy mark, huh?
Looks like it. And Grandma's always paying out and covering up for him. For the good of the name of Martin.
Oh, when are we going to meet him?
I don't know. When he comes home, I suppose.
Where is he now?
I tried to find out. No one seemed to know. Fay suggested some night spot with a well-stocked bar.
I say, nice boy. Company.
Sit still. Listen.
What's the matter, Jack?
Nothing. Just wait.
I say, whimsy.
I get it.
Hello?
Why, you little wench.
Oh, you've been talking to Fay.
Reggie, toss me a blanket.
What's that?
A blanket.
Not a wet blanket, I hope.
No, just toss it. There, I'll put this around you.
You don't like me this way.
No.
They cost a lot of money at the best shops.
Okay, so they cost a lot of money. Now, come on in.
Why didn't you like them? Handmade and imported French lace?
Now, keep that blanket around your shoulder. Here, sit down.
What's it, I almost sat on the floor.
Drunk again.
Don't tell Grandma. Never had a drink in my life.
It's queer. No smell of liquor on her breath. She's as sober as we are.
I say, Jack, who is this?
Who am I? Yes. No, wait. I'll give you a clue. I'm not Faith and I'm not Charity. Now, who am I?
Your Hope.
That's right.
Why'd you knock on our door if you don't know who we are?
I saw a light. Thought I ought to investigate.
In long black stockings and a wisp of lace?
Imported French lace.
Where have you been?
No. Mustn't tell. Scandalous. Ruin the family name.
Out with the chauffeur, weren't you?
Don't let Grandma hear.
Come on, now you're not drunk. Where's your dress? I said, where's your dress?
What dress?
Look here, Hope. You want me to shake your shoes off? Where did you leave your dress?
You didn't want me to wear a dress with blood on it, did you?
Hey. What did you say?
Of course not. Nobody wants to wear a dress with blood on it. It's ugly. Doesn't match the color scheme.
Hope, listen to me. What kind of a dress were you wearing?
Slip-on, slip-off dress. I always wear slip-on, slip-off dress.
I mean, what was the material? What color?
Green. My favorite color. Green flowers.
Now then, where'd you leave it?
Slipped out of it in the dark downstairs. Tossed it to Bob. Bob's a good egg. He'll get rid of it. Nobody ever find it.
Who's Bob?
Best chauffeur Martin family ever had.
Is he home? Did he bring you home?
Yep. Bang, bang. Man shot dead right across our table. I got blood on my dress, so Bob says, quick, let's get the 10-letter word out of here. I always say 10-letter word for swearing.
Doc, Reggie, why don't you go down and find the chauffeur?
I don't. Bring him here?
If you'll come, anyway, get Hope's dress back.
Jack.
Yeah?
Look at her right leg. There's something on her stocking. Looks like blood, all right.
There is?
Here, keep that blanket on. Unfasten your stocking, let her slip down.
Oh, naughty.
Crazy little fool. There's been murder. Do you want the evidence splattered all over you? Yeah, that's better. Well, what are you two standing there for?
Well, if Hope could tell us where the chauffeur's quarters are.
Chauffeur's quarters? Over garage. Chauffeur's quarters always over garage.
Righto, come on, Doc.
Yeah, okay. Hey, what's that? Listen. It's a baby.
The baby. The baby.
Jack, there's just gotta be a baby in this house.
Jack, I said, which way did that scream come from?
Down the stairs.
Well, come on.
The baby, and then something happens.
Down the stairs, this way.
The baby, and then something happens. The baby, and then something happens.
Doc.
Something happens.
Oh, there she is. There in the chair.
I say, who is she?
Mrs. Fay. Fay, what's the matter?
Up there by the hall entrance. He's dead. He's dead.
Dead? Who's dead?
The chauffeur. The chauffeur. And he's got Hope's dress. All over with blood.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
People are so dead when they're dead, aren't they?
Not a very suitable sentiment for the occasion. No, don't touch anything.
Hey-ho is the Bulgarian Martin they call. What are you doing?
I'm trying to discover if there are any clues in the vicinity of this corpse that might implicate any member of the Martin family.
You want to implicate one of us?
No, but I want to know what we're up against before the police arrive.
Why not the Marines and the Navy?
Police have to be called, you know that.
Why?
Can't ask sensible questions, don't ask any. Whoever shot this man must have used a silencer. Otherwise, we'd have heard the shot.
A good-natured drunk has a gun with a silencer.
Your brother Joe?
Mm-hmm. And I still want to know why we have to call the police.
Murder's the policeman's business.
Not this murder. This is the Martin family's own private little bloodletting party.
You think someone in this house committed the crime?
Naturally.
Who?
First, tell me where you sent your two friends.
Doc and Reggie?
Mm-hmm. 10 minutes after we find the corpse with the curly hair here, they go kiting out of the house like men on a mission. The question is, where? Why?
They're out scouring the nightclubs and drinking places for your brother.
Job isn't worth it.
Worth what?
The trouble you're taking to find him.
I want to know where he is and what he's been doing tonight. I want witnesses who'll swear that he hasn't been near this house all evening.
Why?
So that we'll be all set for the police when they start asking questions.
When are the police going to start asking questions?
As soon as they get here.
When will they be here?
As soon as I call them.
And when are you going to call them?
When I'm satisfied I know as much about this situation here as they'll be able to find out.
Aren't you obstructing justice or something? I mean, waiting about notifying them?
Maybe.
Now then, why did you think this man was killed by someone in the house?
Because almost everyone in the house had a reason.
Everyone had a reason to want to kill the chauffeur? Was he that important to this household?
I hope to tell you. Bob the chauffeur, now Bob the corpse, was putting the screws on the Martins.
In what way?
Well, let's start at the top of the list and work down. First, Grandma. Blackmail to hush scandal concerning Job and Hope.
What sort of scandal?
Job and a girl. Job hates girls, so I know it was a frame, but it was good enough to make headlines in the paper.
Well, what about Hope?
Hope can't let chauffeurs alone. Hope, the family wench, was so deeply involved with our new cadaver here that one word from him and the whole world would know what she is.
By the way, right this minute, Hope is upstairs asleep in my room.
Oh, a gentleman wouldn't.
Now, don't be a fool. We left her in our room and we heard you scream and rush downstairs. Went up a few minutes ago, she'd crawled into my bed and was fast asleep.
Maybe you'd like to explain to her elder sister what she was doing in your room in the first place.
She knocked on the door. I opened it, and there she stood in a wisp of lace and a pair of black silk stockings.
You mean the dress this thing was holding in its hands when I found it down here was the dress Hope had been wearing this evening?
That's right.
Well, that's pretty raw.
No, not as bad as it sounds. They were out together. Wherever they were, a man was killed and blood got on Hope's dress. When she got home, she gave the dress to the chauffeur to ditch.
Oh? Well, then he must have been killed as he was going out the front door with the dress.
Exactly.
From the outside.
Yes, he was shot from outside the house.
Then that eliminates Hope.
Why?
As flagrant as Hope is, she wouldn't be running about the streets with no dress on. And you said our hero had the dress in his hands when he was killed.
That's a pretty thin alibi. She didn't mind coming up and rapping on my door. Besides, she was floating about on pink clouds.
Oh, you're crazy.
I don't think so.
I tell you, you are. Hope hates alcohol. It makes her violently ill.
I didn't say she was drunk. She wasn't. No sign of alcohol. But something had given her a fine case of the blind staggers.
Something screwy. You think Hope did this, then?
I know she didn't. She was in my room for about 20 minutes, and whatchamacallit here hadn't been dead 5 minutes when we got down to him.
Then Hope's in the clear?
Yes. Wish I could say as much about the rest of the family.
You haven't anything on me.
I haven't. But the police may have, or can they get it?
What do you mean?
Simply, if you've got anything up your sleeve, you'd better spill it, so I'll be standing by to give a hand. The police are going to find out everything you wish they wouldn't. So you tell me first, so I can be ready for them.
What have you got to gain by all this Boy Scout stuff?
I told your grandmother we'd help her out of a mess. This, apparently, is the mess she meant, so talk fast.
Well, if I was the murdering kind, Currylocks here would be my first victim.
Why?
He talks, and he talks lies. It came to my ears that he had passed the word around among the servants of the neighborhood that the Martin women were pushovers.
Is that excuse for murder?
Servants don't talk about me like that. Not even if it were true, they don't.
But you fire servants, not murder them.
Not if the servant has a death hold on the family and you can't get loose.
You're referring to his hold on Job and Hope?
Mm-hmm.
He had nothing on you personally?
No.
Uh-huh. Now then, where were you during the time of the murder?
I don't know when the murder was.
All right. Where were you 15 or 20 minutes before you found the body?
I was down in the furnace room.
At this time of night?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Burning some personal letters.
Go on.
That's all. Just burning some personal letters.
You think you can tell the police you were down in the basement at 9 o'clock at night burning personal letters and stop there?
If that's all there is.
Oh, you're smarter than that. What did those letters have to do with the chauffeur and his sudden demise?
What? Why, nothing.
You're not making a very good representation for yourself.
I'm not trying to. I'm just telling the truth.
But not all the truth.
Enough.
Very well. You were down burning letters. Then what?
I was just coming back up to the main floor when I heard a baby laughing and cooing.
Oh, you heard the baby?
Yes, what does it mean?
Your sister Cherry says every time the baby is heard in this house, tragedy occurs.
She certainly hit it on the nose this time.
Yes, didn't she? By the way, doesn't it seem a little strange to you that with your screaming when you found the body and all the running about the house that's been done since then, your grandmother and Cherry haven't been aroused?
Grandmother and Cherry's rooms are on the 3rd floor.
They couldn't hear?
No.
Well, don't you think your grandmother ought to be told before I call the police?
I don't know.
I think she shouldn't.
Why?
After all, she's head of this house. She should have some say as to what the police are told.
There's going to be an awful scene when she finds out.
Nevertheless... Now, look, I'm almost finished here. Go up and get her and bring her down. Also, while you're up there, get Hope out of my room and take her to her room.
But you haven't asked me about Cherry yet.
Well, what about Cherry?
I mean whether she might have a reason for killing the family leech.
Well, has she?
No.
Great. Now will you go?
And Job.
I know all about Job I need to know for now. Oh, wait, there is one thing about Job. You say he has a gun with a silencer?
Mm-hmm.
You know where he keeps it?
Yes, in his bureau drawer.
While you're upstairs, look and see if it's there.
Yes, if you think that...
I don't think anything. Now go on. There's something I've got to do, and I don't want you here when I do it.
You mean Hope's dress?
Never mind.
What are you going to do with it?
I didn't say I was going to do anything with it.
But you are.
Well, what you don't know, you can't tell. Now go do the things I've told you to.
All right, but hurry. Grandma'll be down here 2 steps at a time the minute she hears. Oh, the furnace is a swell place for Hope's dress.
I think they call it destruction of evidence. Sorry, old boy, but I need this dress more than you do.
Didn't I tell you?
Oh, it's you.
I'm Jerry. Don't you remember me?
Why aren't you in bed?
They're in my room.
Who's in your room?
They. Look what they did to me.
What do you mean?
On my shoulder. Right through my pajamas.
Well, you're bleeding.
I know it.
You mean someone came in your room and slashed you?
Yes.
Here, let me see. Exactly like the cut on your arm.
Sometime they'll get tired of frightening me. And then they'll kill me. Didn't I tell you?
Didn't you tell me what?
That every time the baby cries, something dreadful happens.
The baby didn't cry. It laughed.
I know. That's because one of our enemies was killed.
What do you mean?
When it's an enemy, the baby laughs. When one of us is in danger, he cries.
You're getting just a little wacky on the subject of babies, aren't you?
No, it's true. You wait and see.
Now, look, Jerry, you go up to my room and wait for me. I'm busy. As soon as I've finished, I'll come up and put a dressing on that cut.
I hope the baby doesn't cry anymore tonight. I can't sleep when he cries.
If you don't get... Wait a minute. Someone's out on the porch.
Why don't you close the door?
The body's right in the door. Can't move it until the police come. Hold it.
Oh, pardon me? My hair. I thought this is where I lived.
It's Job.
Inexcusable. Man must be pretty spifflicated when he walks in the morgue and thinks he's home.
This is your home, Job.
It is?
Yes.
Oh. What's this cadaver doing blocking up my doorway?
He was just killed there.
Oh. Thought it was a corpse trying to escape from the morgue. Shall I step over him?
If you want to come in, I'm afraid you'll have to. Here, give me a hand. I'll help you over.
Nice and friendly. I think I'm going to like you.
There you are.
Easy step. Not a very wide man. By the way, who are you?
Name's Jack Packard.
Are you by any chance the murderer?
I'm afraid not.
That's good. Nice chap. Hanging's too good for you. Much too good.
You think so, huh?
Oh, I'm afraid I put it badly. But you know what I mean. Hello, Jerry.
Hello?
Friend of yours?
No.
Oh, thought maybe he was. Pajamas such awfully bad taste in the company of a strange man.
I'm scared.
Poor little terrified mouse. By the way, what is the breach of etiquette for me to ask the name of the visiting corpse?
He's your chauffeur.
Not Bob the Bandit.
Well, you seem pleased.
Oh, frightfully. Who had the good sense to do it?
We thought maybe it was you.
That's a tribute. Great tribute. Should have. I never got around to it.
A gun with a silencer was yours.
Consider it murder. No noise. Don't disturb the neighbors.
I understand you have such a gun.
Oh, so I have.
Where is it now?
Upstairs in my bureau drawer.
I hope you're telling the truth, Job.
Yeah, I hope I am, too.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Mrs. Martin.
Nobody calls me Mrs. I don't like it.
What then?
If Randolph Martin isn't good enough for you, call me grandmother. Everyone else does.
Very well. Grandmother Randolph, let's have some lights.
Why?
Unhealthy ideas grow in darkness.
Unhealthy ideas.
Murder's an unhealthy idea.
What are you talking about? Murder's not in this house.
You should know better than that. You saw one of its victims carried out of here last night. You and the rest of your family spent most of the night explaining your whereabouts to the police.
Such a fuss over a chauffeur. Not a very good chauffeur at that.
I won't argue that.
Furthermore, the police had their gall suspecting that anyone in this house had anything to do with it.
On the other hand, it's surprising to me they didn't take the whole family down and lock you up.
What are you saying?
Grandmother Randolph, you brought my two companions and me here to get your grandchildren out of some kind of a mess. Isn't that true?
Yes.
You haven't given us the first inkling of what that mess is.
If I knew, do you think I'd call for outside help?
Well, it should be plain even to you that the murder of the family chauffeur is part of that mess.
Nonsense. The police themselves said that he wasn't really a chauffeur, but a member of a confidence ring working here in the motion picture colony.
Nevertheless, he was killed in your house while in your employ.
By members of a rival gang.
Do you know what your chauffeur was doing last night before he came home and got himself shot?
No.
Yes, you do.
If you know that, why do you ask me?
You know that he was out with your granddaughter, Hope, and that he was killed less than 10 minutes after Hope said goodnight to him when they returned.
The police don't know that.
No. Neither do they know that your chauffeur killed a man in a drinking joint out at the beach last night.
What's that?
That he killed the man in the presence of Hope, and that the man fell across their table and bled on Hope's dress. That she gave the dress to the chauffeur to get rid of, and that he still had the dress in his hand when he was shot dead in your front door.
How do you know this, if the police don't?
I've had Doc and Reggie out investigating all night. They just got in half an hour ago. They're up getting some sleep now.
But why don't the police know?
Because the resort where your chauffeur killed his man was a hideout spot for shady characters. Now, don't worry. They'll find out in due time.
My granddaughter, Hope, was in a hideout for criminals?
Yes, I want to ask her about that myself.
Who's the man he killed?
Now, you can read all about that in the paper. Some gambler. They found his body in one of the canyons out on the way out to the Malibu beach.
And shortly after he killed this gambler at this place, my chauffeur himself was killed in my doorway.
That's right.
Then doesn't that prove it was somebody outside, someone revenging himself for the death of the gambler?
There's that possibility, of course.
You seem very anxious to connect this murder with my family, Mr. Packard.
No, I hope you're right. But there are too many suspicious things going on in this house. The center of all the trouble is right here. I'm sure of that.
I've noticed nothing suspicious.
That's not true. You just got through saying the reason you brought Doc and Reggie and me here was because you were uneasy.
What have you noticed?
Well, first, your eldest granddaughter, Faye. She talks loud and vulgar and pretends to be vastly amused. She's frightened.
Faye, frightened?
Last night, she took some private papers down to the basement and burned them. Why?
I don't know.
Neither do I, but I intend to find out. Then Hope. Why did she go to that beach resort last night? Why did she pretend to be drunk when she came home, when she was perfectly sober?
I don't know.
And Cherry. She's been slashed twice and pushed downstairs by someone she's never seen. Why does she talk in that frightened whisper? Who does she mean when she says they are after her? And what does she mean that Hope and her brother Job are in the worst danger?
You can leave Cherry out of this. It's a lot of romantic nonsense.
Twice slashed and thrown downstairs? You call that romantic nonsense? And the baby.
There isn't any baby.
I beg your pardon. I've heard it twice now.
There isn't any baby, I tell you.
Once it cried, and right after that, Cherry was hurled downstairs. Once it laughed and gurgled, and we found the chauffeur shot dead.
It's ridiculous on the face of it. Babies don't laugh and cry on a given cue. How would a baby know that Cherry was about to fall downstairs? How would a baby know that my chauffeur was about to be murdered?
Cherry says the baby cries when someone in the house is in danger. That it laughs when some enemy of the house is in danger.
Cherry's a little fool.
Protestations don't change facts. Facts indicate that something pretty vicious, something cold and calculating and terribly cruel has been unleashed in this house.
You're trying to frighten me.
No, I'm not. I'm reporting to you as my employer, what I've found. And now let's discuss your grandson, Job, for a moment.
Indeed, we will not.
Yes, we will. Because Job owns a gun with a silencer on it. And it was a gun with a silencer that killed the chauffeur.
Job wasn't even home.
So he says. But the gun has disappeared, and the chauffeur was killed with the same caliber gun as the one Job possessed.
The police don't know?
No, the police don't know this. But I do. And I also know that when Job came home and saw the body in the doorway, he was pretty casual about it.
He wasn't feeling well.
Now, he was intoxicated, I grant you. But even so, he should have been a little surprised and concerned at finding a body lying across the threshold, which he wasn't.
I forbid you to talk like that.
You can't do that.
I can't forbid you to talk?
No.
I can most certainly remove you from this house.
But you won't.
Why not?
Because then I'll be forced to turn over all my information to the police.
You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would. If we're kept on to solve the murder in our own way, we'll try to protect you and your grandchildren's names. If you make it impossible for us to work on the case, then we'll have to let the police do it.
I don't trust you.
Well, that depends on what you mean by trust. If no one in this house has committed murder, then we'll cover up for you till the cows come home.
If it should have been someone here.
Then we'll root him out and turn him over to justice.
I know it. You can't be trusted.
Now, look here. Are you trying to tell me that you think someone in this house committed murder and you brought us here to help you cover up for them?
No, of course not.
It sounds very much like it.
No, all I'm asking you is to be sure. No circumstantial evidence such as the police would use. I'm sure none of my grandchildren has done anything wrong, no matter how much it looks it.
Oh, that's it. You want them protected from court action and publicity until we've cleared them or proved them guilty.
Yes, if they are innocent, and I know they are, to face a charge of murder would ruin us.
You have my word. No one will touch them until we know for sure.
Thank you.
Now then, I've got to talk to Hope and Job. Are they in their rooms?
Yes, it was 5 o'clock this morning before the police left. They're all sleeping.
Well, they should be awake by this time. I'm going up. Listen.
It's a baby crying.
Now maybe you'll believe.
But there isn't any baby.
Wait a minute. That's the warning. Someone's in danger. Quick, upstairs to the bedroom.
Jack, did you hear that? The baby.
I know it. Come on, Doc. Help me. Look in all the bedrooms.
You bet. Whose room's this?
That's Faye's room. Don't bother to knock.
Hey, what's the idea? Can't a girl go to bed in this house?
Nope, she's all right.
What's the idea of raiding a girl's bedroom?
The baby. Someone's in danger.
The baby. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Hey, wait for me.
This is Joe's room.
Doc, run up the 3rd floor and look in Cherry's room.
You bet you on the run.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is my old friend from the morgue.
Oh, so you're up and dressed. You all right?
It's never better in my life. Have a little drink?
Aren't you ever sober? Didn't you hear that baby crying?
I dreamed about a baby last night. Red hair. She was in a French bikini bathing suit.
Nuts.
Is Job all right, is he?
Drunk. Which is Hope's room?
This way. This way.
It's either got to be Hope or Cherry.
This room. What's that smell?
Chloroform. Get those windows open.
Look, the pillow's over Hope's face.
Get that window open. Do you hear me?
Yes. Is she dead? Is she dead?
No, she's alive.
But she looks so white.
Get out of the way. I'm going to lift her out of bed and take her over at that window.
What shall I do?
Just get out of the way. There.
What is it? What's the matter with Hope?
Somebody tried to kill her with chloroform.
Faith, haven't you an ounce of modesty? Go get something over that nightgown.
But, Grandma, they tried to kill Hope.
Get something on over that nightgown.
Oh, horse feathers.
Here, put this blanket around before I smack you.
Apparently my modesty is more important than Hope's life.
Now then, Mr. Packard.
Forget it. She's going to be all right.
What's this nonsense about chloroform?
Use your nose. Another 15 minutes, you'd have been minus 1 granddaughter.
Here, put this blanket around Hope.
What's the matter with you? Your granddaughter near death, and all you can think about is my seeing her in pajamas.
I'll keep my granddaughters modest if this house falls down around my ears.
Greetings and salutations, Grandma, old girl.
Joe, go back to your room.
What? This the fun?
Joe, you're in no condition to be here. Go back to your room.
What's this? Love in our midst. The man from the morgue holding the family wench in his arms, huh?
Joe, you're impossible. Hope is almost chloroformed. She's unconscious.
Oh, no, not Hope. She's only playing dead. She likes it.
Get that drunken fool out of here.
Please, Job, come with me.
Poor, pathetic old Grandma. Have a lot of trouble with your family of rats, don't you?
Job, be a good boy.
All right. Bye-bye, man from the morgue. Great old house we live in, isn't it, Grandma?
The Martin family at home.
Doesn't your brother like Hope?
He adores her. She's his favorite sister.
Funny way of showing it.
Nothing gets under his skin when he's in that condition.
It seems to be all the time.
Look, how is she?
Better than I hoped for. It'll take her a couple, 3 hours to sleep off the effects of the chloroform. Now we can put her back in bed now.
One of her feet is there, so look the other way.
Your grandmother's a little touched on the subject of modesty, isn't she?
I think she must bathe in long underwear.
There. I'll just cover her like that.
Jack, look what I got. Poor little feller.
Jerry, what's the matter with her?
She's unconscious. This is just like I found her.
Lay her down. Let me see her.
Looky at her. Clothes doggone near tore off her. Oh, looky at that bruise on her leg.
Here, she's bleeding on the back. Turn her over.
Yeah, I know it. There.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
Hey, Jack, look. She's been slashed again.
Yes, 3 times, right above the hip. Not deep.
Like it'd been done with a safety razor blade.
You Martin girls are certainly unpopular with somebody.
Ain't it the truth? Murder sure is on the loose in this man's house.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Reggie, I swear to my grandma, I ain't never seen a screwier setup than this one.
Crime. Deucedly interesting, though, isn't it?
You mean all these female women are running around in flimsy wisps of lace wanting to be rescued?
No, I don't mean female women running around in wisps of lace.
The thing that bothers me is there ain't no sense to nothing.
Well, I imagine things will make plenty of sense once we get on the right track.
For instance, what's Jack got us up here patrolling this hall for?
But naturally, Doc, after the attempt to kill Hope and Cherry.
Yeah, I know, but why is he making everybody stay in his own bedroom? Job over in that room pie-eyed, Hope across the hall still sleeping off a chloroform, Fay and Cherry in the next room. How come he let Cherry go in with Fay anyway?
Because her room's up on the 3rd floor, for one thing.
Well, so's Grandma Martin's. Yet Jack's once, he went and let her go up there alone.
Crime. I don't know about that.
Yeah, we're guarding everybody but Grandma. I wonder why that is.
Well, I suppose Jack thinks she's not in any danger.
Just the 3 girls and Job, huh?
Another reason for putting Cherry with Fay.
Yeah?
She's just recovering from this new attack on her. Ballet brutal, if you ask me, and I don't think she's going to be able to take much more of it.
You talking about Cherry?
Yes, that beastly, strained expression on her face. Desperation. She shouldn't be left alone for a moment until this business is settled, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, what do you suppose Jackson doing?
I think he's going over the house, room by room.
But we already done that, Reggie.
Not with any great care. Just made sure there was no one in the house besides those who belong here.
Well, what's he expect to find?
Well, if someone was in the house long enough to give Hope chloroform and tear Cherry's clothes and slash her, he must have left some clue of his presence.
And anybody leave anything around, Jack's the hombre to find it.
Quiet.
You know, that's the funny thing about Cherry. Of course, it was dark in her room, but even if it was, it's kind of queer that she didn't get some idea of the slasher while she was fighting him off.
Too terrified, I suppose. Mind frozen,
Well, anyway, whether it was a man or a woman...
I have an idea it was a woman myself.
Yeah?
I think Jack does, too. Did you see those scratches on her neck and arm? A man's fingernails aren't ordinarily long enough to do that.
Hey, I didn't notice that. Hey, Faye's door's open.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here.
Now, look, you Cherry. You can't come out here.
But I've got to.
You look ill. You should be lying down.
I'm all right.
She insists that she's got to see Job.
I do. I've got to.
Now, looky. Jack said that you all got to stay where he put you until he said you could come out. Now, he sent us up here to see that you stayed put.
But it's important.
Besides, Brother Job's so spifflicated, nothing would make sense to him anyway.
I don't care. I love him, and he's in danger.
But he can't be in any immediate danger. We've been right outside his door all the time.
Oh, I'm going.
What you think we ought to do, Reggie?
Well, look here. Suppose I go hunt up Jack and ask him.
Yeah, you do that.
But I mustn't
No,
wait.
I'll only be a minute or two.
When the terrified mouse gets an idea into her head, there isn't much use arguing with her.
But it's important.
Well, it's going to have to wait until Reggie gets back. Now, looky, Cherry. You should get out of them torn clothes. What you still wearing them for?
I offered to help her get out of them and put on one of my bathrobes, but try to talk her into anything that makes sense.
You ain't sold in them for the winter, are you?
I'm afraid to go up to my room to get anything else.
I told you could have something of mine.
No.
Well, what you scared of your room for? It ain't nobody up there now.
Maybe there is.
Hey, no, there ain't. We give your room a going over.
They like my room. They can come any time they want to.
You mean there's a secret door or something?
No. There's no secret door.
Then how the heck can they come to your room any time they want to?
I don't know.
And I'm getting pretty fed up with these they folks. Who are they anyhow?
I don't know.
You know, Faye, she just plain don't make sense.
Don't look at me. I'm a stranger here myself.
Yeah. Hey, looky, Cherry. Are they the ones who've got the baby that boils every time something's about to happen?
I don't know. I think so.
That baby gag gets me down. A house full of widows, spinsters, and neurotics. What's a baby doing here?
Well, maybe the stork brought it.
Oh, don't be silly. There hasn't been a stork seen in this neighborhood since the year of the big freeze.
You know, that's darn funny about this house. Here you are, three of the prettiest girls I ever laid eyes on. And ain't even one of you got a boyfriend.
Hope had one, but he's in the corpse department just at present.
You mean that chauffeur?
Who else?
But, well, that ain't no honest-to-goodness boyfriend like you girls should ought to have. Well, you got everything, Faye. What's the matter with you?
I'm immune.
That ain't normal.
So what?
So it ain't normal.
Maybe I was born in a refrigerator and never thawed out.
What about you, Cherry?
I've got to talk to Job.
Well, you'll just have to wait till Reggie gets back. Ain't you interested in men?
Yes.
You are? Well, why ain't you got a feller then?
They won't let me.
Hey, now, look, that ain't no answer. I don't care who they are. Nobody can keep a girl from having a boyfriend if she wants one.
I tell you, they won't let me.
Well, why not?
They don't want any of us to know a man. They're afraid we'll marry and have children.
Terry, what are you talking
It's
about?
True. They want the Martin family to end right here.
Darned if I don't think you're talking through your hat. Oh, here comes Reggie.
Can I go to Job now?
Now, hold your horses. What about it, Reggie?
It's all right for her to go in, but first Jack wants her clothes.
Hey!
Please, Mr. York.
Oh, but I say. I mean, he positively wants them. Wants me to bring them down to him immediately.
Well, it's hardly ever done. I mean, just asking a girl for her clothes.
Well, if Jack wants them, he's going to get them. Now, go on back in Faye's room, Cherry, and take them off.
If I do, then can I see Job?
Yep, so hurry up.
Guess you'll have to put on something of mine.
No, I won't.
Then how about me going up and getting something for her out of her room?
Nope, you can't do that. But Reggie can.
Oh, look here
now. Go on, Reggie. Pajamas and a bathrobe. Anything you can find.
Now I'm a ballet lady's maid, and I resent it.
Okay, get inside and shove things through a crack in the door. Fast as they come off.
All right, here, I'll help you, Cherry. What's the idea, anyway?
Probably wants to examine them for clues.
Here you are.
Okay, a dress.
What's he expect to find? Slip.
I don't know. Slip.
Your shoes.
Shoes.
Stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
All right, here you are.
A top doodad. A bottom doodad. That all?
Isn't that enough? What do you want, her skin?
Oh, did you get something, Reggie?
There's a whole armful of stuff. She should find something in this.
Yeah, she ought to, all right. Here you are, Faye.
What? All this?
Well, she don't have to put it all on.
That's good of you. All right, get into some of this junk, Mouse. Then you can go and see the good-natured drunk.
I'd better take these clothes down to Jack.
Or stick around until she goes across to Job's room. Where is Jack?
Down in the library. He's got quite a collection of stuff down there.
Such as what?
I didn't get much chance to examine it. Things he's picked up around the house.
Well, anyway, you don't look quite so bedraggled now. All right, boys, let's go.
Hurry. I've waited too long now.
Okay. Come on. You better come along, too, Faye.
So you can keep an eye on me?
Yeah, something like that. Okay, now, Cherry. We'll give you 5 minutes with him.
That's all I wanted.
All right, Job, here's a visitor. Hey.
Doc, what is it?
Well, where the heck is he?
He's gone. I knew he was. I knew it.
Well, why the heck didn't you say so then? How'd he get out?
Here's how he got out, opened the window, and slid down the drain pipe.
Well, that's great. Jack's going to be mighty proud of us.
But look here. Why would he want to do a thing like that for?
Silly question number 1.
What you mean?
You didn't think Brother Job would stay put without plenty of liquid refreshment, did you?
You mean he sneaked out for a few snorts?
But he shouldn't have. He must come back right away. He must.
Why must he?
They'll get him. They'll get him this time. I know they will.
Is that what you wanted to tell him?
Yes. I wanted to tell him to stay here where you could watch him. They're just waiting.
Reggie, get downstairs and tell Jack what's happened.
Right. Don't leave the girls alone for a minute, Doc.
Come on, you two. Get back into Faye's room.
Come on, Mouse.
Why did he go?
Because he likes the taste of the stuff.
He's breaking Grandma's heart.
Well, Grandma broke his spirit. Turnabout's fair play.
No, you mustn't say that, Faye.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to look in and see if Hope's all right. You two wait right here by the door so as I can see you all the time. Don't neither of you move. Yeah, she's all right. Poor little feller. Keep right on sleeping, honey.
She's all right?
Yeah, sleeping like a baby. All right, come on back to your room.
Say, how much longer you 3 super sleuths think you're going to keep us undercover?
Until Jack says to let you act.
Well, I'm getting pretty sick of being a prisoner in my own house.
We're just doing it for your own good.
It isn't any good locking us up.
It ain't, huh?
No. When they want to strike, they'll strike whether you're here or not.
And what you think we'll be doing all that time?
Won't make any difference what you're doing. If you understood, you'd know that.
Well, then, why don't you come out and make us understand?
You can't. Nobody understands but me.
She's psychic.
I don't know. I just know, that's all.
Well, all I gotta say is, if you hadn't told us so much that's come true already, I'd say you were the screwiest screwball dame I ever did see. You wasn't so little and purty along with it.
Hey, here comes Reggie back. He's going to get mighty sick of those stairs if this keeps up.
How about it, Reggie? What's Jack say?
Well, he's going out to find Job. While he's gone, he doesn't want us to leave the girls for a second.
Oh, stick right with him, huh?
Right, I'm to go and sit in my Hope's bed and stay right beside her.
And I'm to chaperone Faye and Cherry, huh?
Right, go in Faye's room with them. Don't let either one of them out of your sight.
What about Grandma upstairs?
Oh, leave her alone. She won't be bothered. It's the girls that are in danger.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's the matter?
They did it. They did it again. Look.
Her shoulder. She's been slashed again.
Yes, they did it. They did it.
Cherry, how did it happen?
I don't know. I was just standing here. I felt a sting on my shoulder.
She's been slashed, all right. Just like the others.
It isn't possible. We were all standing right here. There isn't anyone else.
Yes, there is. They were here. They were here.
Cherry, stop it.
They slashed me. They slashed me.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Reggie, keep changing those cold compresses on Job's head. I want to bring him around as quickly as possible.
Right. Shall I let his head hang over the foot of the lounge this way?
Yes, that'll bring the blood up where he needs it most.
Doggone, fella, you must have popped Brother Job a whopper.
I had to.
Well, what happened?
Well, the minute you told me he'd escaped from his bedroom and slid down the drain pipe, I dropped everything and went after him.
But how'd you know where to look, Jack?
Where would you look for a thirsty man? The nearest bar.
And he was there?
Yes, just getting ready to go on to bigger and better things.
And you said come on back, and he wouldn't come, so you floored him.
Something like that. You sure all the girls are locked up in their bedrooms so there's no chance of them getting out?
Yeah, and I don't mind saying they resent it.
They'll just have to resent.
Boy, the things Faye said would have skinned a mule.
Living up to a reputation as the family Bulgarian, huh?
No fooling. Doggone, though, I hated to take that little old cherry girl back up to her room. She didn't want to go so bad. Why'd you insist on it?
Because I want each girl locked up separately. Hope still unconscious?
She's just sleeping now, I think. Seems like Grandma's keeping awful close to her room up on the 3rd floor.
She's all right.
Jack, you say you want the 3 girls locked up separately. Why?
I want to see what'll happen.
You mean if the baby'll cry, then one of them gets the business?
Yes.
But ain't that dangerous? This time one of them might get killed.
How? If they can't get out, how can anyone get into them?
You got me, feller. But Cherry insists they can't. It's just like her getting slashed on the shoulder out yonder in the hall when we was all standing right there.
Did you have your eyes on Faye all the time?
I say. Hey, you mean...
I just asked if you had your eyes on Faye all the time.
Well, no, of course not. But what would Faye want to go and slash her sister for? And more than that, Cherry said they did it.
All right, they did it. But couldn't Faye be one of them?
Job, I'd never thought of that.
There's a woman in this someplace. Whoever tore her clothes and slashed her up in her room earlier this afternoon was a woman.
You mean those fingernail scratches on her neck and shoulder?
Yes, they were narrow and pointed.
Faye's nails are like that.
Most women's are these days.
Doggone, but I'm balled up.
About what?
About everything. You think maybe Faye shot the chauffeur last night, too?
She had the opportunity.
But she screamed and brought us down when she found him.
Why not? Make it look like she was innocent.
Yeah, she could have, all right.
Yes, but why would she want to?
Well, she may have done it to keep her sister Hope from becoming involved. Or she may have seen him leaving the front door with Hope's dress in her hands and, believing the worst, killed him on the spot.
Yeah, but that'd mean that she was prowling around the house with a gun in her hand. What'd she want to be doing that for?
Well, she knew Hope was out with him. She might have gone to Job's room, got his gun with a silencer, and waited for them to come back.
Well, we know the gun that killed him had a silencer, all right.
And that gun was Job's.
You sure about that?
Certainly. How many guns with silencers have you seen in your life?
Oh, a couple or 3.
Which means that guns equipped for silence are about as scarce as hen's teeth.
Right, I get your point.
Well, if Faye is the one, you going to turn the information over to police?
Not yet. I want to know for sure. I talked to the police, and they're sure the chauffeur was a gangster and that he was wiped out by rival gunmen. Let them work on that theory. We'll go on working on this angle.
Then you think for sure what's going on is an inside job?
Well, maybe not entirely, but there's someone working on the inside.
Finger for the gang on the outside, huh?
Something like that.
And it's Faye?
Well, certainly her skirts aren't any too clean.
But why? What's it all about?
You know as much as I do, Doc. They may be trying to frighten Grandma Martin into paying blackmail. She knows something about this she's not telling, that's certain.
But that's silly. Why'd she bring us in here to clear up this mess and then hold out information on us?
Afraid to tell us? Trying to protect someone? How do I know?
Yeah.
Jack, Job's conscious.
What's that?
Quite. Had his eyes open, closed them again when he saw me looking at him.
All right, Job.
Oh, what a head.
Can you sit up?
I don't know.
Well, come on, try it.
Oh. Say, what'd you hit me for?
Because you wanted to argue about coming back, and I didn't have time to argue.
It wasn't very friendly.
I'm not here to be friendly. You sober?
Yeah, I feel terrible.
I'm not surprised.
I always feel terrible when I'm sober.
Like a fish out of water, huh?
Look, be a good guy. There's a bottle of brandy in the buffet.
Go get it, Reggie.
Righto.
Job.
Well?
There isn't a doubt in the world your gun killed the chauffeur. Now, where is it?
It's gone.
I know it's gone. Where to?
I don't know. I looked in my bureau drawer for it. It wasn't there.
Why do you keep a gun with a silencer?
It was a birthday present from Faye.
Hey, a birthday present from Faye?
Yes.
But why would she give you a present like that?
I always thought it would be fun to have one, so she got it.
Here you are, Jack.
No, I'll just take the bottle.
On the other hand, you get one drink. That's all.
One drink.
Maybe after you've talked a while, you can have another. Here. That better?
A little.
Job, did you approve of Hope running around with a family chauffeur?
Hope is old enough to vote.
Isn't it the fact that your grandmother fired the last 4 chauffeurs because they were too friendly with Hope?
Sure.
As the man of the family, what did you think of this?
Grandma wears the pants in this family.
You had no desire for revenge on them for dragging your sister down to their level?
Look, we got a motto in this house. You mind your business and I'll mind mine.
So you were willing to look the other way, no matter what happened to your sisters?
Oh, let me alone, will you?
Another thing. Cherry says you and Hope are in grave danger.
Oh, she's always talking.
But why did she link you and Hope together? Did it have anything to do with her escapade with the chauffeur?
I don't know, I tell you. I don't know what Cherry's talking about 9/10 of the time.
You don't think you're in danger?
Sure, I'm in danger. Everybody's in danger. You might get hit by a car or anything might happen.
No, I mean specific danger.
Oh, nuts.
You say that, yet you know that someone tried to chloroform Hope this afternoon.
Maybe she tried to commit suicide. How do I know?
No, it's possible. Except that there have been attacks on Cherry, too.
Yeah. Somebody scratched her with a pin.
Cut, not a scratch. And it was done with something very sharp. You use a safety razor?
Yeah, but if you think I'm going around cutting up Cherry with a safety razor blade, you're crazy.
I didn't say that. More than that, Cherry was thrown downstairs. And at the same time Hope was chloroformed, she was unconscious and slashed up in her room.
Well, nobody's dead, is he? Except the chauffeur, and he doesn't count.
Why not? I asked why the chauffeur doesn't count.
He's not in the family.
He was attached to the family.
Okay, he was attached to the family, so what?
You know, Job, I'm getting the impression that you're getting a great deal of satisfaction out of that murder.
How about another nip?
No. You don't like Faye, do you?
As a brother likes any sister.
That's not answering my question. You don't like her, do you?
If she was dead, I'd send flowers to the funeral.
Oh, look here. That's an ugly thing to say.
Well, you asked me, didn't you?
This is the first time we've seen you sober since we arrived. I've got a hunch I'd like to see you and Cherry together when you're in this condition.
What's that for?
Well, you object?
Look, don't I feel bad enough now without you bringing that terrified mouse down to whisper about the horrible death that's in store for me?
Uh-huh. Yes, I think I'd like to see you and Cherry together. Doc.
You want me to go get her?
No, I want you and Reggie to stay here with Job and keep that bottle away from him till I get back.
You hear that, Job, old kid?
I won't be gone but a minute.
Say, old chap, you know, you'd be a handsome man if you didn't have such an unhealthy pallor.
Oh, no.
How long have you been hitting it up like this?
Year, 2 years, I forget.
You like the stuff? In such large quantities, I mean?
Oh, now lay off, will you?
Fine. Sorry.
You don't understand folks like him, Reggie.
No?
Mm-mm. Folks like him is tickled to death with themselves. That's why they pour it in, because they like themselves so much they can't stand it.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
They call him the good-natured drunk. But where does his nice disposition go to when he's sober?
Look, you two, just leave me alone, will you?
Oh, sure. We don't really like to torture dumb animals.
Thanks for nothing. What's Packard want to bring Cherry down here for?
He has his own reasons. Maybe he wants your little sister to see you when you ain't plastered. Because Cherry told us she loved you a lot.
Yeah, I'll bet she did.
Yes, she did. We both heard her.
First time I knew Cherry had a sense of humor.
She didn't say it like she thought it was funny.
All right, stop it, will you? He's going to bring her down here. Why doesn't he do it?
Go away. Go away.
It's just me, Cherry.
Oh. Hello.
Who did you think it was?
They were outside just a minute ago.
What's that?
Yes, they were. They tried the handle. I saw it moving. And then when they found out it was locked, I heard them whispering.
Could you hear what they said?
No, just whispering.
Men's voices or women's
I
voices?
don't know. Just whispering.
You might have been mistaken.
No, it was them. They came to get me.
Well, I'm here now, so don't worry. I want you to come downstairs to the library with me.
Come in my room first.
Yes, if you wish. Why did you close the door?
Look at me.
I am.
I'm pretty, aren't I?
Very pretty, Cherry. Your face would be beautiful if it wasn't so sad.
I'm young. I'm nice. I am, aren't I?
I'm sure you are.
Then why don't you take me in your arms?
Cherry, what is this?
Why don't you? Why doesn't anybody? I'm a woman. Yes, I am. If you don't think I am, just give me the chance.
Cherry, stop that.
Oh.
Here. You're just all upset.
No. Nobody wants me except them. Nobody. They want me. They want me so bad they'll tear down this house to get me. And they will do. If somebody doesn't take me first. I can't do it alone.
No, not while we're here.
Oh, Mr. Packard. I'm so afraid. I'm so afraid.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
Sit down here, Cherry.
Yes?
Hey, Jack, what'd you send Reggie out for?
Special job that needed to be done at once.
Oh. Well, hello, Cherry. Ain't you happy?
No.
Well, neither is your big brother Job here, so that makes two of you.
Yes, I know.
Well, ain't you going to say hello to your little sister, Job?
We don't need small talk. My sisters and I understand each other.
That's just the trouble. We don't
We don't what?
understand each other. We all want to love you so much, Job. And you won't let us.
You crazy little fool.
Job, don't talk to me like that.
Don't you know these men brought you down here just to hear you talk?
But I haven't got anything to say they shouldn't hear.
Oh, you haven't,
No. Did you think I did?
Look, I don't know anything about it. I wish somebody'd give me a drink.
Has he had anything while I was up getting Cherry?
Nope, not a drop.
All right, pour him another jigger.
Jigger. It's not even a drop of water on a hot stove.
Job, I wish you wouldn't drink.
Yeah.
Yes. Why do you?
The same reason Faye indulges herself in vulgar language. The same reason Hope's devoting her life to chauffeurs. The same reason you...
What, Job? What am I?
The same reason you're the way you are.
But what am I? What is it I am? I want to know. I've got to know.
Can't you see she's driving me nuts? Why don't you pull her off?
I wish you'd answer a question, Job. What did you mean she's the way she is?
No, thank you. And have them on my neck?
Them?
That's right. Cherry's mysterious they. The little people.
Hey, you believe they are around, too?
Very much around. They're going to destroy this house before they're through.
Not while we're here to prevent it.
Yes, they will. Because they will have completed the job here before you realize who they are. The Martins will come to ugly and early deaths one by one. It'll seem so strange, so unnatural, utterly unsolvable, and all the time they will be right under your nose. They, these murdering little people who've been closing in on Cherry and the rest of this household. Now, will you please give me another shot of that brandy?
Jack, look at Cherry. White as a sheet.
Cherry. Cherry, do you hear me?
Oh, yes. I was thinking.
About what?
I didn't know anyone realized how dangerous they were, except me.
There's not a bit of blood in your face. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. But now I know why Job is drinking so much.
Why is Job drinking? Well, why?
Because he's as frightened as I am.
That true, Job?
No.
Mr. Packard.
Yes?
Where are Faye and Hope and Grandma?
Faye and Hope are locked in their bedrooms. Your grandmother's in her suite on the third floor.
Could they come down here?
I suppose they could, if there's any good reason for it.
Yes, there is.
I'll have to know what it is first.
Job has something to tell all of us.
Job?
Hey, what are you talking about?
I promise you he will tell something. But everybody's got to be here.
You might as well save yourself the trouble. I haven't got anything to say to anybody.
If he doesn't tell you, I will. I promise.
She's crazy.
I don't know. But I think we'll try it. Doc.
Yeah?
Go up and ask Grandma Martin to come down here. And then get Fay and have her help you bring Hope down.
Wake Hope up if she's still asleep?
Yes, she may still be a little weak.
Okay.
Oh, just a minute. See that she's warmly dressed. Person coming out of a heavy dose of chloroform's in danger of pneumonia.
Yeah, I'll take care of her.
Look here, Packard, I don't like this.
You don't like what?
It just happens I don't want to see my grandmother right now.
Why not?
That's my affair.
Sorry, you'll have to stay.
I haven't got anything to say, and neither is Cherry.
But I have, Job.
I'm not going to stay, and that's all there is to it.
Job, sit down.
You heard what I said.
I said sit down. I punched you once tonight, and I can do it again if I have to. What, are you going to sit down?
You're being almighty high-handed in this house.
Your grandmother gave me full authority. Now sit down and relax.
Strong arm method.
Yeah, that's better. Sometimes a strong arm is the only thing people understand.
At least give me another drink.
No. You've had enough for now.
I've never had enough. I never will have enough.
Enough of what? Well, speak up. Enough of what?
Job thinks he needs a drink, Mrs. Martin.
Nonsense. Everyone tries to make Job appear worse than he is. Job, dear, would you like a cup of coffee?
No, I wouldn't like a cup of coffee.
Oh, don't be naughty now, Job.
Oh, nuts.
Hello, Grandma.
What's wrong with you now?
Nothing. Nothing, Grandma.
And I'd like to know who moved the chairs in this library.
Chairs?
Certainly. They're not where they belong at all.
Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for that.
Indeed. Well, they go right back where they belong. Get up, Jerry.
Yes, Grandma.
May I help you?
Do you know where they go?
Well, I'm afraid not.
Well, then stand out of the way.
Just as you like.
Well, hello. Did someone touch one of Grandma's precious chairs?
Hello, Fay.
Hi, Ma. Hello, Job. How's drinking these days?
Ha great joke.
Come on, Grandma, relax.
Mind your manners, Faith Martin.
Oh, those chairs of hers have been sitting in exactly the same spot in the library for 40 years. She knows where they belong to the fraction of an inch.
Certainly do. There. Now, the room looks like something.
Where's Doc and Hope?
They're coming. Hope's feeling pretty good, so I came on down. What's happening now?
Cherry and Job have an interesting surprise for us.
Oh, Job's not going to confess he's responsible for the baby, is he?
Don't be vulgar, Fay. Take your own chair, Cherry.
Yes, Grandma.
Job, come here to your chair beside me.
Look, Grandma, will you lay off me tonight?
Job.
All right, Grandma, anything you want.
Say, what is this? What do you mean, Job's own chair?
Some more of Grandma's discipline. When we were kids, we each had our own chair, and every evening we had to sit in that particular chair and listen to Grandma read to us.
Kept you from running the streets.
You mean all these years you've always sat in the same chair in its same position?
It was the law.
You must have ruled with an iron hand, Mrs. Martin.
I did, and I'm proud of it.
Yes, but you're not quite so proud of what you made out of us, are you?
I'll thank you not to blame inherent wickedness onto me. Any bad in you children came from your mother's side of the family.
You leave our mother out of this, Grandma.
You can take it our mother wasn't a Martin.
And that she probably died to get out from under the thumb of Grandma.
Job, you've never said an unkinder word in your life.
That pays you back for your jab at our mother.
You're an ungrateful boy, Job.
Okay, I'm ungrateful.
Yeah, everybody's in the
Oh,
library.
here they come.
They're kind of weak. You better sit down here.
Hope, take your own chair.
Hey, what you mean? Hope's in no condition to
She can walk over here to her own chair.
Well, I swear to Grandma.
That's all right. I'm wobbly, but I'm game. Come on.
Well, I don't mind telling you, Grandma. The more I see you, the more I don't like you.
Keep a civil tongue in your head.
There you are. Okay?
Yes, I'm perfectly all right.
Well, I think this is your first appearance among the living, if you call this living, since your attack of chloroform.
Yes, and it's nice being alive if you're interested.
I want to ask you a question about that later.
About being alive?
No, about who did it.
Well, I can save the interview right now by saying I was asleep when it happened.
You didn't wake up while it was being given?
If I did, I went right out again.
And you've no idea who did it?
No.
Not even whether it was a man or a woman?
No.
Come now, what's all this about? I think you asked for our presence down here, didn't you, Mr. Packard?
That's right. This is to be Cherry's show. Cherry and Job's.
What's the matter? Have they been after her again?
This has nothing to do with they.
Yes, it does. It has everything to do with them.
I understood either Job here was going to make a confession or that you were going to make the confession for him.
What sort of nonsense is this?
It's true, Grandma. It's true.
Job, what are you going to confess?
Nothing. Cherry's got bats in her belfry, and they've got her going in circles.
Mr. Packard, you mean you brought us all down here simply on the word of this neurotic girl?
I'm not neurotic. You don't see that. that about me?
Mrs. Martin, if you'll please just let me go ahead with this in my own way.
But the child's utterly irresponsible.
Please.
Oh,
Now then, Job.
Don't look at me. I haven't anything to say.
Cherry?
Joe, why don't you tell them? Why don't you make a clean breast of the whole thing?
What are you talking about?
The murder of the chauffeur.
Cherry Martin, are you accusing your brother Job?
Be still, Mrs. Martin.
I never heard
Mrs.
anything.
Martin.
Well, I never did.
Is that what you're doing, Cherry? Accusing Job of the chauffeur's murder?
Yes.
Why, you little double-cross...
It doesn't matter, Job. It doesn't matter. You'll never be punished for it.
You're crazy. I suppose I'm the one who tried to chloroform Hope here, huh? Suppose I've been pushing you downstairs and slashing you.
Just a minute, Job. Cherry, what do you mean he'll never be punished for it?
Because they'll get him before the law does.
Cherry, what do you mean?
It's true, Hope. It's true.
Are you trying to give us all the creeps?
Why are you all looking at me like that? Stop looking at me like that. Do you hear?
So the good-natured drunk killed the chauffeur, and they are going to get him before the law does, eh?
Can I help it if that's the way it is? Can I? Can I?
Doc.
Yeah?
Keep an eye on Job.
You bet you. If you ask me, Jack. Hey, who turned out the light?
Quiet. Listen.
Baby.
Doc, get the light on.
I gotta feel my way around. Darned if it don't sound like it's right here in this room.
Hurry up. Turn on that light.
Got it.
All right. Everyone stay right where he is. You all right? All of you?
I don't want to be vulgar, but I feel like something laid a hard-boiled egg in the pit of my stomach.
The baby cried. It's a warning. It's a warning to Joe.
Nonsense. I won't have it.
What I want to know is how those lights were turned off. No one was within 6 feet of that switch.
But the baby, the warning.
Doc, you stand there right beside that switch from now on.
Okay, feller. I'd like to...
Job. Job.
He's been shot through the head.
The gun with the silencer.
Yes.
Oh, Joe, darling. Oh, Joe. Joe.
Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you? They want all of us dead.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
But the police had just got to be right, Jack. The shot that killed Job come from out on the porch.
I know that.
And Fay, Hope, and Cherry, and Grandma Martin was a-setting right in this room with us.
That's right.
So they couldn't have done it if they'd wanted to.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It not only looks that way, it is that way. What you keep nosing around this library for? What you expect to find?
The answer.
Answer? Answer to what?
Does someone in this room killed Job?
You're crazy.
That's so?
I'll be a bow-legged hipponoceros if you ain't. What? Ain't we just admitted Job was shot from out on the porch?
Doc, you're sure Reggie's up patrolling the second-floor hallway?
Of course he is. That's what you just told him to do, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, then that's where he is. Looky, it's 3 in the morning. How about us calling the whole thing off and going to bed?
Can't.
Well, if the police are satisfied he is shot from outside, why shouldn't we be?
Because I know more than the police do.
Okay, you know more than... Huh? You know more about what?
What's going on in this house?
For instance?
We know that a baby cries in this house and that there's no baby.
Yeah?
We know that Cherry predicted Job's death not 10 minutes before he was killed.
You mean her saying they would get him before the law did?
Yes. How did she know?
Well, how about her being in cahoots with the killer on the outside?
Maybe. We also know that just before Job was killed, the lights went out in the library.
And the baby cried.
Yes, but what made the lights go out?
Well, somebody snapped the switch.
But who? No one in the room was nearer than 6 feet to the switch.
It's right beside the door. Somebody must have sneaked the door open, reached in, and snapped them off.
Who?
Well, the guy that shot Job from the porch.
Maybe. I don't think so.
Well, why don't you?
Here, bring your flashlight over here and run it along the floor.
What for?
Would you mind, Doc?
Oh, no, of course not.
Thanks. Okay.
You know, fella, don't mind me saying so, but I think you're trying to make something out of nothing.
You can go to bed if you want to.
Oh, you know doggone well I won't go to bed till you do.
Suit yourself.
Why do you think somebody in this house done the murder? At least you can tell me that much.
It was too well set up. It was all planned.
What was?
The murder. Cherry insisted on bringing the whole family down here. Cherry accused Job of killing the chauffeur and predicting his death. Cherry was frightened from the moment we brought her into this room with Job.
Cherry's always scared.
But just the same, she was breathless, expectant, waiting for something to happen.
Then you really think she done it?
On the other hand, Grandmother Martin acted very peculiar. She insisted on arranging the chairs in a certain position in the room. She insisted on each one of the family taking a certain chair. She selected the chair right in front of the window for Job.
But didn't Fay explain that she'd been doing that since they were little kids?
Yet when I interviewed the family on the first night we got here, she didn't insist. Everyone sat where he wanted to.
That's funny.
Yes, I think so, too.
The only thing about Grandma doing it, though, everybody said Job was her favorite. You don't just up and murder your favorite grandchild. You don't even help somebody else do it.
Still, she did make him sit in the chair in front of the window.
Yeah, she done that all right. But looky, Jack, just before the murder, you were so sure that Fay was the one.
I'm still not overlooking her. She's the most intelligent, the most capable of planning a foolproof murder.
And she was the one nearest. Hey, wait a minute. I just thought of something. Did you hear any gun go off?
What's that?
When Job was shot, did you hear any gun go off?
No.
Well, neither did I. Just the smashing of the window.
Which means the gun with the silencer was used.
Yeah. I guess that'd have to be it, wouldn't it? Well, what's that for?
Huh?
Well, what you doing that for?
Marking on the floor where each chair is placed. Just in case they're moved. There. Yeah, now then, we're ready to go upstairs.
To bed?
No, not to bed.
Oh, all right. I was just asking. Will you tell me one thing, though?
What?
Why, if you think Cherry or Grandma or Fay is a killer, didn't you lock them up tonight?
I set Reggie to patrolling in front of their rooms, didn't I?
Yeah, but this afternoon you had them all locked in and had me and Reggie watching besides. Now you have their doors unlocked and you only have Reggie on the job.
I've been waiting for something to happen.
Huh? You been doing what?
Waiting for something to happen.
You mean that's what we've been doing in yonder in the library, waiting for something?
Yes.
I thought you said you was hunting for something.
Well, I had to put in the time some way.
But what? Waiting for what?
For the murderer to make the next move.
For the... You mean you're turning the murderer loose to prowl in the house?
That's about it.
Well, just to see what he'd do next?
Yes.
Then why'd you bother to put Reggie up on the second floor?
So we could get to all the rooms fast in case the baby cried.
No baby ain't cried.
No.
So you're giving up expecting something to happen?
Maybe. I'll take it easy on the stairs.
Yeah. Hey, that kind of makes my hair stand up, fella. Right this minute, a killer may be a sneaking and a crouching around in dark places. Hey, hold it.
What's the matter?
There's somebody standing there at the head of the stairs.
What? Oh, what's the matter with you, Doc? That's Reggie.
Well, what's he in the shadow for?
Is that you, Jack?
Yes, Reggie. Everything quiet up here?
Too belly quiet, if you ask me.
Haven't heard anything, huh?
There's been movement in Fay's room. I don't think that young woman's getting much sleep tonight.
A bad conscience, maybe, huh?
That's all you've heard?
Funny thing, once I thought I heard a rustling of a dress.
When was that?
15, 20 minutes ago.
What did it sound like?
Just movement. Like a drape blowing at an open window. Must have been hearing things known in the hall. If any of the doors had been open and closed, I'd have heard them.
You couldn't have seen around the corner of the hall?
No, but it's been so quiet, I would have heard the turn of a doorknob.
Maybe not. Let's have a look.
But I tell you, Jack,
there's no time for guesswork. We make sure.
This is Fay's room.
Yeah, give me a flashlight.
Uh-huh.
Wait here.
I thought you said Faye was awake.
She was. Half an hour ago.
She all right, Jack?
Yes, her bed looks like it had been stirred up with a spoon, but she's asleep now.
Hope's right around the corner of the hall.
All right.
I don't see how anyone can sleep tonight. Her brother murdered.
Exhaustion.
I suppose so. This is it.
Wait here.
Funny, they didn't lock their doors from inside.
But I was on duty up here.
Just the same with somebody prowling. Oh, Hope okay?
Yes. Doesn't look like she'd moved since she got into that bed. Doc, you keep watch down here while Reggie and I go up on the 3rd floor and have a look at Grandma and Cherry.
Sure, go ahead.
Come on, Reggie.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, hello, Faye.
Did somebody just come into my room?
Yeah, Jack, just checking up.
Well, he's got his nerve.
For your own good.
I'll bet I was something to look at. Didn't he ever hear the old saw, let sleeping girls lie?
I guess not.
Where is he now?
Oh, up on the 3rd floor, checking on Grandma and Cherry.
Grandma's gonna love that.
Business is business.
Grandma keeps a poker beside her bed. For his own good, he'd better not wake her up.
Grandma's asleep?
Yes. She snores. Now then, across the hall is Cherry. Listen.
The baby.
Quick, look in Cherry's room.
Righto.
Turn on the light.
I'm trying to. Here it is. I say, she's not here. Cherry's not here.
Downstairs, quick. Get down, wait.
What's that?
Here by the door, look. Handkerchief, blood on it.
Oh, I say.
Come on, don't stand there.
Jack, wait a minute, look here.
We haven't got time for anything.
Right here by the head of the stairs. A shoe.
What's that? Here, let me see it.
A girl's shoe.
Cherry's. Come on, keep your eyes open.
No.
Here's something else.
I say, a ribbon.
Out of her hair.
Jack, the baby. Did you hear the baby?
No, we heard it.
And Cherry's not in the room.
Cherry, you mean the baby's got her?
Don't be a fool. Doc, you stay here and guard these doors. Reggie and I've got a job on our hands.
Well, where are you going?
Search the house. She seems to have been dropping things all along the way.
I say, what's this?
Stocking. Looks like a striptease here. Downstairs to the 1st floor. Uh-oh. Here's something at the foot of the stairs.
Another shoe.
What's that in the hallway? Get it.
I say, I don't see it.
Toward the back of the house.
The baby again. Hurry. She must have gone this way.
All right. What'd you pick up that time?
I don't know, but it's feminine, lacy, and perfumed.
Well, hang on to it. Now, this goes into the kitchen. Come on. Now, look around.
I say, here it is. A bit of lace. Looks like it was off a dress.
Right in front of this door.
Joe. Dark.
Must be the cellar. Find a light?
Fine. Here it is.
Come on. Here, this way.
Jack, I say, the furnace. It's going full blast.
I can see it.
But the furnace, full blast, at 3 in the morning?
Look. Look there, Reggie.
It's Cherry. Cherry lying in front of the furnace.
Here, let me see.
Bound hand and foot.
And gagged. She's unconscious.
But, Jack, the furnace. Do you think they were going to do it? Do you?
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
So at last you've seen one of them, these people you call they.
Yes, but not his face.
No, don't try to sit up.
I'm thirsty.
Get her a glass of water, Doc.
Water coming right up.
Just lie still and keep covered up.
Where am I?
Don't you recognize your own bedroom?
Oh, yes.
You're sure you do?
Yes. It's my bedroom. I always hated it.
Why?
Because when I was little, Grandma punished me by locking me in here. I was afraid.
Why?
There were pictures on the wall. Pictures of Humpty Dumpty and Simple Simon and Peter Piper. And a lot more.
You mean the wall was papered with Mother Goose characters?
Yes. And they wouldn't stop looking at me. Even when I shut my eyes, they were still there, looking at me, laughing.
That was when you were a very little girl?
Yes.
Here you are, Jack. Couldn't find a glass.
All right. Now let me raise you up.
All right.
There. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Better?
Yes.
Now then, you say you didn't see him. That is, his face.
No. They're very clever.
Was his face covered?
No. It just wasn't there.
Wasn't there?
He had a kind of hood over his head. It was all kind of blank and dark inside the hood.
Doggone.
Describe what you did see.
Oh. Do I have to?
Please.
Well, the hood, and then kind of a short smock, big and full. I think it was made of satin.
What color was it?
Red. Red, like when you stick your finger and the blood comes out.
Hey, Cherry, are you telling the truth?
Yes, I am.
And what about his trousers?
Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember whether he had legs or not.
You don't remember whether he had legs or not?
No.
And yet he picked you up and carried you down to the furnace room, so he must have had legs.
Yeah, I guess he must.
How did he get here in your bedroom in the first place?
He just opened the door and walked in.
Well, why didn't you scream?
I was too scared. And then he put a gag in my mouth.
Didn't you fight him?
Oh, I couldn't move.
You just laid there and let him gag you and hog tie you?
Yes, I couldn't move.
And all the time, Reggie was out there patrolling the hall. Well, how come he didn't see you when old No-Face picked you up and carried you out?
I don't know. He kept my face pressed against his chest hard, so I couldn't see a thing. I thought I was going to smother.
And then he carried you down to the furnace room?
Yes.
And then he turned on the furnace full blast?
Yes.
Why? What do you think he intended to do?
Oh, I know what he was going to do.
Well, then why didn't he do it?
Because just then the baby began to cry.
Oh, yes, the baby.
Yes, the baby cried, and that's the last I saw of him.
You didn't see which way he went?
No, he was there, and then he was gone.
And the next you knew, we were beside you.
Yes.
Well, son, it looks like we got to set our traps for a feller in a red smock and no face.
Yes. Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Where's Grandma and the girls?
Down the library. Reggie's staying with them.
Why?
Reasons of my own.
You haven't done a very good job here, have you?
What do you mean?
Since you came, the chauffeur was killed. And now Job is dead.
That's right.
And then this happened to me.
You'd rather have someone else?
No. You couldn't help it. Nobody could.
You think this reign of terror is going to continue?
It's got to. It can't stop now. It's got to go on and on and on until there isn't any of us left. Nobody but Grandma.
You mean you think you and Hope and Faye's going to be killed?
Yes, I know it.
You say you know. Do you actually, or is it just your belief?
It's the same thing. I haven't been wrong about anything I said was going to happen.
That's right, Jack. She kept saying over and over that Job was in a bad spot.
And Hope. She's in the worst danger right now.
Oh, what about Faye?
I don't care about Faye. She doesn't like me. And I don't like her.
But she's going to die, too.
Yes, but I don't care about that. Job was the one who bothered me most.
And next to Job, you like Hope the most.
Yes.
Cherry, do you know a girl named Pauline West?
Pauline West?
Yes. Do you?
Why do you ask that?
Just answer. Do you or don't you?
I guess I've heard the name somewhere. Sounds familiar.
She's a radio actress. Now, do you recognize her?
No, I don't think so.
What the heck's a radio actress named Pauline West got to do with this, Jack?
I don't know, but I found several casting sheets down in the furnace room made out in her name.
You found what?
Casting sheets.
What's a casting sheet?
It's a form sent out to actors and artists who've been cast on a show. Tells the time of rehearsal, the date and hour of the show, and the amount of money the performance pays.
Okay, so you found a casting sheet for Pauline West, and I still want to know what that's got to do with all the rough stuff that's going on here.
Probably nothing. Simply a new name in the picture. And if there's a Pauline West connected with this house, I want to know it.
Well, wouldn't Cherry know it if there was?
Seems likely. But I'd still like to know what that casting sheet was doing in the furnace room.
Must not be a very good actress. I never heard of her before.
Oh, you listen to radio shows?
Of course I do. Well, anyway, all of them that's got girls on them. What you think I just bought a battery set to carry around with me for?
In love with all the women on the air. Huh?
And boy, is there a couple of them that I'd like to write dialogue for.
Would, huh?
You're darn right. The words I'd put in those babies' mouths would make the radio censors turn over in their graves.
What do you know about radio censors?
Nothing.
Then what are you talking about?
Okay. Hey, Jack, look.
Cherry, you little fool, come back here. What's the matter with you? Where do you think you're going?
No place.
Now come back here and get into bed. Pull the covers back, Doc.
Yeah. There.
Now get into that bed.
All right. I wasn't going anywhere.
And what do you mean, trying to sneak out on us?
No, I wasn't. I just don't like this room.
Oh, would you like us to move you downstairs?
Jack, where are you?
Hey, that's Reggie.
Up in Cherry's room, Reggie.
Something's happened. I knew it.
Jack, Hope's got away.
Hope's got away?
Right. She snapped off the light in the library downstairs and was out the door and gone before I could get it back on.
Probably on her way down to an employment agency to get herself a new chauffeur.
Now, never mind that, Doc. Where are Fay and her grandmother?
I locked them in the powder room just off the hall while I came up to tell you.
Are they all right there?
Well, they can't get out.
Good. Doc.
Yeah?
You stay here with Cherry. I'm going with Reggie.
Okay.
Don't let her out of your sight for a minute.
You hear that, Cherry, honey?
Come on, Reggie. Do you think Hope left the house?
No, I think she went towards the furnace.
Furnace room? Did he say furnace room?
That's what he said. That Hope was heading for the furnace room.
But she mustn't.
Why not?
Because that's where things happen to people.
Things happen to folks in the furnace room?
Yes, go tell them. Go tell them quick.
Hey, you mean that?
Yes. Don't you understand? Go tell them to keep Hope away from there.
Well, I don't know. Jack said to stay here with you.
Hurry.
You promise to stay right there in bed?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll leave the door open.
No. Hurry. Poor little Hope. Poor little sister Hope. Hurry.
Okay, Cherry, get back into bed.
No.
Now, come on. Get back into bed where you belong.
But you didn't go.
No, but just waited outside the door to see why you were so anxious for me to leave.
But I was just going to help find Hope.
Well, Jack and Reggie's pretty good at that sort of thing.
Yes, but I think I know where she is.
Well, if she's in this house, they'll find her.
But she's in such danger. They've got to hurry.
Now, looky, Cherry. How could you know that?
But I do.
Hey, shut up.
What's the matter?
There's somebody out in the hall.
Oh, no.
Listen.
It's them. They've come back.
Maybe.
But it is. I know it.
I hope so. I ain't never seen a fella with no face and a red smock.
Could I get under the bed, please?
You stay right where you are. Listen.
They're right beside the door. I can feel them.
Somebody out there, okay?
You got a gun?
No.
Please, let me get under the bed.
No.
Where are you going?
I'm going to sneak over the door. Maybe I can jump.
Oh, no. That's what they're waiting for.
Lay still and keep quiet. That's funny.
What's the matter?
Wasn't nobody out there at all.
Yes, there was. I know there was.
Not when I got there. I know what's the matter. You're giving me the jumps. You got me seeing things that ain't there, too.
I tell you, there was.
Hello, Cherry.
Oh, Hope.
That's right. Hello, Texas.
Well, hey, Hope, everybody in this house is looking for you.
Now, that's silly.
What'd you dodge out of the library for?
I had to see Cherry. My little sister Cherry.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you.
Sisterly devotion, huh?
Yes. I love you so.
She loves me so. Now, isn't that sweet?
Oh, Hope. Don't say that. You and Job, you two are all in the world I've got to love.
And now you haven't got Job.
But I've still got you.
No, you haven't.
Oh, Hope, please.
No, you haven't got me. Not any of me.
Then why are you coming over here to the bed? Go away if you don't love me.
I want to show you something.
What do you mean?
Look what I found.
The gun. That's right. The gun that killed Joe.
Hey, what'd you say?
Give it to me. Cherry, stop. Let go of it.
Hey, don't do that.
Give it to me. You bet I won't give it to you.
You shot her. You shot Hope.
Poor little sister, Hope. My poor little sister.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
But, Jack, not only is there a policeman outside Hope's door, but there's a doctor and a nurse inside with her. Well, what's the need of Reggie, a gardener, too?
Hope's got a fighting chance to stay alive. The doctor says with an even break, she'll pull through. I'm going to see she gets that break.
I don't get you, Mr. Packard. Yes, please explain yourself. You mean you're protecting her from something?
You bet I'm protecting her from something, Mrs. Randolph Martin.
But that's absurd. Hope was accidentally shot when she and Cherry were wrestling for the gun.
Maybe.
No, maybe about it. You have the word of your own companion, Mr. Long here, who saw it.
Yeah, there ain't no getting away from that, Jack. I saw it all right.
I wish I'd seen it.
Why?
Look, Doc, I want you to tell your story again, in front of Grandma Martin and Fay here. Go over it again, every detail.
Well, when Reggie come running upstairs and said Hope had escaped from the library and was loose in the house, you told me to stay right with Cherry, not leave her for a minute.
Yes?
Then you and Reggie run downstairs. Well, the minute you was out of sight, Cherry started in saying, "Don't let Hope go to the furnace room. Don't let Hope go to the furnace room." Kept saying it over and over. And then she says, "Hurry, hurry, go tell him. You must warn him."
What did you do?
Well, she sounded so scared, I thought maybe that I ought to tell you, and I started out the door. And just as I got out in the hall, I remembered you saying, "Don't leave Cherry under any circumstances." So I whirled around and tiptoed back to the door, and there was Cherry out of bed and putting on some slippers and her bathrobe. Well, I grabbed her and stuck her back in bed.
Where was the terrified mouse going?
Well, she said she was going to find Hope, that she thought that she knew where she was.
Then what happened?
Well, then the bedroom door was open, and I thought I heard somebody out in the hall. Cherry said it was them, that they had come back. Well, I sneaked over to the door and looked out, and nobody was there.
Some more of Cherry's romantic nonsense.
Yeah, well, I hardly got back in the room when Hope comes in.
Now, this is the part I'm especially interested in. Be very sure about every detail. Where were you standing?
At the foot of Cherry's bed.
What was Cherry doing?
Well, the minute she saw Hope come in the door, she sat up in bed.
And Hope, where was she?
Well, she come in the door and walked about halfway between the door and the bed at first.
All right. Now go on.
Well, yeah. Well, Hope just walked in and said, "Hello, Cherry." Well, I was looking at Hope, but Cherry made kind of a funny little gurgling noise in her throat, and I looked at her, and she was kind of green around the gills and trembling.
Cherry, afraid of Hope? What are you talking about?
Well, that's the way it was, Fay. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Horse feathers.
Well, I'm only telling you what I saw.
Go on. What then?
Well, I said, "Hey, Hope, everybody's looking for you. Why'd you dodge out of the library?" She said, "On account I got to see Cherry. My little sister, Cherry."
Just how did she say it?
I can tell you how she said it. She was making fun of Cherry.
Was that it, Doc?
Well, yeah, kind of, all right. Cherry was shivering all the time, but she said, "Oh, I'm so glad you came. I was so scared for you." Then she said, "I love you so, Job and you."
Yeah, the mouse always was sloppy with her emotions.
Yeah, it kind of made the hair stand up on my neck. Her saying sweet things in a kind of pleading voice and all the time trembling so she could hardly talk.
What was Hope's reaction?
Well, she said, and now you ain't got Job. And Cherry said, "But I still got you." And Hope said, "No, you haven't. Not any of me." And then she started toward the bed. Well, Cherry kind of cringed down and said, "Go away if you don't love me." But Hope kept it coming until she got right up to the bed.
What were you doing all this time?
Well, just standing there at the foot of the bed.
That's great.
But, Jack...
Forget it. Go on.
Well, when she got right up to the bed, she pulled out Job's gun with a silencer on it. And the next thing I knew that they was fighting over like a couple of cats. And before I could get around the bed, it went off. And Hope sort of stood up on her tiptoes and then just crumbled up, all in a heap.
You said before that Hope said it was the gun that killed Job?
Yeah, that's right, she did.
You're sure she didn't say where she got the gun?
No, just that she found it.
Mr. Long.
Yeah, Grandma?
Was it your impression that Hope intended to shoot Cherry with that gun?
Well, she was sure enough going to do something with it.
But she didn't say anything about shooting Cherry.
Well, no, not exactly. Just look what I've got.
Then maybe she actually just intended to show the gun to Cherry. Cherry got excited and thought she was going to shoot and made a grab for the gun.
Well, maybe.
Doc, you believe Hope came up here with the planned purpose of killing Cherry?
Well, doggone it, Jack. She was all steamed up for something. You could see hate all over her face. You'd have thought Cherry was a worm the way she stepped on her. And when that gun come out of her dress, there was no fooling about it.
I don't believe it.
Well, let's see now. If Hope did intend to kill Cherry, could she also be responsible for the other deaths?
Well, she was the last one to see the chauffeur alive. That we know about.
And she was sitting in the library right next to Job when he was shot.
Nonsense.
Not such nonsense as you might think, Grandma.
I say nonsense.
Well, if that's the way you feel.
It's exactly the way I feel. None of my granddaughters is a murderer, nor are they connected with murderers. The chauffeur and Job were killed by men outside this house. Hope was accidentally shot. That's all there is to it. To try to read anything more into it is unjust and unfair to the name of Martin.
Grandmother Martin, you know better than that.
I know nothing of the kind. The police will eventually find the killers of Job and the chauffeur. The doctor gives Hope a good chance for recovery. That's the end of it.
You believe that, Faye?
Why not? What Grandma says goes.
You're not interested in where Hope found the gun with the silencer? You're not interested in who bound and gagged Cherry and carried it down to the furnace room? You don't want to know what makes the baby cry when it's... Here.
Huh? What's the matter, Jack?
Doc, did the baby cry before Hope was shot?
Hey.
It didn't?
No, not a peep out of him. You don't suppose he's losing his grip, do you?
Well, there you are. That proves the shooting of Hope was an accident.
It does?
Certainly. You said yourself the baby always cried as a warning when one of the family was in danger.
Yes, and certainly Hope was in danger, whether accidentally or by plan. Why didn't the baby cry?
Because it happened too fast.
But if our psychic baby can anticipate a planned attack, why couldn't it anticipate an accident just as easily?
I guess I don't know.
I'll tell you why. It didn't dare cry.
But why not?
Never mind why not. But that's the answer. It didn't dare cry.
Well, ain't you going to say any more than that?
No, if you don't get the answer from that, I'm not going to tell you.
Mr. Packard, you mean you know more than you're telling us?
I know a great deal more. I know who the murderer is. I know where I can put my finger on the baby when I want it. I know who killed Job and how it was done. I know who they are. Those they people Cherry's so frightened of. And she has a right to be frightened. I'd rather be where Job and the chauffeur are right now than to have them after me.
Mr. Packard, you're talking like a madman.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, fella. What's eating on you?
So you know who the murderer is?
That's right, Faye.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Faye, I asked Cherry this question. Now I'm asking you. Do you know a radio actress by the name of Pauline West?
What's that?
Oh, you do?
Pauline West. What has she got to do with this?
If you know Pauline West, then you certainly know that.
Yes, of course. Why didn't I think of it before?
What's this nonsense about Pauline West?
Never heard of her? An actress on the radio?
What would I know about a radio actress?
Well, Faye, apparently you're the one person in the house who knows her.
Well, what of it?
I called the broadcasting company where she had done most of her work, asked them where she lived. They gave me this address.
That's preposterous.
I don't think so. Down in the furnace room earlier tonight, I found casting sheets.
You found what?
A printed form from the broadcasting studio giving the day and hour of her broadcast and how much money she was to get.
How much?
Well, it wouldn't buy any fur coats.
Then we may assume she's not a star.
No, run-of-the-mill actress.
But, young man, there's no actress in this house, run-of-the-mill or any other kind.
Faye,
Yes?
remember the night the chauffeur was killed? You told me you'd been down in the furnace room burning some letters.
Yes?
It wasn't casting sheets you were burning, was it?
Oh, really? Are you asking me to break right down here and confess all my sins?
I'm just asking you if you were down there burning casting sheets and that some of them were dropped unnoticed by you.
No, I wasn't burning Pauline West's casting sheet.
But looky, Jack, this don't make sense. If there's a girl named Pauline West in this house, why ain't we seen her?
You want to answer that, Faye?
No. Do you?
Not just yet.
I didn't think so.
But I will tell you one thing. You're one person who isn't going to get out of our sight for 1 second from now until this case is cleaned up.
Dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Are you saying my granddaughter Faye is dangerous?
Faye understands what I mean.
Sure.
Doc.
Yeah?
Faye's your one and only responsibility from now on. I don't care where she goes, what she does, or what happens. You don't leave her. Not under any circumstances. Get it?
Got it.
Hello, Shadow.
Lady, me and you is the same as handcuffed together. Beginning now.
Well, so you don't forget it.
Mr. Packard, I've changed my mind.
You've changed your mind about what?
I've decided that your services in this house are no longer needed.
You what?
I say I don't want you here any longer.
Well, that's too bad.
It's not too bad. It's the end. Get your things and get out.
Hey, looky,
You
Grandma.
heard me. Get out at once.
You mean now, just as the case is on the point of being solved, you want us to leave?
Yes.
You want this murderer free to roam this house? You want your granddaughters left unprotected to face sure death? Is that what you want?
I want you to get out.
Very well.
Hey, Jack.
Shut up, Doc. Very well, I'll turn over my information to the police and we'll get our things.
Wait.
Well?
There's a check for $10,000 waiting for you at my attorney's office.
Hot dog.
On the understanding that the moment you pick it up, all three of you leave Hollywood and disappear for a year.
After I've turned my information over to the police.
No. You talk to no one.
That's out.
For $10,000.
Absolutely out. You know as well as I do that I have information in this house that the police would never find out. You know that every granddaughter in your house could be killed, and except for what I know, it would remain a baffling mystery to the end of time.
Yes, I know that.
Well, that information is not to be bought. Not at any price.
Then if I was the murderer, do you know what I would do?
It might be interesting to know.
If I was the murderer, Mr. Packard, I would see that you, of all people, never left this house alive.
Hey, Grandma.
Yes, I'm quite certain that is exactly what I would do.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. Mutual Broadcasting System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
There's one thing, Jack. We're sure we not the innocent members of the family. All that's left in the house is Grandma, Cherry, and Fay here.
Don't forget them. Cherry's precious they people.
Yes, and Pauline West.
Yes, we mustn't forget Pauline West.
Well, if they are in the house, and this Pauline West is here, they've certainly kept in the background.
Way in the background.
On the other hand, they're right up in the foreground.
Well, I ain't seen them.
That's because you don't know where to look.
Then perhaps you'll show Doc and me.
Not yet.
Yeah, and what about the baby?
Yes, the baby's very much with us, too.
You've seen him, too, I
Yes.
suppose.
I say you have? But, Jack, if you know...
Not yet, Reggie.
But, Jack...
Reggie, don't you know Jack well enough by this time to know he ain't going to tell us nothing until he gets darn good and ready?
Right. But would you mind telling us why you suddenly decided to have Hope removed to a hospital? And why you've given Grandma Martin and Cherry free run of the house while you're keeping Fay here practically a prisoner?
Yeah, how about that, Jack?
Hope went to the hospital to get her out of the way.
Out of the way of what?
She couldn't possibly stay alive in this house. She knew too much.
How can you know that? She's unconscious.
She was conscious just long enough for me to ask her one question.
What was that?
Where she found the gun with the silencer that killed Job.
She told you?
Yes.
That's the thing that made somebody want to kill her?
Yes.
Well, then doesn't that put you in the same danger she was in?
Exactly.
Jack, you're in danger of being killed.
Well, with proper precautions.
But looky, tell us where you found the gun, too. Then there'll be so many of us that know.
I don't want that.
You don't want what?
Look, I know who the murderer is. I know how Job's murder was done, but I haven't got a scrap of proof. I could tell my story from now on. Nobody'd believe me.
The baby would be proof.
Yes, I could bring the baby to light, but a crying baby doesn't prove murder.
Well, so what?
So I've got to catch the murderer in the act.
But how does you being in danger?
We know he wants to kill me. We know he's going to try to kill me. When he tries, it's up to me to be the smartest.
You haven't been the smartest so far.
That's true.
Jack, you're setting a trap for the killer and using yourself as bait?
Yes.
I don't like that. I don't like it a bloody bit.
And, Doc.
Yeah?
The outcome's going to depend a great deal on you.
Hey, you mean your life?
I mean, if you let Fay here give you the slip for 1 minute, I can't predict what will happen.
Fay, huh? Fay.
Oh, my goodness, but you look ferocious, Doc.
Looky, Fay, I ain't never hit a woman in my life. But you try one move, and, lady, I'm going to lay you so flat that you could be shoved under the carpet.
No rough stuff, Doc.
Well, I ain't fooling, sister.
What a pal.
Now then, Doc and Reggie, I want you to listen closely to what I'm going to say. In case I'm not as smart as the killer when the time comes.
Hey, cut it out, will you, guy?
Will you listen? In case anything happens to me, I want you to give this information to the police. First, find Pauline West, the radio actress. She's in this house. Second, remember that it was Grandma Martin who arranged the chairs in the library so that Job sat in front of the window the night he was killed. But be sure to tell them that she had been arranging the chairs in just that same order ever since the grandchildren were small. You got that?
That's great. I'm making notes.
Third, tell them the night Cherry was bound and gagged and taken down to the furnace room that her clothes were strewn from the 3rd floor to the basement, making a trail that would assure us finding her quickly.
I say, I never thought of that. Did you ask Cherry? Did she drop stuff as she was being carried down?
How could she? She was tied hand and foot before she was taken out of her bedroom, according to her own story.
Then the fella who carried her down must have dropped the stuff.
Right.
But why?
That's all the police need to know. They can find out the rest from that.
Uh-huh. You know, from the look on Fay's map, I bet she could tell us.
Maybe I could.
Fourth, there's about 3 or 4 thicknesses of wallpaper on the walls of Cherry's bedroom. Did you know for sure how many, Fay?
Well, I'd say offhand the room had been papered 4 times.
Yes. Well, tell the police to peel off the 3 top layers of paper in an area about 3 feet square and examine the figures on the paper very carefully.
Well, what the heck's that for?
And you be present when they do it, and you'll see.
Joe, that's the queerest yet.
5, give them this gun. It's the one that killed Job and the one Cherry and Hope fought over when Hope was shot. Be sure to call their attention to this piece of black thread tied to the trigger.
Yeah, I noticed that. It is on the gun when I picked it up after Hope was shot.
Yes, about a foot long. If they'll examine the end under a microscope, they'll probably find it looks as though it had been burned off. You, getting all this down, Reggie?
Yes, quite.
6. This is going to be in the nature of a demonstration. Take hold of Fay's arm, Doc.
Hey, what's the idea?
Jack says to take your arm, so I'm a-taking your arm.
Well, take it easy, will you? I don't want to look like I've been manhandled by a gorilla.
Be sure to hang on to it, now.
You bet you. Hey!
The lights! The lights!
Jack, who turned out the lights?
I did. Sit still. I'll turn them on again.
Sit down, fella.
No, you let go of me.
I said sit down.
Let go of me now. Go.
Why, you little cat, sit down. Get them lights turned on, Jack.
Here they are.
Oh, I say.
Doc, what happened?
Looky at my face.
Scratches. She did that.
I say she done it. She tried to get away.
Fay, what's the matter with you? Why'd you try to get away?
Why not? It was dark.
Lady, you don't know how near you come to getting soft.
So what?
But the lights, what made them go out?
I turned them out.
How could you? You were 6 or 8 feet from the wall.
The same way they were turned out last night before Job was killed. Look, I've got a piece of heavy black thread.
Thread?
That's all. I tied it to the switch when you weren't noticing.
When I was ready for the blackout, I pulled on the thread, pulling the switch down. Lights go out, the thread slips off the switch, and...
Then somebody right in this room snapped off the lights.
That's right.
Faye, is that why you made such a fuss? Because Jack found out how you switched off the lights?
Oh, don't be absurd. Jack didn't say I did it.
What about it, Jack? Did she?
I can't prove anyone did it yet. But demonstrate it to the police if I'm not here.
Quite. That's 5 things to tell the police.
And that's all. Now then, Reggie.
Yes?
I want to talk to Grandmother Martin and Cherry separately. Go find them.
Have you any idea?
No, but they're around the house someplace.
Well, how do you know that? We ain't kept a watch on them for hours. How do you know they ain't slipped out?
Because the house is completely surrounded by plainclothes detectives.
What's that?
That's right, Faye.
What's that for?
Because of Hope. Whoever wants her dead might otherwise have slipped away and followed her to the hospital.
I see. Think of everything, don't you?
We do our best. There's murder loose in this house. We're doing what we can to keep it here, under quarantine. Well, go on, Reggie. Find Grandma and Cherry.
Righto, I'll have a look.
Oh, Reggie.
Yes?
One at a time. Bring Cherry first.
Cherry it is.
We're just going to sit here and wait.
I am. You can do as you choose.
I choose to go up to my room.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jack.
You go, too, naturally.
But leaving you down here alone, fella.
You stick to Faye. Don't worry about me.
Well, come on, Shadow.
Yeah, only I still don't like it.
You've certainly got a lot of faith in your partner.
What you mean?
2 girls and 1 old woman, and you're worrying about leaving him alone here in the library.
Well, so I'm afraid that...
And all the time he'll be within calling distance of you and Reggie. And the house surrounded by cops. That's what I call real bravery.
Don't make us all look ridiculous, Doc. Go along with it.
Well, I got a feeling.
Oh, come on if you're going to.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
You better lock the door when we go out, Jack.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
I don't quite know where you are. You may be right here in the room with me. You may be watching from some panel I don't know about, or at one of the windows or doors. I don't know. All I know is that you've been listening to everything that's been said in this room. I knew you were there. That's why I sent Reggie out to find Grandma and Cherry. That's why I let Faye go up to her room with Doc, so we'd be alone. You may be the murderer. I don't know. But whether you are or not, you're a very unhealthy person. You're afraid. You feed on darkness. Your thoughts are lustful and violent. You're the power of evil in this house. You're not only cowardly and violent and evil, but you're much worse because you're a woman. When a woman's bad, she can be so much more wicked than a man. Strange, isn't it, that anything which can be the greatest instrument for good in the world can also be the greatest instrument for wickedness. I feel sorry for you. It wasn't your fault in the beginning. I think of all the people in this house who have the greatest potentialities for greatness. You could have been just as great in the realm of goodness as you are superior in the realm of evil. You've worked with such perfect deliberation, coolly, masterfully, with superior knowledge of human nature.
You've even used your own weakness to the best advantage. It's been fascinating working against you. And in a way, it seems a pity that you're at the end of your rope. I don't know when that end will come. That'll depend on you. An hour, day, not much more than that. And I want to tell you that
Jack, look at me.
Doc, where's Faye?
I don't know.
What's the matter with you?
I was hit over the head. Hit over the head.
Doc,
hit over the head.
The baby. Reggie, it's the baby. Find Faye. We've got to find Faye.
What is it, Jack? Where are you? What's the matter? Jack, where are you? What? Doc, what's the matter?
Hit on the head. Find Faye.
Hit on the head? Who did it? Doc, answer me. Who did it?
I don't know. Be all right in a minute. Find Faye.
Find Faye? Why? What's the matter with Faye?
Jack's scared. Find Faye.
You sure you'll be all right?
Yeah, sure.
The baby. Doc, I've got to go find Jack. Jack, where are you?
Reggie, where are you?
I'm in the living room, Jack. In the living room.
Stay right there. I'm coming.
Something's loose in this house. Something dangerous. I can feel it. Oh, Jack, are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. Up and down in the furnace room. Have you seen Faye?
No, but the baby.
Yes, I heard it. We've got to...
Jack!
Out in the hall, quick!
Who is it? Who fell downstairs?
Grandma Martin.
Oh, my Satan. Is she dead?
No, unconscious.
Jack, look at her leg.
Yeah, broken.
Oh, that's too bad, an old lady like her.
Jack, Reggie. Jack, what was it? Hey, what's the matter with Grandma?
Thrown downstairs, unconscious and broken leg.
You mean Faye done that to her own Grandma?
We haven't got time to talk. Doc, how do you feel?
Oh, better than it did.
Can you carry Grandma into the library?
I guess so.
Then take care of her. Don't leave her for a minute.
But I want to go with...
You're not in any condition to go anywhere. Do what I tell you. Come on, Reggie.
Where are we going, Jack?
Search every room on the second and third floor.
We're looking for Faye?
I'll search the rooms. You stand here in the hall. See that no one slips by.
That's Faye's room.
Yes, I know it.
But what about Cherry, Jack?
We find Faye, Cherry will be all right.
Did you look in the second closet?
Yeah, no one in there. And across the hall to Job's room.
We're wasting time.
I know it. What else can we do? Watch the hall.
Well, why not call in some police from outside?
No, I'll do it myself. I know it's done right. And nobody in here. Come on, Hope's room's next.
Around the corner of the hall. If Faye threw her grandmother downstairs, she's got to be up here somewhere.
If she's not in here, she's got to be on the third floor.
Don't forget to look in that window seat.
Don't watch me. Keep your eye on the hall.
You expect her to try to slip by?
I expect someone to try to slip by. We're closing in.
Looking for anyone in this house is a ballet job.
Nobody in here. Come on up to the third floor.
Righto.
They've got to be... Wait, hold it a minute.
What's the matter?
Here's a linen closet. Don't let's pass up anything.
No, go away.
It's Cherry.
Oh.
Cherry, what are you doing in this linen closet?
Crouched on the floor like a ballet animal.
Cherry, answer me. What are you doing here?
She's after me. She's after me.
What are you talking about? Who's after you?
Faye, she mustn't.
Faye's after you? What for?
She wants to kill me.
Where is she now?
I don't know.
Here, get up on your feet.
Oh, look here. Go easy,
Now then, answer me. Where's Faye?
I don't know.
Answer me, do you hear? Tell me where Faye is or I'll shake it out of you.
Oh, I don't want to see her. I don't, do you hear? I don't.
Jack, this is beastly.
Don't you think I know it?
Well, she's so terrified now she doesn't know what she's saying. You can't get anything out of her like that.
No, I guess you're right.
Oh, Jack, look at her hands. Fingers straight out, stiff like claws.
I can't bend them. Something's happened to them.
Here, let me see.
Oh, like ugly claws.
Cold as ice.
I can't bend them. Look. I can't bend my own fingers. I can't.
Jack, I can't bear this.
Miss Cherry, it'll wear off when the tension's over. Cherry, do you feel safe here in this closet?
Yes, it's dark. They can't find me in the dark.
All right, go back in. I'll lock you in.
Jack.
We can't take her with us. We've got to find Faye.
She shouldn't be left alone.
I tell you, we've got to find Faye.
I'll be all right.
We'll come back for you in a little while.
I don't like it, Jack.
I don't like any of it. I hate women who get themselves into messes like this. Now, come on.
They certainly aren't the best.
Come on up the third floor.
Cherry with her fingers spread out, stiff like clawing talons. Grandma sprawled grotesquely at the foot of the stairs. I wonder how we'll find Faye.
Yeah, that's pleasant.
I say we're not rushing about as we were. Isn't it as important to find Faye as it was?
Just as important, but not as urgent now that we know where Grandma and Cherry are.
I see. And she's got to be up here ahead of us somewhere, huh?
Yes. All right, now for Cherry's room.
I'm to wait out here?
Yeah.
You don't suppose... Jack, come here.
What's the matter?
Look. Round the corner of the hall there. Shadow. Creeping this way.
That's a man. Light behind him is throwing a shadow ahead.
There haven't been any men in the house?
Well, there is now. You want to take him or shall I?
Let me.
He's almost to the corner, so get set.
Righto.
Move fast. He may have a gun.
Quite.
Hold it. Get him, Reggie. Look out for his gun.
There.
Good work, Reggie. Here, let's have a look at him.
Here's his gun. Do you suppose this is the chap who carried Cherry down to the furnace room?
Hello. Reggie, we made a mistake.
What's that?
Here, look at this badge on his vest.
Badge?
Yes, police department.
Oh, but I say.
Plainclothes man from the detective bureau. You've had the doubtful honor of knocking out a policeman.
Yes, what's he doing here? Naturally, I wouldn't have tackled him
Well,
if
that's what I want to know. What's he doing here? I wonder if they planted any more in this house.
But I thought you said they weren't going to.
They weren't. They said they'd keep all their men out. What's that?
You don't hear anything?
I do, from Grandmother Martin's suite of rooms. Come on. Here, this is it. Here, this way.
Jack, what's that smell?
Chloroform. Here, she's locked in this closet. Faye, do you hear me?
Get me out of here. Hurry. Get me out of here.
Listen, get hold of yourself. Save your breath. We'll get you out.
But how? The door's locked and there's no key.
We'll break it in.
Righto, but can we do it?
Wait. Faye, can you hear me?
Yes. Hurry.
Lie down on the floor. We're going to break in the door. Do you hear?
Yes.
All right. Well, come on, Reggie. Together now. Solid. Once more now.
He's coming. Do it again.
Now.
That did it.
Here, help me with it.
Get me out. Get me out.
Easy.
All right, you're all right.
There you are. Now throw open the window.
Quiet.
Now get all those saturated towels and throw them out.
Out the window?
Yes. Don't try to talk for a minute. Just breathe deep.
Why would she do it?
Don't talk. Just breathe.
Half a dozen towels soaked with chloroform, enough to kill an elephant. Out they go.
I could talk. Let me sit up, please.
Take it easy.
The fresh air is all I needed.
Who locked you in that closet?
Grandma.
Grandmother Martin tried to kill you?
Well, how did she get you in the closet in the first place?
Yeah. You remember Doc was bringing me upstairs?
Yes?
Somebody hit him on the head. I didn't see who it was. I just ran. I was so scared.
You didn't do it?
No. I ran up here to Grandma's room. She wasn't here, but she came in just a minute.
Well, where'd she been?
I didn't get a chance to ask her. She was out of breath. She said, quick, Faye, get my slippers out of the closet. I didn't think. I just went in the closet, and she slammed the door on me and locked me in.
And the chloroform towels were already in there?
No. She said, you'll be safe in there, my girl. Then I heard the door to her room open and close, and I pounded on the door to be let out, and in a couple of minutes she came back in.
What did she say then?
Nothing. I think she didn't say a thing, but pretty soon she began pushing towels soaked in chloroform under the door.
Joe, Grandma Martin.
I was all wrong. I thought I knew who the murderer was. I thought I knew from the way you talked, Jack, but I was wrong. It was Grandma all the time.
Grandma Martin, I thought it was you.
You thought it was me?
Yes, we found Cherry hiding from you. I say, are you sure it wasn't you?
It was Grandma, I tell you.
But Cherry said you were trying to kill her.
Jerry said I was trying to kill her.
That's what she said.
And see here, you might have locked yourself in there with those towels, you know?
But I didn't. Jack, I thought you said you knew for sure who the murderer is.
I do, Faye. I know just as sure as I'm sitting here looking at you.
The further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking. System presents I Love a Mystery. Transcribed.
just as true as I'm standing here. Grandma tried to kill me.
Would you go on the witness stand and swear to that, Fay?
Certainly not. This is a family affair. Nevertheless, it's true.
You're mistaken, Fay.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because at the time you say Grandma was shoving towels saturated with chloroform under the door of the closet you were locked in, she was lying unconscious at the foot of the stairs on the first floor.
No, I tell you.
That's right, Fay. I was there when she fell.
I'll grant you, your grandmother may have locked you in the closet, but she wasn't the one who tried to chloroform you.
Then who did? She was the only one who knew I was in there.
No, the murderer knew.
But how? How could he possibly have known?
Have you forgotten you pounded on the door and yelled to get out? It drew the killer's attention to you. What a perfect setup. Your grandmother locks you in, so naturally if you die there, everyone would suspect your grandmother.
Then that's why he wouldn't answer. He wanted me to think it was Grandma.
Certainly. The killer was roaming around the house. Grandma Martin locked you in the closet to protect you and started downstairs to find me. She was thrown or pushed down the stairs by the killer, who then came on up to the third floor. Here you were yelling and pounding. So the perfect opportunity to finish you, and nearly succeeded.
But Jack, what about Cherry down on the second floor? When we found her crouching in the linen closet, she was in a fit of terror. She said Fay was after her, trying to kill her.
She was mistaken.
You mean she mistook the killer for Fay? But in that case, who is the killer?
You don't know now.
No, I don't. Oh, look here. There's only one person. It could be Pauline West, the radio actress.
Yes, Pauline West.
Yes, it would have to be. She's the only other person connected with this house, the only other name mentioned.
Yes, Reggie. Pauline West is the murderer.
But where is she now? Why haven't we seen her? Is she in the house now?
Yes. And you're going to see her very shortly now. In fact, in the next few minutes, I'm going to turn Pauline West over to the police.
No, you can't do that. No matter what happens, you can't do that.
She's guilty of murder. She killed your brother Job. She was responsible for Cherry accidentally shooting Hope, although it wasn't an accident. She tried to kill your grandmother by pushing her downstairs. She tried to chloroform you, and she was responsible for Cherry being pushed downstairs and being slashed over and over again.
I know it. Oh, don't you understand? We'd all rather be dead. We'd all want to be dead if she was taken into court and made a public exhibit. Something for the newspapers to gloat over, for the appetites of the scandalmongers to feed on. I'd rather see all of us dead than to see that happen.
I'm afraid I haven't got much choice in the matter. I warned your grandmother when she brought us in that if the murder was in this house and I could prove it, nothing could prevent me from turning it over to the police.
Then if I get the opportunity, I will kill her with my own hands.
Oh, but you mustn't. That'd be terribly foolish. Because then you would have to be the public sensation instead of her.
No, because you'd never take me alive.
Reggie, under these circumstances, Faye's a very dangerous young woman. It's going to be necessary for you to stay by her and prevent her from doing what she said she'll do.
How much longer is this going to keep up?
Only a few minutes. Only until I have Pauline West in safe custody.
No, you can't do it.
Reggie, stop her.
Jack, she's locked us in.
Now we are in a fine mess. We've got to break down that door.
Right, let's go.
Wait, listen. The baby.
Oh, look here.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Together now.
Once more should do it.
Hurry.
More solid than I thought.
We've got to keep trying. We've got to get out of here. It's murder, and we've got to get out of here quick.
Cherry, is that you?
They don't come near me.
Cherry, listen. We haven't got much time. Give me your hand. Now, come on.
No, Faye.
I tell you, we haven't got much time. Now, hurry, faster.
Where are we going? I don't want to go.
Now, then, up these stairs to the attic.
The attic?
Faster. Wait.
But why, Faye? Why?
Come on. Now then, up this ladder to the roof.
I'm afraid.
Come on, hurry. I'm right behind you.
Oh, please, Faye, please.
Now push that trap door up.
No.
Push that trap door up. All right. Up on the roof.
It's so high up here. It's so high.
It's all right, Cherry. It's all right. I'm going with you.
Going with me?
Here, come over to the edge of the roof. I want to show you something.
Faye, someone's turned the searchlight on. They can see us up here.
It doesn't matter, darling. It doesn't matter in the least.
Faye, I'm so scared.
Don't worry. I'll be with you. I'll be with you all the time. Now, look over the edge. You see the glass roof of the sunroom right down below us?
But it's so far.
The glass roof of the sunroom. You loved the sunroom when you were a little girl. It was your favorite room.
Faye, why did you bring me up here?
Darling, you couldn't help it. It wasn't ever your fault, so you mustn't suffer any more for it. Just close your eyes. Do you remember how you used to close your eyes when I told you fairy stories? Fairy stories about the good little fairies who always came to the rescue of little girls and
I think we're getting it.
Once more, we'll do it.
That did it. That did it.
Downstairs, Reggie, downstairs.
I know, I'm coming. Which way, Jack? Which way?
Come on. Downstairs, the first floor.
But how do you know which way she went?
I don't know which way she went. We've got to find her. Wait, I'm going into the library. You take the dining room, conservatory, and the sunroom.
Righto.
Yell if you see anything.
All right. You do the same.
Fine mess.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter?
Doc, has Faye been in here?
Faye? No, nobody's been in here. Jack, we ought to get a doctor.
Jack, come here. Come here.
That's Reggie.
Come on, Doc. He's found her.
Jack.
Coming, Reggie.
In the sunroom. Hurry.
Did you find her? Reggie, where is she? What's the matter?
Look, Jack, up through the glass. Look up on the roof.
What's that?
Hey, it's Faye and Cherry. It's Faye and Cherry.
They're fighting. Well, don't stand there. What's the matter with you? Get up on the roof.
Look out! No, it shouldn't have happened that way. Oh, boy, 4 o'clock in the morning. Reggie, when this mess is cleaned up, I'm going to bed and sleep straight through a week.
About a little sleep I'd get if I did go to bed tonight.
Wonder why they don't put some sleeping chairs in a hospital waiting room. Where'd Jack say he is going?
The doctor called him out. Something about Faye.
Yeah. The chauffeur dead, Job dead, Cherry dead. Poor little old Cherry.
It isn't all.
Huh?
Hope in the hospital with a bullet wound, Grandma here with a broken leg, and Faye here with a fractured skull.
Man, when Cherry and Faye high-dived off that roof and down through that skylight...
Would you mind not talking about it?
Yeah. Sure would like to know who was pushing who up there, though.
Cherry was pushing Faye.
Yeah, it sure looked like it, all right. Oh, you back, Jack?
Yes.
Anything?
No, everything's just the same.
Looky, Jack, I still don't know who is doing what to who over yonder at the Martin.
Well, it's time I told you.
Yes, I think it is. You said Pauline West was the killer.
She was. But what I didn't say was that Pauline West...
Well, who?
Cherry Martin.
Hey, you mean Cherry done all that dirty work?
Yes.
But the slashing thrown downstairs.
She did that herself.
She did?
And them, the they people she was always talking about.
Figments of her own imagination. She really believed in them some of the time.
Hey, things don't fit together.
Yes, they do. Let's start at the beginning. Way back when Cherry was a little girl. She was a nervous, excitable child. Her grandmother had little patience with her. She used to lock her in her bedroom. On the walls of the bedroom were all the old Mother Goose figures. The Man in the Moon, the Old Witch. And one of the characters was a figure with a black hood, the face shadowed from view. And he wore a blood-red smock.
The man who tied her up and carried her to the furnace room.
Hey!
Yes. The characters from her childhood wallpaper transferred from the walls to her mind. Those were the they people who were after her. Locked in the room with these figures she feared and hated, her child mind absorbed them to the point where she could never get rid of them.
Oh, how horrible.
But no Mother Goose character carried her downstairs.
No, of course not. She did that herself. But somehow in her mind she blamed him for it.
But she was bound and gagged.
She did that herself.
Was this why Grandmother Martin called us in on the case on account of Cherry?
No. Hope and Job were involved with the chauffeur. He was trying to make Job ask his grandmother for money to pay blackmail. When Job refused, he found Hope an easy target, so he threatened to bring the family name to shame through Hope unless Job got the money.
Grandma knew this?
No, only that Job and Hope were in trouble.
Which we were supposed to get him out of.
Yes, but the night we arrived, Job took things into his own hands and killed the chauffeur.
Job really did do that then?
Yes, Cherry actually saw him. And that's what set Cherry off. She was shocked and afraid, but she saw how easily people could be killed. She was right on the verge mentally anyway. That finished.
She killed Job?
Yes. She was impelled to kill Job because she knew he was going to be found out.
But how?
Well, she watched where Job hid the gun and got it. She took it out on the porch to that big urn that sits right in front of the library window. She fastened it in place, pointing right to the chair Job would sit in.
They say she knew he'd sit in it because Grandma Martin always made each one sit in his own chair?
Yes. Then she fastened a heavy black thread to the trigger, ran it over the muzzle of the gun, in through a crack in the window to her chair.
So that's how it is done?
Yes. When the gun went off, the bullet cut the thread that was holding it in place, and it fell into the urn out of sight.
I say.
Only a mind in that condition would have conceived such a thing. But it worked, and it made Cherry look innocent.
And then Hope found the gun.
Yes, before Cherry could get it and hide it. Hope suspected Cherry because she had said they would get Joe before the police did. So she came up to Cherry's room while you were with her, Doc.
Yeah, that's right.
The minute Cherry saw the gun, she knew that she had to do something desperate. But Hope knew too much. So she pretended to struggle with her, but deliberately turned the gun on Hope and shot her.
Boy, murder. And me standing right there.
Then I discovered Pauline West. And when I mentioned the name to Faye, then Faye knew that Cherry was guilty.
Well, I don't get that. Why?
Because Fay knew that 2 or 3 years ago, Cherry had tried to be a radio actress. To keep the rest of the family from knowing, Cherry had taken the name of Pauline West. She wasn't a good actress, but they discovered she could cry like a baby.
What's that?
Exactly. Cherry was the baby. She'd done baby imitations on the radio.
Doggone.
Fay had forgotten all about that. It happened so long ago, but the minute I mentioned Pauline West, she knew at once.
So now she had to kill Fay to keep a secret.
Yes, that's why I insisted Fay be guarded so closely.
Well, who bopped me on the head when I was taking Fay upstairs?
Cherry, she wanted you out of the way so she could get at Fay. But Fay didn't wait. She ran up to her grandmother's room. By this time, Grandma knew. She knew Fay was in danger, so she locked her in the closet so Cherry couldn't get at her.
Well, Cherry did get at her, chloroform.
Yes, it was also Cherry who tried to chloroform Hope.
Boy, and such a pretty little thing.
But why push her grandmother downstairs?
Well, this time Cherry was so unsettled in her mind she didn't know what she was doing.
But that roof business, how'd Cherry ever get Fay up on the roof?
What happened up there is best left alone.
You ain't a-talking?
Case is finished. The House of Martin has fallen. They, those little people, have succeeded just as Job said they would. Now let's forget it. I'm dead tired.
Right.
Yeah. Poor little feller.
Further transcribed adventures of Jack, Doc, and Reggie will come to you tomorrow at this same hour. I Love a Mystery, written and directed by Carlton E. Morse, comes to you Monday through Friday, featuring Russell Thorson as Jack, Jim Bowles as Doc Long, and Tony Randall as Reggie York. Frank McCarthy speaking.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star this evening is Miss Maureen O'Hara, whom you've seen rise to stardom in Hollywood within the short space of a year. Her performances in the 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley, then more recently in The Immortal Sergeant, and now currently in the RKO production, This Land Is Mine, have given her an enviable place in the ranks of America's new film favorites. Miss O'Hara makes her first appearance on our suspense stage tonight as the heroine of A Study in Homicidal Mania, The White Rose Murders by Cornell Woolrich, which is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with The White Rose Murders and the performance of Maureen O'Hara. We again hope to keep you in suspense. He stood there waiting. He knew that presently they would come out of the second-rate dance hall, out into the dimly lit street. He listened a while and smiled as the orchestra played that tune inside. And then they came out, the two girls, and still he waited, close enough to hear what they were saying.
Well, I'll see you at the office tomorrow, Sally.
Oh, I don't know how I'll get up. It's after 1 o'clock. 6 hours sleep. Oh, I'll be dead tomorrow.
Me too. Oh, gosh. I gotta have at least 8 hours or I'm no good at all.
I wish I had someone to walk me to the bus. It's 4 long blocks.
I'll walk you down, Sally.
Oh, don't bother. We go in different directions.
It's no trouble. Really, I don't mind.
Well, really, it's not necessary.
In the narrow alley that divides the dance hall from an ugly office building, he stood smiling. Just a little inside the alley, he stood stiffly against the wall, his head back, eyes closed, arms straight down, and in his left hand, a white rose.
Well, all right then, Sally. Good night.
Good night, Joan. See you in the morning. Dum, da, 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 dum. Da, 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 dum. Dee. Oh, I hope I don't have to wait long for the bus. Oh, who are you? Keep away. Keep away from me. Let me go. Let me go.
The girl is dead. Tenderly, the figure straightens her hair and gently places the limp body on the ground. Then he opens her clenched fist, and carefully, so that the thorns will not bruise her flesh, he places in her hand the white rosebud.
Pardon me, my good man. Is it true that you are the famous detective Terence Riley?
Huh? Oh, Jenny, I didn't see you come in.
Well, now that I'm here, how about offering to buy a cup of coffee for the girl you're going to marry? If you can ever get up enough nerve to ask her.
Oh, it's no use, Jenny. I guess we better call it quits. I'm just a dick on the homicide squad, and that's all I'll ever be.
And I'm a rich debutante.
We don't belong together.
Oh, you've been reading too many of those romantic stories, Terry. What is it this time? What's wrong?
Yeah, they call him the White Rose Killer. And he's got to be caught. There's a general demotion coming on if he isn't, and that's all I need to get back into uniform.
Oh, don't worry, darling. You always look good in blue.
Yeah. Just to match the way I feel.
Tell me more about the White Rose Killer. What's he like?
That's the stumble. He could be anybody. No one's ever seen him except the dead, and they don't talk about it afterwards. Just slips out of the shadows and kills and then slips back again.
How many has he murdered?
4. And he's not through yet. It's going to be one of those chain things if he's allowed to keep on.
Are you sure it's always the same one?
Yeah, that part of it we're sure of. It's the same touch, the same way of operating every time.
How do you know that?
Well, it's a rose. A white rosebud. A death rose. Puts it into each victim's hand after he kills her.
Her?
Yep. It's always a woman. A young woman between 19 and 23.
What's behind it? Do you have any idea?
Well, I'm not sure. But here's what I figured out. You know what a rose stands for. Symbolically, I mean.
Why, yes, it's the flower of love. The white rose, the bud, has another meaning. Purity, loyalty, devotion, and especially it stands for a young girl.
That's right. And that's about the way I see it.
So maybe it's a double cross, committed against our murderer by some young girl whom he worshipped and who betrayed his faith in her.
You ought to be a detective, not me.
Thanks, darling. I've got a very fine teacher.
Sweet. There's another thing. The murders were all committed near places where there was music, dance halls and cabarets and the like. There's a song that brings back the original shock that, gives him the final push over into the darkness. As far as we can figure out, it's the beer barrel polka.
Well, how does he commit the murder? Is it always the same way?
Always. Strangulation between the hands. with a thumb into the windpipe to keep his victims from crying out.
But isn't there anything else you know about him?
No, that's why it's so hopeless. He's insane, of course, but there's only this one phase to his insanity. Probably perfectly normal in appearance and behavior. You could pass him on the street and even know it. Well, it's only when he sees someone vaguely like the girl he loved and hears that song that the one defective wire in him is jangled and short circuit.
But Terry, the flowers, don't the flowers tell you? He must get them somewhere you could trace.
Well, we don't know where he gets them. Maybe he steals them or...
Terry, what if you were the one to get him?
Well, it would mean a citation and a promotion.
And then all the things that stand between us would disappear? We could get married?
Well, the chances would be a lot better anyway. But what chance have I? Everyone in the department has been working their heads off for weeks and they've all failed.
Uh-huh. Terry, what were the girls like? The ones he killed?
Well, as I told you, they were all between 19 and 23. Their heights were pretty much the same, too. They're all tall girls, around 5 feet 6 or 7. A little taller than you. And all dark-haired.
How did they wear their hair?
Why, they... Say, what is this?
Oh, nothing, darling. Just interested. How did they wear their hair?
Well, from what I remember, they wore it sort of loose and curly down the back.
I suppose each one had a resemblance to that long-dead love of his.
That's probably it. Well, anyway, that's how the record stands. And we're all waiting for it to happen again.
I see. Terry, I'd like to go home now.
I shouldn't have told you all that stuff. I've given you the creeps.
Oh, come on, Terry. Take me home.
Later, Jenny stands by the window in her room, looking out, thinking. She doesn't move for a long time. Then suddenly, quickly, she goes to her closet and begins to rummage through her many pairs of shoes. Carefully, she picks one pair with 3-inch heels.
5'6" or 7.
Then she walks quickly to the dresser, opens a drawer, takes out a comb and starts redoing her hair.
One loose and curly down the back. Well, here we go. Edward!
Yes, miss?
Is the car ready?
Yes, Miss Virginia. I've been waiting for you.
Let's go before Mother sees me.
Your mother's been looking for you, miss.
I hope you didn't tell her.
No, Miss Virginia, I didn't.
Good. Come on, Edward.
Where do you wish to go, Miss Virginia?
The Starlight Dance Hall on Grove and 2nd Street.
The Starlight, miss?
Yes, Edwards, that's the place.
I wouldn't go there unescorted if I were you, miss. It's one of the worst places in the city. Has a very bad reputation.
The Starlight Dance Hall, Edwards.
Very good, miss. Very good.
Jenny walks slowly around the low-lighted dance hall, trying to make herself conspicuous. A tall figure leaning against a pillar watches her intently as he idly smokes a cigarette. He doesn't seem to belong there. His clothes don't have the nattiness of a dance lover. Jenny pauses not far from him. Deliberately, he throws his cigarette on the floor, steps on it, and slowly walks over to her.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
You're not with anyone, are you?
Oh, no, I'm alone.
I thought so. I've been watching you all the time.
Have you?
I haven't seen you dance yet.
I don't know anyone here.
How about dancing with me, then?
All right.
Come on. Let's go out on the floor.
Do you come here often?
No. I never go to the same place twice.
You don't? Why?
I'm always looking for new faces. I'm restless.
Do you find the faces you're looking for?
Listen. Listen to that song. I like that. I like it very much.
Yes, it is a nice song.
You know,
You remind me of someone I used to know. I'm trying to think who.
I do?
Yeah. You mind if we stop dancing and go over and get a drink?
No, let's go.
Oh, look. They sell flowers here.
Yes, I see.
I'll get you some. What kind would you like?
Oh, any kind. You pick it out.
All right. Let's see. There's something kind of innocent and young about you. Different from most of the girls that come here.
Can't we stay here a little longer?
It's intermission now. They won't play again for 10 minutes. Come on.
But I like it here. Let's stay a little while longer.
Well, then let's go down for some air. We can come back in a few minutes. Come on.
But...
We'll be back before the music starts.
Oh, you're hurting my arm.
Am I? I'm sorry. Fresh air smells good, doesn't it?
It's so dark here. Let's go back.
You're not scared, are you?
Oh, no, it's
Let's walk
just
down
that
this alley and back.
Well, please.
No, you
Let me
don't.
go. Oh!
Thanks. That's a lovely necklace, beautiful.
Why, you're just a cheap...
Shut up.
All you wanted was my necklace.
So long, beautiful.
Look out.
What's the matter?
Behind you, look.
Holy... She's dead. A girl. Murdered.
With a white rosebud in her hand.
Well, Jenny, happened again last night. Just like the other times. The girl strangled in an alley and a white rose in her hand.
Any news of the killer?
No. He might just as well float through the air for all the trace he leaves.
Well, he must have bought the flower upstairs in the dance hall. He must have been there earlier, bought it, and saved it
No,
until...
there was only one rose sold up there all night. And to a man who had a different girl with him. We had the flower girl. How did you know that they sold flowers there? I didn't tell you.
Well, I must have read it somewhere.
You couldn't have. Wasn't in any of the papers. No details were given, just the statement that an unidentified body was found.
Well, I just imagined that they'd sell flowers in a place like that.
Well, I'm glad you don't go near those dance halls. Why, with this nut running around
Oh,
loose...
don't bother about that. We'd better catch this killer. And fast.
Where do you get this we stuff? To hear you talk, you'd think that you were on the case, too.
Wouldn't you think so? To hear me talk?
Again, Jenny tours the low dives, hunting for the White Rose Killer. Her search carries her to the waterfront. And as she walks past each dingy bar, she listens to the jukebox music. A little after midnight, she passes a dirty windowed saloon. The thin music catches her ear. She pauses and listens, her eyes alive for some sign, some indication of the person she's looking for. Then suddenly her body becomes rigid as her eyes fall upon a figure huddled in the shadows.
Someone's watching me.
Slowly, she starts to walk up the street. Behind her, the heavy tread of a man's footsteps keep pace with hers. It's a quiet tread, unhurried but deliberate. For several blocks, it keeps the exact distance. Jenny starts to walk faster.
I've got to know if he's really following me.
The man quickens his pace. Jenny starts across the street. The man follows. She's sure now, sure that the man is following her. She fumbles for something in her purse,
Her hand closes around a gun.
If he tries anything, I'll shoot.
You in any trouble, lady?
Oh, no, officer. It's all right. You've scared him away.
Scared who away?
Oh, just a man who wanted to bring me flowers. That's all.
Well, he brought you one anyhow, lady.
What do you mean?
Right there on the ground, right by your feet. A white rose. Coffee, Mabel.
Sure, coming right up. Here you are. Terry. Terry.
Hello, Jenny. Sit down.
Thank you.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Look, darling, read the gossip column in this paper.
What daughter of a socially prominent family is that way about a detective and waits for him outside the station house in her limousine every night? Private chauffeur and all. But Mama says no. That's not so funny.
Oh, they held a big family war council over me just now. Indian powwow, feathered headdress and everything.
They did, huh? Well, what'd they decide?
Well, I was asked to give my word that I wouldn't see you anymore. I refused, of course, so I'm to be exiled.
Where to?
Our summer home. It's just a few hours out of town, but I'll be there all by myself. Just with Mrs. Crosby, the housekeeper.
Oh, maybe they're right. Why don't you listen to them?
Are you on their side, too?
No. When are you leaving?
Right away. Edwards is driving me out. I just slipped out to let you know. Here's the address and phone number of the place in case you want to reach me. Don't lose it.
I won't.
Well, what's new and exciting about the White Rose Killer?
Our famous lover of flowers? We're still trying to track him down. I suppose I'll go looking for him at the flower show that's just opened.
Oh, a flower show just opened?
Yeah.
Well, goodbye now. I'll be seeing you. What floor is the flower show, please?
3rd floor, miss.
3, please.
Third floor.
Where's the rose display, please?
To your left, over there. See where the man in the gray coat is?
In the gray coat? Oh, yes, thank you. They are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, you startled me.
I'm sorry. I was just admiring the roses.
Oh, yes, the nicest flowers here. I just can't keep my eyes off them.
Yes, you can feel that way about some flowers.
Well, that's the way I feel about white roses.
Have you been here long?
I really don't know. I suppose so. You see, I've come here every day since the show opened. I like to be near the roses, the white roses.
Those big ones are nice.
No, I like the little ones best, the little tightly curled rosebuds. They're so little and innocent. Oh, well, I really better be going. Are you going down?
Yes.
Down, please.
Here, miss, I took a rose for you.
Thank you. It's lovely.
And would you care to have a drink with me?
Why, yes, thank you.
I know the little place a block or two down there. They have nice music. We'll go there.
All right, whatever you say.
This is it.
Where's the music?
A nickel in the jukebox does it. Any special song you'd like?
No, go ahead and pick one.
Okay. There we are. Oh, that's my favorite song. Reminds me of a girl I used to know.
Excuse me, I want to powder my nose. I'll be right back. Do you mind?
No, of course not.
Evans Police Precinct. Sergeant Thomas speaking.
Hello, is Terry Riley there?
Just a moment, I'll see.
Please hurry, it's important.
No, sorry, miss. Terry Riley's not here just now.
Oh, will you tell him that I can't keep that date with him? Goodbye.
Do you always go to the phone booth when you want to powder your nose?
Why, I had to make a call.
Uh-huh. Well, I'm afraid I'll have to leave you.
Oh, wait, let me come with you.
I'm sorry, miss, but I've got other things to do.
Oh,
What's the matter?
that car, someone that knows me. Let's get away from here.
That's just what I'm going to do. So long, lady.
Wait, please don't go.
Miss Virginia. Miss Virginia. I'm sorry, Miss Virginia, but I must speak to you for a minute.
Oh, Edwards, what do you want?
I'm sorry, miss. You'd better come with me at once. I've been looking for you everywhere. Your mother's been taken seriously ill.
Mother? Where is she?
She's out at the country place, miss. I drove her there shortly before dinner. She wanted to pay you a surprise visit.
Oh.
I believe the shock of not finding you there upset her, miss.
Is she very bad?
She had the doctor with her when I left. Mrs. Crosby has gone away for the day. Your mother needs you, miss.
Well, let's go. Hurry, Edwards, please.
Right, miss.
Where is Mother, Edwards?
In her room, miss. You'd better hurry.
Mother? Mother? It's Ginny. Is the doctor in there with you? Mother? Why, there's no one here. The room's empty. The bed hasn't been touched. Edwards, what are you doing?
Merely playing a song, miss. A favorite of mine.
A favorite?
Yes, Miss Virginia.
Where's Mother?
She's in the city, miss.
You lied to me.
I'm afraid I did, Miss Virginia.
Why are you locking the door?
You know why, Miss Virginia.
It can't be. You're not the
White Rose killer. But you see, I am, Miss Virginia. Driving you and your family around day after day. Sitting there right in front of you all the time. It was amusing to watch you hunting for me. Hunting for someone you saw several times a day.
But it can't be. You're not insane.
Of course not. Who said I was?
Edwards, you know I'm not the girl who betrayed you.
Yes, I know that.
Well, then unlock the door and let me out. Please, Edwards.
I've killed 5 times. I've never regretted it. I'm going to kill you, Miss Virginia.
Why, Edwards? Why?
Because you've been so clever. Too clever. You made yourself look like her, the girl who deceived me. I could have killed you the day you first went out looking for me, but I had to be careful.
Oh.
I almost caught you that night at the waterfront, the night I dropped the White Rose when that police car came.
Edwards, I've never done you any harm.
Your sweetheart, Terry. He loves you, doesn't he?
Yes.
That's good. Because now you won't be able to deceive him like my girl deceived me.
Keep away, Edwards. Keep away or I'll...
You thought you'd use your gun, eh? Well, don't think I was fool enough to overlook that. I took your gun out of your purse.
It won't do you any good to kill me, Edwards. I didn't have anything to do with it.
No, and you're not going to have a chance to break another man's heart like she broke mine.
Jenny! Where are you?
Terry!
It won't do you any good to call to him. He can't get in here without breaking down the door.
Keep away from me. Terry!
It'll be too late then, because I'm going to kill you now.
Jenny! Where are
Terry!
Yes, let me get my hands on that pretty white throat.
Oh, keep away! Keep away from me! Terry! Stop!
Jenny, are you all right?
Yes, Terry, I'm all right.
Oh, take it easy. Here, sit down.
Oh, Terry, I was so scared. There was nobody here but Edwards and I. How did you know where I was?
Oh, it was simple. You were supposed to meet me at the coffee shop. You never broke an appointment, and when you didn't show up, I called the number you gave me. You told me the housekeeper was here all the time, and when there was no answer, I got suspicious and came down. Besides, when I got a message down at headquarters that You had to break a date with me. I knew something was wrong. Are you sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm, Terry. Look. On the floor beside Edwards.
A white rose. Must have fallen out of his pocket.
That was meant for me. Oh, Terry, it's all crushed.
Yeah. Crushed and dead.
Just like the white rose killer.
And so closes The White Rose Murders, starring Maureen O'Hara. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who, speaking for Columbia, hopes you have enjoyed Miss O'Hara's performance and our play. Next week, because of a special broadcast of the All-Star baseball game, Suspense will not be heard. But again the following week, we will be back with another play on this series and more of your Hollywood favorites. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucienne Marowik, conductor and composer, and Cornell Woolrich, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense. Based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Carter Brown with another of my stories for you, a venture which I call The Widow is Willing. It's the account of an insurance investigator named Mark Hunt, who finds himself marooned on a lonely island in the company of an assortment of characters, male and female, one of whom could be a murderer. For my money, I prefer being locked in a lonely room with a typewriter, but there's no accounting for tastes. Well, here's Mark Hunt and his story.
When you get to the edge of the world, there's a river, and in the middle of the river is an island. That's where the Goldbrights live. It was a raw night which made you think of vampires and things that go eek in the night. There was a moon with low clouds scudding across it. I'd given the old character who owned a boat $5 to row me across. He pulled at the oars, and I watched the solitary light on the island getting gradually larger. Nearly there. Goldbright's been living on that island long.
He and his father before him and his father before that.
Yeah, what did his father before that do? To get banished, I mean.
That's some sort of Yankee joke?
Sort of. How did they get to the mainland?
They got a launch. You should have let them know you were coming and they descended.
Not for me, they wouldn't.
They ain't expecting you, huh?
That's right. Too bad about Henry Goldbright dying like that. Stepped over the balcony outside his bedroom and ended up on the stone jetty, 50 feet below, they say. The Goldbrights get on all right? Together, I mean. Yeah, talkative, aren't you?
We're here.
You go up them steps and then on up to the house.
Well, thanks a lot. If I want to get back to the mainland again in maybe an hour's time, will you be around?
Around World's End at night? You must be crazy, mister.
Why?
You stay here long enough, you find out. Not a place to be by yourself, not at night. That's your bag. Goodbye.
The old guy pulled away and was lost in the night. I picked up my case and started up the steps which led to the path which led to the house. A gaunt, gray building. World's End. I thought the name was appropriate. As I pulled the bell rope, I wondered what Mrs. Goldbright would be like. Fragile, white-haired, with a quavering voice? Or more probably tough and hard and thin-lipped?
Yes?
This, I presume, was Mrs. Goldbright. She wore 15 Dernia nylons, black. She wore a form-fitting dress, black. And since she was a blonde, the black did things for her. And for me. She may have been a widow, but she was also a wow.
Yes, what do you want?
Mrs. Goldbright?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Goldbright.
My name is Hunt, Mark Hunt, from Excelsior Insurance Incorporated.
Yes?
I'm sorry to worry you at a time like this, but your husband had a policy with us for $50,000.
You're very prompt in paying your policies?
It's not quite like that, Mrs. Goldbright. I'm an insurance investigator. When a big claim like this comes along, the company naturally investigates it before they pay.
Perhaps you'd better come inside, Mr. Hunt. It's not very comfortable here on the doorstep. I don't quite understand the need for any investigation, Mr. Hunt.
Mrs. Goldbright, your husband died 2 days ago. He was insured for a large sum of money. Therefore, the company has to be sure there's been no foul play.
You mean they want to be sure my husband died of natural causes and wasn't murdered?
You could put it that way, I suppose.
The police are satisfied he died of natural causes?
That's half the battle.
The other half being to convince you, I suppose.
Well...
I think the best thing you can do is stay here, Mr. Hunt, at World's End, until you've completed your investigation.
That's very kind of you.
Not at all. It'll be impossible for you to work from the mainland, and the sooner it's finished, the happier both of us will be.
Of course.
You better come and meet the others. Then we'll have dinner. This way, Mr. Hunt. They're all in the living room.
She led the way down the cold, stone-paved hallway into a large room with polished wood floors, which contained 5 people. 4 men and a woman.
Just a moment, everybody. I want you to meet Mark Hunt. He's an insurance investigator. This is my brother-in-law, Clem Goldbright.
Hello. Clem was about 30 or so, dark, slim, dissipated, crooked grin and a sneer in the eyes.
This is John Cross, an old friend.
Hi there. Cross was rugged, looked the good-natured college athlete type.
Roger and Mavis Beavis.
How do you do?
Hello.
Beavis was fat and 40, rimless glasses, a successful businessman. Mavis was a redhead with a ravishing figure. Every time my husband looked at her, he got a stupid look on his face. I didn't blame him.
And this is Michael Degrescu.
Delighted, Mr. Hunt.
Degrescu had a foreign accent. The name was Romanian. He looked smooth and suave and probably shrewd.
Well, now that you've all met, I'll do something about drinks.
An insurance investigator, eh, Hunt? Checking on my brother's death?
It's just routine, Mr. Goldbright, with any large claim.
In other words, it's a case of did he fall or was he pushed?
Clem, that's no way to talk in front of Lila.
Why not? She probably gave 3 cheers when she found him on the jetty. We all know their marriage was a mistake. She made the mistake. She married him because she thought he'd spend all his money on her, and he didn't.
Clem always puts things so beautifully. Here's your drink, Mr. Hunt.
One of these days you'll get a crack on that jaw for talking like that.
Such a rugged character, our Mr. Cross. The guy who never got past college, physically or mentally.
Please, that's enough. Mr. Hunt will think we're a bunch of lunatics.
It must be an interesting career, Mr. Hunt, being an insurance investigator.
It's just a job, Mrs. Beavis. Pretty ordinary most times.
Sounds rather sordid to me.
At least it's a job, Clem. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
We each take life as we find it, Mavis. Me with my brains, you with your looks.
Now, look here, Clem.
Mavis married you for your dough, Roger boy. And we all know why you married Mavis.
Oh, that's the gong for dinner. Let's move to the dining room, shall we?
We got through the soup, the meat, the apple pie and cream without any more of the Bob comments. Then we adjourned back to the living room for coffee. While Mavis put on some records and the others organized a game of bridge, I found myself left with the Romanian Michael Degrescu.
Are you interested in art, Mr. Hunt?
One specific kind, sure.
What kind is that?
Leg art.
You mean the cheesecake?
Mm-hmm.
I was referring to something else. Myself, I'm a collector of everything and anything that is beautiful, from women to paintings. The paintings in this room, for example, very fine. I offered Henry $100,000 for them. He refused. I'm hoping Lila will feel differently.
Well, good luck.
I think I will have it. It was a sin that a woman like Lila should have been tied to Henry. I hope to add her, too, to my collection of beautiful things.
I got the impression that John Cross was in the running there.
Puh, Cross, a moron with muscles. She will have more sense than that.
What the... Mavis, please.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put that on. I didn't know it was with the rest of the records.
That was stupid. A bad faux pas. That was Henry's favorite music. Beethoven, the Coriolanus Overture. I don't like it myself. It was playing the other night when it happened. I think poor Lila associates it with Henry's death. That was careless of Mavis. Careless.
Or deliberate. Everyone went to bed around 11. The room I'd been given was upstairs, overlooking the water. A sheer drop of 50 feet. It had started to rain, lashing against the window as though it was trying to break in. I was sitting having a last cigarette when there was a soft tap on the door. I opened it. Mrs. Goldbright stood there. I couldn't help thinking that Goldbright was a good description of her hair.
Could I talk to you for a moment, Mr. Hunt?
Sure, come in. Cigarette?
Thank you. Thank you. Must have been quite an experience for you, meeting our little group this evening.
That's an understatement. There's certainly a bunch of characters.
Clem was quite right, you know. The burning question is, did he fall or was he pushed? I'd like to know the answer to that myself.
Where were you when it happened?
In my room. Henry and I had separate rooms. The first thing I heard was his shriek as he fell.
You think someone could have pushed him?
They all had good reason to. So did I, if it comes to that. Henry was a good deal older than I am. He wasn't exactly a nice person. I'll be frank, I married him for exactly the reasons Clem stated. Clem himself has only a yearly allowance, but part of the estate reverts to him on Henry's death, so he had good reason to kill him. John Cross imagines he's in love with me. I've never encouraged his feelings, but he could have thought that with Henry out of the way, I might feel differently. Michael D'Agrescu
explained himself to me tonight. What about the Beavis couple, Roger and Mavis?
Roger's making a fortune, marketing gadgets. He's the driving force, but Henry put up the money. Recently, Henry took a dislike to him because he married Mavis. I think Henry decided to withdraw his capital. Roger has staked everything he has on a new project. I know that at this juncture, the withdrawal of Henry's capital would ruin him.
So everyone had a good reason for wanting to see Henry die.
Yes, including me. I had no love for Henry, and with his death, I'll presumably inherit his money. I'll know tomorrow. The lawyer's coming to read the will.
Why tell me all this, Mrs. Goldbright?
I don't know. Just seems to help, having someone like you in the house, Mark. May I call you Mark?
Surely, Mrs. Goldbright.
Please call me Lila. And if you don't mind, I'll talk to you again. Might help me to keep sane.
Anytime, Lila.
Thanks, Mark. I think I'm going to like you. A lot.
She left, and I turned in. To the accompaniment of the wind and the rain beating against the house, I fell asleep. Suddenly, I was awake. Something coming from below, faintly from downstairs, had aroused me. The Beethoven music. It sounded eerie and terrifying in the night. There was something else, a voice, a whisper, weird and toneless in the room.
You are the one who can help. Eternity is forever. Yet eternity can be held in captivity, imprisoned for all to see. The second that plunged me into eternity, held forever. Search, and you shall be rewarded. And perhaps I shall be avenged.
With a supreme effort, I stretched out my arm for the bedside lamp and switched it on. But there was no one there. The room was empty.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever woken up in a bedroom in the middle of the night and heard a weird, whispering voice, switched on the light, and found the room empty? Around the office of Excelsior Insurance Incorporated, I was considered a pretty tough investigator. Mark Hunt, the guy with a marble heart. But I didn't get much sleep the rest of the night, in that empty room in the gaunt, gold-bright house, with the rain sheets whipping viciously against the window and the wind whining outside the walls. I was glad when daylight came. Daylight's such a nice, sane thing to see. Everything that sneaks out of the graveyard at midnight is back there before dawn. Who is it?
Cross. John Cross.
Okay, come in.
I was sent to fetch you, Hunt. Lila was wondering what had happened to you. It's late. Breakfast's over.
That's okay. I've kind of lost my appetite this morning anyway.
Why? What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing really. Only I'm just beginning to understand that old guy.
What old guy?
The one who rode me over. He made a couple of cryptic comments about this place. I'm beginning to see what he meant.
You're not making sense, but that's not my business. I was told to get you. The lawyers arrived.
Lawyer?
Sure, to read Henry Goldbright's will. They're all gathered in the living room, and Lila figured you ought to be there, seeing that you're investigating Henry's death.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll get dressed right away.
Okay, I'll get back. If you time it right, you'll miss all the legal mumbo-jumbo and get there for the interesting part.
John Cross was right. By the time I crept quietly into the living room and took a seat, the legal eagle, a lean, lifeless-looking bird, was getting down to business.
Before reading the section concerning the actual beneficiaries, I must say that I did my utmost to dissuade Mr. Goldbright from the course he took. My efforts were of no avail, and he insisted on couching his will in its present terms.
Thank you, Mr. Daventry. Would you please continue?
And now, as to the disposal of my estate. I am well aware that my wife married me only for what she could get. Therefore, I have not the slightest intention of allowing her to squander the wealth it took my family 5 generations to amass. I leave her a legacy of $10,000 and trust it will be enough to keep her until she remarries. I might add that I have long suffered watching the sheep's eyes made at my wife by John Cross, and knowing he's practically penniless, cannot help feeling a certain satisfaction in knowing that if they marry, it will undoubtedly be a love match.
John, please.
The bulk of my estate I leave to my brother, Clem Goldbright. I realize that he is a waster, but I trust he has enough family pride to guard the family fortune. If my brother should die within 2 years of inheritance, my wife shall take over the whole estate. If she should die within a similar period, then the estate will revert to my friend Michael de Crescu, who has for so long desired my paintings and other art treasures. There are other minor provisions, of course, $1,000 for the butler and $500 for the maid. And that, I think, is all. Has anyone any questions?
Yes, I have.
Yes, Mr. Goldbright?
That last condition, about the estate reverting on death. Is that legal? Can it be contested?
Contested? Certainly not. It's a perfectly legal procedure.
But don't you see what it means? If Henry was murdered, if his fall wasn't an accident, it means there's a killer in this house. And that will is an open incitement to murder.
Come, Mr. Goldbright. Aren't you letting your imagination run away with you?
If I'm found one morning on the jetty like Henry was, that'll be a comforting thought.
The lawyer left after lunch. The rain hadn't let up, and that, combined with the terms of the will and Clem's outburst, produced an atmosphere like death row in a penal institution. Everyone retired early that night. I was back in my bedroom, and I was wishing it was someplace else, because the room kept reminding me of that whispering voice in the night. Since I couldn't stop thinking about it, I tried to figure out what the voice had been trying to tell me. Eternity can be held in captivity, it had said. Imprisoned for all to see. Of course. It meant a camera. If someone had taken a photograph as Henry plunged to his death, that was it. The voice meant that somewhere there was a negative that proved whether Henry fell or was pushed. Who's that?
Me, Lila.
Oh, come in.
I brought a bottle and 2 glasses.
Lila, that's an inspiration.
That's what I thought. Here, you do the pouring.
Mm-hmm.
It's been such a dreadful day.
Oh, I won't argue with that.
I just couldn't stand being by myself.
Well, now you're not. Now, here's your drink.
Thanks. You know, it's funny, isn't it?
Sure. What?
That will. When I think of all the time I've been here in this ghastly place, of all the time I endured Henry, what do I get as a reward? $10,000.
Henry seems to have been an eccentric character.
Henry was a heel, pure and simple. But don't let's talk about him.
Okay. What will we talk about?
You. You and me.
It sounds an interesting subject.
I like you, Mark. You're my idea of a man. I haven't known a real man these last few years. Is that a very awful thing to say?
Let me think about it. No, I don't think it is.
I'm glad. I wouldn't like you to think I'm awful.
I think you're beautiful.
Mark, the lights. They've gone out.
Yeah.
Mark! In the doorway. That figure. It's Henry!
As Lila's body collapsed to the floor, every hair on my head stood on end. In the doorway, bathed in an unearthly light, was the figure of a man with gray hair and a gray mustache. I grabbed for my gun. The figure was in front of me, but the laugh came from behind me. I whirled round, and when I turned back for the door, the figure was gone. I was heading for the door when I heard the voice again in the darkness.
Now, do you believe? Will you listen when I tell you that the secret of my death is held for all time, imprisoned in emulsion, waiting to be found? Seek, and you shall discover.
Then suddenly the music stopped and the lights came on. I looked at my gun and then at Lila on the floor. As I picked her up and placed her on the bed, she stirred.
Mark.
Oh, it's okay, Lila, it's okay.
Did you see him?
I saw something.
It was Henry, back from the dead. Even from beyond the grave, he won't leave me in peace.
I don't think it was Henry. I fired at whatever it was, but my gun was empty. Someone's removed the clip. A genuine ghost wouldn't worry about bullets, but someone worried enough to take them out of my gun so I wouldn't fire any.
But who would do that? And why?
That's the $64,000 question. If we knew that, we'd know everything.
Mark, I'm scared. I can't go back to my room.
I've got a solution. Stay here.
Mark.
Yeah, we can finish the bottle. After breakfast next morning, we all gathered in the living room. Clem Goldbright had said he wanted to make an announcement, and everyone was wondering what it was.
Everyone's here? Good. I told you I had an announcement to make. Here it is. You all heard the terms of the will yesterday. You all know that World's End and everything that goes with it is my property.
There's no need to gloat.
You also heard me say what I thought of the will. Nothing more nor less than an open invitation to murder. Well, I have no intention of being murdered. So I'm asking you to leave, all of you.
Leave?
Now, wait a minute, Goldbright.
That's just what I won't do, Mr. Cross. Wait a minute longer than I have to. The inquest is this afternoon. It shouldn't take long. With no evidence, the verdict will be accidental death. And I'm asking you all to leave by tomorrow. The launch will be waiting for you at 10:30 in the morning.
But, Clem, that doesn't give us much time to pack our things. I've got all my clothes.
All the low-down nasty...
You can call me all the names you like, Cross.
You might have some consideration for Lila, even if not for the rest of it.
The only person I'm considering is me. I'm sorry. 10:30 tomorrow morning. That's final.
I watched him stride out of the room, and I thought that boy was really scared. I got away from the rest of them and decided to take a walk around the island. The rain had stopped, but the sky was still lead gray, promising more. After I'd been out for about an hour and was heading back towards the house, I came on the figure of a woman. And what a figure. And what she was holding pulled me up short.
Well, hello there.
Hello yourself.
Nice to get some fresh air, huh?
Yeah. What's the camera for? You one of those photograph fiends?
Just a hobby.
I wouldn't have thought that you'd go in for photography. You're quite a surprising girl, Mavis.
Am I? One of the tragedies of my life is having a husband who's old enough to be jealous, but too old to be interesting. You look young enough to be interesting, Mark.
Oh, thanks. What did you do before you acquired your husband?
Used to work in burlesque.
You like it?
Some of it. The time I worked with a magician, that was fun. Until his wife woke up to him.
Tell me, Mavis, did you think Henry Goldbright was murdered?
I wouldn't know and I wouldn't care. I never liked him and he never liked me. How much is the policy you'll have to pay on him?
$50,000.
Wow, that's a lot of hay.
Sure is.
And it depends whether he fell or whether he was pushed.
That's right.
Supposing someone gave you proof that he was pushed, would you pay them anything?
Of course. 20%'s the usual rate.
$10,000. That's not bad.
Thinking of claiming it, Mavis? Maybe you've got some proof, like a photograph or something?
A photograph of what?
Henry coming down with a view of the balcony behind him and maybe somebody standing on the balcony?
That's ridiculous.
Is it?
Whatever gave you an idea like that?
It was just something that came to me in the night. The inquest, as Clem Goldbright had prophesied, was straightforward and to the point. Verdict, accidental death, which meant we'd have to pay on the policy. It was late by the time I got back to World's End, and after dinner everybody got busy with their packing in preparation for departure in the morning. I took some liquor up to my room and locked the door. I didn't want any visitors, supernatural or seductive. Half a bottle later, I was asleep. But I wasn't destined for an undisturbed night. I grabbed my gun and made for the door.
Mark, did you hear it too?
Hear it. It'll haunt my dreams.
It sounded as though we're outside.
The balcony. Come on.
Oh, Mark, do you think...
I don't know what I think.
There's the balcony.
Lila, don't come near.
Cross, what is it?
I heard the scream. I came out and looked down. Now, keep away, Lila.
Why? Why, John?
Because there's a body on the jetty.
A body?
Who is it, Cross?
Take a look for yourself. Can you see?
Yeah. The moonlight shining full on it. That's Clem Goldbright.
Carter Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
Have you ever sat in the living room with a group of people after an announcement that one of them was a murderer? It's not the most soothing sensation. To reassure myself, I reminded me that I was Mark Hunt, insurance investigator, and what else could I expect if I insisted on investigating insurance? But it didn't help much. The rest of them, Lila Goldbright, Roger Beavis and his wife Mavis, the Romanian Degrescu, and the hunk of beefcake, John Cross, sat in a silence that was louder than screaming. Finally, Degrescu got to his feet.
It is no use sitting here like dummies. The police must be fetched. I shall get the launch and go.
Now, wait a minute.
Wait for what, Mr. Hunt?
I thought we decided the butler should fetch the police.
We did not decide. You did.
Makes sense, doesn't it? If one of us goes, he or she might not come back.
Do you insinuate that
I'm insinuating nothing. I just think it's better that all of us stay on the island.
I think he's right, Degrescu.
But I do not, Cross. Who is he to order anyone around?
Never mind that. The butler goes and you stay.
I shall be back in about an hour.
I'm sorry, pal. You won't be back because you're not leaving.
Take your hand from my arm.
I was expecting that.
Oh, if you want a fight, I'm happy to oblige.
Michael! Stop them, Roger!
There's no need, Mavis. Just for good luck. Now, Beavis, would you like to get the butler and send him for the police?
All right, Hunt. But I don't think you should have had him.
What else was I supposed to do? Stand still and make like a punching bag?
Go on, Roger. Do as he says.
Very well. We'd better get the police here before everything degenerates into a wholesale brawl.
Lila, suppose you and Mavis do something about coffee.
That's a good idea. Come on, Lila.
All right, but what are you going to do about Michael?
Let him sleep it off on the floor.
That was quite a nice piece of work, Hunt. Where'd you learn to fight like that?
Special Service Division.
Yeah, so was I, 9th.
Oh, Europe, huh? I was with the 12th, in the Pacific all the time.
Yeah. The Grescu had it coming. Poor Clem was right. That will was a direct invite to murder. And the thing that worries me is Lila.
Because of what she said, you mean? About being suspected of it?
No. Because she'll be next on the list.
Next on... Of course. She inherits, and that makes Grescu suspect number 1.
Oh. He's coming too.
What? I will remember that hunt.
Well, that's okay. Add it to your other treasures.
The coffee's just about ready. Lila's bringing it in.
Oh, great. Oh, I left my cigarettes in my room. Keep the coffee hot for me. In the turmoil and tension, I'd forgotten about the mysterious voice and the equally mysterious vision of Henry Goldbright back from the dead. I made the excuse about my cigarettes because I realized here was my chance to do a little looking around. I went upstairs and tried the door next to my room. It wasn't locked. I stepped inside and shut it quietly. The first thing I looked for was there, a ventilator in the wall separating this room from mine. Then I started on the drawers and the wardrobe and finally the suitcases. In the third suitcase, I struck it lucky.
Find what you were looking for?
Yeah, Mavis, I did. A throat microphone, an amplifier, gray wig, gray mustache, spirit gum, and phosphorescent paint.
The real little detective, aren't you?
It was when you told me it worked in burlesque and once worked with a magician. Yeah, nifty gadgets, these throat mics. Fit them onto the throat, they amplify the vocal cords and produce that horrible whisper. And the wig and mustache, with a suit treated with a luminous paint, provided quite an effective ghost.
I thought so.
Of course, it was your husband, Roger, who did the talking and the appearance, with the amplifier and the ventilator. Oh, you must have been downstairs turning on the musical effects, that Beethoven record.
That's right.
Yeah, what I don't get was why. Why the elaborate setup to give me the idea of a photo of Henry's murder? What did you expect me to do?
I hoped you'd mention it.
I still don't get it.
I was out there on the jetty when Henry came over the balcony. I had the camera with me. It was terrible.
And you got a photograph?
No, I didn't. I was so scared I didn't even look up. But afterwards it occurred to me that if Henry had been murdered, and if I had a photograph, it'd be worth a lot of money to the murderer.
So?
So I talked. I dropped hints to everyone about the camera and about Henry.
Figuring that the murderer would know what you were talking about because he'd have seen you from the balcony.
He or she. I wouldn't know. Then the next morning, there was a note under our door addressed to me. It said if I left the negative in an envelope in the second drawer of the bureau, I'd be paid $20,000.
What did you do?
I left a note there saying that I wanted the cash first. In the morning, the note was gone, but there was no answer. Then, when you arrived...
You hit on this weird and wonderful way of giving me the idea that a photo existed.
Yes. I wanted you to talk about it, but you didn't.
Yeah, so then you dreamed up the gag of Roger playing ghost, taking the precaution of removing the clip from my gun first.
Yes. Neither Roger nor I figured on Lila being with you. Fortunately, he had the throat mic and used it to distract your attention and get away.
Yeah, but why go to all that trouble in the first place? Why invent a photograph that doesn't exist? You could have got yourself murdered, you know.
We needed the money. Henry withdrew his backing for Roger's factory, and we've got a big project underway. But it won't be ready for market for another 3 months. We'll go bankrupt if we don't get some money to see us through.
Seems a heck of a risky way of getting it. Well, I'll shut this case. We better get downstairs, back to the others.
You're going to tell them?
No, I don't think so. You've been a big enough dope to deserve it, but I don't see how it's going to help anybody. Besides, that gag about the photograph might prove useful yet. There was a gray dawn breaking outside, and the rain had come back. I figured that the police had brought it with them. The local lieutenant, a short, stocky guy named Wilder, who obviously considered me an amateur and a nuisance, started asking questions. He didn't stop for 2 hours, getting nowhere and covering the same ground so many times that everybody was sick and tired of it. Everybody except Wilder, that is. He was the original persevering kid.
It's a conspiracy. Here's Clem Goldbright lying dead on the jetty, just like his brother. And what do I get? Nothing but dumb looks and even dumber answers. Some of you must know something about it. One of you, at least, is a murderer. Maybe more than one. Maybe all of you are in a conspiracy.
Now, why don't you talk some sense, Lieutenant? I'm fed up to here with all the yakety-yak. I want to get to bed.
Don't you talk to me like that, Hunt, or I'll toss you in a cell and I'll break you with that insurance company.
Oh, nuts.
Much as I dislike to agree with Hunt, he is quite right. You have asked all your questions, Lieutenant, many times. I suggest you let us get some rest now. We shall all be here. There is no way to leave the island except by launch. So you can question us later if you wish.
All right. But don't think you're going to get away with this, any of you. I haven't started on you yet.
Lieutenant, you kill me. With repetition.
We'll take Clem Goldbright's body back to the mainland, and we'll take your launch too, Mrs. Goldbright.
But, Lieutenant...
Sorry, ma'am. But that way I can make sure you all stay here. Pleasant dreams.
Pleasant dreams? Is he kidding?
There's a guy with a gruesome sense of humor.
He'll be leaving one of his men on guard here, surely.
He didn't mention it.
But we're marooned on the island now, and there's a murderer among us.
Roger, don't keep saying that.
I haven't said it before, my dear.
Well, everybody else has, and I don't like it.
I agree. It is not a cheerful thought.
It's about as cheerful as a wet Sunday in an igloo.
Personally, I think we all ought to hit the hay and get some sleep.
Sleep? I don't think I'll ever sleep again.
Now, take it easy, Lila, honey. Come on, Roger and I'll take you upstairs.
Yes, of course. Along, my dear. We'll see that you're all right.
Thank you, Roger. You too, Mavis. You're sweet.
Hunt, Cross, you're not letting her go with them?
Why not?
What if one of them is the killer? Lila is in danger. I will go after them. They will not try anything if I am there.
Hey, now.
Oh, let him go, Cross.
Are you crazy? I'm not supposed to have any brains, but the identity of the murderer sticks out a mile to me.
DeGresco?
Sure. He's got that collector's kink. He wants those paintings, and he doesn't care how he gets them. And with Clem dead, there's only Lila standing in his way. Now, come on.
Don't bust your blood vessels. If DeGresco's the killer, he won't dare try anything with Roger and Mavis there. If it's either of them, he's there.
What if the Beavises are in it together? Well, you can stay if you like. But if I catch that DeGresco anywhere near Lila's room, I won't be responsible for what happens to him.
I was left alone in the living room. I had a last cigarette and a last drink and listened for any uproar from upstairs. But there wasn't a sound. I figured everyone's nerves had probably calmed down and they were all safely in bed. I finished my drink and decided to follow their example. It was pretty comfortable under the blankets with the weather whining outside. I was just dropping off to sleep when a stray thought slid into my mind. A thought so obvious that I could have kicked myself for not remembering it before. It concerned the non-existent photograph that the Beavises had dreamed up. Only Roger and Mavis and I really knew that the photograph didn't exist. As far as the others were concerned, it could be real. I turned over on my back and reached for a cigarette and started to think of what use I could make of that when something was added to the music of the weather. It was the Beethoven music. I leapt out of bed, grabbed my gun, and had just reached the door when the sounds came. I yanked the door open, charged into the corridor, and cannoned into Cross.
Lila! That was Lila! She was the next on the list, and the killer's got her!
Brown, Mysteries. Adventures in excitement and suspense, based on the best-selling novels by the slick storytelling sensation, Carter Brown.
felt an ice-tipped finger hit the base of your spine and slide all the way out to the back of your skull. That was how I felt when the 3 shots and the scream shattered the silence. In the insurance racket, they considered Mark Hunt a strong character. In the Goldbright house, I considered Mark Hunt a scared kid. And Mark Hunt wasn't arguing with me. How could he? He's me. When John Cross grabbed my arm and yelled frantically that it was Lila who'd screamed, my heart was in my mouth, but my gun was in my hand. Cross and I ran for Lila's room.
Lila, she's not moving.
Don't go off half-cocked, Cross. Let's take a look.
What has happened? I heard shots.
And the scream! It sounded like Lila!
Come on, quickly. The door's open.
Hunt, is Lila...
It's okay. She's still breathing. She's only fainted.
Fainted? Then she has not been killed?
Oh, thank heaven.
But the shots... There were 3 of them.
Yeah, and if you look at the wall over the bed, you'll see where they ended up. She had a very lucky escape.
I'll kill him. I'll kill him.
The question is, who is him?
Yes, that is it. Who fired the shots?
You have the nerve to ask that, you murdering swine. Wasn't your fault those bullets missed. I had to take you apart with my bare hands, but I'm going to save you for the police, de Grescu.
You are raving.
Stop it, both of you. Lila's moving. It's all right, honey. Everything's all right.
What happened? It was dark. The door opened. I saw a gun. There were shots.
It's all finished now, Lila, and you're safe. The shots missed.
Did I scream?
Did you scream? Baby, you made more noise than a hula girl huddled on an iceberg.
I suggest we all go downstairs. I think there's safety in numbers tonight.
An excellent idea. I would not fancy going back to my own room now.
You don't have to worry. You wouldn't try to shoot yourself. More's the pity.
Cut it out, Cross. Let's get downstairs, as Beavis says.
Can you manage, Lila, honey?
Yes, of course I can, John. I'll be all right now.
Okay. Hey, you and Cross go first, Lila. Then Beavis and DeGrescu. I'll bring up the rear with Mavis.
Hang on to my arm, Lila, darling.
Thank you, John.
I am glad to be behind Mr. Cross. With his crazy notions, I would rather not be in front of him.
Well, it's no use looking to me for protection. I've never been the physical type.
You can say that again, kid.
Never mind your disappointments, Mavis. Listen to me.
What, Mark?
When we get downstairs, anything I say about the photograph, you back me up.
Why? What are you going to do?
Set a little snare for the killer, that's all. When we filed into the living room, someone realized it was breakfast time. What with the death of Clem Goldbright the night before, the hullabaloo with the police, the hours had been turned upside down. It was after everyone had eaten that I decided to try my idea. Ladies and gentlemen, I've got something to say. This situation can't go on any longer. I had intended keeping quiet until the police return sometime tomorrow morning. But that's impossible now.
What are you talking about, Hunt? Keep quiet about what?
Simply this. The identity of the murderer.
You know who it is?
Yes, I know who the murderer is.
Who is it, then?
You may remember after Henry Goldbright's death, Mavis mentioned a photograph. I believe she spoke of it vaguely to everyone. I'm sorry, Mavis, I have to tell this story.
Yes, Mark, of course.
Mavis was on the jetty when Henry was killed, and she had her camera with her. She saw a figure on the balcony, but the distance was too great for her to recognize who it was. But being a keen amateur photographer, she automatically raised her camera and got a shot.
Of the murderer?
She was desperate for money, both she and Roger. So Mavis thought the murderer would pay heavily for the photograph. She didn't care whether Henry's death was ever revealed as murder or not. She had no love for Henry, as long as she obtained enough money to keep their business solvent.
But I don't understand. Why did Mavis mention the photograph to everyone? Why not only to the murderer?
Because, like a lot of women amateur photographers, Mavis can take a picture, but she can't develop and print the film. So all she had was the exposed film. She didn't know who the murderer was. Then Mavis turned the film over to me. I can develop a film and print it. And once the film was developed, the murderer was known.
Who is it?
I think it better for everyone's sake if I don't tell you that. That must wait until Lieutenant Wilder and his men return in the morning. In the meantime, I'm going to my room. I shall stay there until the police arrive. I just want to add that I have a gun and I have no intention of sleeping. That's all. And that was it. The trap set, baited and ready to snap. I didn't really feel as confident as I sounded, but there's one thing I've always believed. If you're going to bluff, you might as well make it good. I left them looking amazed and wondering and went upstairs to my room. I checked my .32. This was no time to have a gun that was empty or was likely to jam. And then I settled down for the long wait. And a long wait it turned out to be. All through the rest of that day, I sat in my room and lit one cigarette after another and gazed at the view from my window. The sky changed from pearl to smoky to leaden gray. The water rippled and splashed and tumbled under the wind until darkness fell and I couldn't see anymore. I opened the window. Somewhere there was a faint glimmer of moon. That and the glow from my cigarette made the only light in my room. I wondered if I'd die from nicotine poisoning before I had a chance to find out who the murderer was. The strain was stinging at my nerves. Against the sound of the wind, I heard the murmur of voices as the occupants of World's End went to their rooms to bed. All except one of them, I thought. And he or she would be waiting, as I was, till the house was completely still. The wind had changed its note. I looked at my watch in the darkness. Its luminous hands pointed to 1:30 a.m. My eyes felt as though 2-pound lead weights were hanging from their lids. I'd had no sleep for about 36 hours, and it was as much as I could do to keep them open. And then, from behind me, from the window which I'd left open, I heard a small sound. Someone was coming in.
Don't try anything foolish, like grabbing for your gun. I'll pull the trigger before you can hope to get it.
Okay.
The film, the negative, where is it?
This is strictly for laughs. It doesn't exist.
Don't stall. Where is it?
I told you it never existed. Sure, Mavis was there and she had a camera, but she never took the picture.
You're lying.
It was a bait and you swallowed it.
If it doesn't exist, then that's all I want to know. That puts me right in the clear. Dispense with you and no one can pin it on me.
You certainly put on a good act. A dumb college boy who never grew up. Grief and outrage when poor Lila was nearly killed. Only you never intended to hit her with those bullets, did you, Cross? You just wanted to make it look as black as possible for Negrescu.
Of course. Rather clever of me, I thought. I'll marry Lila and get all the dough I want. And neither you nor anyone else is going to stop me, Hunt.
Maybe.
No maybe about it. That fool Beavis girl had me worried. Those notes we exchanged, I thought you really had got a photo. I would have paid for it, too, but where was I going to get the money from? That's why I ignored her last note. I hoped her greed would keep her mouth shut. I thought she knew who I was, and I'd realized that I'd have to wait to get the money.
That will of Henry's must have upset your calculations a little, when you realized Lila wasn't getting all the money.
Keep your voice down. Yeah, it threw me for a while. Then I realized that once I got rid of Clem, the whole estate would be Lila's. So it didn't matter very much.
You don't think you'll get away with it, do you?
But I will. There's nothing surer. I'm afraid we'll have to terminate this conversation. If you've any prayers, Hunt, say them now.
Eternity is forever.
What's that?
The ghost of Henry Goldbright. And there's one thing about ghost voices. Their timing's terrific.
It's a trick and you won't get away with it.
There's one advantage about sitting in a room all day. You get to know it so well that it doesn't matter when it gets dark.
I'll get you.
Yeah, that was your one chance. Too bad you missed.
The window. I'll take you with me.
Not if I can help it. That's right.
Are you all right?
We heard your voices, Mark.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, it was nice work, Roger. You timed it beautifully.
I didn't know what to do for the best. We weren't asleep. That is, I would have been, but Mavis kept me awake. When we knew the murderer was there, she thought of the ghost voice trick.
Well, it worked like a charm. In fact, I hate to think where I'd be without it.
In eternity, probably. Oh, I don't know what I'm laughing for.
And believe me, I wasn't laughing at the time. There's nothing funny about fighting for your life in the dark with a killer.
Mark, what's been going on? Mavis, Roger, what...
Calm down, Lila. It's all over. Huh? The guy who murdered your husband and your brother-in-law is down taking a drink.
A drink?
Yeah, in about 15 fathoms of water.
That scream
was Mr. John Cross diving out the window.
He was the murderer. John?
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. I'll never trust another man as long as I live.
Who wants to be trusted? I got different ideas.
Like what?
Like a trip back to New York, preferably with a detour through Mexico.
Alone?
Not exactly. I was thinking of asking a certain widow along for company. I'm just wondering what she'd say.
I know what she'd say. The widow is willing.
This is Carter Brown. I guess being an insurance investigator has its compensations. For Mark Hunt, anyway. And what a compensation. A beautiful blonde, and with money. There's a blonde in my next book, too, a story called Meet a Body. But it's not the blondes. It belongs to a little guy named Jacob Finney, and the character who meets it is my hero, Sebastian Shaw, a private detective. So this is Carter Brown saying, so long for now. Be seeing you.
In The Widow is Willing, you heard Lyndall Barber as Lila Goldbright, while as Mark Hunt, you heard our star, Richard Meikle. The Carter Brown Mystery Theatre, based on the best-selling novels by Carter Brown, is dramatized and directed by Maurice Travers for Grace Gibson Radio Productions.
Come in. Welcome. Welcome to Mystery Theater. I am Hyman Brown. What is a fairy tale? Well, suppose we say it's a beautiful little story that never could happen. For instance, Cinderella. Impossible. Why? Because of suddenly materializing fairy godmothers? Because of pumpkins that turn into coaches and vice versa? Oh, definitely not. All of these are perfectly reasonable. What makes the story very clear is the fact that royal princes do not marry kitchen maids in real life.
I want you out of this house at once.
Oh, please don't. I have no place to go.
That's no concern of mine. Get out before I throw you out.
Oh, I hate you.
Your feelings are of no account to me.
I wish you a fate worse than death.
I'm sure you do.
Oh, you're thinking a low, common, ignorant servant girl. What harm can she do? Well, I'll find a way. I swear to you, I'll find a way.
Our mystery drama, The Light That Failed, was especially adapted from the Rudyard Kipling classic for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Tony Roberts and Mason Adams. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Dick Heldar, and what was supposed to be the safety of the interior of a hollow square. You know, that's how the troops line up to repel an attack from all sides. The war correspondents, the doctor, all the folk who were useless during combat found themselves in the middle. But the crazed and fanatic followers of the Mahdi had broken through at several points, and so all of us had to pick up weapons and fight for our lives. I was standing shoulder to shoulder with a young man about my own age, and both of us were hacking away with sabers for dear life. Look out! I got him! On your left! I see him! Don't pull your arm back so far! What did you say? Duck! Above my arm! You expose too much of yourself! Thanks. Look out! We'll get out. On your right! On your right! I was too late. A huge tribesman, bleeding from a multitude of wounds, had brought a heavy sword down across the young man's head. But only because the native was mortally wounded had the sword turned in his hand
so that the young man caught flat of it instead of the edge.
Maisie.
Who's that, Maisie?
Thank you, Maisie, for the drink and for tying up my head.
Oh. Huh? What? You can thank me for the drink and the doctor for the bandage.
Where am I?
Where are you? Well, you're not back in dear old London, that's for certain.
Oh, what happened?
You are in the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, near a hellhole entitled Suakin.
What are you doing here?
Gilbert Belling Torpenhouse, special correspondent of the Southern Newspaper Syndicate. Oh, is it? Well, could they have a war without the likes of me?
I suppose so.
You suppose so. Without me, your British public wouldn't know what was happening. And what they don't know doesn't exist. Ergo, quod erat demonstratum, or whatever. Without me, the war wouldn't exist.
Oh, you're the Gilbert Belling Torpenhouse.
Guilty as charged, but you must call me Torp. And what shall I call you?
Dick Helder.
Well, you're not a soldier, you're not a correspondent. What are you doing out here?
I'm an artist.
Well, then, why aren't you back in the studio in London drinking champagne with nude models?
I want to paint the wall. Oh, I hope my head's going to stay on. I wonder if I can get up.
Well, the doctor says you shouldn't try for a while.
Oh, there. Oh, it's still there.
What?
My bag. Look inside. You'll find some sketches.
I looked. And I saw, for the first time, I was the first to see the war sketches of Dick Helder. I'm not a critic, far from it. But what I saw, I knew was good. Not just good, but great. The man was a genius. Because this was the war. This was the truth. A star shell bursting above the camp. A slave now being captured by a British gunboat. A single soldier lying dead in the moonlight with his throat cut. Dozens, scores of sketches, drawings, watercolors, sanguines. It was the war and the men who made it. At rest, at work, drinking, fighting, killing, and being killed. Yes, this was the war. I would write 1,000 words to describe imperfectly what he could delineate with a single stroke of a pen or a brush.
Well, what do you think?
I've seen worse. Do you have any money?
No, not too much.
My syndicate may be interested in taking on a war artist.
Would they?
I don't suppose you care much what you get.
Well, money is really very unimportant.
Well, fine, because they'll pay practically nothing. They'll take advantage of you.
What I want is my first chance.
Well, I'll see what I can do. As soon as I could, I wired the syndicate. I've got a man here, great artist. And they replied, with their usual open-hearted generosity, we'll take him on trial, expenses only, send all his sketches.
I knew I'd get my chance.
Sorry it's a little money.
Oh, if I come through this business alive, they'll sweat for it. They'll all sweat for it.
All?
Everybody.
What's everybody got to do with it?
Well, I've worked for nothing all my life.
Your life has only begun.
Sometimes I feel as though I've lived forever. Since the beginning of time, I feel that old.
You don't look it.
As I'll show them, everybody. And I must have lots of money.
Why?
Well, because it's no good without it. Money. That's what counts.
And what about art?
You worry about art, and I'll worry about money. And between us, we'll carry on to victory. I owe you a favor.
The assignment from my syndicate? It may turn out to be a terrible disservice.
Oh, no.
Look, let's not talk about favors. In all that cutting and hacking during the last attack, we saved each other more times than we can count. What? Where are you going?
To the telegraph office.
And what for?
I shan't tell you. You'd object.
To what?
To what I intend to do. You're a man of scruples.
And you're not?
I am an artist.
Which means what?
I do what has to be done. You have a bottle of whiskey your uncle sent you from London.
The doctor says it's too soon after your clout across the head for you to think of whiskey.
It isn't for me. It's for someone else. And don't ask for who, because I shall not tell you.
Well, then you can't have the bottle. I won't aid or abet you in committing what I know is going to be a sin. It will be something sinful, won't it?
Well, you would consider it sinful, I suppose. But you could prevent me from committing another sin, that of robbery, because if you don't give me the whiskey,
I shall steal it from your kit.
Oh, no, you won't, because I intend to guard it day and night.
Oh, you're no match for me, Torp. You see, I was raised in a foster home by a Mrs. Jennett.
Jennett? Isn't a Jennett a kind of a donkey?
Yes. She had the mind and the morals of a female donkey, too. And when she hit you felt as if you were kicked by one. She was very economical. So Maisie and
Maisie, I've heard that name before.
Another little foster girl. We helped each other survive by stealing food under Mrs. Jennett's nose.
And what happened to Maisie?
I could probably steal that bottle of whiskey from your kit while you're looking at me.
All right, take it.
I'm doing this for you.
I shudder to think of it. A rather odd one, that Dick Helder. But he was a genius. And that sort has to be human. And Maisie? Maisie. Who was Maisie? Hers was the name that he kept repeating while he was delirious. Well, I'd get that out of him eventually. But now for the present problem. Why did he want to bring a bottle of whiskey to the telegraph office? I decided to see for myself.
Hell, Torp. Just in time. He's out cold.
Why did you want to get the telegraph operator drunk?
So I could get these.
What's that?
Papers. Trelawney's dispatches. The exclusive interview with Lord Kitchener. We're in luck. Our friend on the floor hasn't sent him yet. Read him.
That's not really ethical.
Oh, it's not ethical, or it's not really ethical.
Well, they belong to Trelawney.
Oh, what right has Trelawney to an exclusive interview with the Commander-in-Chief? What right has Trelawney to be here in the first place? Why, the man can hardly write his name.
But still,
It's only because Trelawney Sr. is a high muck-a-muck in the War Office. Influence.
I can't steal it and say Kitchener gave me the interview.
Oh, no, but you can read it, you can make sense of it, you can extract the facts from it, and you can send it out as your impressions of the progress of the war.
Oh, now, Dick.
And Kitchener will say, who is this Torpenhow with his fantastic insight into my very own brain?
You tempt me.
If Trelawney were actually a war correspondent, if he deserved to be considered a writer. Besides, all's fair in love and war.
I confess I didn't need too much more convincing. I thoroughly despised Malcolm Trelawney. I must say the article that appeared under my byline the following week was the making of me as a correspondent. Till this point, I was young and promising. Now, I had arrived. I was mature, a great practitioner of my art, and, heaven forgive me, I ate it up. But this isn't my story, it's Dick Heldar's. So, the war ended. We were all sent home. Dick had also achieved fame. His war sketches had caught the public fancy. We took rooms together in Mayfair.
I shall have my share of the rent before the week's out.
Wish you wouldn't worry about it. You have a reputation. You can sell anything you do. From here on, you'll make a fortune.
I already have a fortune.
You do?
All those sketches. Close to 150. They're mine. I can sell them immediately.
Well, Dick...
Now, Dick, what? I already can count on £15,000. What do you think 15,000 is too optimistic?
No, it may even be on the low side.
Well, then what are you talking about? It's probably some acquaintance or other stopping in for a drink. Yes, sir.
You do live on a high floor.
7 stories high, but 7 is a lucky number.
My stars, I must say so. Have I the honor of addressing Mr. Dick Helder?
Well, the honor is dubious. Answer.
My name is Hubertus Valdemar. I am the head of the Southern Newspaper Syndicate.
A man I most devoutly wish to see. Have a chair, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar. V-A-L-D.
Yes, that's what I said. Valdemar. This is Mr. Torpenhow.
Ah, yes. I also admire Mr. Torpenhow.
How do you do?
I'm here, Mr. Helder, to discuss our future business relationships.
Well, any future relationship must necessarily be more expensive than the past.
Oh, you'll find us most generous.
I hope so. I haven't up until now. Incidentally, be good enough to send my sketches to this address.
Your sketches?
By actual count, 150.
Oh, Mr. Helder, that cannot be done.
It cannot. Since there was no specified agreement at the outset, the sketches become syndicate property as a matter of course.
Those sketches belong to me.
But a legal evaluation...
The devil with your legality, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar.
You paid me the lowest rate in the world. Nothing. You can't keep those sketches. Good Lord, man, they're all I have. Torp. Can he do it?
Well, it's a rather cold-blooded steer on his part, but yes, Dick, he can do it.
I'll have his blood first.
Careful, Dick. Remember, we're not back in the Sudan.
Sir, you will give me back my pictures.
I believe it's time I was on my way. Sit down. How dare you take your hands off me? Dick, you can't simply...
I don't know quite what to do with you. Of course, you're a thief, and you ought to be whipped.
Take your hands off me. I'll shout for help.
You're 7 stories high. My goodness, Torp, you wouldn't believe the fat on this one. You were going to steal those things from me, which are as my heart's blood. You, who don't know when you will die.
Die? Die?
Write a note to your office. Order them to give Mr. Torpenhow my sketches, every one of them.
You have no right to steal.
Oh, no, only you do. Write the note, or I shall strip off your hide.
Dick, you can't do that.
Oh, can't I? Watch closely. I learned how.
I can't let you do that.
Do you want to fight me for it, Torp?
Dick!
Should one of us be compelled to kill the other just because of this thieving jackal?
Who knows? But it's precisely on such random, unforeseen twists of fate that sudden violence and death flare up without warning. We're accustomed to considering the artist as a creator, but in Dick Helgar, do we see the artist as a killer? Both Dick and Torp are young men who have been subject to the searing acts of deadly hand-to-hand combat. What does this do to the soul? Mystery Theater will continue with Act 2 shortly. To whom does the work of art belong? To the man who made it, or to the man who bought it? This is a question that has caused much grief in this world and is about to add a bit more as we resume our drama. Dick Helgar the painter wants his pictures. Mr. Valdemar the publisher claims he bought them. That's an old argument, but a razor-sharp knife has appeared in Dick's hand, and we may have a new solution to the problem.
He'll kill me, this maniac. He'll kill me.
I must remind you once again, Dick, we're not back in the Sudan. Oh, we're always in the Sudan, Torp. Here the violence is better bred, hidden deeper, camouflaged more cleverly. But where is the real difference? Torp is a friend. You have to help me.
I can't help you kill him.
Oh, I can do that alone quite nicely, thank you.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
Oh, of course not. Hand him the pen and paper, Torp. Now, Mr. Valdemar, you will write a note to your office and order them to give Mr. Torpenhow my sketches.
He didn't say a word. He looked deep into Dick's eyes, and there he saw death. He picked up the pen with a hand that was remarkably steady, considering the circumstances. He wrote the note. I took a cab to the Southern Newspaper Syndicate's office. I gave it to some functionary or other, and I shortly received a gigantic portfolio. I brought it back to the flat.
Now, I do hope this will be a lesson to you, Mr. Valdemar. And should you ever worry me later with any nonsensical actions for a thought or whatever, believe me, I'll catch you, manhandle you, and you will die. Now go. Vanish. Disappear. Out. Be sure I have seen the last of you, Mr. Valdemar.
Valdemar!
What a lawless breed these people are. Think of the hideous blackness of that man's mind. Have you all the sketches, Torp?
Exactly 147.
Well, that's close enough.
Dick, I must say you begin well.
He was interfering with me, Torp. Well, what did the money mean to him? He's a man of wealth. But this is my work. It's everything to me, and he was going to steal them. I'm sorry now I didn't hit him.
I should have killed him.
The commissions began coming in so quickly, Dick could hardly keep track of them. The ladies, especially the ladies, couldn't get enough of him. He had that way of making their eyes gaze forth in a kind of dreamy reverie. Yes, every female wants to be known as a woman of mystery. And with one sure stroke, Dick could give them a most unfathomable air. I caught him finally on one of the rare nights when he wasn't being lionized somewhere. Well, how does success taste, Dick?
Good. No, delicious. I want more. More. The lean years are past, gone for good, but never to be forgotten. Oh, I shall wallow in these fat ones.
Careful, my friend. That way lies bad work.
Oh, I love the power, the fun, the fuss, and above all, I love the money. Even though the people who make the fuss and pay the money are a queer gang. An amazingly queer lot.
Well, I should think you have enough money now.
Oh, no, nowhere near enough.
Well, then, Dick, you must tell me, what is enough?
There are those men who have money, and then there are those men who have a fortune.
And why would you want a fortune?
For her.
For whom?
For Maisie.
Oh, the mysterious Maisie.
She won't have me until I'm fabulously wealthy and famous.
Well, you're famous at any rate.
Well, just a little. We need the test of time for that.
And where is Maisie?
I don't know. We were both boarded children at Mrs. Jennett's. I fell in love with her.
Did she fall in love with you?
She said she would, in time. If I became rich and famous, then she would seek me out.
I'm surprised she hasn't so far.
Well, that's because I'm neither rich enough nor famous enough.
And how will you know when that will be?
Simple. On the day she seeks me out. Meanwhile, I must try harder and harder.
Tell me something about Maisie.
She's an angel.
And why aren't you good enough for her now?
So, you don't understand.
All right, then. Tell me this. Maisie, does she really exist? I couldn't get a rise out of him. He was doing what he wanted to do, turning out paintings as if he were a printing press. But it was a bubble that soon must burst. His work was becoming inferior. But you couldn't tell him anything. At least I couldn't. But finally, somebody did. Someone who never dreamed he was an expert on art. Someone I can only refer to as the unknown soldier. The way of it was this. We were out for a stroll, and we paused before the window of a print shop. There was a reproduction, a good one, of a painting by Dick, one that he had done in the Sudan. It was the wild, whirling rush of a field battery going into action under fire. As we gazed at it, I could hear a voice, and from the corner of my eye, I saw 2 artillery soldiers, and one was saying to the other,
"Oh, they've chucked off the lead horse. He's tore up awful. But they're making good time with the others. That lead driver drives better than you, Tom. See how cunning he's nursing his horse. See how his foot's braced against the iron. He's all right. And the beggar what drew that picture, he knows what's what, he does. Let's go in and buy it for the mess."
The picture won the complete approval of the sternest critics in the world. For a long moment, Dick looked at it, and then he cleared his throat. He had been moved in a way that I hadn't seen since the Sudan. We walked home in silence. When we arrived at our entranceway, there was a girl standing at the door. She had blonde hair, a cheap little sailor hat, and a rather soiled blue and white dress. She stood there and gazed at us. Suddenly, Dick shouted, "Maisie! Maisie!" What are you saying, Dick? You mean this is Maisie?
Oh, here now. Who do you take me for?
Maisie, you've come to me. Oh, no, it's not Maisie.
Dick!
She looks exactly like Maisie. Who are you, girl? Who are you?
She's going to faint, Dick. Don't let her fall.
What are we going to do with her?
Perhaps we'd better bring her upstairs.
A girl of her sort.
What sort?
Well, isn't it obvious? She must be drunk.
No, I'd say she's hungry. She's starved.
Oh, still, it's out of the All right. Yes, bring her up. She'll model for me. Yes, this is going to be my masterpiece. I won't title it. But Maisie will see it and know who it's meant to be. Torp, this girl was sent from heaven. I must put her on canvas.
Are you feeling better?
Oh, yes, thank you. There aren't many gentlemen that are as kind as you are. Thank you.
When did you leave service?
Oh, well, how'd you know I was in service?
Well, you're scarred and chapped hands.
Oh, I didn't like it.
Turn your face to the window.
What for?
Because I say so. Listen to me. I'm an artist. I want to draw your head.
What for?
Because it's pretty.
Huh?
That's why you shall come here 3 times a week, and just for sitting still, I shall give you 3 quid each Friday.
Just for sitting still? Nothing else?
What's your name?
Oh, Bessie. Bessie Broke. Stonebroke, if you like. Oh, what's your name? Oh, but there, no man ever gave me his real one yet.
And the next time you come, Bessie, you needn't wear that paint. I have all the colors you're likely to need. Now, here's a sovereign to keep you.
A sovereign? For me?
Yes. And you'll be here tomorrow. Understand? Now, off with you.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
You think she'll be back?
Of course. She smells money. And Torp, you're not to think of her as a woman. She's my model. Nothing more.
Oh, yes, sir. I will, sir. I said earlier that this is Dick Heldar's story. Well, it is. But part of it is mine. Bessie came back the next day, unpainted, clean. And when she found out that all she was expected to do was merely pose, a new light came into her eyes. And finally, one day she said,
Oh, it's too much money for sitting and doing nothing.
You just sit there quietly now.
Well, can't I be doing something with my hands?
Well, keep them folded in your lap.
I know. I meant your socks. Yours and Mr. Torpenhow's.
And that's where it all began. She not only mended our socks, she did our clothes, she dusted the rooms. Indeed, she hated to go home. She kept finding things to do. Dick treated her like dirt. That is, he never noticed her, except as a model. But I couldn't help noticing how attractive she really was. How tender, how sympathetic. Dick would finish painting and go for a walk, but I would be in my room, writing. She would knock timidly and come in, ask me questions. So wanted to improve herself. And something was happening. Happening to me. She was only a girl from the slums, no breeding, no education, yet I couldn't help thinking that no other girl had ever really moved me. She sensed it. One day we were alone in the house. She brought me my socks, and as she handed them to me, and her fingers brushed against mine, before I knew it, she was in my arms. We were holding each other tightly, and we kissed. Bessie.
Oh, sir. Sir, it isn't right for me to let you, but I can't help it. You're so kind.
Bessie, I do feel great affection for you.
Oh, sir.
But, Bessie, I could never...
Mr. Torpenhow, I'm not asking you to marry me. I know my place, but couldn't you take and live with me till your very own Miss Right comes along? I'm only Miss Wrong, I know. I could never be anything else, but... Oh, I'd work my hands to the bone for you. I'm not ugly to look at, you know. I'm so lonely. Oh, please say you will.
Go. Come in here. I need you. It's Dick.
Oh, what does he want?
He wants to see me.
Oh, tell him you'll see him later. Oh, don't go to him now. Please, he'll ruin it. That's what he'll do, ruin it.
Oh, Bessie, my dear, I'll be right back.
No, wait.
Oh, what kind of foolishness is going on in here?
What the devil right of you to interfere?
Doesn't your own common sense tell you it's impossible? For heaven's sake, Thorpe, whatever got into you?
Dick, I oughtn't to have seen her moving about in these rooms like a housewife. It gives a lonely man ideas.
Yes, and you've got to get rid of those ideas. Do you know how?
Oh, Dick, I wish I did.
Well, you're going to Germany to do a series on the army maneuvers tonight. Now, you can't stay and resist the devil. Success requires flight. Immediately. Pack your bag.
Mr. Torpenhow, you're not leaving.
Yes, he has a special assignment.
I'm asking him.
And I'm answering.
Oh, please.
You may leave now, Bessie. Be back here tomorrow at 11 sharp.
I hate you.
Well, your feelings are of no account to me.
You'll pay for what you've done to me.
Bessie, I do have to leave. I do.
Oh, You took away my only chance for happiness, Mr. Heldar. But you'll pay. Oh, you're thinking, she's only a low and common girl. What can she do to a gentleman like me? But I'll find something. I'll do something. Something worse than death.
It doesn't matter who or what the woman is. If she threatens vengeance, take her seriously, for women excel at this particular game. And before the third act is over, she will have found her revenge. A diabolical revenge that will be something worse than death. Let's all prepare for it when Mystery Theater returns in just a few moments. A fate worse than death. What could be a fate worse than death? That depends on who you are. Before we speculate further, let us remember that the threat has been made by an insignificant, low-class servant girl. And while these distinctions may be blurred or even non-existent in our democratic society, our story takes place in Victorian England. Here is our storyteller once again.
Well, of course it was madness on my part. Complete madness, a sudden seizure. How could I possibly marry a girl like Bessie? After a few days, I returned home. I didn't know what to expect. But there was Bessie posing as if nothing had happened. And there was Dick painting as usual. Dick, it's magnificent.
Quiet. I have to catch this little shadow.
I can't be quiet. I can't. This is Bessie.
Oh, no, it's Maisie. It's Maisie.
You haven't painted like this since the Sudan. You didn't paint like this even in the Sudan. This is a masterpiece.
Oh, confound you, Torp. You've broken my concentration. Hello, Bessie.
Hello, Bessie.
Be here 11 sharp tomorrow, you hear?
Doesn't say much, does she?
No. And it's a blessed relief.
Oh, how she must hate us both.
Doesn't matter.
So, you like it? Oh, this picture will make you.
I thought I was made already.
I mean, as a real artist, not just a realistic painter of war pictures or a smooth society hack, but an artist.
I'll be an artist on the day that Maisie sees that picture. Because that's the day she'll come to see me. And she'll be mine.
I hope so, Dick.
Damn.
What is it?
For a moment, I thought I had a veil across my eyes.
A veil?
Oh, it's just the flimsiest gauze-like veil. It's probably indigestion. Indigestion does that.
Hadn't you better see a doctor?
I don't have time.
Nonsense, man. You must make time. He would never have gone on his own, so I made an appointment with a doctor, a specialist. After much argument, I finally dragged him to the men's office. He was a very cheerful doctor. He chirped like a sparrow.
Well, Mr. Heldar, you know we all need a bit of patching now and then. Like a ship. Exactly like a ship. We must be kept ship-shape, what?
I think, Doctor, I have neglected the warnings of the stomach too long. Hence these spots before my eyes.
Oh, is that what you think?
Absolutely.
Here I was under the impression that you came to find out what I think.
Yes, by all means. Go ahead.
Thank you. This wound, this blow you received in the fighting in the Sudan?
Well, that hasn't bothered me in years.
Well, there was damage to the optic nerve and the bright hot light of the tropic.
Doctor, if there is a verdict, I want it immediately.
Well?
I am a painter. I have no time to waste. Tell me.
Well, there has been steady, irreversible deterioration of the optic nerve.
And I'm going blind?
Yes.
Absolutely, completely, totally blind?
Yes.
How long do I have?
If you avoid all strain and anxiety, perhaps a year. You must stop painting. The strain of the close work it requires.
I see.
I must stop painting in order to keep my sight a little bit longer.
Yes.
What good is my sight if I can't paint?
All the way home, we didn't say a word. We simply didn't talk about it. We couldn't. When we arrived at the flat, Bessie was waiting as usual, silent as usual. Dick picked up his brushes and began to work. Are you almost finished with it, Dick?
Oh, yes, I have just enough time for that.
It's simply a great piece of work, Dick.
These past few weeks, it seems I've never seen color so clearly and line so sharply. I suppose it's like a candle which burns out. Just before the end, it sputters and flares for a brief instant. This is my brief moment.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And it's Bessie.
No, it's Maisie. She'll see it. That's what I live for now.
He painted for a few moments longer, and then he put down his brushes. His face had become lined with fatigue. Now I noticed the lines about his eyes. He tired so easily. He stood staring at nothing for a moment, and then...
It'll be enough for today. Bessie, I want you back here tomorrow morning at 11 sharp. So, I think I'll lie down before dinner.
How have you been, Bessie?
Huh? As well as can be expected.
I wonder that you came back after the shabby way both Mr. Heldar and I have treated you.
Well, the wages are good. Girl in my position can't afford to be particular. He's going blind, ain't he?
Yes.
Well, he can thank me for it. Oh, curse me for it.
You?
I wished it on him. As I prayed for it to happen to him. What else could be a fate worse than death for an artist? I went to church and on my knees I prayed for it.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Bessie. It wasn't your doing.
How do you know?
I was there when it happened, in the Sudan. A blow across the head damaged the optic nerve.
Oh, yes? Well, I'll think of something else.
You had better go, Bessie. I saw her standing there furious. Her face was ugly. Whatever the spell was she might have cast over me, it was broken, and for all time I was free of her. And soon, in a day or 2 or 3, Dick would be finished with the painting, and he would be free of her, too. I must tell you what happened. A week later, I was writing in my room when I heard him call to me.
Torp! Come in here, quick! Look, Torp. Look, it's finished. It's really finished.
Oh, Dick, it is marvelous. It's your masterpiece. Oh, the colors.
Tell me about the colors.
See for yourself. They're remarkably brilliant.
I can't see for myself. I can't.
Dick.
I'm blind, Torp. I'm completely blind. I drew the last stroke of a brush as I signed my name, and the light left my eyes. The light failed. It failed me.
Oh, Dick, how can I...
No tears. Only blindness. We've seen worse, haven't we, old friend? Will you sort of guide me to my room and help me to lie down? I'm not used to being without my eyes just yet. Oh, Bessie, we're finished. Torp, write her a check for £20.
£20?
Yes. She was a good model. Come, I have the checkbook in my room. Goodbye, Bessie.
Goodbye, Mr. Heldar.
Come, Thorpe. I must lie down. I'm so tired. That's it, Thorpe. Oh, I can stretch out. It's so good to know it's done. Now, look, tomorrow, you're to take it to the Stetson Gallery.
Yes, of course, Dick.
Word of it will get to Maisie.
I'm sure.
And cover the picture.
Yes.
Oh, wake me for dinner. We must celebrate. Champagne.
Yes, of course. I left him sleeping on his bed and walked back into the studio. I stood in the doorway and looked at the painting. For just a moment, an isolated moment, I refused to believe what I was seeing. She was standing there with a bottle of turpentine in one hand and a palette knife in the other. She was throwing the turpentine onto the picture and scraping away with the knife. And then, like one awake suddenly from a trance, I ran to her. But it was too late. Even as I grabbed her hands and knocked away the bottle and the knife, I could see the painting was formless, scarred, a muddle of crazy colors. I was ready to kill her.
You raise a hand to me, and I'll scream.
Scream away, you slut!
I'll scream what I've done to his precious picture. He'd like that, wouldn't he?
Why, you...
He was never found out, right? Never.
How could you do that?
Why not? I said I wished him a fate worse than death. Well, maybe he don't know it, but he's got it. He's got it.
And what have you got, you poor demented creature?
Oh, you can't.
What'll become of you now? You'll go back to the gutter.
He said you was to give me £20.
Yes, I will. And when that's done...
I'll find another gentleman.
Will you?
I'll still have my looks.
Do you? Look. Look at yourself in the mirror. Go ahead. Look.
Oh, no. What happened? What happened to me?
What happened to the picture? A twisted, ugly mass. Who'd want you now for anything at all? You'll die in the gutter.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to. I was so... Please.
Maisie. Dick, look out. You'll stumble over that chair. Here, let me hold your arm.
It's Maisie. She's here, isn't she? Maisie, you've come. I know it. As soon as the picture was finished, you'd come. You couldn't keep away.
Dick, let me help you sit down.
Maisie. Oh, where's Maisie? I just heard her voice in here. Maisie. What do you think of your portrait? Maisie.
Dick.
No. Let her think. Let her regard it. That's what you have to do with a picture. Regard it. Oh, Maisie, when we were children at Mrs. Jennett's, I helped you. And now you will help me. Oh, my darling. I have enough money. Enough to keep us happy for the rest of our lives. Maisie, I'll be so good to you. And you'll be so good to me. Maisie, speak to me. Say you will. Say it. Say that you've come to me at last. Oh, Maisie, I've waited a lifetime for you. I'd all but given up hope. But I knew if I poured out my soul over this portrait, you would come to me. Tell me you've come to me. Tell me.
Yes, Dick. I've come to you.
I'll be back shortly with a final thought. We said this would be a fairy tale, and it is. The handsome prince, Dick was certainly handsome, and a prince of painting at any rate. He did marry the little servant girl. I don't know how things worked out. After all, you have imagination, too. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mason Adams, Bryna Rayburn, and Jackson Beck. Associate Director, Marlon Sween. This is Hyman Brown, Producer-Director, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, then, pleasant dreams.